Chapter 215. The volumes of information were as expected. They described the path of necromancy from the ground up, beginning with the simplest of concepts, describing the different branches, before finally focusing on Hecate's path and her belief structure. What was more curious were the half-mask and staff. The staff, called the Deathweed Staff, had a few basic functions. It increased spiritual chi absorption speed, deepened one's connection with death, and helped during certain refining procedures. Deathweed was a spiritual herb that grew from fallen branches of trees born of death chi. They had the toughness and consistency of twine, and when layered like this into a tightly woven staff, it could be incredibly sturdy. Ryu didn't find it to be any weaker than his current earth-grade weapons. As for the half-mask, it functioned to obscure one's visage. It was convention among necromancers to hide their faces. Though being a necromancer wasn't exactly taboo, it also wasn't a noble profession either. There were many stories of necromancers who were tracked down and killed for using the corpses of long-dead individuals from lofty clans. In the end, to protect each other, necromancers covered their faces with similar half-masks, making it more difficult to recognize them. Of course, this was an incredibly old convention and only used by those who kept the body whole during their refinement process. For soul or summoning necromancers, it was unnecessary. It was also unnecessary for necromancers who refined the body down to the bones. Since Hecate's path was especially grating on one's senses, it would make sense for her to wear a mask like this. The mask itself was of the higher heaven grade and could hide one's face, scaling to one's mental realm. As a spiritual endowment expert, Ryu could protect his face from divine vessel, connecting heaven realm and even immortal ring experts as long as they hadn't entered the soul birth realm. After sifting through this, all that was left was Viti's wealth. As a ruin master, it didn't need to be said that he was rich. In fact, he was more wealthy than Leopold, or, rather, he should have been. Ryu could only shake his head. Viti had spent all of his money resources in cultivation techniques. His spatial ring was filled with 4- and 5-star mortal and immortal techniques. There were even a few obscenely expensive 6-star mortal techniques. Seeing this sight, Ryu understood why this was. Viti had been of poor talent, but he didn't accept this truth. He thought that maybe he just hadn't found the right technique for him, so he crazily spent his riches buying endless techniques and trying them one after another. With this sort of fickle personality, there was no way he could have become the expert he dreamed of. I'm not sure if it's safe to resell these techniques. If I do so, someone sharp might remember that they were originally bought by Viti. I'm not sure what this man's background was, but a ruin master is bound to have some friends. Someone might even know about his fortuitous encounter and become greedy. If I want to sell them, it can't be in the inner ring. At least, once he finished this, Ryu went through the spatial rings of the adventurers. Adventurers were actually just mercenaries who focused on discovering new lands and exploring novel territories. A group of strong adventurers like this would definitely have some wealth, not having squandered it all like Viti. Unfortunately, it was less than Ryu expected once again. Remembering that Viti had cheated the adventurers out of 6 payments, Ryu suddenly understood. Their wealth had likely gone to the spendthrift. At that moment, the scion of the Tatsuya clan, a man who had never wanted for money, felt frustrated. In the end, Ryu accumulated another 5,000 medial mortal chi stones and 50 superior mortal chi stones, bringing his wealth to 52 lower mortal chi stones, 15,000 medial mortal chi stones, 150 superior mortal chi stones, and 3 lower immortal chi stones. I should spend this wealth. It's useless to just accumulate it. The incubator needs more spiritual herbs to display its value, and I need another defensive treasure. This time, one that lasts me more than just a month. Ryu put his gains away. After retreating to the entrance of the ruin and silently slaughtering the 3 remaining adventurers, he returned to Hecate's lab and began to pore over her legacy. It was impossible for Ryu to know whether or not the adventurers or Viti told anyone else about this ruin, so he knew that he needed to be careful. He speculated that this ruin could be moved, so he needed to grasp the essence of it all quickly. As it turned out, Hecate's ruin was actually an underground immortal cave. Immortal caves were the abodes of high-level cultivators and could be both stationary and mobile. Usually, immortal caves were explored by ruin masters only when a cultivator died before they could prepare a legacy world or a ruin. It was rare for a cultivator to knowingly turn their immortal cave into a ruin. Hecate believed that the most noble creature was the death worm. According to her teachings, this worm helped death pass on and left life behind. After tearing away the flowery speech, the essence was that death worms were scavengers and their feces was excellent fertilizer. Their only specialty was that they were practically immune to death chi, which was odd for such a weak creature. Either way, Hecate used this pious belief to construct her immortal cave to the image of a death worm. If a mortal were to see its full structure, it would look no different from a common earthworm, right down to the grotesque maroon-black exterior. Ryu felt lucky that it was buried underground, or else he really wouldn't have the face to travel in such a vehicle. Ailsa giggled lightly as Ryu finally took hold of the controls, diving deep into the underground. Seeing that Ryu didn't bother to ask her why she was laughing, she took the initiative. "Want to hear something funny?" Ryu sighed, having a feeling he knew where this was going. "What is it? You entered the death worm's butthole to get here." Ailsa burst into a fit of laughter. If it wasn't for her small stature and her place on Ryu's shoulders, there's no question that her undulating breasts would be the center point of any man's vision. Ryu was speechless. "You entered too," was all he could say. Chapter 216. Death Air. After moving the death worm immortal cave a good distance away, Ryu realized that it had stalled. He would have liked to move it further, but there were two main issues. Firstly, it hadn't been maintained in hundreds of millions of years. Its joints were stiff and its moving parts were definitely in terrible condition. Secondly, movement required energy. After shifting the immortal cave's place several dozen miles away, what remained of its energy was completely drained. Ryu would feel very foolish right now if it wasn't for the fact the ruin core allowed him to teleport directly to the closest point on the surface. If not, he would have to dig his way out. Because of the immortal cave's structure, it was able to chew up dirt from the front and pass it to the back, perfectly concealing its trace. But this also meant that without the ruin core, one could be buried alive if they weren't careful enough. This much was fine for Ryu for now, though. He wasn't very deep below the surface, but he was deep enough that he didn't believe any random individual could find him. Plus, the immortal cave was still protected by an illusory array of the heaven grade. Not just anyone could see through it. At least not without a ruin matrix. Now that he wasn't worried about being found in a short time, Ryu turned his attention back to Hecate's legacy. He still had the words of Delant in the back of his mind, but for now, he ignored the treasure that started the feud between Amaris, Delant and Morik. Ryu was sure there were likely some clues within his spatial ring about where he hid it, but for now, he couldn't be bothered. In truth, had Ryu had the ruin matrix before choosing Hecate's ruin, he likely would have chosen another target. He had only chosen Hecate because he believed her ruin had fallen to a manageable fifth order and was mildly interested in her perspectives, but that was all. Still, he seriously considered the information she left behind. "Do you know anything about necromancy, little Ryu?" Ailsa asked. "Not much. I'm only familiar with its superficial knowledge, like its three main branches and the numerous sub-branches. Of these, Hecate falls within the Refinement Necromancer branch and created her own special sub-branch known as the Living Refinement Necromancer branch. The three main branches of necromancy were Soul Necromancy, Summoning Necromancy and Refinement Necromancy. Soul Necromancers were masters of reaping souls. In terms of difficulty, they were actually ranked second among the three. This was because the only souls that could be reaped were ones that had undergone soul birth, meaning the minimum requirement of a corpse puppet a soul necromancer was that it had to be fresh, no more than a few minutes, and that it had to be the corpse of an immortal ring expert at the very least. One can see from this minimum requirement that one must already be powerful to even think of choosing this path. Summoning Necromancy, though, proudly stood at first ranked in difficulty. Oddly enough, it didn't have such a high minimum threshold, but the danger was several times more apparent. This was because summoning necromancers communicated with the nether world. When Ryu spoke with Monolise, the very place they didn't dare to speak of, the very place Ryu's father had entered to try and pull his dead son back, was this very nether world. Summoning necromancers communicated with the nether world and formed contracts with demons and devils of the nether world, bringing them to the world of the living to fight for them. Even if some looked down on necromancers, none dared to look down upon summoning necromancers. These individuals were without a doubt some of the most powerful experts to ever exist. Unfortunately, with power, came rarity. It was quite ironic. Ryu had found the entrance to the nether world, something countless summoning necromancers of the past tried and failed to do, because he located the death shrine. But he didn't know of a single summoning necromancer ruin. This was because experts of that caliber would definitely form legacy worlds. Though an eccentric who forewent forming a legacy world to create a ruin might exist, Ryu hadn't found him or her. Finally, there was the most common of necromancy paths, the refinement necromancer. These individuals were the most often thought of when necromancers were mentioned and directly created their corpse puppets from either the full bodies or skeletons of experts. Usually, top-tier refinement necromancers could create corpse puppets that retained 70% of its original fighting ability, but most could only maintain about 30%. This dip was then made up for by further refinement to strengthen the puppet, sometimes resulting in an undead stronger than its living original. According to Hecate, there were many different ways to refine corpses. Some used spiritual herbs, others used natural resources such as volcanoes, while others preferred to turn their corpses into undead weapons, integrating precious metals into them. Strictly speaking, comprehension of death chi wasn't necessary to control corpse puppets, but it was an integral part of the refinement process. In addition, comprehension of death chi greatly lessened the mental burden of controlling corpses as well, not to mention prevented corpses from rotting. In order to control a corpse, one needed to form a death seal. Some were more complex than others. The prestige of a death seal is usually what decided the prestige of necromancer. Famous necromancy clans and sects had extraordinarily deep legacies revolving around their death seals. Hecate's death seal was quite good. In fact, it was fairly impressive. She had a legacy capable of sealing corpses up to the 8th order. This was quite good for a refinement necromancer. What was more impressive was that Hecate's seals mandated the manipulation of death chi. Though simpler death seals skipped over this requirement, more complex and intricate seals made it a necessity. The fact Hecate's mandated it was more proof that it was quite a good death seal. The issue that remained was that Ryu had no idea how to manipulate death chi. Seeing through the essence of the seals and remembering their structure was as easy as breathing for Ryu. But he had no idea how to form them. There were only two options. Ryu had to either become a death heir and learn to manipulate death chi through it, or he had to use the cultivation techniques Hecate left behind to accumulate death chi. Not wanting to comprehend just any inheritance, Ryu had no choice but to choose the latter. Chapter 217. Find it. Ryu had chosen to cultivate 3 6-star cultivation techniques at once. However, each focused primarily on increasing chi density and didn't have any special abilities. Though this neutral type chi was the easiest to accumulate, with this ease came the disadvantage of being a master of none. Neutral chi could meld into any technique, but it was impossible to take a technique to its theoretical peak using neutral chi, reason being every technique had a type of chi most suitable to it. In this case, though death seals could be formed without the use of death chi, the very best death seals could not do without it. If Ryu wanted to form one, he would have no choice but to learn to manipulate death chi. Ryu sighed. If I knew this ahead of time, I probably wouldn't have invested so much time into reaching this place. In the end, Ryu was reluctant to convert his neutral chi into death chi. The singular benefit of necromancy, it wasn't worth it, especially since it was mere refinement necromancy. If it was the legacy of a summoning necromancer before him, he wouldn't hesitate in the slightest. Ryu was still too immature in the ways of the martial world. Because he wasn't familiar with the specifics of numerous paths, he had neglected such an important point. This was yet another lesson for him. If only he had a cultist fairy, he wouldn't even need a legacy to become a summoning necromancer. Ailsa smiled. What are you worrying for with me here? Do you believe I would let you waste so much time by coming here? You look down on your big sis too much. Ryu turned to Ailsa, who sat on his shoulder, a peculiar light in his eyes. You have a way. Ailsa smiled a devious smile. But you have to call me big sis first. Ryu coughed. You're almost 1 billion years old, can't you be a bit more mature? HMPH, what did I tell you about speaking of a lady's age? Ryu cleared his throat. Please help me, big sis. Ailsa was surprised Ryu caved so easily, it took all the fun out of it. But she could only sigh. Ryu had definitely calculated that this would deal the best blow to her. What a sneaky little boy. You're forgetting something very important. The miniature dantian of your 6th-realm opening technique aren't just for show. Ryu's eyes shone. Of his 3 chi techniques, this one was maybe the most curious. It was able to expand one's chi pulses to be used as a store of chi, thus vastly increasing a cultivator's energy stores. To now, Ryu had opened 4 of them to enter the higher chi refinement realm. He had 2 more to go, one for the peak chi refinement realm, and the final for the half-step spiritual severing realm. The best benefit of 6 realm opening isn't just its greater energy stores, you can essentially treat each miniature Dantian as its own little world. As your true Dantian has a spiritual foundation within it, you can build new foundations within your miniature Dantians. Of course, these won't be spiritual foundations as you won't be able to plant cosmic seeds in them in the future, but they still have great use to you. Usually, cultivating multiple chi types is next to impossible except for those with special bone structures. For example, the Heaven Grade Twin Star bone structure, the Sovereign Grade Yin-Yang bone structure, or the Ancestral Grade Karmic Flow bone structure, to name a few. However, there are also special bloodline, meridians and cultivation techniques as well. Author's note: for talent grades bloodline, bone structure, spiritual foundation, the mystical grade is replaced with the sovereign grade. So, one step above heaven grade. Ailsa laughed, seeing that Ryu understood her meaning. The Mortal 6 Realm Opening technique will allow you to cultivate and use 6 separate chis. The Immortal 6 Realm Opening, after you open your chi vessels, will allow you 6 more. Under normal circumstances, the Mortal 6 Realm Opening would only allow you to store inferior chi types of a lower grade. You normally wouldn't be able to access higher chi grades until you began using the Immortal version of the technique, but even then if you wanted to store the highest grade chis, you'd have to rely on your true Dantian. But, because you have chaotic silk meridians, these limitations don't apply to you. So, what once was a generally ignored auxiliary ability of this technique is akin to giving a tiger wings to you, Ryu didn't need to hear anymore. Since he didn't need to convert all of his chi into death chi, and only needed to occupy a single one of his pulses with this chi, this matter became extremely convenient. The only gripe he had was that Hecate's cultivation technique, Gravestone Hymn, was only 4-star and gathered an inferior type of death chi. Unfortunately, death chi was a broad umbrella term that encompassed many chis suitable for this category. Hecate's death chi was nominally known as grave chi and was a heaven grade chi type. Luckily, this meant it reached the bare requirements for having an immortal version of itself. Unfortunately, it would never see the cosmic chi realm. Chi grades of common and black, and many earth only had mortal chi versions. Some earth and all heaven grade chis had immortal chi versions, meaning they could be used into the connecting heaven realm. Only mystical and ancestral grade chis could upgrade further into cosmic chi. Luckily for many, neutral chi was unranked and could smoothly transition to the very best cosmic chi. Still, Ryu was content with this for now. With the Ruin Matrix, a wider door had opened up for him. So, he quickly focused on cultivating this new grave chi. Within the inner ring, a group of white-haired elders had come together, each exuding powerful auras. It's already been almost a half year since Second Grand Elder Leopold's life flame extinguished. And now, yet another member of our Zhu clan is dead, Elder Delant's life flame has vanished. For their once mighty clan, the loss of a connecting heaven and a peak divine vessel realm expert was too much. Their strength had declined by at least half in less than a year. A truly devastating blow. Finding the culprit is important, but I'm sure you all are thinking something else. Whatever treasure Elder Delant used to grow so powerful so quickly, with his death, we must find it. Chapter 218. Death Seal. The Zhu elders looked toward the elder who spoke with incredulous gazes. Clans always placed benefits over everything else, but this truth was always hidden beneath a veneer of politeness. However, this elder didn't seem to care for such things at all. We don't have the luxury of playing up a facade of good-heartedness. Our Zhu clan has fallen generation after generation, from a mighty people, to scattering cockroaches, to a point where we can finally lift our heads again. Second Grade Elder was our hope to return to this realm's highest peak once more, but he's failed due to unknown reasons. Now, a promising youth has fallen as well. You all know as well as I that Elder Delant is not as talented as he's shown in the past few decades. However, we have all refrained from prying into his secrets from him for various reasons, namely because we are not in a state where we can afford to have internal strife within our clan. The elders shook their heads at their first Grand Elder's shamelessness. The first part of his words were true. Many years ago, mental realm masters were taboo. Due to the actions of a few, they were ostracized from society and forced to hide. As a result, not everyone aware of the secrets of the Tatsuya clan's fall were angry. Some, like this very Zhu clan, were very happy, believing the Tatsuya clan got what they deserved. However, the second part was nonsense. Why was it that a member of a clan of great standing in the inner ring was denigrated to the point of becoming a mere adventurer and mercenary? It was precisely because their first Grand Elder pushed him into a corner, forcing him to leave the clan. They were a half-step 6th Order clan, yet one of their elders was an adventurer. How embarrassing was that? This order grade might seem just a single step above the 5th Order, but don't be fooled. The difference between the Zhu clan and the Awoken Moon sect was akin to heaven and earth. The only way to gain the half-step moniker was by having an expert an entire order above, but lacking the necessary number of order experts. Simply put, the Zhu clan had a 7th Order expert, a mighty immortal ring realm ancestor, but just didn't have enough connecting heaven realm experts to meet the requisite 10 minimum requirement. This strength was enough to rank them within the top 5 powers of the inner ring. Yet, once again, one of their elders was an adventurer. Decades ago, the oddity in Delant's cultivation speed was exposed. Back then, it hadn't been obvious enough to warrant a feverish attempt by them, but the first Grand Elder still elected to hold a disciple-choosing competition. As expected, Delant won though he shouldn't have, which led to a fiendish round of questioning from the first Grand Elder. Luckily for Delant, he was clever and quickly left the clan, becoming an adventurer soon after. Many years later, the Zhu clan, hearing of his exploits, conferred him the title of Elder, hoping he would come back. But it had already been over a decade since then and not even Delant's shadow had re-entered their clan lands. There was only one person to blame for all of this. Pretending not to see the weird gazes, the first Grand Elder continued. Ancestor and Patriarch Zhu are laying the foundation for our clan to enter the core region within the next few thousand years, but this will be impossible without becoming a true 6th Order clan first. Finding Delant's treasure is of utmost importance. I propose we mobilize our clan's resources and find out the truth behind these matters. No one is qualified to stop us. With his word being the highest authority remaining in the clan, the first Grand Elder's suggestion became law. Soon, the Zhu clan began to mobilize their resources, upturning every stone. Unfortunately for the remaining clans of the inner ring, the Zhu clan's influence was too strong. Even the remaining 4 clans matching them in strength didn't dare to act rashly. Everyone knew how dangerous mental realm masters were. They were the last enemy anyone wanted to make. Plus, under the guise of investigating the death of an elder, the Zhu clan had the moral high ground. Ryu quickly grasped the essence of the 4-star cultivation technique, Gravestone Hymn. Since he cultivated neutral chi, it didn't clash with his current cultivation at all. In addition, once the grave chi was stored within his first chi pulse, it would no longer affect his subsequent chi comprehensions as well. According to Ailsa, it was also possible to abolish chi he had comprehended, but this came with a price. Any cultivation breakthroughs or progression he made with this chi would also be abolished. So, Ryu had to be selective with how he used grave chi. He didn't expect to continuously rely on a mere heaven-grade chi from a 4-star technique. With the Ruin Matrix, he would be able to take his time and find ruins which would likely store better death chi cultivation techniques. With all of this in mind, Ryu didn't use the grave chi he began to accumulate to push his realm forward. Instead, he sent it directly to his chi pulse, slowly gathering it into a revolving orb separate from his remaining cultivation. This way, he could abolish at any time without worry. In order to measure his progress, Ryu gauged his accumulated grave chi by how many death seals it could form. Specifically, how many 5th Order death seals it could form. After about 3 days, he had reached 1 unit. After a week, he reached 3. Ryu chose to stop after this. He calculated that the limit his chi pulse could hold was about 100. This translated to 1 if the unit was for 6 Order death seals. Ryu currently had 12 5th Order corpses, but no 6th Order ones, so this didn't matter much for now. Still, he only planned to form 2 corpse puppets, one with Amaris, and the other with Delant, both of whom were peak Divine Vessel Realm experts before their death. This would lead to a qualitative increase in his comprehensive strength, if he could learn to control them, that is. After forming his first death seal, Ryu's struggles truly began. First, when he tried to imprint the seal with a stamp from his spiritual chi, he shattered it due to the fact his mental realm now had a lightning character. By the time he learned to separate the lightning from his spiritual chi, he found out that controlling a corpse wasn't anywhere near as easy as he first thought. Chapter 219, Oblivious Amari struggled to stand up, only to fall face first, her tall nose bending at an awkward angle. She moved to push herself up, but she ended up flipping her legs over her head, resulting in her armored skirt flipping upward and revealing a bit too much. Maybe, if she hadn't been a corpse with ghastly gray skin, it would have been an attractive sight. But to Ryu, even if she was alive, he was too frustrated to enjoy the view either way. Ailsa clutched her toned belly, laughing so hard that her ample chest rippled like ocean waters under the moonlight. Ryu hardly ever had embarrassing moments on this level. How could she not take full advantage? In fact, she had entered her true full form, just so she could get her jokes off more easily. Wiping her tears, she decided to finally help. Little Ryu, you're like a weightlifter trying to learn the technique and form of a complicated lift, but you're still using a fully loaded bar instead of a weightless one. What did you expect would happen? Ryu paused, leaving Amaris's corpse awkwardly sprawled as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. What do you mean? No matter her dainty body, Amaris was still a divine vessel realm expert. The armor on her body weighs at least several 10,000 jin. Controlling the tendons and ligaments of an expert on that level is hard enough without you making it even more difficult on yourself. Replace her armor with some light cloth to cover he decency. Then practicing should become easier. Understanding, Ryu put Ailsa's words into action, removing Amaris's armor and clothing her in one of his black robes. Seeing that they were a bit tall for her, he cut around the bottom edges so that they black fabric covered a portion of her calves. Then, he began to practice once more. He immediately felt the effects of Ailsa's advice. Without so much weight on her body, Amaris herself only clocked in at about 60 jin. This gave Ryu a much large margin of error because it was now much easier to center her gravity. Author's note: from sources of read, 1 jin equals 1 kilogram. Even if that's not true, that's the metric I'll continue to use just for the sake of continuity. Refinement necromancers needed as deep an understanding of the human body as healers did. Even if one refined a corpse down to its bones, it was necessary to use principles of the human body's musculoskeletal system in order to efficiently control your undead. Of course, if your corpse puppet wasn't human, you'd have to come to understand that species, whatever it might be, as well. To control Amaris, Ryu had to learn to use the tendons and ligaments of her body like the pulleys of a complex system. But this was only the beginning. Control of tendons and ligaments were for fine motor control, but controlling them alone couldn't bring out the full strength of a corpse puppet. In order to do that, one would need to learn to activate large muscle systems, blood vessels, and meridians. Ryu was struggling with just the first part. Who knew when he could use them in battle? Luckily, as an herbologist, Ryu had a deep understanding of the human body as he needed to be very familiar with it to understand how certain herbs react when ingested. So, he skipped over a major step, but there was much fine-tuning still to be done. Every human had little quirks that made them different. Amaris's body was different from Delant's not only because she was a woman, but also because she was her own person. It was up to a skilled necromancer to understand how to bring out the full potential of their corpse puppet. Amaris's path focuses on speed and agility, but Delant's body is very weak. It seems he was a mental realm master. Ailsa nodded. It's unfortunate. Amaris likely believed that since she was a woman, speed and agility was her only path. But the reality is that she had a very unique structure suitable for strength and power. Because of that, it would probably be easier if you tried to learn to control Delant first. Or, better yet, one of the spiritual severing realm experts. The greater one's cultivation, the stronger their bodies even if they don't focus on the body realm. And the stronger a corpse's body, the harder it is to learn to manipulate. Is there no way to bring out Delant's best talent? Ailsa shook her head. In order to use his mental realm's talent and abilities, you'd have to be a soul necromancer. Unfortunately, by the time you gained an appropriate legacy, his soul would have long since dispersed. In fact, it already has. Plus, even if it hadn't, he hasn't entered the soul birth realm yet. Ryu nodded. This meant that Amaris would be his only puppet truly capable of fighting against peak divine vessel experts. Delant's was weaker by comparison, so higher divine vessel realm experts was likely his limit, maybe middle. Of course, this was due to Hecate's unique refinement procedures. Usually, after refinement into a corpse puppet, one would gain an undead with only about 70% of their true strength at best. But, Hecate's eccentric method allowed for a 90% translation of strength. If Ryu refined Delant's corpse to make him sturdier, he'd be able to exert the strength of a peak divine vessel realm expert in due time. You're also being too stubborn, Ailsa said reprimandingly. The true benefit of Hecate's refinement method is in leaving corpse puppets with simple wills of their own. You should be able to control them by giving them simple one-word commands instead of controlling them down to their finest muscle fibers. Ryu shook his head. I'll use simple one-word commands for the weaker ones. But for my strongest puppets, I need to control their actions to the finest detail. Because in all likelihood, if I have to bring them out, my back will be against the wall. Though difficult, the world of necromancy was slowly intriguing Ryu. He hadn't even fully delved into the true meat of this fantastical world. Aside from the three main branches, there were countless other reputable ideologies that fell under their umbrella, such as leech commanders, leech refiners, and even the mysterious shadow necromancers. But for now, Ryu kept his mind on this singular task, slowly letting the weeks float away as he refined his control. After more than 2 months, Ryu finally left the Death Worm Immortal Cave, heading for the inner ring. His mind was filled with thoughts of finding resources to get the Immortal Cave back in working shape. All the while, Delant's treasure became a faint afterthought, oblivious to the chaos he had caused. Chapter 220. Fuming after another month of travel, Ryu had made his way to the inner ring. Luckily, thanks to Ailsa's help, he wouldn't have to travel a month once more to get back to the Death Worm Immortal Cave, which was now currently resting in a corner of the incubator. It wasn't long before Ryu found his way to a bustling city. The map Granny Miriam gave him didn't have any details about the inner ring, but luckily, he managed to find multiple maps within the spatial rings of the adventurers. After all, how could they be adventurers without such a thing? Though it was good news that he found a city so easily, this city unfortunately wasn't as convenient to enter as Valor City had been. While the latter only asked for a fee, this city seemed to have quite a complicated process. Or else the line wouldn't stretch for several hundred meters like it was now. Ryu sighed. His life was really too different now. A scion of the Tatsuya clan, waiting in line like a commoner. He couldn't help but smile bitterly as he obediently followed procedures. I'm no longer a scion. I need to remember this lest I cause myself problems in the future. Hearing these thoughts of her life partner, Ailsa giggled and shook her head. She knew that if push came to shove, Ryu would toss these words to the back of his mind without regard. The immortal chi stones you have should be able to power the death worm for some time. What's most necessary now is finding tools for fixing up its mechanisms. Most immortal caves have self-healing formations in place, so we just need a method to stimulate them, Ailsa explained. Ryu raised an eyebrow. How long could just 3 inferior immortal chi stones power such a large structure for? Immortal caves focused on sustainability, so they're usually quite efficient. Hecate's immortal cave is also able to gather up energy for itself, it just needs chi stones to catalyze the reaction. I see. Immortal caves were mostly used by experts who lived their lives in seclusion. Though the Tatsuya clan had a view, it had to be known that the primary function of immortal caves was to act as homes, some only had movement as a secondary ability. So, there were much more convenient treasures for travel, which was why Ryu didn't have much experience with them. The daily entrance cap of our looming city has almost been reached. Only 10 more individuals will be allowed in. The rest of you, please find separate accommodations. The guards manning the city gates spoke in a booming voice, causing many to be dejected. Still, they didn't dare to raise a fuss as the line slowly dispersed. Unlike the Valor guards, the looming guards were much greater level experts, each being of the spiritual severing realm at a minimum. Quickly counting his place, Ryu sighed a breath of relief. After waiting for hours from dawn to now, he was currently in 6th place. It wouldn't be much longer before he could enter. Soon, it was Ryu's turn. Name. The guard's eyes sharpened at Ryu's appearance. He didn't seem to be any older than 18, but his chi density matched his own. Any tiredness he had for the previous proceedings seemingly vanished. Ryu. Last name. The guard pressed. Ryu inwardly grit his teeth. He felt a deep shame in his heart, one that suffocated him to the point he was unable to breathe. But, remembering Ailsa's warning, he forced himself to push that feeling down. I have none, he answered coldly. Ailsa's usually happy expression grew somber, knowing how hard this moment was for her little Ryu. But, she could only silently support him, knowing that this was for the best. The guard stood in shock. It wasn't rare to find those without surnames, in fact, such people were everywhere. Inherited names held power, which was why only those who had established respectable clans could pass on their names, the minimum requirement being a first-order clan. Commoners had given names, but no surnames. Seeing Ryu's talent in reaction to his question, the guard's eyes shifted with a bit of pity. No need to dwell on such useless things, young man. You're very talented, you'll definitely have your own inherited name one day. State your purpose, please. I have come to seek the treasures of the looming city auction house. The guard nodded. Final question, how long will your stay be? Is there a limit? Ryu wondered. There is none, but there is a difference in fee depending on your answer. Those who have come seeking permanent residence must have a cultivation or talent of a certain caliber. As for those staying for various amounts of time, the entrance fee is 100 gold, which can last you 3 days. After 3 days, the price becomes 1 inferior mortal chi stone a day. Ryu nodded. I would like to stay for 1 month. There's a discount in this case for those who buy their time in bulk. Just 10 inferior mortal chi santo. At that moment, a rushing wind whipped across the plain outside of looming city. Subconsciously, everyone looked up to see a speeding carriage hovering in the sky without wheels, pulled along by strong fourth-order wind falcons. The carriage was a beautiful pristine white, completely unblemished. If one looked closely, it was possible to see 3 heart-pounding beauties seated within, each with varying temperaments. Soon, the carriage flew over what remained of the dispersing line and entered the city. The guard looked toward the 5 remaining individuals with an awkward expression. I'm sorry, it seems we'll have to cut the remaining quota down. Since 4 entered, 3 women and 1 driver, this young man will have to be the final allowed guest. Dejected, the 4 individuals behind Ryu felt their faces redden with rage. But in the end, they could only swallow their hatred and bow their heads. Ryu sighed a breath of relief once more, taking out 10 chi stones and handing them over. Beautiful fairies, wait, allow this young master to treat you to dinner. Ryu's eyes sharpened. He looked over his shoulder to see another streaking carriage, this time pulled by a crimson horse galloping in the air, a 4th-order bloodied steed. Rage he had pressed down came bubbling upward. He just spent 3/4 of his day doing nothing but waiting in line. Then, he suffered the worst humiliation of his life, claiming that he had no inherited name. He would rather die than lower his head again in such quick succession. A glaive reflecting a beautiful violet light appeared in his hand. Exclamation mark. Young man, don't act rashly. I can still help. Why? It was already too late. Ryu's arm flexed and his glaive lashed out, shooting out a stream of chi that held his tempered down feelings. In an instant, the driver was shocked silly as the reins in his hands and harness were perfectly sliced in half. Losing the support of the crimson horse, the carriage crashed down from the skies under the shocked gazes of the spectators. It skidded several hundred meters, only barely stopping before the city gates. Having given the looming guard his chi stones, Ryu took his identification plaque and walked into the city without looking back, his expression fuming. Chapter 221, Nameless, WHO Dares. A booming voice erupted from the carriage, followed by its quick destruction. An enraged cultivator shattered the vessel into a rain of splintered wood and bent metal, his disheveled figure shooting into the skies while his reddened eyes scanned the culprits below. If one looked closely, it was easy to tell that his image had once been elegant. But the tumble from the skies had definitely destroyed whatever semblance of that essence he once had. Though he was a great expert, clearly seen by his ability to fly, the change had been too sudden. Before he realized what happened, his carriage was tumbling from the skies. Just a moment ago, he was chasing beauties, but now he had embarrassed himself to this extent. You damned driver. The young man's hand stretched outward, sending a surge of chi forward that pulled the poor driver's neck into his hand. Young Master Bastille, please. The driver struggled, his legs dangling from below. Someone cut the reins and harness. It truly wasn't my fault. Someone what? The young man surnamed Bastille suddenly calmed. If what his driver was saying was true, this might mean that someone equal to him in stature had taken action. After all, who else would dare to act against him if not such a person? Just a few moments ago, he had been calling out to a carriage carrying 3 young ladies. Considering their beauty and the prestige of their clans, he obviously had many competitors that might be unhappy toward his pursuit. His thoughts only seemed more validated by the fact this person didn't attack him directly. Whoever could precisely cut the reins and harness of a carriage moving at such speeds was a great expert, yet they hadn't taken advantage of the moment to harm him. This was in line with the actions those clan scions would take. Though they fought amongst each other quite frequently, they never went overboard, and most definitely didn't attempt to kill one another. That said, embarrassing him like this was well in line with their usual actions, causing his expression to grow solemn. Which young master has acted against me today? Will you continue to hide? Young Master Bastille looked toward the ground below, scanning the area to see who might have done it. But all he found were awkward expressions that tried to avoid his gaze. The longer the perpetrator remained silent, the angrier the blood boiling his veins became. Why, young master? I. The driver tried to speak, but having been cut off from his air circulation for so long, he directly passed out, unable to stand it any longer. Young Master Bastille released his grip and shook the driver awake. Young master, it wasn't one of them who did this. The frown on the young master's face deepened. I couldn't see clearly, but it was definitely someone waiting in line who took action against young master. Someone of your stature would end. The driver cut off his next words, remaining silent. His next words were clear. No one of young Master Bastille's stature would ever wait in line to enter the city. Young masters like him and the girls that entered before him entered and exited as they pleased. In fact, they didn't care for the population cap at all. It wasn't rare to see one of them entering the city after the daily counts were finished, only for some pitiful soul who had waited in line all day to be kicked out. Unfortunately, for a city as large as Looming City, it had to be strictly controlled. If too many people were allowed to enter, it would lessen the prestige of the city and also lessen the enjoyment of visiting it. While normal people had to factor this into their actions, these scions hardly cared. Young Master Bastille turned his gaze to the looming guard who stood at the gates with an awkward expression. Is what he said true? Replying to young Master Bastille, this is true. The guard cleared his throat. Young Master Bastille's gaze turned toward the back of a man walking further and further into the depths of the city. Ryu hadn't even attempted to run after his actions. In fact, his gait was steady as could be as he walked forward without a care for those at his back. Seeing this, young Master Bastille, who had been curious about who dared to attack him in this way without having status, felt his rage bubble back up. To so blatantly disrespect him yet not even run for your life, the level of arrogance more than rubbed him the wrong way. What is his name? I'm sure he was forced to leave it. The guard wasn't meant to reveal such information so freely, or everyone would look down on their looming city. But seeing his gaze, he had no choice. His name is Ryu. Young Master Bastille frowned. For some reason, at that moment, he remembered his younger brother speaking to him about a man he met during his herbology exam. That young man called himself Ryu Tatsuya. Could it be his last name? The young master pressed. He had none. The young master's eyes sharpened. There were too many people in the world. Of course many would share the same first name. Plus, there was no way someone with such a powerful last name would ever forsake his inherited name by saying he didn't have one. Doing so was nothing less than slapping the face of your ancestors. You nameless bastard, stop right there. Young Master Bastille's voice boomed. Hearing these words, Ryu's steps paused. His back stood tall like an ancient statue. For a long while, he didn't say a single word. It was as though he was letting the words he just heard to seep into his very being. However, as time passed, the pressure around him seemed to grow explosively. The air became heavy, the wind surging around him sharpening with each passing moment. A baleful aura spiraled around his body. It seemed that someone wanted to die. Chapter 222, Say It Again. Ryu's black-cloaked figure stood frozen. Standing on the main road of entry to the core of Looming City, the number of individuals around him wasn't countless, but it was most definitely quite a few. The wind began to respond to Ryu's emotion, or seemingly lack thereof. It whipped around violently, listening to the hums of his northern heavenly wind. Ailsa remained silent. There was only so much she could ask of Ryu. At this point in his life, she knew him better than anyone. She could see his thoughts, his struggles, his hopes, his dreams. Every day, Ryu would cultivate as though he would die the next. He didn't rest, he didn't do things for enjoyment, he hadn't even attempted to forge relationships. Though Ailsa knew all of these things to be unhealthy, what could she do? Could she tell Ryu, while the fate of his family was unknown, to take it easy? To relax a little bit? No matter how often such words were on the tip of her tongue, she could never manage to force them out. Today was the first time she ever received a true concession from Ryu. In truth, she didn't even count his choice to call her big sister among such a list. purely because she understood that he had taken a step back only so that she would be more capable of helping him in the future. But, Ryu forsaking his own name was something far beyond that. These were all things Ailsa understood, but she buried them deep within her heart. The Ryu of now couldn't keep going like this. He couldn't live and breathe to cultivate, he couldn't exist purely for the sake of revenge, he couldn't make any and everything his enemy. Yet this was the head space he was in currently, and it was something Ailsa had no real idea how to fix. So, what would happen when Ryu was suddenly disrespected in such a blatant fashion? When a pain he tried to keep hidden away within the depths of his soul was drudged up by a foolish young master? Ryu's head slowly turned back, his eyes radiating an endless frost. A chilly wind seemed to want to freeze everything in the path of his gaze as his eyes landed on the bastille young master in the skies. The young master shivered before quickly regaining control of his body. There was something deeply unsettling about Ryu's gaze, it felt as though the whole weight of the world was crashing down upon him. In truth, Ryu was wearing a mask, the very same black half-mask he gained from Hecate. The looming city guard didn't ask Ryu to remove it because all he needed was Ryu's chi signature to complete the registration process. With Ryu's chi signature, as long as he committed a crime, finding him would be incredibly easy. Unfortunately, the guard had no way of knowing that Ryu could use multiple chis at will. He used grave chi to complete his registration, but his true chi signature was written in neutral chi. Ryu wouldn't be so foolish to hand these individuals his everything. So, when he turned his gaze back toward the man in the sky, his heart beat with thoughts of murder. A deep rage was welling up inside him, crawling its way up his body and clawing at his throat, trying to find a way out. Ailsa's expression changed. He shouldn't have to deal with this so soon. His strongest current bloodline is his lightning Qilin bloodline, so why is the rage fire of his fire dragon bloodline burning so strongly? Ailsa's visage changed once more, suddenly understanding. Ryu had just claimed he was nameless, but both he and Ailsa knew that this was not the case at all. Though Ryu understood that he had to do this for his own safety, and Ailsa pressed him, there was one thing they both of them hadn't factored in: how would the fire dragon within Ryu react to knowing its host had forsaken it? Tatsuya. It wasn't just any name. It was the title of the mighty ancient fire dragon, and Ryu had just woken a slumbering beast by slapping it across the snout, or, rather, this young master had. In that instant, the stones beneath Ryu's feet shattered. The once cold breeze immediately became a scalding hot as Ryu's silver pupils became a scarlet red. Those in the surroundings backed away. Despite many of them being strong cultivators themselves, they found it hard to be near Ryu. It was almost as though they'd be burnt to ashes if they approached too closely. Ailsa sighed. Little Ryu, you cannot kill him. No matter what, you cannot kill him. Her words received no response. Veins bulged across Ryu's skin, but, though their color should have been a vile blue-green, they actually pulsed with an vitality-filled red gold, as though molten lava was coursing within his body. The young master faltered in the skies. He had thought he had regained control of his body, but he suddenly began to sweat profusely. His once luxurious robes began to appear as though they had spent hours in the rain, his black hair sticking to the sides of his face. Ryu looked down at his body. His sudden action was akin to abruptly releasing a tightly held rope. Before the young master could react, he fell from the skies. Unable to recollect himself in time, he crash-landed right beside his carriage and atop his driver in a pitiful manner. This is my body, this is my blood, I act as I please, not as you dictate. Now, silence. Ryu directed his rage at the blood within his body. Ryu's boiling blood suddenly came to a grinding halt. Maybe if this was anyone else, it would have been the end of it. The young master had humiliated himself. Ryu had regained control of his body. It should be finished, correct? Unfortunately, Ailsa's side told a completely different story. Ryu's body flashed, appearing outside the city walls and above the young master's body in an instant. He dove down, his foot squarely hitting the young man in the jaw, sending him flying in the opposite direction of the city. As he was still whipping through the air, Ryu's fist descended downward, pummeling him into the ground. Say it again. Ryu's voice boomed, a murderous coldness hidden within. His fists rained down, deepening the crater again and again as pent-up rage bubbled forth like an endless tide. It was as though he didn't notice the quickly accumulating crowd or the rushing looming guards. Chapter 223. Necromancer, I said say it again. Ryu's rage was like a tempest that swirled into the clouds above. Each strike was akin to reverberating earthquake, shaking the very foundation of Looming City despite his actions taking place outside its walls. Young Master Bastille felt that his body had becoming nothing but mush. His bones cracked, his inner organs were jarred, and his eyes grew too swollen to see much of anything. Ailsa rubbed her temples, sitting upon Ryu's shoulder. It seemed that no matter how jarring his movement, she didn't budge a single inch. How can a master of the Tatsuya's saintly weapons and an expert bowman suddenly forget how to use anything but his fists when he loses his temper? Ah, whatever, maybe it's better this way. If he really did use his best, this fool would have already died 10 times over. What was he thinking, calling Ryu a bastard? Of the women in the world, he only cares for 5. His wife, his big sister, his grandmothers and his mother, idiot. In the distance, the carriage adorned by pristine white came to an abrupt pause. Where did that annoying brute go? One of the 3 beautiful with a head of cascading brunette hair asked. Don't tell me you like that man, Uriah. Another with blonde hair responded. Don't be ridiculous, it's just convenient that I don't have to carry my purse around when he's here. Plus, I was feeling hungry, yet we're almost at our favorite restaurant and he hasn't caught up yet. The ground seems to be shaking. The third quiet beauty suddenly spoke, looking at the sea of people below. It was very clear that they were all headed toward the same direction. Could something big have happened? That might also explain why that gorilla hadn't made his way here yet. It didn't take the 3 beauties very long to decide to follow the crowd. They had only come to Looming City for some fun, anyway. Though there was a big event coming up, they were definitely very early. And anyone who knew why Looming City was known as the entertainment capital of the Inner Ring understood exactly why this was as well. Still, despite knowing they'd find entertainment when they made their way to this city, never did they expect the spectacle before them. Theron Bastille, first in line heir of the Bastille clan, was being beaten black and blue without even a hope of fighting back against an unknown masked man. The first beauty who wondered where Theron had gone, Uriah, suddenly erupted into a fit of giggles. Serves him right. I don't know who that young man is, but he's going to be in a lot of trouble very soon. The calmest of the 3 spoke again. Tae, don't be such a downer. Who cares what happens to him, just enjoy the show. Who knows, maybe he has some mysterious backer we're not aware of. The blonde beauty responded. Unlikely, Tae said calmly. He wears a necromancer half-mask, but there are no strong necromancer powers on the pedestal plane. How likely could it be that a blossom plane genius would come here? The blonde pouted, feeling that Tae was correct. Don't pout, Mao, you should have known better than to question Sister Tae's deductions in the first place. Uriah teased. Mao, who had just been pouting suddenly froze. He's a higher spiritual severing expert. How is that possible? Something doesn't seem right. No matter what, Theron is a half-step into the divine vessel realm. There's no way he'd lose to someone 2 steps below him. Tae and Uriah frowned at these words. In fact, Uriah thought that Mao might have made another mistake that Tae would soon correct. But, who knew that even her senses would find it hard to refute this? I'm afraid it's even more unbelievable than that, Tae said with a solemn expression. He isn't a higher spiritual severing realm expert, he's a peak chi refinement realm expert, it's just that his chi density is the equivalent of someone on that stage. Suddenly, Tae wasn't so confident in the idea that this necromancer wasn't from the Blossom Plane. She had mingled with the geniuses of the core region before, there was no way they could birth such a genius. It was impossible for them. In later cultivation stages, it's easier to tell realms apart because they're separated by comprehension. No one would ever mistake someone of the Dao pedestal realm for some of the world's sea realm. However, it's more difficult in early stages because everything is so chi-centric. Still, there are some key differences to pick apart. Those of the spiritual severing realm not only have thicker chi, but also their chi also has a subtle sharpness gained after forming their chi blades. This man doesn't have this sharpness. The moment she finished speaking, Ryu gripped Theron's throat before standing to his full height. You really won't say it again? He practically growled. Then get on your knees and apologize. His arm swung downward once more, except this time, Theron was in his hand. He buried the young master knee first before slamming his head into the dry dirt below. At that moment, the shifting feet of dozens of moving guards became very clear. The crowd of citizens split like the Red Sea, unwilling to get involved, but very eager to watch on. Everyone knew how dangerous the looming guards were. The only thing that could make them lower their swords were the young masters of the Inner Ring, but that was simultaneously one of the best reasons for them to raise them as well. Everyone knew that of the 5 core clan of their inner ring, the Bastille clan was definitely the most overbearing, in large part to their special earth affinity blood. In all likelihood, this wouldn't end well. This young man was lucky that Looming City was under the control of the Zhu clan and not the Bastille clan, or else he would have no hope of escaping. Halt, Necromancer, you've violated at least 9 articles of our city's code. You are under arrest. A captain of the guard stopped the 24 or so looming guards in their tracks, his eyes narrowing, clear disdain creeping through his features. Unfortunately, Mental Realm Master hated necromancers because they survived their era of ostracization despite technically being Mental Realm Masters as well. Chapter 224, Wordsmith. During Ryu's first life, Mental Realm cultivation was more than just taboo, it was practically banned. It was to the point where even the heir of the Wind Shrine, Gale, despite having the 7th-ranked heavenly pupils which greatly boosted one's mental realm ability, still had to be cautious despite his background. Yet, during this time, necromancers didn't face the same banishment. It was no wonder mental realm masters felt unresigned. After all, no matter which branch of necromancy you practiced, what was most important was your mental realm. But, somehow, necromancers thrived during this and the last era, while mental realm masters became cockroaches pulling themselves back up by their own efforts. Of course, this was simply a one-sided perspective. Human beings had a habit of seeing the flaws in others without doing any self-reflection. Could it be that the shrine plane was truly biased? No, one had to remember the Death Shrine had long been lost. In fact, even to now, no one but Ryu and his immediate family knew where it was and how to find it. Why was this important? The answer was simple. During Ryu's era, the strength of a clan was directly correlated to the shrines it possessed and its saints and saintesses. Meaning, if a clan didn't control a shrine, they wouldn't be considered among the top echelon of society. Simply put, the necromancers weren't considered to be among the topmost portion of the shrine realm, yet they lived well while mental realm masters went into hiding. Obviously, there was a massive difference between the two if they were separated in this way. To find the answer, one only needs to think back to the legends of the higher mortal plane, the very reason why Ryu, as a mere newborn, was subjected to such harsh treatment for nothing but the color of his hair and eyes. Though necromancers were seen in a poor light by laymen because of their dealings with death, they were ironically quite respectful of life. The Necromancy Guild has strict rules and protocols attached to the accumulation of undead and took a hands-off approach when it came to clans or sects seeking revenge against their members should the facts not be in their favor. This approach earned the respect of the martial world. However, mental realm masters, they had no such honor. They treated lives like weeds, manipulated the emotions of innocence, and saw themselves as above everything. Some of the most vicious acts in history were committed by these individuals. That wasn't to say that all mental realm masters were bad. No group of individuals could be described in such simple terms. However, their reputation wasn't completely undeserved. Every era was characterized by one calamity. In order to be categorized as such, a calamity must impact every plane and implicate the lives of trillions. The Shrine Realm was currently in its 10th era, meaning it had experienced 9 calamities. Of these calamities, mental realm masters were responsible for 6 of them. Even if it was fine for someone unrelated to these calamities to feel unwilling, if they turned some of that animosity toward their own people, many of these problems could be fixed. Unfortunately, mental realm masters were often far too arrogant. Because of their specialty, they produced the best secondary profession geniuses. Imagine a single group of people birthing the best alchemists, the best formation masters, the best ruin masters, the best herbologists, and the list goes on. Wouldn't they control practically all of the wealth of a realm? It was no wonder they continuously grew more and more arrogant as time went on. Of course, Ryu understood all of this. So, when he saw the looming guard captain's demeanor, he was very much aware of what might happen. In the distance, the Crimson Fourth Order bloodied steed charged back for its owner. The situation had changed so abruptly that it hadn't even had a chance to react until now. Considering Fourth Order beasts could already have human-like thoughts of their own, with those of the Fifth Order being no less intelligent than humans, it was no wonder the beast was displaying signs of emotions. Ryu's foot buried Theron's head into the ground as his gaze ignored the captain to land upon the galloping bloodied steed. Heel. Ryu's 2 fingers pierced outward, slicing a fraction of an inch into the steed's forehead. Though it was imperceptible, some more astute individuals caught the faint hint of lightning that coated his fingers. A necromancer, using lightning. What the hell was going on? Everyone knew how incompatible lightning was with death, only a fool would dual cultivate both. Suddenly, the Crimson Horse became docile. In an instant, its master-servant contract had been shattered by Ryu's spiritual chi. You're quite decent. I'll be taking you. The bloodied steed neighed, hot steam blowing from its nostrils. In that moment, the crimson steed, known for its hot temper, actually began to lick Ryu's hand. Without its master-servant contract driving it, Ryu's ice jade crystal body shone through. Ryu's anger dissipated. To think this fool used such a good beast to pull a carriage. When Ailsa explained to him how valuable this steed could be to him, his rage was replaced with a faint excitement, allowing him to calm down. His thoughts of slaughtering all of these looming guards disappeared. I've violated, at least, 9 articles. Have I, or have I not? Shouldn't a guard captain be more precise? Captain Zhu, who had already been losing his patience, suddenly felt his temper spike once more. Let's say I accept that I've violated 9, do you mind telling me which 9? It can't be that the great looming city arrests visitors handling personal matters outside their city walls without even stating their reasons, right? We wouldn't want people to start looking down on you, now would we? Captain Zhu's face turned red as he forgot to breathe in his anger. He really had just arbitrarily thrown the number out, planning to make up the 9 charges after throwing Ryu into jail. So, how could he have an answer? To make matters worse, Ryu had emphasized that he was outside the city walls, which was true. Attack. It seemed the captain wasn't much of a wordsmith. Chapter 225. Murder bonus chapter for 50 golden tickets. Ryu's expression didn't change as 20 or so silver-armored guards charged toward him. He casually leapt onto the bloodied steed's back. Standing at just over 3 meters tall, it was a magnificent beast. Just sitting upon it, Ryu felt his blood boil as though he was charging through a battlefield. Having recollected himself from anger, Ryu knew it wasn't in his best interest to connect his identities. Before, when he used his glaive, it was too quick for others to notice. At least not the individuals that were there, anyway. Their prowess was too far below his own, most only saw a flash and didn't register that he even held a weapon. Seeing through his own mistake, Ryu wouldn't make the same error again. Since he was currently Ryu the Necromancer, he would be exactly that. In an instant, 34th Order corpse puppets appeared before Ryu, each exuding the aura of a spiritual severing expert. Like the commander of a battlefield, Ryu sat upon the bloodied steed's back, his expression calm, but dark. Trying to suppress a necromancer with numbers, how funny. The guards hesitated in their charge, even their captain, who hadn't followed them, felt his heart seize. He had rashly ordered the attack, not thinking everything through beforehand. But even still, this young man's words made his lips twitch. Did he think having so many 4th Order corpses at his realm was normal? At most, necromancers of his age and prowess might have 5 or 6. Ryu truly didn't know this. In fact, he couldn't control so many corpse puppets at once. It was only thanks to Hecate's special refinement method that he was able to do this. The corpses maintained a faint will of their own, allowing them to follow simple commands. Currently, Ryu could barely control a single corpse puppet, and not very well, at that. Ryu knew that his skills in necromancy were lacking. Because he was controlling the corpses with simple one-word commands like attack and defend, their prowess was half what it could be. However, he had his own methods to make up for this. Captain Zhu looked on toward the black-cloaked corpses. None moved a single inch. He could tell by the black fog hovering before their faces that Ryu had taken steps to hide their identities, a sign of respect for the clans they might be from. Though this seemed like a simple technique, Captain Zhu was well aware that no necromancy clans on this plane had access to such a technique. To be able to block his senses as a peak spiritual severing realm expert, it seemed he had really smashed his foot against an iron plate today. 2 beautiful daggers with a black finish and blue crystalline edges appeared in Ryu's hands. Whenever he used treasures he received that night, he couldn't help but see Alina's face. Her beautiful soft lips, the devious and playful light in her pink diamond eyes, the gentle feeling of her touch. The woman who cared so much for him, the one he owed too much to. He felt his mood sway, feeling as though the rage he had forgotten was building back up again. His eyes closed. I just need to make it to the soul birth realm. Then I'll know if she's okay. Then I'll know where to go to see her again. Wait for me, Elena. I'm already in the spiritual endowment stage. Only one more step left. by the time he opened his eyes once more, the two sides were almost about to clash. Steady. Ryu spoke his command. The corpse puppets shifted like a well-oiled machine, spears appearing in their hands as they sank into solid, wide-footed stances. He can control them all so fluidly. Tae felt shaky. All of her intelligence had taken a massive blow. There was nothing in this world Ryu was more familiar with than the basic stances. So what if he could only control the corpses with simple one-word commands? Even if others would only be able to bring out half of their original power, he could make them stronger than they were when they were alive. His eyes still closed, he felt the battlefield spread out in his mind. It was no longer the foggy images of before, they were crisp and clean. His spiritual sense could stretch out for 20 kilometers. Though this wasn't enough to cover a city as large as Looming City, it was more than enough to cover a battlefield that spanned only 50 or so meters. Pierce. Images of Ryu's perfect pierce flooded the minds of the corpse puppets. Since they had wills of their own, they could obviously be influenced by Ryu's own will. His comprehension was so deep that it came to him as easy as breathing. Tae trembled as the two sides clashed. They say that necromancers must be experts in all sorts of fighting methods so that they can tailor their commands with the optimal fighting style. There are some exceptionally skilled necromancers who seek out corpses who have already trained in their preferred style, creating an army tailored to their strength. He's 5 undead pierced outward with flawless precision. Ryu had arranged them into 3 groups of 10, lining them up in rows of 5. The first squad stood at the vanguard, while the remaining 2 were separated about 2 meters from their back line, flanking their right and left. This was a basic formation Ryu remembered seeing a tactics book in Shrine Library. He never cared for such things, but thanks to his origin flame, he remembered it with absolute clarity. 5 strikes were sent and 5 arcs of blood were drawn into the air. Though Ryu didn't kill them, 5 guards fell, unable to battle. Retreat. Sidestep. Steady. Sidestep. Lunge. Sweep. Sweep. Ryu had casually made their weapons of a fairly sturdy 100-year oak tree. The result were a set of weapons barely at the common grade. Yet, the results were actually so devastating. From start to finish, no one but the foremost front 5 attacked, yet the entire squadron of guards fell in agony, gripping their injuries, completely unable to battle. You actually attempted to murder Looming City guards? Captain Zhu erupted. Ryu didn't even bother to answer. Even those around looked toward the captain with disgust. If Ryu wanted them dead, how could they be alive? It was then that a sudden laughter could be heard from the distance, the power of which the current Ryu could not ignore. Chapter 226. Do you dare? Though Ryu's outward expression was calm, his eyes couldn't help but narrow by a margin. The carefree laughter was most definitely from someone deep within the connecting heaven realm. If things went poorly, Ryu could only run. The valiant figure streaked through the skies, landing right before the carnage caused by Ryu and clicking his tongue. Without hesitation, Ryu ordered his corpse puppets to retreat. The inconvenience of spatial rings was that an object couldn't enter its space without physical touch and could only take items out the very same way they were put in. This was why the inner space of Ryu's pupils added so much flexibility. Unfortunately, Ryu's cultivation was still too low to bring so many human-sized objects into his inner space at once. And, even if he could, he wouldn't dare to expose the fact he had heavenly pupils here. After all, he was no longer the scion of the Tatsuya clan. His actions obviously signaled that his corpse puppets stood no chance against this valiant man. Since this was the case, there was no point in sacrificing them. Still, Ryu was surprised that the mysterious man did nothing as his corpse puppets touched his hand one after another, forming an organized line. Smart. The man chuckled. Though inexperienced. Smart in that you know not to waste my time, but inexperienced in that if you were so confident in your skills, why bring out 30 when you only needed 5? If I was a worse man, I wouldn't mind ruining your day by destroying every single one of these corpse puppets. Odd, the man spoke to himself. To be so skilled yet also so foolish, it's almost like you've never witnessed your full strength before. But if that's the case, how could you be so strong? Ryu's eyes narrowed further. His analysis was spot on. Ryu didn't have an accurate gauge of how strong his necromancy skills were as he spent most of his time refining his control over one corpse puppet. To be on the safe side, he brought out all 30 in his arsenal, not knowing he would only need 5. Though he was confident in his abilities, he never overestimated himself. And to tame a bloodied steed with so little effort. Ha, those Bastille meatheads must be spitting up blood. Ryu's eyebrows couldn't help but arch in confusion. Spitting up blood, why, weren't they using this beast to pull a carriage? They clearly didn't care much about it. Seeing Ryu's reaction, even through his mask, the man shook his head. Definitely inexperienced. Do you think you're the only one who knows the value of this steed? The Bastille clan was slowly tempering down its arrogance by having it pull their young master's carriage. It's a slow method, but if given enough time, it's effective, making unbridled beasts much easier to control moving forward. What an odd young man, you clearly displayed top-tier beast master capabilities, yet you don't know anything about such a method. The sharp eyes of the valiant man were slowly making Ryu more and more uncomfortable. In his last life, it was rare for anyone to see through Ryu, despite his weakness. The reason was that he was always well informed in his endeavors. However, it seemed he was making more and more mistakes lately. Whoever this man was, he was very close to touching upon his secrets. Wearing golden robes, the man was like a bright sun attempting to weed out any shadows where Ryu's secrets might hide. Ryu hadn't said a word from start to finish, yet he had already seen through too much. Ah, this is no good. The man strode forward, instantly covering several dozen meters to pick up Theron's limp body. Who knows whether the young master lost consciousness due to Ryu's beating, or his own embarrassment. Dusting Theron off, the golden-robed man threw him over his shoulder, casually carrying him. He didn't seem to care about Ryu's opinion, in fact most thought that there was no need for him to. He was a connecting heaven realm expert, why did he need to ask a chi refinement pup his opinion? Unfortunately, that was when Ryu spoke his first words. Leave his spatial ring. The man paused as the atmosphere seemed to freeze over. Those watching were stunned. He actually dared to say something in this situation. What did you say? The man's soft, carefree eyes sharpened. I said, leave his spatial ring. The bloodied steed neighed, its hooves stamping into the ground. Normal beasts would be instantly suppressed by a stronger aura. Though beasts were innately born with stronger constitutions than humans, many of them were cowardly. This was a large part of why many of the strongest realms were ruled by humans, especially after the ancestral beast era came to an end. But the bloodied steed was different. To it didn't matter how strong the opponent was. Even if it had to die, it would die fighting valiantly. Having such a personality, it quite liked this new master of his. In this way, it was exactly like the ancestral beasts of the past. Ryu was instantly suppressed by the golden-robed man's aura, but his back sat as straight as ever. You didn't bother to ask what led to this altercation. Ryu said coldly. He crossed a line. Leaving him with his life is already my limit, and I happen to be in some need of funds. Being a necromancer is quite an expensive endeavor. Captain Zhu, who had been shivering with his head lowered since the golden-robed man appeared, raised his head once more, a faint light of hope in his eyes. If this brat spoke any more brazenly, the man would definitely kill him. Maybe then he'd be able to get off with a lighter punishment. Do you want to die? The man's aura rose. Don't joke with me, Ryu said plainly. Since you like deducing something from nothing so much, how about I try my hand at it? You're a connecting heaven realm expert directly interfering in the matters of the younger generation, yet you aren't enraged at the sight of this fool's unconscious body. In addition, this place is widely known as Zhu clan territory, yet your hair isn't white, nor are your eyes. Yet, despite the fact your surname is clearly not Zhu, no one has interfered with your presence here. Obviously, you are City Lord Looming. For a City Lord to personally handle such miscellaneous matters, it's either you have too much time on your hands, or you have need of me, so, do you dare to kill me before you get what you need? Chapter 227. Cell City Lord Loom's eyes narrowed. He found Ryu's actions more confusing than they'd ever been before. If he didn't know better, he'd think that this young man had a split personality, one of which was adult, while the other was sharp and intelligent. The inner ring had its own governmental system apart from the outer ring, but it wasn't drastically different. While in the outer ring, there were 9 major cities controlled by 3 fifth-order sects each. In the inner ring, there were dozens of major cities split amongst 5 half-step 6th-order clans. Though the inner ring technically covered a smaller area than the outer ring, it had much less wilderness around it, leading to this situation. In the end, though Looming City was Zhu clan territory, it was only so in name. The truth was the Looming City was a city built by the Loom clan, a powerful 5th-order clan in their own right. Unfortunately, they were forced to pay a certain tax toward the Zhu clan, which was why in technical terms, they were controlled by them. Still, That beauty named Tae was correct. Had Theron been a zoo, City Lord Loom would have had no choice but to punish Ryu to the full extent of his abilities. After all, he still had to answer to the zoo clan. But, since he was a Bastille, he had a certain amount of wiggle room. The issue was that with Ryu's blatant exposing of this, the wiggle room he had was halved instantly. Who knew what kind of treasures Theron had in his spatial ring? What if it was something the Bastille clan absolutely wouldn't part with? And, asking him to personally hand over the spatial ring was very different from him taking it himself. Despite knowing the position Ryu put the City Lord in, he sneered. "I'm not a fan of being blackmailed," City Lord Loom said coldly. "And I'm not a fan on those who believe themselves to be more powerful than me acting as they please. That fool had nothing to do with you, yet you insisted on crossing so far to pick him up. And for what? To display your dominance. You brought this on yourself." The atmosphere became more and more difficult to breathe in. This young man was really unwilling to take even a single step back. In fact, he was pressing forward. Had he lost his mind? If he was so certain that the City Lord needed him, then all he had to do was play it cool. Plus, Theron was unconscious. If Ryu just followed the City Lord, it wouldn't be impossible to ask for the spatial ring in secret. Why did he have to do it public like this? There was little those of the City Lord's stature wanted to protect more than their image. Such a thing was directly tied to the faith in their future path. Even if the City Lord wanted to make use of Ryu before, how could he still do so now? Some believed that maybe Ryu was acting this way because he had some sort of backing. In fact, his talent and young age, not to mention his display of wealth in taking out 30 corpse puppets, convinced some of this already. It was only Ailsa who facepalmed continuously. It was only she who knew that Ryu didn't have some grand plan nor backing. He really was just pissed off. No matter how often he reminded himself that he was no longer the scion of the Tatsuya clan, he found it difficult to remain quiet in the face of clear disrespect. To Ryu, the City Lord's actions in taking Theron without asking him first was nothing short of a slap to the face. Who was he to save his, Ryu Tatsuya's, enemy from his fate? How dare he? Those who watched on could tell that Ryu was truly enraged. Though it wasn't true, his momentum even gave the illusion of matching the City Lord's aura. Suddenly, the City Lord's aura completely dissipated as he shook his head. Inexperienced. Far too inexperienced. He casually swatted his palm downward. Before Ryu could react, a monumental pressure descended from the skies, crashing down into him and the bloodied steed he sat upon. Though the poor beast tried to maintain its upright posture, its strong legs inevitably buckled, sending Ryu sprawling to the ground. Ryu pushed off to land on his 2 feet, but his back was bent so far forward that his forehead practically touched the ground. Anyone watching could tell that he was straining himself to the limits in order to avoid kneeling at all costs. He coughed violently, blood flying from his lips. "Hey," Ryu chuckled, his eyes able to see nothing but the ground. A strong restrict chi bound him, pulling him forward against his will and away from the bloodied steed. Tae frowned at this scene. What was it that made the City Lord so confident that Ryu had nothing to rely on? Did she miss something? She knew that the City Lord wasn't a fool, and considering the current tense political climate, there was no way he would take the risk of offending a big character. There were only 2 possible explanations. Either the Loom clan had become desperate enough to take the risk, or she was too inexperienced and this Ryu had nothing to rely upon. Could it be possible for a genius so young to? Suddenly Tae's pupils constricted, realizing that she had forgotten an extremely important detail while she was analyzing Ryu's talent. He had no inherited name. What was it that they heard Theron yell? He had called this Ryu a nameless bastard. No. That was it. There was no chance that someone from a big clan would ever claim to be nameless. Ryu's knees bent, trembling under the pressure. Though his eyes reflected the fiery pits of hell, because his forehead was nearly touching the ground, not a soul could see them. Maybe if they had, no, maybe if City Lord Loom had, he would have realized that saving his face wasn't worth it. City Lord Loom looked down at Ryu's awkwardly bent body, his expression carefree once more. He shook his head. This child was so prideful, but did he think others didn't have the right to their own pride as well? Sometimes, one had to know when to lower their head. His hand waved again, sending Ryu's body to the excited Captain Zoo. But, hearing the City Lord's next words, that excitement was doused instantly. Throw him in a cell. But, his eyes sharpened. Be sure to follow proper protocol and don't dare bend the rules again, or I'll have your head. Chapter 228, Chains bonus chapter for another 50 golden ticket milestone. It feels like I should increase this. Chains rattled as Ryu was pulled along. He felt that all his strength had been locked. His chi couldn't move as it pleased, there was a barrier stopping him from communicating with his mental realm, and even his blood had slowed to a crawl, blocking him from accessing more than 9/10 of his bodily strength. Though Captain Zhu feared City Lord Loom far too much to ignore his words, the sneer on his face only grew fiercer as he dragged Ryu along at a pace he knew the seals on his body wouldn't allow. In the end, he was still a member of the Zhu clan. As long as he didn't go too far, the City Lord wouldn't dare to arbitrarily end his life. In the end, the City Lord knew this, which was why though he warned Captain Zhu to not go overboard, he didn't make any remarks about treating Ryu well. The City Lord felt that Ryu's arrogance needed to be tempered down, so other than protecting his life, he didn't bother with anything else. So, like this, Ryu had gone from sitting tall upon the back of a bloodied steed to being dragged through the streets of Looming City. Many couldn't help but shake their heads. In truth, their evaluation of City Lord Loom raised by several levels. Contrary to one might expect, his reputation rose instead of falling. There simply weren't many of his stature who would still preserve this young man's life after Ryu's words and actions. As for their thoughts of Ryu, how could there be anything other than disdain? Even those who normally didn't look down on individuals couldn't help but feel disgust toward him. In the martial world, everything was placed within a strict hierarchy. No matter how talented you were, there was no guarantee you'd reach the heights of the seniors above you. This is why youths must remain humble. Even with Ryu's level of talent, his great-grandfather hardly blinked. Had he known that Ryu was thinking of revenge against him, maybe his expressionless visage would have cracked to reveal an uncontrollable laughter. Even if Ryu's talent was directly doubled, there was still no guarantee he would reach even the world's sea realm, let alone becoming a sky god capable of matching him. This was how experts thought. Cultivation required too much luck, too much good fortune, and too much coincidence. The amount of each needed when you didn't have a backer was multiplied several times over. Who did this nameless child think he was, beating his chest before the City Lord as a mere chi refinement realm expert? In the carriage of beauties, Aurea giggled, causing Tae to frown. What exactly are you laughing at? You don't find this funny, little Tae. I find it hilarious. Swinging her ample bosom, Aurea emphasized the word, little. Plus, he disrespected your grandfather just now, you should be laughing more than me. Even Mao couldn't help but giggle a bit. That was right, the seemingly young City Lord was already a grandfather of such a mature young lady. This was the world of cultivation. What is there to laugh about? Tae said, unamused. At the end of the day, wasn't he correct? Grandfather Loom didn't dare to kill him. Mao and Aurea looked at each other, finding Tae's words reasonable. But in the end, they still laughed. So what if her words were reasonable? At best, he'd just end up being a puppet to fulfill the City Lord's wishes. And even after that, he might just die anyway. Maybe if he had been more reasonable, with the City Lord's gentle and easy-going personality, he would have been allowed to live. But why would the City Lord allow such a talent to go back into the wild? Even if there was no guarantee that Ryu would reach his level, there was no denying that it would be easier for him than most others. Since clearing this potential problem would be as easy as swatting a bug for him, why not do it? Aurea wiped the tears from her eyes. Since you want to know why I'm laughing so much, I don't mind telling you, don't you think he looks quite like a bloodied steed right now? Tae's frown only deepened, instantly understanding Aurea's words. How ironic, just a moment ago, Great Uncle Loom was explaining the Bastille clan's method of tempering down the arrogance of their beasts, and now he's using the same tactics on another beast. I find this to be funnier than anything else. Aurea's giggling rippled through her lithe body. Luckily there were no men in the carriage, or else they'd lose face before such a sight. Seeing that Tae was quickly losing patience with Aurea, Mao, who had been giggling as well, stepped forward to mediate the situation, unsure why Tae was willing to get so angry for a complete stranger. It wasn't like they could even see much of his face anyway, they could only faintly tell that he was kind of young, the rest was obscured by the mosque's chi field. Why do you two think that City Lord needs him for? Tae and Aurea paused their squabble, they too were curious. He might want this Ryu to represent him. After all, there are rumors that the Zhu clan has been preparing to move to the center region. By then, the balance of the inner ring will shift once more. If Grandfather Loom could break the final barrier to become an immortal ring expert, our clan would no longer lose out to those other 4 clans. If he can get that item, he might have the necessary confidence to do so. He wants to rely on an outsider for such a thing. Mao said with a frown. A complicated look flashed within Tay's eyes before disappearing as quickly as it appeared. Aurea sneered. The best mainline talent of our Loom clan is none other than Little Miss Tae. But the clan can't be inherited by a woman, nor can it be represented by one. My brother would be a good option, but it seems Great Uncle Loom would prefer an outsider rather than giving his own family too much power. Tay's eyes sharpened. That enough. Mao felt another headache coming on. She wondered why she even bothered. At least when she was pretending to be dumb, Aurea would point her viper tongue toward her. Where is your spatial ring? Captain Zhu raged, losing his control, palming Ryu in the chest and into the wall of the dark cell. He couldn't believe it. He had been with Ryu the whole time, so why weren't his treasures on him? And why couldn't he remove his mask? Blood flew Ryu's lips, but he remained silent, his gaze trained toward the damp molded stone ground. Chapter 229, Worthy. Knowing that he couldn't go any further without earning City Lord Loom's rage, Captain Grit hit teeth and spit onto the ground of the dirty dark cell. Hearing the scurrying rats, the rage in his heart was dampened a bit, his lips curling into a sneer. Enjoy your stay, these very well might be the last moments of your life. With a harumph, he slammed the cell doors shut. Even though the City Lord had already sealed much of Ryu's strength, the captain had still chosen to throw him into the cell with the sturdiest formations. Even a Divine Vessel Realm expert wouldn't be able to casually leave. Not without alerting the whole of Looming City, that is. Ryu emotionlessly gazed at the metal bars before him. It was quite easy for him to tell that they were made of black-grade material. It was hard to imagine why this city would have such top-grade prisons, but on second thought, it made sense. With how many experts frequented this place, if Looming City didn't have a way to threaten and lock them away, they would be too useless as a major city. That said, these matters were the furthest thing from Ryu's mind. What did he care what cell he was thrown into? The fact he was thrown into one at all was something he had never experienced before. In his first life, no one dared to look down on him. At first, it was because of the Tatsuya clan at his back, but not long later, that respect became rooted in his own ability. In his second life, he had faced hardship, but after his memories returned to him, he wiped them away without a second thought. He didn't even consider for a moment that those matters really happened to him. If it was up to Ryu, the youthful him of this life was another person entirely that he happened to take over the body of. One might think that this bone-deep pride was birthed with Ryu due to his upbringing. Maybe he thought too much of himself because of the family he came from. But Ryu might be the only person who knew that his arrogance had little to do with his Tatsuya clan. His clan just allowed him to be more of who he already was. Ailsa sat quietly on Ryu's shoulder. It wasn't that she was unwilling to speak, but just that she didn't believe anything she said would make an impact. In his first life, despite having the love of his life by his side for hundreds of years, he didn't dare to take her for himself. It wasn't until he believed he might never see her again that he finally granted her wish. It was a matter that was selfish beyond belief. Ryu knew that maybe a better man wouldn't have made that decision, and maybe, deep down, he didn't believe in his ability to come back as much as he said. The character he projects to the outside one is of cold confidence, but it hides something far weaker and far more fragile. Arrogance has always been his escape, not his dogma. Ailsa felt the memories of a young Ryu floating in her mind. That boy with a bright smile that lit up the Tatsuya clan. After he entered that library, he was never the same again. His brightness was replaced with a harsh winter, his smile by an expressionless gaze, his true self buried deep within a layer of animosity. And even through all this, he didn't believe he had the right to feel these emotions. He was born with 2 loving parents, 4 loving grandparents. He had the world's resources at his fingertips and a woman who loved him with all her heart by his side. He felt he didn't have the right to be bitter, to hate the world, so he buried it. Seeing so deeply into Ryu's mind for the first time, Ailsa felt her heart shudder. To think she said those things to him. How could a man with such thoughts not understand how lucky he was? How many things had she said about fate not being so easy to change? Who was it that understood more about such a thing? Was it her, the girl who ran away from home? Or was it him, the man willing to kill himself for a small sliver of a chance to change his family's destiny? Ailsa suddenly felt ashamed. Did she really have 9 cycle of 100 million years of experience over Ryu? Hadn't she spent all of that time in the crystal coffin, burying her consciousness into a deep slumber? What maturity did that gain her, exactly? She knew that she was only capable of seeing so deeply into Ryu's psyche because despite his calm exterior, his emotions were fluctuating wildly. A portion of him wanted to slaughter everything in sight, another wanted to humiliate City Lord Loom until he couldn't raise his head, another wanted to leave this prison and never come back. What did a minor humiliation at the hands of a mere City Lord mean to him? His family was still waiting, these so-called restrictions on his cultivation. A mere connecting heaven realm expert wanted to restrict 4 ancestral bloodlines. To seal chaotic silk meridians. To cut off a mental realm bathed in lightning. He overestimated himself. Ryu felt the rage flames he had tempered down earlier flaring up once more. Who was right and who was wrong? It was certain that this city lord still believed himself to be correct. But he set rules for his city that he allowed to be broken simply by virtue of one's status. Was such a person worthy of Ryu's respect? He seemed to be an amicable leader, but he treated those weaker than him with a subconscious disdain. Was such a person worth of his respect? He couldn't break into the immortal ring realm on his own, so he needed Ryu's help. Is such a person worthy of my respect? The formations of the cell formlessly shattered. But Ryu didn't move a single inch. He remained seated, his boiling blood slowing to a crawl. The intent was so powerful that Ailsa felt her mind tremble, her consciousness blackening for a moment before it regained its calm. But even after all that, the beating of her heart refused to. The natural order was split into 2 main categories, mortal endowments and natural enlightenments. Though these two were placed side by side, the reality was that someone who had comprehended a natural enlightenment, even to the lowest state of listening realm, touched upon a strength others couldn't imagine. So, why was it that Ailsa felt Ryu had grazed a barrier even most world sea monsters like his grandparents would never touch in their lifetimes? Unfortunately, the feeling disappeared. Ryu had already sent his mind into the crystal and jade. Chapter 230. Corporeal. The old man dressed in gray robes felt his eyes sharpen when Ryu appeared. After reaching the peak Shi refinement realm, Ryu was no longer stuck at the second trial of the spiritual severing realm. According to what the old man first told him, the 4th floor was separated by each of the cultivation realms, starting at the spiritual severing realm. Each had 9 trials where he faced a battle spirit, and a 10th where he battled himself. Technically, the 4th floor shouldn't be much help in comprehending Earth-grade techniques until one entered the Divine Vessel trials, but thanks to Ryu's origin flame and innate comprehension abilities, he estimated that reaching the 5th spiritual severing trial would be enough to finally gain a real grasp of the Earth-grade techniques he had chosen. Right now, Ryu was already on the 7th trial. He had already died here countless times, even with his peak Chi refinement realm cultivation. However, there was something boiling in him right now. Though Ryu was exceptionally hard on himself, the old man felt shocked whenever he returned. The trials were organized such that the 1st and 2nd corresponded to lower spiritual severing realm cultivation, the 3rd and 4th to middle, the 5th and 6th to higher, the 7th and 8th to peak, and the 9th to half-step divine vessel realm cultivation before one finally battled themselves at the 10th. Ryu was crossing a large barrier of cultivation and 3 small ones. It was so ridiculous the old man felt like fainting. The worst part of it all was the experts of the Zhu clan were completely unlike normal day-to-day experts. These battle spirits represented what the best of the best had to offer. It was no wonder why despite his half-step divine vessel realm cultivation, Theron was beaten like a dog by Ryu. The old gray-robed man sighed. What have you come to train in today? Without a single word, Ryu took out a single spear, his momentum growing. Just one spear. The old man blinked in confusion. He had never seen Ryu not dual-wield, so why was he suddenly using only one spear? In the end, he smiled. This is good. I've tried to tell you that dual-wielding such weapons was too ridiculous of an endeavor to undertake. He wanted to speak more, but his pupils suddenly constricted into pinholes. A shimmering birthed phenomena appeared to Ryu's back, a magnificent god-emperor, exuding the aura of the ruler of a nation. Our Zhu clan doesn't have such a deep spear legacy. Just who are you? He suddenly realized that Ryu had never once shown him his true strength. Ryu cared little for how many times he died, nor was he intent on showing off. His arrogance had nothing to do with caring for the opinions of others, and everything to do with his value for himself. If it wasn't because he felt his bottleneck loosen, This gray-robed old man would never find out his true strength. I apologize, but the 7th trial isn't enough to help me break through. I need the 10th. I will be back to repeat the 7th once my goal is accomplished, Ryu said without much emotion. White Serpent's Dance, Lurking Shadow. A strike with beauty beyond words pierced toward the old man. At its forefront, a gorgeous snake with light ruby eyes and beautiful white scales manifested, but its true danger was the intent hidden beneath it, a shadow of shrouded killing intent, potent, fierce, undefeatable. Strictly speaking, Ryu's ability wasn't to copy techniques. This was why instead of naming the ability he used to copy the Awoken Moon Sect's legacy technique copy, he named it Lines of Fate. When Ryu copied White Serpent's Dance, what he was actually doing was comprehending the karmic strings that formed this technique down to its absolute base. Essentially, in an instant, Ryu had perfectly comprehended this mystical grade technique to the circle of perfection. In fact, it was a small bit beyond that because he comprehended the essence of what its creator tried to portray. However, these matters weren't so simple. In order to copy something he saw, Ryu had to have enough lines of fate connecting him and the technique. The reason he could instantly comprehend White Serpent's Dance was precisely because the Awoken Moon Sect was his Tatsuya clan's subordinate sect. Their fate couldn't have been more tied to his own. If Ryu came across a random cultivator and attempted to use Lines of Fate to copy one of their techniques, he would at most comprehend a small percentage of it. Though, if he fought this person for a long time, this small percentage would slowly increase. If their battle became famous, their fate ties would grow stronger, and Ryu would thereby be able to comprehend even more. The only unfortunate part was that Ryu obviously couldn't display the true strength of a mystical grade technique that could only be used by Dao Pedestal and Cosmic Seed Realm experts. Therefore, of its strikes, he could only display the first, Lurking Shadow. But this alone was enough. It alone was comparable to a lower Earth grade technique. Using it at its full strength without the restrictions Ryu placed on it so that he could use it, it wouldn't lose to a Middle Heaven grade technique. In just a single strike, the old gray-robed man fell. Though he lasted longer in the 8th trial, he fell just the same. In the 9th, Ryu directly took out his halberd, letting his pent-up rage flames burn. Releasing his anger all at once, the old man didn't even survive the build-up of his attack, let alone its actual strike. Finally, Ryu stood face to face with himself. In truth, though this trial might be difficult for others, it was easy for Ryu. Reason being that this trial had no way of replicating his northern heavenly wind, his origin flame, or his heavenly pupils. Still, Ryu hadn't come here to just win, he cared little for such things. He came here to break his bottleneck. He had been stuck as a Tatsuya saintly weapon heir for too long, it was time he entered the imposed realm and became a lord. If he succeeded, he would make even divine vessel realm experts bow to him. Two pairs of cold silver eyes met. Neither spoke superfluous words. Taking out his spear, Ryu did away with thought of using his heavenly pupils. He would battle to his heart's content. To his back, the God Emperor slowly grew more corporeal. Chapter 231, Easier. The clash of the two Ryus immediately grew heated. When Ryu used a spear, his shadow used a spear. When he used a glaive, his shadow used a glaive. When he used a halberd, his shadow used a halberd. The changes to Ryu's battle style were swift and seamless. At times his attacks would be sharp and clever, at others they would be commanding and overbearing, and still yet they could be without obstruction and fierce. With each exchange, the bottleneck loosened further and further. Ryu remembered with absolute clarity that the moment his basic stances reached the lower small success stage, it was that very moment he became an heir. However, this small success moniker was by the standards of his father's image in his memories. By the standards of someone just beginning to cultivation, he was well beyond the circle of perfection. To now, Ryu's basic stances had remained at the lower small success stage, creeping forward ever so slowly. This could only be expected. His father was a Dao Pedestal realm cultivator, how could he replicate his image any better in such a short time? As far as Ryu knew, his father had already formed his dominion and was only a half step away from forming his divinity in the Tatsuya saintly weapons. Ryu couldn't even imagine wielding that kind of strength. The fact he had reached the small success stage already was shocking enough. Within the dark cell, a violent pressure began to flow outward from Ryu's body. But Ailsa worked quickly to shift the chi into the ethereal realm, making it impossible to sense even for immortal ring realm experts. She sucked in a cold breath. Just a step away from the imposed realm, there was only a single barrier between the world of an inheritor and the world of a lord, but it could only be described as the difference between heaven and earth. Within the category of mortal endowments, there were 7 realms, each more powerful than the last. But, unlike cultivation technique grades, improving one's cultivation didn't necessarily mean that one could take the next step forward. When one breaks from the pulse opening realm, you would naturally graduate to black grade techniques. When one breaks from the spiritual severing realm, you would naturally graduate to earth grade techniques. However, in the martial world, there were no shortage of connecting heaven realm experts who could only be inheritors, while geniuses like Ryu existed that could become a lord before even stepping into the fourth order. Ryu's body trembled, a flood of essence flowing into his body like a raging tide and washing over even as his deeply buried marrow. The wave didn't cease at one. Just an hour later, there was a second. In just 6 hours after that, there was a third. Like the push and pull of a perfectly balanced system of counters, Ryu's path stretched equally in 3 directions. In one, there was the scholarly god emperor, in the other, there was the imposing war god, and finally, like a beast roaring from the mountain tops, there was the mighty dragon god. A steamy breath left Ryu's lips. The scolding fog singed the metal bars before him, causing them to give off a red-orange glow. But Ryu didn't leave the crystal and jade. Completely immersed in his own world, he trained like a madman. It was only Ailsa, who was by his side every waking minute, who knew that the city lord wasn't worthy of causing such a change in Ryu. He trained like this every day. His dragon god inheritance is agitating his fire dragon bloodline. It's no wonder his rage flames awakened despite his fire dragon bloodline not having been provided enough vital chi. Essence was the highest form of energy in existence. Just like neutral chi, it was compatible with everything. The issue now was that essence, under the guidance of Ryu's comprehension of his halberd inheritance, was becoming the vital chi his fire dragon bloodline needed. This would be a great thing in any other situation, but Ryu was current in prison, having just angered a connecting heaven realm expert. But now, just his latent breath alone was a few ticks away from melting black-grade metals. If this continued, Ryu's situation wouldn't become better, it would become worse. If this city lord found out Ryu had such an overbearing bloodline, who knows what he'd do? Ailsa took a deep breath. This life partner of hers really makes others worry. She concentrated to her best ability, slowly siphoning away the monstrous heat into the ethereal realm. Slowly, but surely, the cell temperature returned to normal, but Ryu's body heat didn't lessen, instead, it grew. The essence continued to fuel his fire dragon bloodline, forcing its strength upward by massive increments of 10,000 jin. In the blink of an eye, it surpassed his lightning Qilin bloodline, soaring past 50,000 jin, past 100,000 jin, before violently slamming into a barrier it couldn't cross as 170,000 jin. Ailsa sighed. It's just as I thought. The limit of strength of his fire dragon bloodline should be 200,000 jin, but he lost some of its strength due to it sharing a body with 3 other bloodlines. In the end, though, it only lost 30,000 jin. In the end, the latent fire-type vital chi spilled over into Ryu's fire phoenix bloodline. The essence only finally slowed to a crawl after his fire phoenix bloodline reached 31,600 jin of strength. It seemed the 30,000 Ryu lost out on was replenished elsewhere. It had only been 3 days, but the gains were unimaginable. The crackling of Ryu's bones was so fierce that they would have resounded through the whole of Looming City had it not been for Ailsa. Ryu's presence alone had become so overbearing that the air almost seemed to solidify around him, not daring to move. His total strength had reached 256,600 jin, the equivalent of a cultivator with a single ancestral bloodline opening all of their body vessels before continuing to fill their blood with vital chi to about 25%. In simple terms, the strength of a half-step connection heaven realm expert was 1 million jin for someone with this caliber of bloodline, and though he wasn't quite there yet, Ryu's strength could already be considering to be of the middle divine vessel realm in bodily strength. Ailsa shuddered. So this is the strength of having 4 ancestral bloodline, even with them losing power while balancing and restricting each other, this is too much. Soon she calmed down. If it wasn't for Ryu reaching the imposing realm, this could have never happened. Unfortunately, Ailsa didn't get the chance to rest, because the unassuming black glove of order began to greedily evolve under Ryu's new comprehension. Still, as she was working to contain yet another phenomenon, Ailsa couldn't help but wonder, if Ryu comprehended an ice and lightning inheritance to the imposed realm as well, wouldn't he gain the strength of a connecting heaven realm expert in one swoop? In the end, she shook her head and focused. It took Ryu 4 years despite his talent and diligence to reach the imposed realm in his Tatsuya saintly weapons. But, even as she thought this, Ailsa suddenly remembered something else. The Tatsuya saintly weapons were birthed phenomena, but Ryu's ice and lightning inheritance were hidden within his veins. Wouldn't comprehending the latter be easier? Chapter 232. Urging months ticked by, but not only did Ryu not speak a single word, he didn't move a single inch. He sat without a care in the world, diligently cultivating day after day. Technically speaking, the Seal's City Lord loom placed on him would slow his cultivation down tremendously. At first, Ryu wanted to leave them so that this City Lord wouldn't be aware of his true abilities, but the massive awakening of his fire dragon bloodline shattered this thought. Because it was so overbearing, all foreign energies in his body were shattered. This also meant that the lingering injuries from Edwin had also finally been dealt with. Luckily, the City Lord only casually placed seals on him and wasn't a seal master. As a result, his restrictions weren't connected to him, so he was unaware that Ryu had already broken free of them. Ryu could have long since left the prison, but he chose to stay. First, he was curious about what this City Lord needed from him. Second, he had a feeling he would soon be able to extort this City Lord. And finally, the insult of several months ago wasn't one he was willing to swallow. Before he left, he would make sure this Loom clan felt his wrath. Though his body was in a cell, Ryu's mind was in a completely different world. The space was massive, as endless as the skies. Countless silver pillars stretched upward, their feet covered by beautiful white clouds. However, despite its beauty, this place was one Ryu had died countless times in. The third floor of the crystalline jade was the floor of natural order, and it truly did not disappoint Ryu. This place was the Wind Gate. After Ryu reached the imposed realm of his Tatsuya saintly weapons, he had been eager to do so with his northern heavenly wind. But, the last few months reminded him just why it took him so long to comprehend it to the inheritor realm in the first place. Because he had the bloodline of 3 flying beasts, though Ryu didn't have the strongest wind affinity, it shouldn't be terrible either. Yet, it felt like reaching the imposed realm was an impossible task. According to Ailsa, this was because he only had the embryo of the northern wind. If he wanted the barrier to weaken, he would likely have to find superior winds to feed it. If he could find another embryo of the 4 directional winds, he could decide whether to keep them both, or to directly allow his northern heavenly wind to swallow it and become whole. Unfortunately, even a Shrine Plane clan like the Wind Shrine clan treated this embryo like an impossible-to-find treasure, so Ryu would have to settle for the lesser option. Ryu remembered that his mother had fused her dual-wielding style with the Eastern Wind, Wind of Sharpness, embryo. Over time, she managed to make it whole by swallowing lesser winds, so it wasn't completely impossible. Ryu's body lightly leapt from silver pillar to silver pillar. Though the skies seemed calm, the truth was that vicious winds were flying about constantly. Yet, not only did his clothes hardly flap, his hair was deathly still. It was as though one's eyes were purposely lying to them. But, the next instant proved the truth. Beads of sweat fell from Ryu's brow. The moment his concentration collapsed, a wind force seemed to come from nowhere, shredding his body into droplets of blood. A moment later, he appeared outside the gates, slightly pale-faced. He glared at the gates before sighing. He was still too far away. The wind gate changed depending on the path you were following. The northern heavenly wind was known as the wind of natural order because only it grasped the true essence of wind. So, Ryu's trial was to be one with the wind. Winds upon the pillars increased slowly from hundreds of kilometers an hour, to hundreds of thousands and beyond. To now, Ryu could only reach the 2,000 or so kilometer speed. Normally, this wouldn't be enough to kill him as someone with a divine vessel realm body, but the trial purposely made him fragile. If others heard that Ryu was unsatisfied, they might very well go all out with him. Reason being, Ryu looked down on his palm, only to find an overbearing flame dancing about. It seemed to breathe along with him, as though it was another limb. After awakening his fire dragon bloodline to the limits of the pulse-tempering realm of body cultivation, Ryu almost had no choice but to comprehend these flames. In fact, he hadn't done so consciously, but unconsciously. This flame was his rage flame, the very flame that made fire dragons the overlords of eras past. In this world, there were 33 flames of each grade. Ryu's rage flame was one of the 33 ancestral grade flames, so it only made sense it was so overbearing. It fed off emotions, not just the emotions of its wielder, but also the emotions of its wielder's enemies. It was able to gather the wrathful energy of a battlefield and strengthen itself for a period of time. If that was all, maybe it would be fine. But, after awakening his rage flame, just 3 months later, Ryu entered the Imposed realm. This second rush of essence spilled over into his Fire Phoenix bloodline, causing it to reach the limits of the Pulse Tempering realm as well. And, Ryu's second palm opened, revealing a second flame. While the rage flame was a deep red to the point of almost being black, this flame was a gentle red gold. It was the ancestral grade rebirth flames. It was also known as the Nirvana flame by some. This flame allowed Ryu to be immune to ancestral grade flames of the same realm. As for lower grade flames, they were even more unable to harm him. For example, a sovereign grade flame, which was a step lower, would have to be of the monarch realm to harm him. As for common grade flames, they could forget it. Of course, this was only the simplest ability of the Nirvana flames. However, Ryu had comprehended his fire Tao deeply enough to awaken its other abilities. In all likelihood, he wouldn't until he formed his divinity like his father had. Still, these alone were just 2 of the changes he experienced in this near half-year. After reaching divine vessel equivalent strength with his body, his ice jade body began to exhibit some of its true abilities. In fact, it was this change that was the greatest reason why Ryu's injuries had healed so quickly. Before Ryu could think any further, he felt Ailsa urging him to wake. Someone was finally coming to see him after all these months. Chapter 233, Future Calamity Bonus Chapter for 500 Power Stones. Not long after Ryu awoke, he sensed the presence of 2 individuals. One was the very city lord loom that placed him in this cell, while the other was one of the beauties that sat within the white carriage from all those months ago. From the looks of it, they were kin. As for why city lord loom would bring her here, Ryu had no idea, nor did he care. Though he was awake, his eyes didn't open, nor did they so much as twitch. Ryu was thinking about other things. Namely, he was confused about his fire Tao. He had always thought he could only comprehend one path, which was why he didn't rush to comprehend a lightning legacy. However, somehow, he had both rage flames and rebirth flames. Was eliciting a unique flame different from comprehending an element? Elements were mortal endowments and shared this category along with birthed phenomena. But why did things feel so weird? He hadn't even consciously comprehended these flames. They simply appeared on their own after his bloodlines reached a certain vital chi saturation. Is this the true ability of my ice jade crystal body? To be able to perfectly balance numerous diverging paths at once. Ryu had felt his bone structure have a breakthrough after his body reached the divine vessel equivalent realm, but he couldn't seem to comprehend exactly what that change was. If his guess was right, maybe he didn't need to be so careful about choosing a path anymore. He knew his bone structure had 4 main abilities: accelerated healing, friend of nature, absolute balance, and ungodly cultivation speed. It seemed he had underestimated what it meant to have perfect balance. This was only just the beginning as well. Once he reached the divine vessel realm with his chi, that was when the true doors would open. Unfortunately, Ryu's talents also had their limitations. Currently, Ryu was firmly within the half-step spiritual severing realm. However, he still felt he needed more accumulation to enter the realm completely, and the reason was hidden within the severing moniker of this realm. In order to become such an expert, one needed to form a chi blade. This chi blade would be used to sever the connection between your spiritual foundation and your meridians. Once this connection was reformed, it would become sturdier, making each successive severing more difficult. One might wonder what the issue was. Ryu's chi density was already comparable to half-step divine vessel realm experts, so why couldn't he form his chi blade already? In fact, he should be able to sweep the spiritual severing realm in a single sitting. No, the problem was that Ryu's meridians were made of chaotic silk, the 3rd hardest material in existence. Even if the connection between his spiritual foundation and them was where they were the absolute thinnest, how could they be casually cut? This was the first roadblock Ryu had faced, and it was ironically because of his own overwhelming talent. If he couldn't find a way to solve this problem, he would be stuck in the chi refinement realm forever. It was no wonder he couldn't be bothered to care about this city lord loom anymore. He had more pressing problems. The longer Ryu remained silent, the darker city lord loom's expression grew. He had thought that after just a few weeks, the sounds of Ryu's clamoring would fill the halls of the jail. Yet, Not only had he not spoken in those few weeks, it had already been over 6 months without him breathing a single word. In the end, he could wait no longer. The matter he needed Ryu for was fast approaching, and he could only swallow his pride to make a trip here personally, thinking that at the very least, Ryu would be eager to see him. But, who knew that this young man wouldn't even bother with his presence? If Ryu was a connecting heaven realm expert like him, this might make sense. After all, they were individuals who stayed in seclusion for years on end sometimes. But, a chi refinement expert wouldn't have experienced such long periods of solitude yet. How could he be completely unfazed? Suddenly, the city lord's pupils constricted. He could no longer feel Ryu's cultivation. In fact, he wasn't even certain if his restrictions were still in place. Wait a minute, restrictions? The city lord's steps trembled. His eyes shone as he flooded them with chi, but this action only proved his guess. The formations of the cell, they were shattered. How could this city lord feel Ryu's cultivation if he didn't want him to? Because he didn't want to draw too much trouble, Ryu had Ailsa allow his cultivation to be shown as he was stepping into Looming City. But, if Ailsa and him didn't want it, even if this city lord was an immortal ring realm expert, he would only be able to sense that Ryu was immortal. Tei's delicate brows furrowed. In the beginning, she was on Ryu's side, believing the words of her cousin and the actions of her father to be overboard. But seeing that Ryu was still acting like this now, she couldn't take it. There was no question she was biased toward her grandfather. After all, she knew the plight he faced. She couldn't help but feel this way. Sir Ryu, don't you think that's enough? Even if you believe my grandfather is in the wrong, don't you believe that he was still merciful in allowing you to live? The Loom clan has need of your services and will pay you triple what we initially intended in order to service your grievances. Please cease these petty actions. The cultivation world is a cruel place that works based on benefits. You as a chi refinement expert were allowed to live when any other city lord in my grandfather's position, even if they were in need of you, would have killed you immediately to save face. You at least understand this much, right? Tei's frown deepened under Ryu's continued silence. Suddenly, Ryu stood. His abrupt movement caused the fragile garments that covered his torso to crumble to ash, revealing a perfectly sculpted upper body. It was a wonder they had even survived so long under the vicious heat of his rage flames. Ryu walked to the bars of the cell. In an instant, just the slight vibration of his footsteps caused them to collapse. Just like that, metal bars of the black grade disintegrated before their very eyes. Kill me, with just half-step immortal ring cultivation. If Ryu wanted to, he could have escaped long ago. I'm sure City Lord Loom has a lot of credit in the looming auction house, right? He didn't bother to look back as he crossed the face of the grandfather-granddaughter pair, disappearing down the corridor. City Lord Loom's features only grew darker. Follow him. Once he's satisfied, I'll make use of him and do away with this matter. The rage on his features only thickened when he noticed his granddaughter's absent-minded appearance and the deep blush on her face. Almost all cultivators are exceptionally fit, but how could a man be sculpted so perfectly? I wonder, what does his face look like beneath that mask? Regaining her senses, Tae didn't dare to meet her grandfather's eyes any longer. The rage she felt toward Ryu increased even further as she rushed after him. City Lord Loom looked back toward the ash-covered cell. Compared to when Ryu entered, it was absolutely spotless, as though all of its impurities had been burnt away. He couldn't help but feel a shiver. He will never forgive me. He closed his eyes tightly, his fists trembling as though he was making the hardest decision of his life. After this is done, I must kill him. Thinking back to that day he forced Ryu's head to bow, a thick regret turned his intestines green. If he hadn't gone so far, if he had just used a softer method, he wouldn't need to forsake his own morals like this. This matter would without a doubt become an inescapable heart demon. But it was too late. Once he finished making use of this Ryu, he had to destroy this possible future calamity of his Loom clan. Chapter 234. Steed. The image of a shirtless man who smelled partially of smoke and ash being hurriedly followed by a delicate flower every citizen of Looming City recognized was a matter that spread like wildfire. Though Ryu wasn't exactly trying to leave Tae behind, his body had been practically frozen in the same position for too long. Every step he took, he felt his muscle fibers stretching and his bones crackling. The feeling was comfortable beyond belief, so he basked in it. Unfortunately for the little princess of Looming City, his long strides, coupled with his divine vessel realm body, caused her to have to sprint to keep up with him. This matter astonished Tae. Why did a necromancer have such a strong body? Beyond that, she was a half-step divine vessel realm expert. If she wasn't so talented, it wouldn't be such a disappointment to her clan that she was a woman. Even further, she was an expert in lightness-type techniques, so what she was the most confident in was her movement speed. So how could she not keep up? I need clothing appropriate for a cultivator, preferably ones with exceptionally high fire resistance. Ryu said casually without looking back. Should I continue to go to the auction house, or do you have a better place in mind? Tae grit her teeth. He knew she was following her, yet he actually continued to speed ahead like this. Can you slow down, please? Ryu suddenly halted, looking back with a weird but cold gaze. Tae somehow felt uncomfortable. Ryu's gaze obviously wasn't lustful. In fact, he looked at her no differently than he would a wooden pole. She had never seen a man look at her so unfeelingly in her entire lifetime. Ryu, however, wasn't having such petty thoughts. His confusion was wiped away after a moment. It wasn't because of his body's strength that Tae couldn't keep up with him, it was because he was subconsciously melding his very being into the wind. It seemed the wind gate hadn't been completely useless. Taking a deep breath, Tae calmed herself. The looming auction house is a place you go only if you're seeking to sell treasures or buy them. If you want more mundane, everyday use items, there are better options. Mundane. Ryu raised an eyebrow. He didn't want something mundane. Would mundane items be able to protect his life at a crucial time? More importantly, would mundane items help him properly extort this city lord and his granddaughter? Don't misunderstand my words. Looming City is the entertainment capital of the Inner Ring. Obviously, its auction house follows suit. The looming auction house doesn't buy or sell anything below the higher earth grade in value. Even if you went, there would be less than a dozen items to choose from, and because we emphasize fanfare, you'd have to pay an exorbitant amount over market price to compensate that potential loss. Ryu nodded in understanding. It seemed his misconception was common, which was why the city guard manning the gates didn't bother to correct him when he stated his purpose. Or, the more likely reason was that the spectating of looming city auctions attracted all sorts of people. Unfortunately, Ryu missed the most recent auction since he was locked away for half a year. Ryu felt his stomach growl, but he forcefully suppressed it, his visage darkening. As one progressed along the Chi realm, the less food one would need. However, the exact opposite was true for the body realm. Ryu's 4 ancestral bloodlines, especially the Lightning Qilin and Fire Dragon bloodlines, required mountains of food to sustain. This matter only became more exaggerated after he awakened them. The only reason he wasn't a pile of bones now after 6 months was because of the incubator. He was able to grow the spiritual herbs he purchased from the Valor auction house and use it to sustain himself just barely. Unfortunately, his bloodlines had crossed into the realm of divine vessel experts, which meant the black-grade herbs he had could only barely work thanks to the abilities of the incubator. Tae had expected Ryu to be embarrassed about the sudden sound of his stomach, but instead, she felt a chilly, cold intent. She could tell immediately that Ryu wasn't trying to hide his embarrassment with anger, but rather that he was truly enraged. She could almost hear his thoughts, how could such a trash loom clan force me to this state? A moment later, the dark intent was gone, causing Tae great confusion. The impression she got from Ryu was that he wasn't someone capable of controlling his emotions. She almost expected him to lash out, which was why she immediately put up her guard. But who knew he would retract his rage so quickly? Just who is he, really, to look down on my Fifth Order clan so much? It was only after realizing that Ryu was no longer looking at her and following his gaze that Tae understood why Ryu had forgotten about his anger. It wasn't that he had learned to control himself, but rather that he saw something that interested him more than teaching her a lesson. A very familiar crimson horse suddenly appeared along the busy street, causing many to split, giving it a wide berth. However, the once majestic bloodied steed had seen far better days. Its prided mane had been shaved clean, its bloody aura was several times weaker, and deep scars dug into its once lustrous coat. It was then Tae understood she had made yet another mistake. Ryu's rage hadn't disappeared, it had only been redirected toward a new place. This bloodied steed, it hasn't moved from the entrance of Looming City for months. The Bastille clan tried everything, even humiliating it beyond the bounds of reason, yet it still didn't move an inch. How could it be here now? Could it be that he really tamed it so easily? A heated breath left the steed's lips as it slowed its mad gallop to a trot, reaching Tae and Ryu's side in just another second. Its head stood tall proudly before bowing down and licking Ryu's exposed hand. "It seems we've gone through similar things," Ryu said softly, gently stroking the bloodied steed's jaw. The Bastille clan couldn't bear to kill this bloodied steed off, thinking it was too valuable. Plus, since no one dared to offend them as a half-step sixth-order clan, they didn't worry about someone stealing their beast. Every day, they would appear to use their humiliation tactics to temper down this steed's arrogance, and every day they would leave it to lick its wounds. Unfortunately, it seemed they would be the second clan to make an irredeemable mistake. Chapter 235, Armament Trials. Watching Ryu's gentle caress of the bloodied steed, Tae felt frozen in place. She found it too difficult to resolve the Ryu who was a breath away from striking her down for a mere grumbling stomach with the Ryu who was delicate and caring. Ryu would never describe himself as a caring person, nor did he have some innate sense of justice. If he did, he probably wouldn't have let Ameris's ex-lover die. After all, he was an innocent man seeking revenge for a past betrayal, yet Ryu felt nothing watching him be backstabbed by the ruin master. However, when it came to those he had a relationship with, any slight against them was a slight against himself. He had already bound the bloodied steed as his second beast partner. Though their bond had yet to deepen, Ryu's heart trembled when he realized the crimson horse held on so long in respect of their relationship. Ryu saw this valiant horse as one of his own. Seeing it in this state made his eyes flicker with rage. "I'll name you, Nemesis." The bloodied steed's hoof rose and slammed into the cobbled stone below. Cracks have spread furiously from the center of his strike and hot steam blew from its nose. "Ailsa, help me." Ailsa didn't respond with words, but immediately helped cross the steed into the ethereal realm, making it simple for Ryu to pass its large body into the incubator. As for the scene of a massive fourth-order beast disappearing, he didn't bother with it. After all, it wasn't a weird sight for a beast tamer to have a beast pocket. In the outer ring, it might be a shock, but it was commonplace here. "Take good care of him." Tae blinked in shock. "You managed to keep your spatial ring. Though my grandfather warned Captain Zhu from breaking the rules, it is part of protocol to confiscate the items of all prisoners." Ryu didn't care to respond to her question. "You were saying." Tae frowned, looking toward the place the bloodied steed came from. "The Bastille clan won't take kindly to your actions. Too many people witnessed what just happened." "I don't care." Tae grit her teeth, feeling irritated beyond belief. "You can't even stop my clan from locking you away for half a year. The Bastille clan is 10, no, 20 times more powerful than we are. How can you?" In the end, Tae had no choice but to stop her words. Ryu's cold, piercing gaze made her shiver. She felt like if she said one more word, she would lose her life here. "You were saying," Ryu repeated. After a pause, Tae took a deep breath, trying to recollect herself. "If you want to buy mundane items, it's best we go to the Armament Guild. It's not far from here, follow me." Tae solemnly turned her gaze from Ryu, focusing on the task of guiding him. The Armament Guild was a merchant association and had many hubs of trade across the Immortal Plains. In all likelihood, they were simply too uninterested in the business of the Outer Ring to appear there, but Looming City was just barely qualified. In fact, Looming City's Armament Guild was the only one of the Inner Ring. Only it took on enough human traffic to entice the merchant heads. It wasn't long before Tae and Ryu had made their way to a large bustling center, only to be stopped. The minimum cultivation required for entry is the half-step divine vessel realm. "Please turn back, Chi Refiner." A guard clad in silver armor stopped Ryu expressionlessly. There wasn't any disdain in his eyes, it looked like he was simply doing his job. Ryu looked back at the guard without much emotion. In a moment, his blood surged under a slight flex of his body. A coursing vital chi wrapped around him, causing a hidden pressure to tear through the surroundings. At that moment, the expressionless guard's eyes flashed with an indiscernible light. "My apologies, please enter, young sir." Ryu didn't say much, directly entering. As he expected, it was much more difficult to discern body realm cultivation than chi realm cultivation. Though Ryu's chi density was comparable to the half-step divine vessel realm requirement, the guard still stopped him. However, despite Ryu's body cultivation still being in the pulse tempering realm, the guard couldn't parse it. According to the standards of this Armament Guild, Ryu shouldn't be able to enter unless he reached the vessel tempering realm. This made sense considering the guard's previous logic. But, the guard obviously wasn't as good at separating body realms. To this, Tae didn't have much of reaction. Though Ryu used his body to enter, Tae thought he used his mental realm. After all, someone capable of controlling so many fourth-order corpse puppets was definitely of the spiritual endowment realm, which meant Ryu had already opened his spiritual vessel, which would also give him the right to enter. As for why Ryu decided to secretly expose his bodily strength, maybe only he and Ailsa, who could read his thoughts, knew. The moment Ryu and Tae crossed the barrier, the once quiet atmosphere immediately became bustling and rowdy. Cultivators shouting across several dozen meters, heated bargaining in every corner, and endless rows of sharp-eyed merchants were abound. Yet, it had an odd structure to it all. However, Ryu hardly cared about this. Instead, he was thinking about something completely different. To think that such a small place has an armament guild branch, he grit his teeth. He still had an account tied to his identity as the scion of the Tatsuya clan. As an origin-grade ruin master, though he funneled most his funds back into the Tatsuya clan, he was wealthier than most people could imagine. Yet, despite having these funds right before him, he didn't dare to touch them. Even though the Armament Guild swore perfect anonymity, he didn't dare trust it. To have such a fortune before himself, yet not dare to touch it, nothing could be more depressing. Ryu felt like ripping something apart. If he could find a way to use these funds, his journey would become as easy as flowing water until at least the Path Extinction Realm. Ailsa blinked. Oh, Armament Guild, my cultist clan has a few accounts. Ryu's footsteps froze. His gaze shifted, only to land on Ailsa's giggling figure. He knew well she could hear his thoughts, yet this little vixen dared to tease him like this. Just be patient, little Ryu. It's no good if I activate my funds on this plane. After all, they're looking for you, my life partner, right now. However, when we go to higher planes, or a world where there's more fairy activity, I don't mind my little Ryu leaning on a big sister a bit. Hearing these words, Ryu calmed down and nodded. Thank you. Ailsa smiled, her small lips pecking Ryu's cheek. You don't need to thank me, what's mine is yours. Ryu's brow raised slightly. Ailsa seemed warmer than before, but he wasn't sure what happened. Before, though she was caring toward him, it felt like she was doing so more out of responsibility. It was like, to her, the heavens chose him as her life partner, so she would make the most of it. But now, it felt more genuine. After a few more moments of thought, he still couldn't figure out why, so he let it go. Still, he inwardly sighed. If Ailsa's feelings were becoming realer, their relationship would be harder for him to handle. Suddenly, an all-encompassing voice stopped his thoughts. The time is finally here, ladies and gentlemen. As you all know, the Armament Guild is famous across not just this martial god realm, but several hundred realms across the cosmos. Ryu inwardly snorted. Martial god realm. In his heart, this would forever be the Shrine Realm. It had always been named this in respect to Shrine Mountain, the ancient sturdy figure that stretched through their 6 planes and protected them for countless generations. Yet they actually dared blaspheme their protector spirit by expunging its name. The importance of names couldn't be understated, they were too tied to fate and faith. This wasn't a small slight. Though we built a branch in this looming city, it hasn't been completed until now. Young geniuses across the cosmos come to take part in our armament trial. There are 9 legendary weapons: the sword, the staff, the short blade, the battle axe, the saber, the bow, the spear, the glaive, and the halberd. The ancestor of our Armament Guild believed that these 9 treasured weapons and their birthed phenomena are the reason behind the rise of our human races against the ancestral beasts. They represent the innovation of genius of the human races. As such, on his deathbed, my ancestor swore to support geniuses of these paths. Come take our armament trial. Grasp your destiny. Perform well and you'll be rewarded beyond your imagining. Chapter 236. So sharp and so ignorant. Bonus chapter for 150 golden tickets. Hearing these words, Ryu, who had been feeling anger toward the disrespect shown toward Shrine Mountain, was suddenly hit with a wave of nostalgia. The armament trial was quite famous, even Ryu himself had taken it. That said, he was only 5 years old at the time and obviously couldn't place very well. Though, for his age group, he probably did well. Back then, his father hadn't allowed him to see his results, and by the time Ryu was old enough to make decisions for himself, the martial path had left him with a false spiritual foundation, so he no longer had the heart to care about how well or poorly he had done. The trial itself was very simple. There were 9 stone monuments, each of which had a single stroke of a weapon etched into its center. Each of the 9 stone monuments represented one of the 9 core weapons. A trial taker would step to the edge of their stone monument's sphere of influence, which was about a 100-meter radius if Ryu recalled correctly. Then, while constrained to the basic stances of your weapon of choice, one would face the latent intent, sending out a strike of your own. In response, under the odd laws of the stone monument, a ray of light would be drawn from your weapon toward where the core of the monument's weapon intent lay. The closer the ray of light was to the stone monument, the better you performed. Those whose ray of light could touch upon the stone monument were rewarded greatly. Of course, there were different grades for these stone monuments depending on the expert who etched the weapon intent. It was said that the highest grade, located upon the Armament Guild's holy land, was etched personally by peak sky gods. Ryu wasn't sure if this was true, but if it was, these sky gods were likely invited over. No one clan, sector guild could possibly birth 9 peak sky gods, let alone 9 of such vastly differing paths. But, to be able to invite such experts over in the first place showed very clearly how powerful this armament guild was. However, whatever excitement and nostalgia Ryu might have felt was quickly doused in cold waters when his gaze landed upon the 9 massive stone monuments. What a disappointment, he muttered to himself coldly, not bothering to look on anymore. The young geniuses of the inner ring were so excited that the stone monuments had appeared, not knowing that the Armament Guild was laughing at them with disdain. These stone monuments, they were even weaker than the version he tested himself with when he was just 5 years old. Even back then Ryu's ray of light managed to stretch forward by half a meter. Wouldn't he be making a joke of himself taking such a useless armament trial with his current strength? Ryu's gaze shifted without hesitation, not caring any longer. Tae gave him a weird gaze. When she looked toward the stone monuments, she felt as though her very soul was collapsing. 9 impose realm weapon strokes. How could he not care at all? A part of her wanted to scold Ryu inwardly for trying to act cool, but another part of her remembered back to the precision of his corpse puppets. Could it be he's not faking that he doesn't care? By the time she collected herself, Ryu had gone into the distance. It's more convenient this way. With everyone so focused on that sham trial, the lines have dispersed and the merchants are more free. Little Ryu, there's a nosy someone with eyes a bit too interested in you, Ailsa said softly, a bit irritated as though no one had the right to look at Ryu but her. Ryu shrugged, his sharp eyes taking in what might and might not be valuable. Any immortal ring realm expert would be capable of hearing what I said casually. Since they only placed such pitiful stone monuments down to appease these inner ring geniuses, they won't care that I look on their trials the way I do. What the Armament Guild was doing was simply saving the face of their business partners. If they put up monuments to their true standards, the inner ring youth would never be able to rise up again. But, if they didn't put up a monument at all, then they might sour their relationship. In the end, it was the inner ring itself that asked to be slapped in the face like this. Yet, look at them running around with smiles on their faces. Ailsa silently nodded in agreement. After all, the expert's gaze wasn't one of hostility, but rather one of interest. Thinking back to Ryu revealing his bodily strength, Ailsa smiled. Her little Ryu was a bit too scheming. If this looming clan didn't know how to let things go, they'll lose more than their foot smashing into an iron plate. Ailsa shook her head. What am I thinking? Even if they know when to take a step back, knowing my little Ryu, he won't let things end so simply. This soft armor, how much? Ryu finally found something to his liking. It was a flexible armor similar to his former ice silk armor, but this one had no affinity. It was woven with the beard hair filaments of a 6th-order diamond-back ape. They were known for tempering their almost tortoise-like shell in molten lava conditions, and through a continuous cycle of their hair being burned off or regrown, it not only became sturdy beyond compare, it was also highly fire-resistant. Your eyes are a bit too lofty, boy. The merchant laughed, sitting lazily in his seat in robes a bit too loose for his slight frame. How much? Ryu asked again plainly. 10,000 higher mortal chi stones. As a treasure formed by a 6th-order beast's body, this soft armor was indeed worthy of such a price. One would only sense immortal chi upon entering the immortal ring realm, but that was the 7th order. So, treasures of this caliber were still dealt with in mortal chi stones. Don't try to bargain with me, this is a fair price. The merchant continued. Bargain. Ryu shook his head. He wasn't paying anyway, why would he bother to bargain? Miss, I believe it's your Loom clan's turn. Tae was stunned. This Ryu could actually be so shameless. Don't bother arguing with me, Ryu said coldly. Your inner ring lacks a source of immortal chi stones, but are overflowing with mortal chi stones. As a fifth-order clan, your grandfather can bring out 100 times this easily, especially since he runs the entertainment capital of your lands. Tae clenched her fists. Why was he so ignorant in some areas, but so sharp in others? She could only watch as her family's wealth vanished before her eyes. Chapter 237. 6 months ago. The merchant sighed. It's a shame that such a good piece is being wasted like this. Ryu smiled coldly but said nothing. Now that he was slowly coming into contact with more and more powerful beasts, his shrine plane knowledge was starting to become useful again. He was too used to strong beasts with great bloodlines, so he knew too little about their weaker counterparts. But when it came to beasts with great potential like the diamond-back ape, even if he didn't know as much as a beast master would, he still had quite a few tidbits of useful information. The reason the merchant was lamenting this sale was because the true strength of this soft armor wouldn't appear unless its owner could catalyze the hair filaments it was woven from to react. Essentially, one needed to bathe the soft armor in oppressively hot flames in battle. If one could do this, the soft armor would harden into a complex crystalline structure, boosting its defensive abilities by over 10 times. The diamond-back ape was named as such not because it had a rock attached to its back. Its so-called tortoise-like shell was actually a dense patch of hair that protected its vulnerable spine. When it was agitated with enough heat, it would become the 103rd hardest material in existence, flame crystal. Of course, Ryu had no intention of explaining to the merchant that he was more than qualified to reach this standard. Sell me those robes as well, Ryu said casually. All 3 of them. Ryu pointed out a rack of black robes with silver embroidery hidden in its inner working. Looking down at his haggard and shirtless self, it really was too unsightly for a scion of the Tatsuya clan. He needed to change. These robes didn't have defensive properties as good as the diamond-back soft armor, but the silver embroidery was a specialty of the spiritual seamstress profession. A good spiritual seamstress would be able to make clothes an extension of one's meridians, using special techniques to etch paths of chi into clothing. These clothes could not only change their size to fit their owner, but they could provide a small boost to fighting ability. Though, that boost was often negligible. This set of 3 robes provided a negligible boost, but Ryu was more interested in their resilience. After binding to clothes creating by a good spiritual seamstress, the clothing would gain the attributes of its owner, thus making it resistant to techniques or elements its owner might use. It was a good option for Ryu, who was tired of his clothes bursting apart on him. These are 6th-order spiritual robes. Even if they aren't as valuable as they soft armor, they're still expensive. 1,000 higher mortal chi stones each. This so-called 6th order meant that these clothes should be able to survive a battle between connecting heaven realm experts, assuming its owner also had this level of strength. Ryu didn't bargain and left the exchange to Tae without a care in the world. Since when were bumpkins allowed into the Armament Guild Bazaar? Guards, escort him out, his appearance is unsightly. A familiar voice rang in Ryu's ears, but it was far gloomier than the last time he heard it. He didn't bother to turn around. With the stone monuments having been up for a while now, there were without a doubt quite a few disappointed trial takers. For these trash to find someone to vent their anger on was normal. But, even Ryu couldn't help but find that it was amusing that this person calling him a bumpkin had been beaten into the ground by him just half a year prior. Wasn't he embarrassing himself more this way? To make matters worse, he was trying to command Armament Guild guards. Did he accidentally hit this Bastille clan young master too hard on the head back then? A well-dressed man by Theron's side laughed. Theron, do you really need to take out your anger on an innocent passerby just because your performance was so trash? It's no wonder you lost your first heir position to your younger brother. Even the Bastille clan, known for their fiery temperaments, decided they'd be run into the ground if they were led by you. You must have been hit a bit too hard all those months ago. Another young man laughed. Trying to command Armament Guild guards? Distrusting the vetting process of the Armament Guild? He could be covered in shit and it still wouldn't be your turn to tell the Armament Guild who they can and can't allow in. Use your head for once and maybe you wouldn't lose so badly all the time. In truth, to onlookers who gazed over curiously, Ryu really did seem unsightly. And, because he had taken a backseat to the transaction between Tae and the merchant, it seemed he was watching on while someone else bought something he could never afford. No one's first thought would ever be that the beautiful back view of Tae was actually in the process of running an errand for this haggard young man. Theron clenched his fists. The two who had just spoken were the first heirs to the Xie and Vin clan, two clans that shared equal status with his Bastille clan and the Zhu clan. Of course, there was also the silent first heir of the Fraught clan lagging behind them. Their statuses had once been equal, but after Theron lost so much face for the Bastille clan and had the bloodied steed they had so much hope in become subservient to another, his status plummeted. In the end, his younger brother who had become an herbologist at a young age took his place. It was rare for the Bastille clan to birth someone so intelligent and charismatic, so the elders decided that maybe the younger Bastille might have a better chance of leading them past the plateau their clan had been stuck on for the past several millennia. As these young men were taunting and jeering back and forth, a shocking scene occurred. The beautiful back view of Tae turned around, revealing a visage they all recognized. Theron's gaze lit up. Fairy Tae. Unfortunately, his words were caught in his throat as his face darkened as he watched the fairy in his heart take a stack of 4 neatly folded armors and spiritual clothing, only to hand them to the very same country bumpkin he had tried to have kicked out only to be ignored. To make matters worse, he suddenly felt that the so-called bumpkin was too familiar. For some reason, despite only being 10 or so meters away, he couldn't make out Ryu's exact figure. And, even though he could plainly feel that Ryu's hair was fluttering, he couldn't make out its color either. It was as though everything about him was covered in a veil his senses couldn't pierce through. He suddenly remembered that the last time he had this feeling was 6 months ago. It was then that Ryu finally turned around. Chapter 238. Stay. Not just Theron, but even the heirs around him were stunned. Obviously, this wasn't because they recognized Ryu, but rather because they were all intelligent people who instantly understood some things based on the half-mask before them. Not long later, they all, aside from Theron and the silent Fraught clan heir, began laughing uproariously, unable to keep it in. Hey Theron, this country bumpkin, that's what you called him, right? He can't be that necromancer that beat you into the ground with his fists, right? The Xie family heir wiped tears from his eyes, hardly able to contain himself. Haha, I can't take it. If he's a country bumpkin, what are you exactly? The Vin family heir could only pile on, clutching his stomach. Theron's fists clenched as pulsing veins crawled across his forehead. No matter how he tried to explain, it was useless. Losing to a necromancer might not have been that big of a deal. However, losing to not Ryu's corpse puppet, but his fist, was an absolute loss of face. Everyone knew the weakness of a necromancer, it was an open secret. Yet he was directly beaten down by what should have been Ryu's weakest aspect. In reality, this wasn't entirely untrue. Because he had entered the second mental realm, the spiritual endowment realm, and had expanded his mental realm to 20 kilometers, even after his vast bodily improvements, Ryu's mental realm was arguably his strongest strength. At 20 kilometers, that was already more than enough for most normal mental realm masters to begin to prep for entry into the soul birth realm. Though it was well short of what geniuses would push their limits to before then, Ryu could be said to be above the average. To make matters worse, Theron didn't just lose, he was left without the ability to fight back. What made this so terrible was that his Bastille clan's special earth affinity should have given him an incredibly sturdy body, yet he could do nothing to Ryu. Even now, Theron couldn't wrap his head around how he had lost so badly. Back then, he had felt that something locked onto his soul, a presence so fierce that he didn't dare to fight back. He was unable to shake it off even after he fell unconscious. By the time City Lord Loom appeared, he had already regained consciousness, but after losing all face, he didn't dare to stand again. He only felt that his hatred was partially vented after the City Lord proceeded to humiliate Ryu in turn. But why was it then that the City Lord's granddaughter was here with the man who humiliated him? Wasn't he afraid to offend his Bastille clan? A moment later, his intent deflated once more. He understood why this City Lord dared to release Ryu now. Since he wasn't the first heir of the current generation any longer, the City Lord tying himself to this mysterious young man was obviously not a problem. Seeing that the usually fiery Theron become so deflated, the Xie and Vin clan heirs looked disappointed. They had hoped that Theron would embarrass himself once more by fighting Ryu, but it seemed he no longer dared to do so. Still, they didn't seem satisfied letting things end like this, or else how would they vent their frustrations? The true reason they piled onto Theron so fiercely was because the latter was truly their better in terms of strength. They could only get the leg up on him by using their brains to outsmart this straightforward, mindless individual. But it seemed they had underestimated the impact Ryu's strength had had on Theron's mental state. Though they believed he was afraid, this wasn't actually how Theron was feeling. Physiologically speaking, his body involuntarily trembled before Ryu. But his mind was actually quite firm. The truth was that he was really trying to figure out why his body was responding this way. As for Ryu, other than the indifferent expression on his face, he was inwardly feeling a bit disappointed. If these were the best youths the inner ring had to offer, whatever it was this city lord needed help with wouldn't help temper his strength at all. If it's like this, there's no point in me remaining here. Though further revenge would be nice, settling for stealing their pay for nothing in return will have to be enough. Ryu felt like the plans he had begun to carefully place down had become useless. He too could feel that Theron was the strongest of the four of them. Well, other than the exceptionally silent Croft clan heir. This is what you needed my help with. Ryu gave Tae a cold glance. You alone would have a 70% chance of beating them even if they came all at once. Seeing Tae's shocked then bitter expression, Ryu suddenly understood. I see. So your grandfather is not only a fool in running a city and laying its rules, he's also a fool in running his own clan. Ignoring talent for such a meaningless reason, he's not fit to be a leader. Don't talk about my grandfather like that. Tae's bitterness turned to rage, her petite figure seemingly growing several sizes. But, upon further inspection, it was only her aura that grew. Ryu coldly met her eyes, his expression not shifting. This was always how things went. No matter how much Tae cursed her grandfather in her mind, she wouldn't allow others to do so, least of all an outsider. Those around suddenly felt an eerie silence. Ryu hadn't bothered to lower his voice. Those who recognized the necromancer of several months ago had weird expressions on their faces. It seemed whatever the city lord did to him hadn't been enough to teach him a lesson. Seeing that her outburst had caught a lot of attention, Tae glared at Ryu. But the latter only walked away. He still had to find parts for the Death Worm Immortal Cave. As the bazaar began to regain its rowdiness, Tae followed Ryu to pass by the four heirs with an unresigned expression filled with unwillingness. It was only then that the silent Croft heir turned to gaze at Ryu's back. The matter isn't as simple as you think, Tae said stiffly. The inner ring clans are just pawns of the core region. We have the largest deposits of mortal chi stones on the pedestal plane. Even if true experts of the core region only truly care about immortal chi stones, I'm sure you understand the importance of a foundation. All of us here in the inner region do nothing but dance on the puppet strings of others. Which clans rise and which ones fall are all decided by those larger clans. Because of the appearance of the Ice Devil Legacy world, the matters pertaining to this selection were moved up. Everything is especially accelerated because the Zhu clan is quickly rising in power. There are rumors that their first Grand Elder might become their clan's third Immortal Ring expert. Even if they don't have enough connecting Heaven Realm experts to become an official 6th Order clan, this alone makes them more powerful than some true 6th Order clans who only have one Immortal Ring Realm expert. The moment the Zhu clan's patriarch followed their ancestors' footsteps and entered the Immortal Ring Realm, the Zhu clan already became capable of controlling their own destiny. Knowing this, a series of tacit agreements were silently made. The Zhu clan would be allowed to shift their base of power to the better core region lands, and the balance of strength of our inner ring would be shuffled and shifted once more. The Zhu clan members continuously talk about how they're just laying the foundation for the coming thousands of years, but this is just a facade. In truth, in as little as 10 more years, the Zhu clan will move. For much of the latter half of her spiel, Tae used a chi line. These talks were too sensitive for just any ears. Ryu inwardly laughed. If the Zhu clan had managed to get their hands on the crystalline jade, their rise would have been assured. Even without it, their foundations were far deeper than even the core region hegemons. Ryu speculated that these shrewd individuals of the core region understood that this was only the outward showing of the Zhu clan's strength, so they prudently decided to help them along instead of becoming their enemy. In the end, the rise of the Zhu clan threw the inner ring into a heated turmoil. Maybe the appearance of this armament guild bazaar wasn't just coincidence either. I'm sure you understand by now, but the core region clans have a vested interest in some of us winning, and an even keener interest in some of us losing. My Loom clan unfortunately happens to be in the latter category. Though we are the clear heir apparent to Zhu clan territory, there are many who don't want to see us win. And we are also dealing with many internal disputes. Tae took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions, thinking back to her cousin, Maria. In the coming weeks, there will be many, sudden, appearances of hidden geniuses. I'm sure I don't need to explain to you where these geniuses come from, Ryu nodded. Obviously, the core region clans would be sending their own to assure that the clans they have a stake in win. Maybe some time in the past, the Loom clan would have received some of this hidden support, but they likely angered someone they shouldn't have, leading to many taking a hands-off approach. A system like this one only truly works if they maintain a thin veil of cordiality, so no one would do anything too overt to the Loom clan. After all, the core region was very far away, and they had their own internal disputes to worry about. The strength of a 5th order clan couldn't be casually handled even by a 6th order one. Like this, the Loom clan had a path to live, but it was a very small one. Ryu had thought that City Lord Loom needed his help to win some sort of prize to allow him to enter the Immortal Ring realm, but it turned out that this was only one of his asks. Tae bit her lip, seemingly wanting to explain how the Loom clan fell into this sort of situation. But in the end, she couldn't bring herself to. The only clues to her thoughts were the raging emotions in her watery eyes. Feelings of rage, disgust and helpless were only just a few. Ryu, however, had long since stopped paying attention. He smiled coldly. That's more like it, I guess I'll stay. Chapter 239. Nonchalance. Ryu quickly tossed these matters to the back of his mind. As far as he was concerned, the more dangerous the situation, the better. As things were currently, he didn't have a true goal for the next year and a half until the eclipse. He thought that in this time the only challenge he might receive was as a contestant for one of the positions to enter the Ice Devil Legacy world. Originally, he had been planning on joining as an unknown after he reached the core region, mostly because he couldn't be bothered to enter each and every tournament. Not only would fighting against outer and inner ring geniuses not be any sort of challenge, it would be a waste of his time. But now, this sort of political intrigue had caught his attention. The wealth of the inner ring wasn't something new to this era. Ryu's Tatsuya clan had no need of it, but many of their subordinate clans once had hands in this region. The geography of the inner ring was a bit special. Its total chi wasn't as dense as the core region, but for some reason, its mortal chi density was incredibly high. This resulted in many mortal chi mines forming to the point where it outshone the core region in this aspect. Not only this, but it had an exceptionally high number of common, black and earth-grade treasures as a result. Of course, the core region's immortal chi density was far higher, which was why those powerful clans didn't bother to take over this inner ring territory. But they were intriguing enough to the point where they weren't ignored either. To put things into perspective, no matter how dense the inner ring's mortal chi was, it couldn't hold a candle to the Blossom Plain, let alone the Shrine Plain. But for this pedestal plain, there was no better region. In fact, this was one of the reasons other than Hecate's legacy that Ryu came here instead of comfortably cultivating within the Awoken Moon sect. This was all to say that the core region definitely wouldn't underestimate this competition. Even if they didn't care for the strength of the inner ring, they would definitely care about the kind of geniuses their rivals might send to their pawns. So, they wouldn't lack either. The next coming weeks would be interesting. Ryu quickly shifted around the bazaar, relying on his eyesight and sometimes Ailsa to find what he needed. He bought many precious metals for the Deathworm Immortal Cave and eventually forced Tae to spend over 200,000 higher mortal chi stones. Since Ryu now understood just how important this matter was to the Loom clan, he also knew that they would go all out in this stage. Taking advantage of them like this helped alleviate some of the rage in his heart, a distance away. "What are you looking at, old man?" A middle-aged man yawned, casually scratching his crotch. The old man, despite having a head of white hair, shone with the vigor of a 30-year-old. If it wasn't for the slight wrinkles around his eyes, one would think that he really was that young. Unfortunately, these wrinkles became more pronounced after he laid eyes on the man who spoke. "You're a cultivator, yet you yawn. Aren't you embarrassed wasting so much energy at those brothels? You're nothing but a shame to my Hostam clan. Who asked you to bring me to a place with so many pretty ladies?" The middle-aged man snorted. "This entertainment capital is pretty good, you should join me one day." Black lines drew across old man Hostam's face. One only needed to understand that this middle-aged man was his son to understand the ridiculous nature of the words he just heard. Seeing that his old man's temper was about to flare, the younger Hostam quickly changed the subject. What were you smiling about? Blinking out of his rage, the old man was silent for a moment before smiling once more. Nothing much. I just saw a young man with far more potential than you. He appears to be a necromancer, but he has the air of the imposed realm. Not to mention the fact his body is actually so powerful. These stone monuments are nothing to him. But, even as he was praising, the old man sighed. Unfortunately, he's far too ambitious. He very clearly has the ring of the mercenary guild on his hand, yet he came to flirt with my armament guild. What a troublesome youth. The middle-aged man grinned. Whoever said just one skirt was enough? One must bathe in skirts to the point of suffocating, or else how will you know that you are a man? The old man's hand swiped up faster than his son could react, giving him a clear, reverberating slap to the back of the head. Would it kill you to shut up about women? Looking incredibly wronged, the middle-aged man rubbed the back of his head. What's the big deal? You know that the mercenary guild is exactly that, a guild of mercenaries. They don't restrict the activity of their members. Plus, considering he has a necromancer's mask, he's technically already part of the necromancer guild as well, another guild that doesn't restrict their members. What's the problem? Clearly the kid doesn't care, so why should you? This was exactly why even Captain Zhu didn't dare to take off Ryu's mask. The half-mask of a necromancer was the symbol of the necromancer guild. Even if one didn't join personally, as long as you inherited the mask from another, you would receive a bare minimum of protection. To necromancers, their identity was sacred due to the sensitivity of their path of cultivation. They were often enemies with many clans simply by virtue of the corpse puppets they used. As a result, the necromancer guild protected their own by placing a strict taboo on forcefully taking a half-mask off. If one was ever found to have done such a thing, you would become an enemy of the necromancer guild to be hunted down to death. Of course, the necromancer guild wouldn't care if Ryu was killed, but his mask must never be removed. This was a matter of precedence they had to set no matter the cost. I would agree in a normal situation, but there are two issues. Firstly, the fact that he doesn't care is already a problem. Our armament guild isn't like those other guilds, only the most powerful and talented among us can be unrestricted. If you can't give equivalent value for what you take, and you wish to be unrestricted, can there ever be such a free thing in this world? And secondly, he's not a normal member of the mercenary guild. The middle-aged man's eyes widened. You mean? Old man Hostam nodded heavily. His ring carries the will of a sky god. Not only has he joined their guild, he was accepted into the faction of one of their sky gods. Which sky god doesn't matter, the fact he was acknowledged is enough. The old man shook his head. What was the Loom clan thinking, so ignorantly offending such a young man? The fact he didn't immediately expose this means he's seeking revenge for himself. Such a little seedling is truly too good, it pains me to pass him up. There's a third reason too, isn't there? The middle-aged man said darkly. Looking into the distance, old man Hostam sighed once more. Such large matters have nothing to do with his father and son, ostracized to the point of coming to this small inner ring. With such weak immortal chi density, I can forget about taking another step forward even with another 10,000 years. Father, there must be a reason for such striking chi imbalance in the inner ring. Maybe, this is an opportunity. Matters have been like this for countless billion years. Even if it was an opportunity, how would it be our turn to take advantage of it? You're so depressing. If you're going to be such a downer, stop looking at me with disdain for finding ways to enjoy myself. Who said that I've given up? Watch your mouth, boy. Old man Hostam growled, his figure seemed to grow one size larger. Those bastards of the Hostam main line will feel my wrath one day. But that day is not today. A man must not also have many skirts, he must also have patience. The middle-aged man grinned. Those who said his perverted nature came from nowhere obviously didn't know his old man. As for the large matters having nothing to do with the father-son pair, these could only be related to these large looming guilds. The Armament Guild, the Mercenary Guild, the Necromancer Guild, they were just three of many, and the relationship between them wasn't so simple at all. Tae walked Ryu to a luxurious guest courtyard before ordering a gargantuan amount of food at Ryu's request. In 3 days, there will be a meeting of my Loom clan. It is then my grandfather will introduce you to the family. When that day comes, you must prove yourself and silence the doubters. I don't know why my grandfather decided to put his trust in you so quickly, but I assume he has his reasons. As she spoke, an entourage of half a dozen maids and butlers began to wheel in cart after cart of food. I hope when the time comes, you'll prove to be worth the investment. Biting her lip, she hesitated but decided to add one more thing. This meeting won't be as simple as you think. My grandfather has the power to suppress naysayers and even forcefully nominate you to represent the clan, but he doesn't have the power to stop them from testing you. You could very well die, so place down your arrogance and take this seriously. Ryu didn't respond. He sat in the dining room of this guest courtyard he was given and began to eat, slowly satiating the raging hunger of his beast bloodlines one after another. You might want to bring more food, Ryu said in response before directly ignoring Tae. He didn't have a mind to care about Tae's words. Instead, he was thinking about the bloodied steed, Nemesis. He still remembered when Ailsa told him the talents of this beast. Even 6 months later, he was still intrigued. In the end, Tae could only suffer the same frustration Elena and Melody before her had. Stomping her feet, she left in a rage. Though she didn't wish death upon Ryu, she hoped he would be injured to the point he could no longer maintain his nonchalance. Chapter 240, Brashness. Hey little guy, you've grown big. Ryu smiled lightly, petting Little Rock's long, majestic silver-feathered neck. His plumes shimmered with a metallic rainbow light, almost making his feathers look more like the scales of a dragon than the coat of an elegant bird. It had been a long while since Ryu laid eyes on Little Rock, mostly because he had been in a cell for the past half-year. That said, the infant lightning hawk had grown much more powerful in the last months. Its speed of growth was far beyond that of Ryu and had already stepped into the higher 4th Order realm from the peak 3rd Order realm of just a little under a year ago. Beasts truly had a grand advantage over humans. Even the greatest geniuses amongst humans needed 10 years to clear the spiritual severing realm, yet this little guy, even with its mind still being so immature, had completed over 60% of its equivalent realm in just a year. By Ailsa's estimation, Little Rock wasn't even 2 years old yet. He had been even younger when Ryu met him, yet he already reigned over a large portion of that dangerous obsidian mountain of lightning. The little guy's wingspan was a little short of 10 meters now, growing from its previous 6. But, luckily, this courtyard was spacious enough that it didn't matter much. Ryu even summoned Nemesis together with him, allowing them to become a bit more acquainted. After all, to Ryu, these two were his family now. Not only would he treat them well, they would be together for a very long time. Ryu assumed that the Bastille clan would notice very soon that Nemesis had disappeared from the gates of the city. But, he didn't care. Seeing Ryu grow attached to these two beasts so quickly, Ailsa felt a pang in her heart. Even if he didn't admit it himself, Ailsa understood where this subconscious dependence came from. Chi-Chi. Little Rock's clear, sonorous call comforted Ryu and greeted Nemesis. Its tone was gentle, ringing like a silver bell. Though Ryu couldn't understand, he felt a warmth spread within his chest. Nee. Hot steam blew from Nemesis' nostrils. He still hadn't fully recovered from the torture he experienced for the last few months, but his head was still held high. He didn't want Little Rock to think any less of him. Once their souls mature, they'll be able to communicate with you in human language. Usually only the most talented beasts can comprehend human tongues, but I don't think these two will have this problem. Unfortunately, you aren't a beast tamer and haven't learned any communication techniques, so you'll only be able to subtly comprehend their meanings for now. Ailsa explained. What constitutes mature? Ryu asked curiously. Beasts cultivate with their spiritual roots, as you know. So, their method of improvement is slightly different. They don't have 3 paths to choose from like humans do, they only have one. They essentially cultivate every path at once with preset talents depending on bloodline grade. Simply put, once they reach the equivalent of the soul birth realm, they shouldn't have any problem learning human language. Ryu nodded. Humans entered the soul birth realm after opening both their spiritual pulse and spiritual vessel. Then, after completing their immortal ring, they'd step into the soul birth realm. If this was translated to beasts, this would be between the 7th and 8th orders. Technically, one could enter the soul birth realm and open their spiritual sea right after opening their spiritual vessel. Since Ryu had opened his spiritual vessel, he could do so as well. In fact, he was very tempted. Once Ryu entered the soul birth realm, he'd finally be strong enough to feel his soul ties with Elena. He wanted to know if she was okay, if she was living well, where she was. However, Ryu knew that he had to complete his immortal ring first. Though entering the soul birth realm now would give him a great boost in power, it would only be short-term benefits at the cost of his foundation. If he ruined himself now, how would he save Elena in the future? A few more years of worry and anguish was worth becoming strong enough to take revenge in the future. The utmost geniuses of the Shrine Plane took about 10,000 years to complete their immortal ring, but Ryu was confident in only needing a fraction of the time. In the future, when he was strong enough to reach his soul out toward his wife, he'd be able to stand tall before her and confidently tell his love to wait for his return. He'd lay all those who slighted her to waste. Ailsa smiled lightly. Ryu's emotions had been fluctuating wildly recently, he even seemed like he could explode at any moment. But this firm resolve was something that had never wavered even once. Taking a deep breath, Ryu lightly stroked Nemesis' mane. It was much shorter than it had been before, but after only a few hours under Ailsa's care, much of its scars had faded and its previous brilliance was shining. Through once more. You never finished telling me before. Ryu said, how talented is little Nemesis exactly? Well, Nemesis is currently at the peak 4th order, but this isn't his limit. In order to control him, the Bastille clan suppressed his cultivation for many years. If he had been allowed to grow normally, it might already be at the 7th order despite being less than 20 years old. Unfortunately, the Bastille clan flooded its bloodline with a concoction of poisons it was forced to take over several years. By now, the poison has already seeped deep into its marrow, making every step forward far more difficult. This might also be because they were afraid of Nemesis' talent attracting the attention of the core region. In the last 6 months, it seemed their concoction became more vicious. They likely assumed that their years of investment would go to waste, so they decided to try to ruin Nemesis' talent entirely. They didn't go too far because they still held on a little hope, but its situation is far worse today than it had been a half-year ago. If it remains like this, even 100 years wouldn't be enough to enter the 5th order. Ryu's jaw clenched. Nemesis' deep black eyes shimmered with a watery light, but there was an endless defiance in their depths as though the actions of the Bastille clan were meaningless to him. It shouldn't be a problem. In as little as 3 months, I should be able to cleanse this little crimson tyke of its ailments. In the meantime, it won't be able to display its usefulness just yet. You'll have to be patient. Ryu shook his head. He didn't care much about Nemesis being immediately useful, he just felt relieved that he could be helped. If Nemesis' future was completely ruined, it would have been largely due to his own brashness. Chapter 241. Time Ryu would never regret his actions if he was the only one affected. In fact, he was used to only having himself to worry about now, so he often acted in this way. But, he wouldn't forgive himself if he harmed those he cared for. Since he had taken Nemesis as his partner, it should have been his responsibility to look after him, but he failed. Ryu swore to make up for that. Still, you should be excited, the abilities of this bloodied steed aren't so simple as mere cultivation speed. Its most potent ability is already right in front of you, its size. Ryu blinked before frowning. Its size. Before Ailsa even said anything more, Ryu's eyes widened. A beast on the verge of entering the 5th order was innately large. This wasn't something they could help. Even Little Rock already had a wingspan of 10 meters, so why was it that Nemesis was only one size larger than a normal horse? Logically, it should already be at least 5 meters tall even if it was stunted. This, Ailsa smiled. Beasts are both blessed and cursed with powerful bodies. In truth, they reach their optimal size after completing their mortal realm cultivation. This is the connecting heaven realm equivalent, or the 6th order. Unfortunately, at no consent of their own, beasts uncontrollably grow larger and larger as they become more and more powerful. The strength of their bodies becomes too much to keep in a compact form, so even ancestral beasts become several kilometers long in size once they reach higher realms of cultivation. Have you ever wondered why human experts can battle beasts so much larger than them? Logically speaking, if a 5th order beast standing at over 10 meters tall meets a divine vessel realm expert at barely 2 meters tall, if their strengths were properly scaled, the beast would win 10 out of 10 times. However, though beasts are acknowledged to be more powerful than humans, things don't always scale like this. The reason is that the strength of beasts is dissipated as their bodies grow instead of that strength scaling up. Knowing this, I'm sure you understand why Nemesis is so valuable, right? Ryu's heart palpitated. If the strength of a beast meant to be 10 meters tall was compressed into just under 3 meters, wouldn't that make the beast 3 times more powerful than normal? And what if Nemesis continued to improve and entered a stage where he should be dozens of meters tall? Hundreds of meters tall, several kilometers tall. If the benefits continued to stack, it would be enough to make any beast tamer green with envy. Humans and humanoid species have 4 central pillars of talent: spiritual foundation grade, bloodline grade, skeletal grade, and meridian grade. However, beasts only have 2: bloodline grade and bloodline talent grade. Little Rock has yet to awaken any bloodline talents, but Nemesis has awakened 2. The first is of the ancestral grade, the adept body bloodline talent. This allows it to control its body as it pleases, thus allowing it to maintain what it believes is its most optimal size. This is most definitely a mutated bloodline talent because it shouldn't originally appear in the bloodied steed lineage despite their noble ancestors. However, that is only one aspect of the talent. Greater aspects will make themselves clear very soon. The second talent is only of the black grade and is an original talent of the bloodied steed lineage, but in combination with the first talent, it will give not only you, but all of your beasts a massive boost in strength. This talent is known as the bloodied lineage bloodline talent. Because of the history of the bloodied steed, they often have trouble reproducing despite their low species ranking. In order to not die out, they gained the ability to transfer their bloodline to lesser creatures and raise them up to greater heights. This also allowed young bloodied steeds to quickly grow their power by relying on their parents. You mean? That's right, normally this bloodline talent is lackluster. After all, the bloodied steed only has a middle black grade bloodline, while even Little Rock has a wisp of lightning rock blood that raises its bloodline to the peak earth grade. So, normally who would care about it being able to share its talent? But now, Ryu's eyes lit up with excitement. He wasn't one to lose control of his emotions, but this matter truly opened an inconceivably large door to him. If things were like this, he would be able to directly ignore the necromancer path. Why bother when Nemesis was such a boon for him? All he had to do was adventure and rely on Ailsa's sharp eyes to find talented beasts for him to take under his wing. With a few decades of growth, his power would become inconceivable. This is where the bloodied steed got their name. They have a habit of sharing their blood, coupled with their crimson appearance, and the namesake is only natural. Does Big Sis think I should abandon the necromancer path and focus on the beast tamer path then? I shouldn't split my attention, no. Ailsa was shocked at Ryu's words before she giggled happily. She knew Ryu was in a good mood, even calling her Big Sis without any reluctance. But in the end, she controlled herself and shook her head firmly. No, if anything, you should pursue the necromancer path with a fiercer ambition. Enter their ranks and prove yourself as best you can. Do everything you can do to find the legacy of a summoning necromancer or gain the acknowledgement of one. Ryu raised his brows, unable to understand Ailsa's fervent attitude. Remember I mentioned the history of the bloodied steed. Their lineage is even deeper than I alluded to. You know well that summoning necromancers make contracts with creatures of the Nether Realm. However, you don't know quite yet that these creatures have grades amongst themselves, though they are all outstandingly powerful. The stronger a summoning necromancer, the greater creatures they can summon and command. The adept body bloodline talent isn't as simple as it sounds. Bloodline talents have 2 major categories: blessed talents and sin talents. This ancestral grade bloodline is a sin talent of the highest order. The heavens do not like its existence and will do everything it can to eradicate it. When Nemesis must face his future tribulations, because of his weak bloodline grade, he will most definitely fall. The only way to ensure his survival is by raising its bloodline grade and strength. The reason I say that you must become a summoning necromancer is because the best way to raise Nemesis' talent is by using his ancestor lineage as sacrifices. Nemesis must continuously absorb their spiritual roots to raise his own grade. Nemesis ancestor lineage. Ailsa nodded heavily. The bloodied steed is the far weaker branch descendant of a creature known as the Wrath Knight. It is one of the summonings a necromancer can perform. I don't know how it happened, but Nemesis awakened a sin talent that should have only been available to the most talented of Wrath Knights with the purest bloodlines. Even they who only have heaven grade and above bloodline grades often die after being born with this talent, let alone little Nemesis who is still of the black grade. I alone can raise Nemesis talents by a margin, but it will only be a small measure that won't work infinitely. This, in the end, is the best solution. Entering the nether world with your own strength will take too long. Nemesis may die long before you are capable of that. But, if you become a summoning necromancer and learn how to summon these creatures here, you won't have to enter the nether realm and can thus summon weaker Wrath Knights to slowly increase Nemesis' strength. Coming to this understanding, Ryu nodded, a firm resolve in his eyes. A part of him preferred having something to push him to his limits. Ailsa smiled. It isn't all depressing, though. After I purge Nemesis of his poison, his strength will increase by a large margin. And, once this is complete, entering the Fifth Order will only take a few moments. By then, he should learn the second talent of the Bloodied Steed, Bloodied Lineage Reversal. Seeing that Ailsa wanted to tease him without explaining what this talent could do, Ryu didn't mind her anymore and spent a silent 3 days with his Cultist Fairy, his Lightning Hawk, and his Bloodied Steed. Nemesis already had 2 Sin talents, and would soon awaken a third. This might be a headache for anyone else, but Ryu was quite excited. This would be a challenge, but it was also a chance to grow. It was then, on the 3rd day, a familiar voice came from the front of his guest courtyard. "It's time." Chapter 242, announced. Ryu calmly responded to Tei's call. Ailsa, who had been in her full form, napping on his arm, shrunk down to sit on his shoulder. As for Nemesis and Little Rock, they entered the spacious incubator. If other beasts tamed by beast masters knew these two could frolic so freely even while contained, they'd turn green with jealousy without a doubt. Ryu wore his black spiritual seamstress robe. The subtle silver embroidery gave him an otherworldly aura as the cloth responded excitedly to his chi. Though Ryu's chi density was still far too weak for this set of robes, the purity in his chi was enough to use a small percentage of its strength. Of course, beneath these robes, the soft armor woven of diamond-back ape fur clung tightly to his proportions. Tei's lip couldn't help but twitch when she saw Ryu so shamelessly wear everything their Loom clan had purchased for him. Was he trying to purposely provoke their ill intentions? Ryu, however, wasn't thinking in such useless terms. To him, he was currently in enemy territory. Since the enemy was so kind to give a great boon to his strength, why would he feign politeness? If he was backstabbed, when would he have time to regret it? He simply used what gave him the best chance for survival. Nothing more, nothing less. Though he liked to give himself a challenge, he wasn't foolish to the point of not realizing he still stood no chance against City Lord Loom. He had to take every advantage he could get. Tae once more had trouble keeping up with Ryu's speed. But luckily, Ryu didn't get too far ahead. After all, this was Tei's home and he didn't know where he was going. "Serves you right," Tae harumphed as they reached a branching hall. "Walking so quickly, putting on such airs, now politely ask me which way to go." Unfortunately, even as Tae was daydreaming about forcing Ryu to heal, she didn't realize that her subconscious actions had already given away the right answer. With Ryu's sharp eyes, he didn't even need to turn around to see her subtle movements, all he needed was third perspective. Ailsa held onto her toned belly as she died of laughter. On one hand, Tei's enraged and helpless face was too adorable to not make fun of. But on the other, this life partner of hers was too cruel. He couldn't let someone else win even one round. No matter how small, Tae was a delicate girl after all. How petty. Ryu pretended not to understand what Ailsa was chuckling about. In just a few strides, he reached the end of the hall to meet 2 massive dark wood doors with 2 knights on either side. Neither guard even reacted to Ryu's appearance, neither did Ryu spare them a glance. With a swift motion, the double doors were pushed open, flooding the partially dimmed hallway with a gentle but bright light. Tei's brows couldn't help but furrow. Why does he seem so used to such surroundings? Isn't he nameless? In an instant, though, Tae lost the chance to leisurely reflect over these things because even without having stepped into the Loom clan's grand hall, her feet froze, her petite frame involuntarily shivering. She had been so angry with Ryu that she momentarily forgot just how much she hated this grand hall. To others of their clan, this was a place of pride, where only the strongest among them could step. But to Tae, no, to Taedra Loom, this place housed nothing but her nightmares. Ryu's confident footsteps suddenly paused. The moment they did, he could almost feel the disdain coagulate into a solid form, wanting nothing more than to hammer him down into a bloody paste. It was clear they believed his heart was shaken by their display. At the head of the room, City Lord Loom sat, but his position was actually shared of equal height with another. This man seemed older than the City Lord, but their looks were similar to the point of almost seeming like twins. It was obvious that they were related. Brothers, in fact. He was the grandfather of Tei's distant cousin Aria, the second in command of the Loom clan and the highest-ranked Grand Elder. Normally, City Lord Loom would take up position as the ancestor of the clan, but because both he and his brother were amidst a power struggle, this position was left unfilled. If City Lord Loom left his position as patriarch now, with only his granddaughter left in his line, the clan would without a doubt fall to his brother's line. Seeing Ryu's disappointing display, he couldn't help but glance toward a calm and silent young man who looked like he could have been his own grandson. Had he made a mistake, trusting a stranger? Did it matter if the clan fell into his brother's hands? Grand Elder Loom wasn't anywhere near as powerful as his elder brother. Though he looked older, this was only because his cultivation was weaker. However, he held a great amount of political power. He couldn't match his elder brother in strength of cultivation, but in strength of seed, he lapped his elder brother several times. In truth, this was the city lord's own fault. He insisted on having just one wife, and even after she died, he never took another. He didn't want to burden his wife with giving birth to too many children, so after they had 2 sons, he gave her nothing else but tender affection and care. All the while, his younger brother had 4 wives and dozens of concubines. Over their thousands of years of life, his seed had grasped a firm hold of the clan. In fact, in his youth, the Grand Elder had purposely delayed his cultivation so that having children would be easier. He understood well that the more powerful one's realm, the less likely their seed would take root because children born to parents with high cultivation were blessed with greater talent. These matters led to the current situation. Grand Elder Loom controlled 70% of the clan and Looming City, while the only reason his line had yet to fully take hold was because City Lord Loom was so powerful. The City Lord had had chances remaining with his own sons, but unfortunately, they both died. In the end, the only kin he had remaining was his granddaughter, but the core laws of the clan forbade women from holding power. Who knew what the City Lord had done to protect his wife would backfire in such a way? In the end, he placed his trust in Ryu after seeing through some things during his appearance, but now he felt that he had maybe been too rash. Though many here had weak cultivations, there were many paths of cultivation throughout the cosmos. There was no shortage of businessmen and political officials who couldn't hardly harm a fly, but had auras so sharp that even immortals would feel fear. City Lord Loom always hid his sharpness because he had an amiable personality. So, to him, Ryu being brave before him was meaningless. The reaction here was really what counted. The calm young man who could have been the City Lord's grandson heard a stifled laugh to his side. It was none other than his sister, Aurea. Grandfather Patriarch must have trained this animal a bit too well. He doesn't even dare to bark anymore. The young man remained silent, his eyes still closed, as though he had heard none of his sister's laughter. Are you all right? Ryu suddenly turned and strode to the entrance of the double doors, his eyes looking down toward the shivering Tae. In that moment, Tae was shocked. Her eyes, still reddened, couldn't help but look up toward Ryu. But his usual cold silver eyes were decidedly warmer, maybe not warm compared to normal individuals, but most definitely warm in comparison to himself. Seeing Tae unable to speak, Ryu scanned her delicate features for a moment. Sometimes, he said softly, when one path is blocked, it's possible to find another. When the mountain is too high, climb a small hill. When the ocean is too deep and violent, start with a calm lake. Tae's lips trembled. Take it one step at a time. She didn't understand why this cold young man who didn't seem to care about anything had come back to comfort her. How could she know that Ryu had this same fear? But its root was within a much grander hall than this one. Back then, he was just 7 years old, but the Tatsuya clan went all out to celebrate his awakening day. Who would have known that the talented Prince Ryu would be nothing but a useless commoner? Before more eyes than he cared to remember, a mountain taller than even the Protector's shrine fell before him, casting a shadow that blotted out his existence. Those matters had happened in a grand hall just like this one. I'll show you that it's no big deal. Ryu said with a light smile. Follow me, don't lose sight of my back. Tae's mind went blank. It was difficult to make out Ryu's features because of his half mask, even his hair color was indiscernible. But for some reason, she felt that smile imprint her soul with something unerasable. Ryu turned back and strode forward. The pressure once more bore down, but his steps were unhurried. It was then that a snort left his lips. A violent aura many times stronger than the Loom clan ministers and elders could believe tore their presence apart. In an instant, several individuals with weak constitutions paled, unable to control their visceral reaction. Aurea felt her stifled laughter catch in her throat while the calm young man finally opened his eyes, their depths reflecting Ryu's careless demeanor. In typical fashion though, Ryu's mind wasn't on these matters at all. Memories of his father flashed in his mind. These words, weren't they the same his old man had said to him back then? Ryu's eyes became distant, remembering that broad back that protected him. Stay alive, father, your son will grow strong enough to stand by your side one day. Not for a second did Ryu believe that his father would fall in the nether realm. If his father couldn't survive, then no one could. In but a moment, Ryu had crossed the Grand Hall and the faces of City Lord and Grand Elder Loom, taking a seat upon a luxurious cushion slightly to the back right of the Patriarch. Tae dazedly followed him, barely comprehending her own actions as she took a seat on a cushion as well, this time to Ryu's right. By the time Tae snapped out of her stupor, it was already too late. If she had been in her right state of mind, she would have pulled Ryu to sit where she sat, while she would shift one more cushion over, but in her daze, she completely forgot. She was stunned. Her heart nearly pounded out of her chest, her face flushing completely red. It felt as though her world was simultaneously collapsing and spinning at the same time. How could she make such a stupid mistake? What was she thinking? The seat Ryu had taken was one that hadn't been occupied ever since her father died. It was the seat of the Loom clan's heir. If she wasn't here, maybe it would be an innocent mistake and nothing more. However, her actions were nothing less than a siren of consent. Coupling that with Ryu's untimely intimate care for her feelings just moments ago, and even her unhesitant following of his words, and an explosion of chaos too difficult to control had erupted. Tae suddenly blushed such a deep shade of red that the air around her steamed. She had just announced to the world that Ryu was her fiancé. Chapter 243, Yard Dogs, Brother. Grand Elder Loom was immediately enraged. You married off my grand-niece to a man with no name and reputation. Would you really hate to see my grandson take over your mantle this much? He is still your blood. The Grand Hall became rowdy and a powder keg of emotion erupted. Even the usually calm grandson of the Grand Elder couldn't help but from. Anyone who knew him would understand that he was truly enraged by the sight before him. The problem was the City Lord Loom was just as stunned as everyone else. How could he promise his only kin to the very young man he steeled his heart to kill just days earlier? At first, he too thought it was an innocent mistake, so he was about to lightly correct Ryu's seating position, thinking that his granddaughter would of course sit in the correct place. But who would have known that the usually astute and attentive Tae would make such a big mistake? The individuals here weren't just of the Loom clan. As the manager of a city, the Loom clan had long since expanded to accommodate many small clans, especially with how large the city was. There were a few fourth-order clans under their wing and even more third-order clans, each of whom were allocated a certain number of seats depending on their strength within their grand hall. Since these people had hitched their wagons to the Loom clan, they also had a vested interest in seeing them succeed in the coming selection. If the Loom clan could become a half-step sixth-order clan, their positions would rise as well. For this reason, many favored the talented Mateus Loom. He hid himself deeply, but his demeanor was clear to everyone. They were all aware that this generation of core clan heirs was very weak. Even Ryu was aware of this, or why else would he say that Tae could defeat them all alone? So, everyone believed that Mateus was their greatest chance. Yet, who would have known that their usually calm, steady and amiable patriarch would suddenly slap all of their wishes in the face like this? Even those who sided with the city lord didn't want to see such a thing happen. This truth made this matter impossible to cover up. By now, Ryu had noticed his own mistake as well. In truth, he had sat here out of muscle memory. He had been thinking about his father when he entered this grand hall, so to him, this place was naturally his own. He lost count of the number of times he had followed his old man's broad back to sit in this very seat. Unfortunately, this time, he wasn't in his Tatsuya clan, nor was the woman by his side Elena. Ryu sighed lightly, his gaze filled with a complicated light. Suddenly his eyes sharpened, the tremendous momentum of the imposed realm wafting from his body. So many petty annoyances, he said coldly. So what if City Lord Loom made this decision without speaking to you first? Is she your daughter? Do you wield as much power as he does? Do you have the right to speak even before me, let alone him? Shut your mouths. The various ministers and elders were stunned. They were so used to dealing with City Lord Loom, an amiable man who took the opinions of everyone into consideration. It wasn't that he was indecisive, but more so that he didn't want to rule like a tyrant. After spending so many years with such a ruler, how could they suddenly become used to such a brazen young man? How would they live life as they normally did if he took over the clan? Tae was stunned by Ryu's words before her eyes watered with gratefulness. She lowered her head, looking at her small trembling hands. One might think that with Ryu's personality, he wouldn't care for Tei's emotions in all of this. But this would be an incredibly shallow analysis. In the past, how had Elena become his fiancée? She suddenly appeared in his bedchambers one day and stripped down until everything was exposed. By then, she had understood Ryu's personality to the tiniest detail. She was certain that this was the man she wanted to be with for the rest of her life, but getting him to accept her was a task taller than even finding him had been in the first place. So, that was the plan she came up with. She knew that the cold Ryu was a man who cared for the emotions of those he saw as his own. After becoming the first man to see her naked, there was no doubt in her mind that he would take responsibility. The matters of today seemed like an innocent mistake, but in a martial world where reputation dictated something as important as the faith of a clan, if Ryu were to ruthlessly deny that Tae was his woman, she would be forever tainted. No matter how good her explanation, there would always be those with nefarious intentions who sought to sink the Loom clan as a whole. Maybe under normal circumstances this wouldn't be a large problem, but one needed to remember that the Loom clan had somehow made enemies with individuals of the core region. And though Tae hadn't explained how to Ryu back then, with Ryu's intelligence, he immediately picked up that the main cause should have been Tae herself. If this was true, and Tae was suddenly seen, happily, accepting a man as her fiancé, only for the same man to turn around and say he had no interest in her. It was a stain that would never leave her in this lifetime. In truth, Ryu had no interest in Tae. She was a top-tier beautiful woman, but that was only by the standard of other half-step divine vessel realm women. For Ryu, who had been around women with high cultivations all his life, not to mention Ailsa who was on his shoulder, Tae was only an average beauty. As one took steps toward immortality, the impurities of their body would be washed away, and one would become more perfect. Unless one was of a race as perfect as the sprites or had genes that came from high cultivation realm parents like Ryu, it was impossible to be among world-class beauties with low cultivation unless you were an absolute anomaly, likely born with a special bone structure. Still, this was only one aspect. Ryu had never been interested in women simply for their looks, or else he wouldn't have rejected Ailsa, who was even more beautiful than Elena when last he saw her. The truth was that he merely had a good impression of this woman and nothing more. Compared to the strong-willed Elena who had always been the support in his life, or his elder adoptive sister who had always protected him without rest, Tae was simply much too lacking. However, even if he only took Tae as his woman in name, he would do so. He knew that if Elena was here, she would be glaring at him with vicious intent, daring him to reject Tae in front of so many people. If he actually did something so dishonorable, she would never forgive him. His mind was already made up. He would take responsibility for Tae and for his mistake. In the future, when she met a man she could truly love, he wouldn't hesitate to let her go. His heart only had space for one woman. Ryu knew he was being naive. If they'd crucify Tae for such an innocent mistake, how bad would the backlash of leaving him for another man be? However, in Ryu's mind, since he had decided to take Tae as his woman, he would elevate her to the point where the squabbles of this pitiful inner ring could be dealt with by her with a single finger. These people glaring at him with ill intent were nothing more than ants in his eyes. "Didn't I come here for you to test me?" Ryu said coldly. "All I've been subjected to is glaring and the barking of yard dogs. If you want me to fight, then bring someone out worthy of fighting me. If you have no such intention, then don't speak again." Chapter 244. Thrown. Tae glanced at the side of Ryu's face. She still couldn't see his features clearly, but for some reason, it didn't matter. She herself had no feelings for Ryu. He was the exact opposite of the warm and loving husband she had always dreamed of. Yet, after living over 100 years of life herself, somehow, he had become the closest that ideal image of any man she had ever met. It was quite an ironic thought. He was in the middle of sneering and talking down to those around him, yet she somehow saw an image of warmth. Who knew what was in that pretty little head of hers? Grand Elder Loom's expression darkened. "Brother, we know nothing about this young man. We're not even certain that he is as young as he appears in the first place. To make matters more uncertain, he constantly wears a mask and is a necromancer, a group of individuals you know well that the Zhu clan despises. Even if there were no other factors to worry about, do you believe that the Zhu clan would leave silently if they knew their territory would be inherited by one of their sworn enemies?" The grudge between mental masters and necromancers was not a secret, this was something everyone was aware of. Grand Elder Loom didn't need to reach, and his logic was sound. And what exactly do you want me to do? Break my granddaughter's engagement after it was already announced to the world? The city lord's stiff reply left the Grand Elder speechless. He knew his brother well, so he immediately understood that this couldn't have been his original intention. Some mistake had occurred, or this young man enticed my grand-niece in some fashion, or he schemed this from the very beginning to weasel out of my brother's rage. In that instant, the Grand Elder's deductions became the deduction of many others. In fact, maybe only Tae was completely aware that Ryu hadn't done this intentionally. Even the city lord felt his vision cloud when he gazed upon Ryu as though he was trying his best to control his rage. Everyone knew that necromancers had strong mental realms. Currently, Tae had still only opened her spiritual pulse. This wasn't an odd sight. Because it took so long to complete one's immortal ring, those who weren't focused on their mental realm didn't attempt to open their spiritual vessel until after entering the divine vessel realm. Some even waited until the connecting heaven realm, making Tae absent-minded for a moment, just enough for her to sit in the wrong place, was as easy as flipping over a hand for someone with as deep a mental realm as Ryu. In truth, Ryu's mental realm was currently even stronger than even the city lord himself. This was why the city lord couldn't be certain that he would have detected Ryu's underhanded tricks or not. Ryu, however, under the scrutiny of so many individuals, hardly reacted. He didn't particularly care that his good intentions were being taken for some sort of dark scheme. In fact, he preferred it this way. This mistake of his had suddenly made it difficult for him to find a path toward revenge in the future. He couldn't very well harm the grandfather of a woman he now had to responsibility for, right? However, if this city lord believed he had ill intentions, at least it would be a sort of psychological revenge. What Ryu was more annoyed by was that his time was being wasted. He had already made his goal of accepting all challengers clear, yet these old fools were still speaking nonsense. For him, every second was precious. Wasting hours away like this was something he had never done. Then I'll battle him, if that's what he wants. A calm voice cut through the silence. Many already knew its owner, but couldn't help but look over to see Mateus slowly rising from Maria's side. Unlike Ryu and Tae who sat front and center, Mateus could only sit to the side in a slightly respected position. This was the fate of a youth without claim to heirship. Stop. City Lord Loom finally collected his emotions enough to speak calmly. At his words, though Mateus still continued to stand, he didn't continue forward for the time being. You all have been under my rule for too long to believe me to be an incompetent ruler. All ministers and elders, regardless of the side they were on, couldn't help but nod. There was a faint struggle between both sides, but it never crossed over a line. In the end, though Grand Elder Loom was ambitious, he still treated the City Lord as his elder brother. When he heard that City Lord Loom had chosen a stranger over his own grandnephew, he had felt more hurt than rage. Little Mateus is very talented, but there will always be higher mountains and deeper seas in this world. The reason I called this meeting wasn't to have Ryu fight, it was to make you all aware of his identity. This young man is a working disciple of the Mercenary Guild. The atmosphere was suddenly frozen solid. Ryu finally understood why it was that the City Lord trusted him with such an important task. It seemed that the ring on his finger was a form of status as well. However, the City Lord's judgment was still lacking. Ryu wasn't a working disciple, he was a core disciple. The disciple rankings were known by all. The lowest working disciple, then the outer, inner and finally, core disciples. Above that, there were the inheritors, and even above that, there was the unrestrained throne disciple. By receiving the ring on his finger, Ryu had the minimum status of working disciple. But what City Lord Loom didn't know was that Ryu had been accepted into a Sky God's faction, thus making him a core disciple at a minimum. Clearly, he didn't have enough insight or knowledge to see through this. Still, one only needs to see just how shocked those in this grand hall were to know that even a working disciple of such a massive guild could not be looked down upon. In fact, even the calm Mateus had a slightly more serious expression on his face. It was no wonder the City Lord was respectful of Ryu's talent, but not to the point of being unwilling to kill him. Working disciples wouldn't receive any sort of protection from the Mercenary Guild. In fact, the nature of the Mercenary Guild itself meant that even core disciples might not be protected. However, just as everyone was shocked, they couldn't have possibly guessed Ryu's next words. It seems you've not only underestimated me, but also your own grandnephew. Ryu casually rose from his seated position, meeting Matthias in the center space of the Grand Hall. City Lord Loom frowned. Underestimated, could it be that his judgment was wrong? He took another look at the ring on Ryu's finger, but no matter how he tried, he couldn't seem to see through it. It was veiled by a thin sheen of mystery. Could it be that his status in the Necromancer Guild is even higher? Unfortunately, all of his thoughts frozen when a blazing phenomenon erupted within the Loom Grand Hall. Raging golden winds spiraled as the two men faced, wrapping them in a cyclone of essence that seemed willing to tear the whole of the hall from its very foundations. In that moment, two majestic thrones appeared above them both. Though decorated differently, they each had a gorgeous air to them that could stall one's heart. Ryu's came with a cold wind, pulsing with a gentle pale blue light that was almost white. It was embroidered in sapphire and diamonds before being finished in a beautiful silver. Matthias had a darker, yet somehow bright presence. Dotted with rubies and black diamonds, it was finished with a gorgeous Damascus steel, unbridled and arrogant. Throne Ryu. Matthias. Calm voice spread through the grand hall. A cold reply came from Ryu. Throne Matthias. The pedestal plane once only had two thrones, both of whom resided within the core region. A third didn't appear until Ryu conquered the Awoken Moon Sect's trial. However, Ryu had a feeling that Matthias wasn't any one of those two. This throne, matching Ryu's own in aura, had to be from an 8th Order sect or clan at a minimum, while the two thrones of the core region could only have a 6th Order throne at best. Though the Awoken Moon Sect's throne should have been of the 9th Order, how could it not weaken after all their descendants had been through? So though it was meant to be a 9th Order throne, its aura was only of the peak 8th Order. The question was, then, just where had this Matthias gone? Which mighty 8th Order sect did he claim the throne of? Chapter 245, Weakest bonus chapter for 200 golden tickets. City Lord Loom was frozen in shock. Maybe if it was just Ryu who turned out to be a throne, it would be alright. But he was even more shocked by his own grandnephew. He had such a talent in his clan, and he wasn't even aware. Unlike Ryu and Matthias, he couldn't see through the strength of the thrones in any detail. However, he didn't need to understand the shocking reality of it all. Thrones represented the peak talents of the martial world. Though not all peak talents would be thrones, there was no such thing as a talentless throne. City Lord Loom felt a deep sense of regret in an instant. He had gone so far to pull Ryu to his side, even crossing his own moral code, when these matters could have ended by relying on his grandnephew. Brother. The Loom clan patriarch looked toward his younger brother. Why didn't you tell me? But, in that moment, he saw an expression on the Grand Elder's face that surprised him. Grand Elder Loom was actually shocked by Matthias' display. Clearly, he hadn't been aware either. It seems the heavens wanted to play a joke on us. Grand Elder Loom laughed bitterly. If little Matthias hid this from us all, he had to have a reason to do so. You aren't a match for me, Matthias said lightly. It wasn't that he wanted to ignore his grandfather's words, but rather that Grand Elder Loom was correct. He obviously had his reasons for keeping this a secret. I'm aware, Ryu said without much reluctance. But the gap may not be as large as you believe. Ryu's response actually made the calm Matthias smile. A worthy throne, indeed. Ryu didn't feel much grief, but that didn't mean he wasn't inwardly burning. Even though Matthias was several decades older than him, would the so-called martial gods that arrogantly took over his shrine plane stop aging just for him? Any loss was frustrating to him, even when it was at the hands of figures like City Lord Loom. However, he had learned to ignore that fire in his belly and aim his ire toward improvement, just like he had for the crystalline jade's 4th floor. Ryu could easily see through Matthias' cultivation. He was a half-step connecting heaven realm expert. Judging by his vitality, though he was older than 100 years old, he wasn't quite 200 years old either. To put this into perspective, if born on the Blossom Plane, a step above this pedestal plane, Matthias' would be adored as a heaven-shaking genius. Even on the Shrine Plane, though he wouldn't be among the very best, not many would dare to offend him. Yet, this young man was born in this mere inner ring. To say his accomplishments were impressive was understating it. In truth, Ryu wasn't completely helpless against Matthias. If he used his 3 imposed realm comprehensions, he could battle anyone within the 5th Order rank of strength. The issue was that as a throne, Matthias' combat prowess was several levels above normal individuals. If Ryu could battle above his cultivation, why couldn't Matthias do so as well? But this was only a surface issue. The true reason Ryu knew he didn't stand much a chance was because I didn't expect to meet a fellow necromancer on one of my rare trips back home. But why do I feel like you aren't much of a necromancer at all? Matthias said lightly. In that moment, everyone understood. The sinister dark aura around his throne, his need for secrecy, it all made sense. How could he expose his ties to the Necromancer Guild while his clan resided within Zhu clan territory? The only reason he revealed this now was because it seemed that without him, his clan had ironically been pushed to the point of recruiting another necromancer. It seemed he had been too low-key. But it was surprising that this necromancer happened to be a young man no less talented than himself. Ryu didn't respond. Instead, two shadows suddenly manifested before him. Fifth-order corpse puppets, and they're both of the peak Dao realm. The elders and ministers felt a stifling aura they couldn't ignore. They found themselves not unable to look away from the corpse puppets themselves, but rather the weapons in their hands. They both wielded a glaive, and though they had yet to brandish it, a bloodthirsty domain seemed to whip around them, eager for battle. Each had a beautiful violet finish and radiated the aura of an earth-grade weapon. It seemed after months of training, Ryu's silver-thirsting ore had taken a step forward while the new moon ore of their weapon bodies shone with vigor. Matthias, though, hardly reacted to this change. Even half a year ago, Ryu's mental realm had already been strong enough to support a sixth-order corpse puppet. The issue was that finding this corpse puppet was next to impossible. Connecting heaven realm corpses wouldn't just lay around waiting to be picked. However, even if this was a limiter for Ryu, would it be for Matthias? The reason why Ryu knew his chances were slim was because he was certain that Matthias had at least one sixth-order corpse puppet. It's as expected, your grave chi is not bad, but you have no death air comprehension. The aura of your weapons far exceeds that of your corpses. You'll never be able to bring out the true strength of your corpse puppets in this way. Why do you insist on being a necromancer? Ryu's gaze didn't leave Matthias, but he didn't answer either. Seeing that Ryu didn't answer, Matthias didn't press the issue either. There really is no need for us to fight. There's no problem with the both of us representing my Loom clan. As things stand now, it's already impossible to retract some things. Tae avoided her cousin's gaze, still unable to look up from her own hands. I can also guarantee, granduncle, that Ryu didn't use any underhanded means. For now, my mental realm is still stronger than his. Hearing these words, though the city lord breathed a sigh of relief, his feelings only became more complicated. This young man was truly too arrogant, couldn't he have explained this to him before? But, seeing Ryu's throne, he really did have the capital to be arrogant. It was no wonder why he never tried to rely on his status. What self-respecting throne ever would? With you by my side, Ryu, hiding my strength will be more convenient. I'm still not yet strong enough to go against the Zhu clan, so I must continue to bide my time. As for those here, Matthias, aura suddenly surged. Before anyone could react, dozens of heads flew to the ceiling, washing the grand hall in blood. They couldn't understand how Matthias had done it, but a deep fear was suddenly etched into the hearts of the ministers and elders here. Those who seek benefits from my Loom clan but are traitors at heart only have one path. Matthias said coldly. This fight is no longer about this selection. Ryu said without much emotion. I see. Matthias scanned Ryu's visage. A moment later, his spatial ring flashed, revealing his own half-mask. It calmly attached to his face, shrouding Matthias in a mysterious light. You must know this, but a fight between thrones is the best way to snatch faith. Though you won't lose your throne, it may very well drop a grade. I too am eager to raise my throne to the 9th order, but I didn't want to take advantage of our age gap. But since you insist, I'll oblige. A cyclone of shadows suddenly appeared before Matthias. Though it was only one, Ryu felt that his two corpse puppets couldn't hold a candle to it. Corpse world. Ryu's eyes narrowed. One of the abilities of someone who had comprehended a death inheritance was the ability to form their own world of death. This world made it much more convenient to summon and unsummon corpse puppets. Whereas Ryu had to touch his undead to place them back into his spatial ring, Matthias had no need to do so. He could easily switch them in and out as he pleased. However, this was only one of the benefits of forming a corpse world. A moment later, Matthias' corpse puppet appeared, shimmering in a silver black. However, it wasn't a human corpse puppet, but rather a beast. It had the strong sturdy shape of a platinum-armored armadillo. Its body was 5 meters long and a silver armor extended from its nose, down the length of its back, and through its wide, 2-meter-long flat tail. Black shadows wafted from its joints, forcing the air around it to tremble. He's a refinement necromancer of the armored beast subbranch. Ryu felt his heartbeat steady. This corpse, it was of the half-step 6th order. My apologies, but this is already the weakest corpse puppet I can bring out. If you can defeat it with your own, I will withdraw from this battle. Mateus. Calm voice filled the bloodied grand hall. Chapter 246. Obvious. Ryu didn't wait any longer. Without hesitation, his 2 5th-order corpse puppets surged forward, weaving in and out of each other as they crossed a 100-meter gap in an instant. Feeling a headache coming on, City Lord Loom could only do his best to cast a net with his chi, hoping to protect the Grand Hall from the impending battle. Mateus calmly gazed at this attack. He felt a bit of praise toward Ryu for hiding the abilities of his corpse puppets so well, but that was about it. He had thought that Ryu was a novice, but it seemed that even that was putting it too nicely. With a flash of his eye, the armored beast slammed its tail downward, causing a scene the ministers and elders watching could hardly believe. Without so much as touching the armored beast, Ryu's corpse puppet stumbled and fell. They tried to regain their balance, but a second tail slam ended whatever hope of that there was. To an untrained eye, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with Ryu's corpse control, but Mateus didn't have an untrained eye. He could immediately sense that Ryu lacked experience. When a human learned to walk or run, at a certain point in their lives it would become nothing more than a reflex. However, when you were a child, stumbling and falling over was a common occurrence. Unfortunately, Ryu was very clearly still at this stumbling stage. His corpses appeared to have a steady gait and stride, but in Mateus' eyes, they were all over the place, even a decently strong wind could blow them over. A stifled laughter blew through the grand hall. It wasn't malicious, but an unconscious reaction. How could one not laugh when in one moment, they were waiting in keen anticipation for a battle between 2 thrones, and in the next moment, they were watching one stumble around like a bumbling fool. Ryu's expression didn't change. It was just as expressionless as before, but Ailsa was laughing so hard on his shoulder that she nearly fell off a few times. Haha, this is too much. One delicate hand draped over her toned belly, while the other formed a fist that repeatedly hit Ryu's shoulder. She really couldn't control herself. Honestly, she couldn't wait. One day, when Ryu reached a level so lofty that few dared to even meet his eye, she'd proudly tell them of the day he was so inept that his corpse puppet's skirt and legs flipped up and over their heads. Ryu's gaze hardly shifted. His pupils were coldly analyzing the situation. Not only was third perspective activated to its utmost, focus had already allowed him to slip into the first state of meditation. My control is too rigid. I'm using 700% more strength just to run than I should. If it wasn't for the City Lord's chi net, every step these 2 corpse puppets took would leave a massive imprint in the ground. Mateus wanted to speak, but Ryu corpse puppets had already begun to struggle to stand. Watching this scene, Ailsa burst into a greater fit of laughter. Ryu had only trained for a little over a single month in controlling corpse puppets. But, his current abilities only allowed fluid movement from positions he was familiar with. Because his corpse puppets stumbled and fell, they had fallen into a random position he had yet to see. As a result, their attempt to stand was akin to a newborn deer learning to walk for the first time. In truth, with Ryu's talent, a month should have been enough for him to be far more competent than he was currently. The issue was that his starting point was too high. His first corpse puppets were of the 4th order, but he had hardly spent time learning to control them. Instead, he used simply commands for them. To make a long story short, the more powerful a corpse puppet, the more difficult it was to finally control. Ryu was essentially trying to lift a weight far too heavy for himself, all while trying to raise and lower it at a steady, unhurried and controlled pace. Such a thing was impossible, even for him. Eventually, Ryu's 2 corpse puppets stood and ran forward once more. This time, they leapt slightly into the air to avoid Mateus' tail slam, but another was ready and waiting for them as soon as they landed. Divine Vessel Realm experts should be able to fly, but Ryu couldn't even control their gait properly. How would he fine-tune the circulation of their chi to allow controlled flight? To make matters worse, his connection with his corpse puppets was muddled. Because he had yet to comprehend a death inheritance, he was relying on grave chi to form a connection. But, it was common knowledge among necromancers that a connection formed with the former was far better. At some point, it became too difficult for many to watch on any longer. They felt too uncomfortable watching Ryu force his corpse puppets to stand again and again. Hours ticked by and Mateus began to realize that Ryu wasn't the type of person who cared for his face. Anyone else would have fled in embarrassment by now. He had even lost count of the number of times his little sister had heckled Ryu to give up and stop overestimating himself, but Ryu didn't even bat an eye. Still, Mateus could see it very clearly. Ryu never seemed to make the same mistake twice, and his control was becoming more and more refined with each passing moment. By the 5th hour, Mateus could no longer make Ryu's corpse puppet stumble with a mere tail slam, and could only engage directly. But when he did, he learned just how formidable and deep Ryu's glaive comprehension was. If his walking could be compared to a newborn calf, the strikes of his glaive were so precise that even the city lord felt a shiver down his spine. He couldn't understand just why this was. Could this Ryu really be more familiar with swinging a glaive than he was with walking and running? How could such a thing even be possible? Still, the end result didn't change. Though Ryu improved, his control was still too clumsy and unrefined. So, though his strikes were powerful, he couldn't position his corpse puppets properly to allow himself to take advantage. This results in his corpse puppets being beaten away more times than he could consciously count. "That's enough," Mateus said lightly after countless hours. "Your grave chi has run out, there's no point in continuing." This was yet another disadvantage of not comprehending a death inheritance. 1. Advantage of corpse puppets was meant to be their near limitless stamina, yet Ryu could fight himself for longer than his corpse puppet could. Things weren't meant to be this way. Ryu nodded faintly and walked forward. Touching the shoulders of his 2 corpse puppets, they disappeared into his spatial ring, but his gait didn't stop as he walked by Mateus. He had already exited the grand hall before Tae realized what was happening and subconsciously chased after him. The city lord wanted to stop his granddaughter, but she was already out of his grasp before he could react. Today's matters had been too much of a blow to him. "Thanks." These were the only words Ryu said from start to finish, but they resounded through the grand hall. "Grandnephew, it seems your granduncle has made a mistake." The city lord sighed before finally speaking these words. Mateus shook his head. "Granduncle's judgment wasn't wrong. You saw for yourself that he too is a throne." Aurea snorted in disdain. "What kind of throne can't even put up a fight? Learn to control your lips, little girl. This isn't a place you can speak." Seeing her grandfather's glare, Aurea shrunk back, but still harumphed. "You're sure there aren't some underlying reasons for this?" The city lord couldn't help but imply that Ryu's status was some sort of fluke. Even if he lost, he shouldn't have lost so miserably. "Isn't it obvious?" Mateus said with a shrug. "He isn't a necromancer." "Well, not yet, anyway." Silence filled the grand hall. Mateus hardly cared though, instead he was lamenting his cheap labor. He helped that man train for more than half a day, yet he didn't even get faith for it. It seemed the heavens hadn't recognized their battle. How lamentable. Chapter 247. Nek Ryu sat in his courtyard without a care, having entered a deep state of meditation. In fact, he had even swallowed 2 silver vein petals, bringing his state to the breath of world stage. To others, a training session like that was only useful in the moment, but to Ryu, who had focus, the spirit-seeking lilies, and the origin flame, he could return to that moment in even greater detail than he had when he lived it the first time. Every single instant of moment, every mistake, every one of Mateus' actions and inactions, were replayed in his mind to the utmost perfection. In the state of breath of world, it was as though Ryu's breathing was in sync with the very ground he sat upon. The grass moved with the beating of his heart, the soils vibrated with the motion of his chi, and the skies above seemed to shine light only for his usage. Tae, who had run after Ryu, had been left behind long ago. Ryu had been more focused on entering this state than dealing with her, so she had no chance of keeping up with his speed. By the time she caught up, she lost her breath at the sight before her. She didn't know what state of mediation Ryu had entered, but she could instinctively feel that it wasn't as simple as the very first meditation state, it was at the very least breath of earth. She silently berated herself. If she had known he had entered such a rare state, she would have never barged in such an exasperated fashion. Now, she didn't even dare to move a single inch. She stood frozen just 5 or so meters from Ryu, even to the point of holding her breath. Ailsa giggled lightly. "Poor little girl. Such a state might be rare for others, but my little Ryu can enter them whenever he wants. The first-ranked heavenly pupils aren't just for show." Tae couldn't be blamed for this. Even the elders of the Shrine Plane had been shocked when Ryu entered breath of earth back then, let alone Tae herself. To many, Breath of Heaven was already a legendary state no one but sky gods could touch upon freely. She had no way of knowing that Ryu could easily enter a state a step above that. In truth, Ryu only needed one spiritual-seeking lily petal in order to enter Breath of World, as he could now enter Breath of Heaven under his own strength. After being washed over with essence multiple times thanks to reaching the imposed realm, he had now undone 5 seals of his heavenly pupils. However, Ryu knew that the time he could stay in Breath of World was proportional to the time he could stay in the state he artificially reached it from. So, since he could now stay in Breath of Earth for about half a day, it was better to enter from that state than Breath of Heaven, which he could only enter for a few minutes currently. Though Ailsa felt a faint pity for Tae's ignorance, she couldn't very expose herself to a near stranger. Plus, Tae was still a half-step Divine Vessel Realm expert at the end of the day. Standing still and not breathing even for several days wouldn't be difficult for her. In truth, she had a pettier reason. Tae managed to become her little Ryu's woman on accident. Why couldn't it have been her who sat on the wrong cushion? Like this, half a day ticked by and the moon currently hung high in the sky. Ryu's eyes flashed open, but as though he didn't Tae, his 2 fifth-order corpse puppets appeared. They instantly began to battle one another under Ryu's control. At first, it's slow and deliberate, but as time went on, they quickly reached the realm of true Divine Vessel Realm experts. Their clashes rang outward for several kilometers, filling the bustling night life of Looming City with trepidation. Yet, they continued to move quicker. Lower 5th order, middle 5th order, higher 5th order, eventually, even Tae could no longer keep up with their movements. She fled backward, knowing that if she stayed too close, she would get hurt. A moment later, they reached their true fighting prowess, peak 5th order. City Lord Loom as well as the many experts of the Loom clan rushed over, thinking that someone had actually had the audacity to attack their clan. But, when they unceremoniously surged into Ryu's courtyard, the sight they saw made their hearts tremble. Could it be he had just been pretending before? Ailsa beamed with pride. This was why, even though the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils were looked down upon when they first appeared, they now stood without contest in first place. The undisputed very best heavenly pupils in existence. During his entire battle with Mateus, Ryu had entered the first state of meditation, the meditation state. But that was only so that he could spur on his third perspective to the highest degree. He scanned the battlefield from every angle and down to every detail, uncaring for his face or embarrassment. Then, he relied on Focus 2 and the Origin Flame to benefit from each and every one of those minor details. Everything from start to finish was burned into his mind. He realized then exactly where he had gone wrong in the first month he spent training with his corpse puppets. How could he learn to manipulate in battle if he had only practiced manipulating them outside of battle? Soon, the battle prowess of Ryu's corpse puppets grew another level, glaives appearing in each one of their hands. Ryu's comprehension was suddenly infused with each one of their actions. They danced a beautiful dance, the silvery moonlight reflecting the dark violet of the bodies of their weapons. Boom! Their weapons came to a deadly stop, each glaive blade resting on the other's neck. Chapter 248. Would hate me, this isn't good enough. Ryu said, unsatisfied. Of course, I can easily react now because I don't have the ability to split my mind. Scheming against oneself is impossible if you know what is going to happen. I need to train more. Ryu's frown spoke volumes more than his word. He had the corpse puppets come back to him and enter his spatial ring. This seemed depressing, but Ryu clearly knew his limits. For one, his corpse puppets were still only able to fight on the ground. He didn't fight Mateus in the sky, so he had no information to review in such a situation. In addition, he himself wasn't a spiritual severing realm expert yet, so he couldn't fly in earnest, thus he had no experience in the matter. These were very tangible reasons to be unsatisfied, so Ryu didn't believe himself to be asking for too much even if others did. Looking up, Ryu realized there were many individuals here. When is the selection happening? In another half-month, City Lord Loom said after clearing his throat. All right, you all can go back now. Ryu said casually. Hold on, not you. Ryu stopped Tae from leaving, causing her to blush furiously. Ryu, TT, this isn't appropriate. My heart isn't ready, she answered in a flustered manner. Ryu ignored her words. Why haven't you all left yet? I have some things to say to my woman. Tae only wanted to find a place to bury her head, but the only viable option seemed to be Ryu's broad chest. Even if she was 100 times bolder, she would never use it. City Lord Loom glared at Ryu, but seeing his unperturbed eyes, there wasn't anything he could do. This kid is definitely doing this on purpose to get back at me. He dares use my granddaughter as a toy for revenge. In the end, he stormed away. Even if he hated Ryu, he didn't believe he would make his granddaughter a woman this night. He somehow felt that he had a good understanding of this young man. Soon, only Ryu and Tae were left in the courtyard. "What is your name?" Ryu finally spoke after Ailsa put up a barrier. Timidly looking up at Ryu, Tae suddenly felt a small bit of anger spark. Stamping her feet into the green grass below her, she resolutely glared at him, regaining her composure. She was the intelligent and calm beauty even geniuses of the core region lusted after, damn it. She wouldn't lose to this unfeeling ice prince. "My name is Taedra Loom." Ryu nodded. "My name is Ryu Tatsuya." An unceasing pressure crashed into Tae's chest. She had been ready to shrug it off. She already knew his name was Ryu, and that he was nameless. Unlike him, she actually remembered the names of others. But, when those words landed on her ears, she could only uncontrollably shiver. The feeling only became more intense after Ryu took off his mask to reveal the most handsome man she had ever seen in her life. She simply couldn't comprehend how a single man could seem to have such delicate features, yet appear to manly and fierce at the same time. "You don't know what this name means now, but it is very likely that there will come a day in the future when the whole of the Shrine Realm remembers my clan's name." Tae's trembling only became worse. Shrine Realm, was he referring to another realm she didn't know about? But why does it feel like he's talking about this one? I am telling you this not because I trust you, but because there isn't much you can do with this information anyway. You don't have the proper connections to make use of it, and even if you did by say, relying on Throne Mateus, I would be long gone anyway. In truth, thanks to the Mercenary Guild, Ryu was no longer in a state where he had to stay in the Shrine Realm. He could travel, go elsewhere, grow, and one day come back for his revenge. He had even solicited the interest of the Armament Guild, so his options were open. In his mind, though, he didn't want to leave just yet. He yearned to let those bastards know, to tell them that he, Ryu Tatsuya, was back. He wanted them to feel their hearts seize with trepidation and anxiety, for them to feel regret and remorse. It was an impulse he found hard to control, especially when he thought that this news might reach Alina's ears. But for now, he held it in. "Even if you are my woman only in name, I must take responsibility for you. If you one day fall in love with the man you are truly meant to be with, you can act as you please. I want you to know that I have a woman that I love, the only woman in my heart, my one and only wife. I will not abandon her." Tae was stunned by these words, but she didn't feel anything special. Aside from a bit of pity, there was nothing more. Who wouldn't feel a small bit of something when rejected so definitely, even if you had no feelings for the other person? But it was nothing so deep as to be emotionally scarring. The two of them had barely interacted. Even if she didn't truly know what love was, she knew enough to know that she wasn't in love with Ryu. In truth, she didn't think Ryu knew what it was either. Unfortunately for her, the Ryu she thought was only 18 years old had already lived for more than 1,000. However, that very woman would hate me if I simply left you like this, so I will help you. Ryu couldn't help but smile at the thought of this woman. It was the kind of smile that made Tae's heart seize and caused a wave of uncontrollable jealousy to overwhelm her. However, she couldn't tell by this smile that there was nothing she could do to change Ryu's mind, and entering his heart was even more impossible. Still, that night, a whole new world would be open to Tae. Chapter 249. Impossible, Welcome Clans of the Inner Ring. The meeting ground for the selection occurred in quite an odd location. The various 5th and half-step 6th order clans all gathered in an area of defense forest. In fact, it was clear that even the relatively small clearing they all stood within was only recently cut down. Behind the speaker stood a mountain. However, this so-called mountain was more reminiscent of a hill than anything else. This wasn't because of its lack of size, because it still stretched several kilometers into the sky, but rather because what should have been a rocky surface was drowned in greenery and foliage. This place was filled with powerful vital energy, allowing regular plants and spiritual herbs to grow tens of times faster than normally. As a result, this clearing they stood in had to be mowed down every time the selection was held. Of course, This was one of the holy cultivation lands of the Inner Ring and was jointly controlled by the 5 core clans. It was known as Mortal Chi Mountain because its massive structures housed the densest population of Mortal Chi stones in the entirety of the pedestal plain. Though this clearing was relatively small, this was only in proportion to the forest itself and the mountain ahead. It was still capable of holding several hundred people as it did currently. Geniuses of the Inner Ring and their clan elders stood at the forefront, but there were also lesser youths who held the hope of the weaker 4th and 3rd order clans as well. As for the speaker, he was a liaison of the core region, sent to oversee these matters. Interestingly enough, he didn't seem arrogant, but was rather warm and inviting, happily greeting them all. It was impossible to tell whether this was his true self, or if he was feigning it for some hidden purpose. As you all know, the selection isn't meant to be held this year but has been moved forward because your Zhu clan has grasped enough strength. It will soon make its move to the core region. Let this be a motivation to you all. With enough investment into the younger generations, your clans can rise to this height as well. The speaker smiled. Since he was on the older side, his wrinkles truly made him look like a caring grandfather looking after them all. Now, I'll explain the process. Listen carefully. You are all already aware, but Mortal Chi Mountain is home to a small realm of the Inner Ring. To the outside world, it is Mortal Chi Mountain itself that is the home of the densest deposit of Mortal Chi stones, but the reality is that this mountain doesn't hold a candle to the small realm it houses. Each of your clans may nominate 3 individuals to enter the Mortal Chi small realm on the behalf of our elder generation. Within the small realm, there will be various tasks to complete, each of which will reward a certain point total. In order to qualify for the final elimination event, you must rank top 4 in point total. Of course, this ranking excludes the 5 core clan minus the Zhu clan, which won't participate. Should you be among the clans in this final 4, you will be able to enter the elimination event along with the 4 remaining core clans. Unfortunately, these matters won't be simple after this. The atmosphere grew slightly tense. City Lord Loom's brows furrowed. He had expected them to change the rules, but hadn't expected it to be so brazen. Even without the speaker finishing, he knew what was coming. Normally, the rankings as decided by the final elimination round would decide percentage profit from the Mortal Chi Mountain. However, with 1 core clan leaving your region, it will be a bit different. The Inner Ring must stay harmonious and without conflict so that it can continue to play its important role for the pedestal plane. As such, receiving 5th place will not be enough to claim the Zhu clan's place among the 5 core clans. City Lord Loom clenched his fists, but restrained his aura in the end. Seeing such a man being stifled, some felt pity, but many more felt disdain. In particular, a sharp-eyed young man with brown-amber hair sneered toward the Loom clan's representatives. Earlier, when he had seen Ryu standing by Tae, he had already felt uncomfortable. If his senior brother heard about this, his rage would level a mountain. But in the end, he calmed down. Did it matter what the Loom clan did now? They were at the end of their rope. In order to take over the Zhu clan's territory, one must have the approval of a majority of the clans ranked above you. Meaning, if you rank 5th, should 2 of the clans above you disagree with your placement into the core clans, you will be rejected and 6th place will be tested. Should you rank 2nd, your fate will be in the hands of the 1 clan above you. Ryu inwardly sneered. What arrogant rules. Hearing this, even City Lord Loom, who had been ready to blow his top, suddenly calmed down and smiled. He had 2 thrones on his side. Would there be an issue taking 1st place? Ah yes, there's something I've forgotten to mention. The old man touched his forehead as though lamenting his old age. Usually, the selection is restricted to those below the connecting heaven realm. However, this is quite a special case as we are now selecting a new core clan. As you all know, the main backbone of the core clans of the Inner Ring is, in fact, 6th order experts. City Lord Loom's smile froze even as Ryu's sneer intensified. Still, changing the rules so abruptly would be too jarring, so we've come to a compromise. Connecting Heaven Realm experts will be allowed to participate, but they mustn't be over 500 years old. We believe that this would be the perfect balance of younger generation to powerhouses. In an instant, the elders of the Loom clan suddenly turned ashen. Their clan didn't have a single connecting Heaven Realm expert younger than 500 years old. The worst part about it was that City Lord's senses suddenly picked up several youths who had been previously hiding their auras that no longer bothered to do so. Not only were some of these youths by the side of the 4 remaining core clans, the Bastille clan, the Xie clan, the Vin clan and the Croft clan. There were also some by the rival fifth-order clans of the Loom clan. City Lord Loom suddenly realized that even making it to the elimination round might be impossible. Chapter 250, Disrespect bonus chapter for 250 golden tickets, you will stay here. Ryu said with a cold tone one could hardly respond to. But, Tae felt quite indignant. Her relationship with Ryu had grown closer, but it had changed into more of a master and disciple connection. Over the last half-month, she had become extremely grateful toward Ryu and his help, and even a bit overwhelmed by the resources he gave her. How could she, a member of a clan of the Inner Ring, ever imagine one day having a 6-star cultivation technique in the palm of her hands? Yet, now she could proudly say such a thing. A few days ago, with Ryu's support, Tae had been able to stand up to her grandfather and demand to take the third and final spot their clan was allocated. Seeing his granddaughter sweep through the geniuses of the Loom clan, the city lord felt conflicted, but only let go in the end. Of course, this wasn't because Tae's power had so suddenly skyrocketed in the last few days. If anything, she was actually a bit weaker than she had been due to the fact she needed to rebuild her foundation with a new technique. However, it was exactly because of this reason Ryu stopped her from participating. I can't protect you, so it's best you stay here. Ryu cut her off. Though he didn't say it, he was quite aware that it would be difficult to even protect himself. The difference between the connecting heaven realm and Ryu's current chi refinement realm was too large. Luckily, his body had reached the depths of the divine vessel realm despite still being in the pulse tempering realm, so he had a small degree of confidence in at least being able to protect his life. Unfortunately, though, he was still keenly aware of the danger. The truth was that the difference between him and geniuses of the core region should have been large. After all, he practiced 3 6-star cultivation techniques. Still, the matter wasn't so simple. One had to remember that cultivation techniques had 3 distinct stages: the mortal chi stage, the immortal chi stage, and the cosmic chi stage. A weak plane like the pedestal plane couldn't possibly have 6-star immortal and cosmic chi cultivation techniques, but was the same true of mortal chi cultivation techniques. The main issue lied in the fact that the connecting heaven realm still lied within the mortal chi stage. Essentially, Ryu could very well face geniuses who used 5 and 6-star techniques in this battle. If Ryu had already entered the immortal chi realms and was facing a pedestal plane genius, he would crush them because their inheritances were too shallow. This was even if they were of a higher cultivation stage. But this simply wasn't the case now. Tae didn't know what to say. She had just started down the path of regaining her confidence, of forging herself into the woman she wanted to be, yet she hit a brick wall before she could even take a second step. Mateus smiled lightly. It seems I may get to see your true strength very soon. Ryu didn't respond to Mateus' words, but his blood is boiling. When his bloodlines were dormant, it was easy to ignore their influence. But now that he had begun to nurture them, things had changed. At the sight of a seemingly unwinnable battle, his fire dragon blood roared with arrogant disdain. Though Ryu thought this was the reason, Ailsa smiled, knowing he was fooling himself. Was it really his bloodline that was responsible? Or was it her little Ryu himself who loved this situation so much? She could see Ryu's memories clearly. That day he stepped out of the immortal path, he roared into the skies, eager for the challenge the pedestal plane would bring. Ailsa knew very well that this excitement he was feeling had nothing to do with his bloodlines. You all have 6 months to complete enough tasks and gather the necessary points to reach the top 8. Take hold of this opportunity well. Those of you who perform to a certain standard will be invited to the core region to participate in an even more important selection to enter the Ice Devil Legacy world in just a bit more than 1 year's time. Ryu tuned the old man's words out. He didn't care about receiving such help, he had already planned on entering as a wild card. Plus, he was planning on enraging those core region's clans even as the old man spoke with that sly smile. Why would he then decide to represent them? In Ryu's opinion, but that was giving them too much of a good thing. He would represent himself. A moment later, Ryu's hand reached out and grasped a light green jade necklace that was thrown to him. His heavenly pupils could easily see the complex formation hidden within, meant to keep track of the legitimacy of his points. Your first challenge is to make it to the mortal chi small realm. The old man smiled a bit deviously. The selection begins now. Numerous figures flashed forward at once, blazing toward the greenery-covered mountain. Ailsa, Ryu thought faintly. Already on it, Ailsa grinned. Though Ryu's feng shui comprehension was deep, he didn't have the proper tools on hand. However, Ailsa's innate bloodline abilities allowed her to disregard the need for such tools. Why would he run around the mountain like a bumbling fool when he could wait a moment and have Ailsa lead the way? Wait a moment. Ryu held Mateus back. Seeing his questioning gaze, Ryu didn't explain. However, Mateus seemed to feel that he could trust Ryu in this moment. Ah, the Loom clan is so grand. But why is it that I feel you don't have a single connecting heaven realm genius? The sharp-eyed young man lamented as though he truly cared. Even relying on a mere chi refinement expert. Is it really so difficult to find good help? Many of the other participants had already made a mad sprint for the mountain. Mortal Chi mountain spanning hundreds of kilometers. If they didn't rush, maybe the time limit would be up before they even found the ever-moving small realm entrance. However, there were a few confident individuals who acted as though they were on a leisurely walk, hanging behind and staring forward as though those rushing were nothing but a colony of ants. Oh, little sister Tae, my elder brother thinks of you every day. You know how much he wants you, just say the word and the Zhu clan's position is yours. The elders of the Loom clan who followed grew agitated, many gritting their teeth, while others seemed incredibly tempted. As Ryu had expected, it really had been something like this that pushed the Loom clan into dire straits. At least it seemed City Lord Loom had a backbone even if his elders and ministers didn't. I suggest you shut your mouth. Ryu said faintly. There are some things in this world that no one can touch when they belong to another. One of those things is my women. Tae, who was just feeling a stifling pressure, was stunned by Ryu's words but instantly blushed profusely, hiding her embarrassed expression behind his shoulder. At this point, it wasn't just the sharp-eyed young man who frowned, but even the amiable old man who headed the selection turned his gaze toward Ryu. Do you have any idea who my brother is? The sharp-eyed young man sneered. You have a lot of nerve speaking these words. Ryu didn't respond, but this only made the young man's sneer deepen. Good, good. Do you dare to tell me your name? The young man's roar shook the very ground he stood upon. Found it, Ailsa suddenly said. Let's go. Ryu's figure almost turned into a mirage, Mateus following swiftly afterward. Fast. This was the foremost thought in the minds of everyone who watched on. You want my name? Ryu's voice covered the forest's landscape as he casually glided by the smiling old man. Those of the pedestal plane know me as Throne Ryu. The sharp-eyed young man and the connecting heaven realm experts around him were stunned. They could have never guessed that the young man they felt was overestimating himself actually had the very same status as the man whose reputation they sought to protect. After a moment, though, the young man's sneer returned. This Throne Ryu must be the new throne of the Outer Ring, but how can the throne of a Fifth Order sect compare to the throne of a Sixth Order clan? Plus, there was another thing that made the young man extremely confident. Thrones were known for their battle prowess, but Ryu was simply far too young. Rumors said that he was only 18 years old. But his elder brother was not only a throne, but was already over 500 years old. The gap between them was akin to heaven and earth. In fact, even the young man himself was confident in defeating Ryu. To have defeated a mighty throne myself, suddenly he shook his head. No, such a defeat would be too easy. For disrespecting my Lao clan, I'll force you to understand that even a throne is useless before me. Chapter 251, Chi Blade Bonus Chapter for 500 Power Stones. Mateus followed behind Ryu with a calm expression, but there were raging tides in his heart. He could tell that Ryu wasn't going all out with his speed, yet it was difficult for even Mateus, who was a half-step connecting heaven realm expert, to keep up. In truth, Mateus was a necromancer, so his body was his weakest aspect. However, knowing this, he had invested quite a lot into comprehending movement techniques to act as life-saving measures. In addition, his Loom clan's lineage was quite fond of lightness-type techniques, as Tae could attest to. Yet, he could hardly keep Ryu in his field of vision despite using 70% of his full potential. Mateus was so shocked by this that he hardly had the time to realize he hadn't thought about where Ryu was leading him. But, by the time he thought that he should be more questioning of this, his senses already picked up the fluctuations of a small realm's entrance. Ryu's figure disappeared into one of the many caves of Mortal Chi Mountain, slicing through the foliage with ease to expose an inner working of tunnels. Almost as soon as Mateus followed him in, the brimming vitality of the mountain caused the foliage to recover in an instant, covering the opening once more. After weaving through the passages, Ryu and Mateus were soon faced with a gentle bobbing bubble about twice as tall as a normal human in height and width. Within, one could see the reflection of a beautiful, lush world. How did you find it so easily? Mateus asked in astonishment. Everyone knew that the small realm's entrance constantly moved. In fact, this was the case for all small realms. It was just that when large sects or clans found small realms they took a liking to, they would use special means to seal said small realm's movement and keep it for themselves. However, the Mortal Chi small realm was quite a special case. If it wasn't, the core region would have long since snatched it for itself. Why would they let the small inner ring benefit from such a great cultivation resource? Unfortunately, they could only reap the rewards of this small realm through tributes the clans of the inner ring paid forward. This small realm was well known as an unrestrainable. Small realms like this were rare, but did exist. Usually, small realms like this fell into two categories. Either their very existence was already tied to something and thus couldn't be moved without losing its value, or the realm itself was too powerful. Usually, small realms in the latter category were very close to being true realms like this shrine realm. Of course, the Mortal Chi small realm fell into the former category. Its existence was tied to Mortal Chi Mountain. If it was moved, the symbiotic relationship between mountain and small realm would be shattered, thus drastically lowering the small realm's value. Though many believed that the true source of the mountain range's strange abilities was actually the small realm itself, for some odd reason, the small realm never left the range of the mountain, so no one dared to test that hypothesis lest they lose this valuable resource. I have some insights into feng shui, Ryu said nonchalantly before pressing onward as though it was a meaningless ability. We'll probably be separated once we enter, but to tell you the truth, I prefer to be on my own anyway. I'm sure you also don't need my help. Good luck. Without another word, Ryu leapt into the bubble, vanishing into the small realm. Mateus sighed and shook his head before laughing. What an unsociable guy. Though Mateus seemed calm and quiet, he had been forced to be this way in order to hide his strengths from the Zhu clan. However, he wasn't normally so reserved. He quite liked Ryu's tenacity and wanted to be friends. He could also tell that Ryu didn't mind being around him either. Yet this guy just didn't know how to talk to people. There's definitely a reason he insists on being a necromancer. I should have Master bring him along next time, Mateus said as he leapt into the small realm before it could shift positions again. It seems we've underestimated this place. I very much doubt that even the Blossom Plain has a better region for mortal realm cultivators. Ailsa looked around with a surprised expression. She actually didn't know much about the Shrine Realm or its current events as Ryu had long since learned. So, her surprise was genuine. Ryu nodded. This place has mortal chi almost as dense as some places I recall from the Shrine Plain. This might seem meaningless, but it was actually a massive deal. Having such a dense region of mortal chi meant that all mortal realm existences gained a massive boon toward their progression and strength. Simply put, all mortal realm spiritual herbs, resources, and beasts were in great abundance here. Common grade, black grade and earth grade resources here were practically overflowing. Coupled with the odd vitality of this region, and every one of Ryu's footsteps would likely have at least a 10% likelihood of crushing something decently valuable. However, this actually wasn't what Ryu was most excited about. With such a dense amount of mortal chi, beasts would flourish in this place. The population of 4th, 5th and 6th order beasts would be higher than any other region Ryu had ever encountered. This place, it was the perfect place to complete the pulse tempering realm. Currently, Ryu's Ice Phoenix bloodline provided him with 1,600 Jin of strength. His Fire Phoenix bloodline had completed the pulse tempering realm thanks to his entering the Impose realm with his rage flames and subsequently awakening his rebirth flame, and provided him with 80,000 Jin of strength. His Fire Dragon bloodline was also complete at this realm and provided him with 170,000 Jin of strength, and finally, his Lightning Qilin bloodline was partially completed at this realm and provided 53,400 Jin of strength. In total, Ryu now had just over 300,000 Jin of strength. Essentially, Ryu had the strength of someone around the Middle Divine Vessel realm as a half-step connecting Heaven realm expert who had one ancestral bloodline would have about 1 million Jin of strength. However, a half-step connecting Heaven realm expert with just a common grade bloodline would have 500,000 Jin of strength. Of course, a half-step Immortal Ring expert would have 10 million Jin of strength, while a half-step Path Extinction realm expert would have 100 million Jin of strength. These realms, from the half-step connecting heaven realm to the half-step path extinction realm were the equivalent of the vessel tempering realm of the body realm. Once all 6 body vessels were opened, one would be the equivalent of a half-step connecting heaven realm expert. Upon tempering one's blood within the vessel tempering realm, one could reach the subsequent realms before finally attacking the blood tempering realm. This was a lofty goal for others, but for Ryu, it was only the beginning. Ryu's figure flashed, a look of incomparable ease on his face as he circled a large silver wolf whose eyes crackled with blue lightning. Much like almost every other area of this small realm, copious amounts of vegetation surrounded their feet, but while the wolf's steps burnt and charred this greenery, Ryu's steps were so light that even blades of grass didn't bend beneath his weight. With a thought, his glaive cut forward, cleanly beheading the silver thunder wolf. That makes almost 3 dozen 5th order lightning spiritual roots. I think that should be enough to satiate my Qilin bloodline. In truth, it had only been 2 days since Ryu entered, yet, not only had he collected enough lightning spiritual roots, but he had also collected over 20 ice spiritual roots as well. The best part was that these kills counted toward his points. Sometimes, his chosen beasts would be protecting spiritual herbs also on the list of missions, so he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Though it might shock others, Ryu wasn't surprised at all that he ranked first in points over the course of these 2 days. In fact, not only did he rank first, the distance between him and second place was large. Soon, Ryu had found a quiet place to cultivate. Entering the tub of seeking wood he built for himself in the outer region, he began to diligently cultivate. Because he used the Phoenix Heavenly Body technique, he knew that absorbing the ice spiritual roots would be much faster, so he didn't hesitate. A frigid cold whipped through the hidden underground space. One would think blood should be warm, but the blood of these beasts ran colder than a mountain peak. Yet, Ryu felt incomparably comfortable. Ailsa watched silently as the days ticked by, ensuring that nothing untoward occurred while Ryu was in seclusion. In truth, she was still very worried about how Ryu would enter the spiritual severing realm and had been thinking of the problem every day. With Ryu's cultivation speed, he should have already been knocking on the Divine Vessel Realm's door. Yet he had actually met such a tall mountain. If only I hadn't left that place in such a rage. Then I could just look up the records we have on the chaotic silk meridians. It can't be that an ancestral grade meridian would stall its owner at such a low cultivation realm, right? There must be a solution. Ailsa grit her teeth, coming to a decision. She wouldn't allow her own pride to waste Ryu's potential. Even if she had to apologize to that annoying old man, she would do so if it helped her little. Ryu. Just as she had sunken deep into her own thoughts, Ryu's body was suddenly set ablaze. But this time, the flames were a gorgeous royal blue. Suddenly Ailsa froze. She had never felt this before. It felt as though something was screaming at her, something deep within her body. Her instincts were practically crying out. She hesitated. Should she listen to this instinct? Why hadn't she felt this feeling the last time Ryu evoked essence? She couldn't understand it, but she did know she was running out of time. Gritting her teeth, Ailsa made a decision. A strong bout of pride welled up in her chest. She was a cultist fairy, a princess of the cultist clan. If her ancestors could lead their life partners without the help of piles of resources and reference materials, so could she. Ryu, quickly, use essence to form your chi blade and enter the spiritual severing realm. Chapter 252, 15 meters tall. Ryu didn't hesitate. He felt a keen sense of trust in Ailsa. In his lifetime, he had only had a few friends. Among them, the only ones he considered friend outside of his immediate family circle were Nuri and Elena. It was a sad reality, but in Ryu's mind, his best friends were his parents and grandparents. This was how close they were. If others knew of Ryu's mindset, maybe they wouldn't know whether they should laugh or cry. After all, what youth considered their parents friends? They would love them and respect them, but friendship? It sounded a bit odd. Still, this was Ryu's reality. However, Ryu couldn't help but warm up to Ailsa. Although he went out of his way to not read her thoughts, sometimes some of her emotions would break through to him. One such instant was in the moment before she spoke just now. Ryu felt Ailsa's inner turmoil, and he also felt that she hadn't made this decision lightly. So, Ryu decided to reward her with his trust, a fact that couldn't help but warm Ailsa's heart. Manipulating essence was near impossible. One could only use it for the purpose the heavens gifted you it for and nothing else. For example, when Ryu evoked essence after comprehending the Tatsuya saintly weapons to the imposed realm, he had only been able to fill his fire dragon bloodline, reason being the Tatsuya clan was effectively the Fire Dragon clan. Back then, the excess essence had spilled over into Ryu's Fire Phoenix bloodline as well. However, this once again didn't break these fundamental rules. Both bloodlines were of a keen fire attribute, thus the conversion was allowed. However, when Ryu awakened his first two flames to the imposed realm, he could only helplessly watch the excess essence dissipate. Although the Fire Phoenix and Ice Phoenix were both Phoenix bloodlines, their separation was incredibly important to the heavens as each overlooked a fundamental aspect of existence. One life, and the other reincarnation. As such, the conversion was not allowed. What did this all mean? Simply put, evoking essence by awakening his life flame could only be used for filling his Ice Phoenix bloodline to the very peak of the pulse-tempering realm. Using it to form a chi blade was borderline testing the dignity of the heavens. Still, Ryu followed through with Ailsa's request. Not only was this because he trusted her, but it was also because he had seen Ailsa manipulate essence to her will before. Fairies were a branch race of evolved humans who were far more in tune with the heavens than the other branches of their race. This connection was what allowed Ailsa to see the limits of one's potential with just a single glance. However, even among fairies, the cultist clan was a special case. They didn't have the high combat strength of the other top-tier fairy clans, but they more than made up for this with their strengths. Ryu suddenly felt a fiercer mental connection with Ailsa. This wasn't because their intimacy had deepened, but rather something Ailsa had forcibly done artificially. If Ryu rejected her now, not only would it cause severe backlash to her, but her foundation would be irreparably harmed. This one act alone allowed Ryu to understand just how deep Ailsa's resolve was. How could he bear to reject her now? No matter how cold he was, he would never be cold to such an extent. The instant he accepted, he felt his control of essence skyrocket. What once was an energy that removed to budge no matter how he pleaded, though he hadn't suddenly become capable of manipulating it at will, had at least become malleable. Ryu felt as though he was lifting something at the very edge of his limit. The strain was almost unbearable. Press on, Ryu. Don't allow it to collapse. When one formed your chi blade, it was necessary to gather up all the chi in your meridians and pulses and expel it. Once it was expelled, one must control this chi and form it into a sharp chi blade. The deeper one's foundations, the clearer, more defined, and larger the chi blade was. When he accepted Ailsa's request, Ryu hadn't hesitated to expel all of his chi. In fact, the ceiling of the underground cave he had hidden in completely shattered, pulverized into fine dust particles as he was exposed to the air. Simply put, if one failed their first severing, they would fall back to the initial stages of the chi refinement realm. Ryu couldn't afford to fail. For Ryu, controlling his chi, even outside his body this way was easy. Usually this was a tough hurdle all chi refiners had to leap over, and this was a key reason why only spiritual severing realm experts could send out chi from their body. Ryu had spent the last several months practicing demonic strings, the earth-grade technique he chose from the Awoken Moon sect. Thanks to the fourth floor of the Crystalline Jade, Ryu had already reached the great success stage. For a chi refinement expert to reach such a level in an earth-grade technique only divine vessel and connecting heaven realm experts were meant to be capable of using, Ryu's talent was undeniable. Yet, Ryu felt his body trembling as he tried to form his chi blade. It wasn't because of his own chi, because he manipulated that with ease. But it was because of the essence he was trying to incorporate into his chi blade. Ailsa felt a wave of despair overcome her as she watched Ryu's body tremble. Was she wrong? Had she pushed Ryu down a road of no return? With Ryu's talent, recultivating from the lower chi refinement realm wasn't that big of a deal, but if he fell now, what of the selection? To make matters worse, after failing one's first severing, one's body would be completely devoid of chi. The commotion Ryu caused when he initialized his chi blade was already massive. The size of one's chi blade followed the same principle as one's spiritual foundation. A common practitioner would only form a chi blade of 1/2 meter in length for their first severing, but an absolute genius would form one of 5 meters for their first. Yet, Ryu's chi blade, even without incorporating essence, was 15 meters tall. Usually, a chi blade formed of neutral chi would be bland and uninteresting. But Ryu's trembled with a majestic purity, even the skies seemed eager to shatter under its presence. This 15-meter-tall chi blade was the product of Ryu practicing 3 6-star techniques at once. But even this chi blade wasn't enough to sever the third strongest material in all of existence, even if the target was its weakest point. Without the help of essence, it was completely hopeless. Chapter 253. Cleave, Ryu. Ailsa bit her lip. She was regretting her impulsiveness. Even if they were going to try this, she should have chosen a safer environment for him. She was a failure as a cultist fairy. No. Ryu's resolute voice rang out as his chi blade began to slowly grow in size. He could already sense that many had already sensed his attempted breakthrough, and not all of them were beasts. No one would dare to approach while one had formed their chi blade. Even the chi blade of the weakest chi refinement expert could threaten the life of a connecting heaven realm expert. It was just that the price of failing a severing was incomparably heavy, so no one used it to attack. Such a thing would be foolish. However, everyone knew the consequences. So while Ryu was struggling for his life and they didn't dare to approach now, many were looking on with a sinister light in their eyes. They all knew that there was only one human here with chi refinement realm cultivation, and that human was once first place. Even after a few days of being idle, he was still ranked top 20. If they could kill him and take his points. However, even as they were thinking this, their hearts continued to tremble. Though they could sense Ryu attempting to break through, no one saw the size of his blade. After all, compared to the massive size of a small realm, a mere 15 meters wasn't tall enough to be seen from every corner. Still, the momentum of this breakthrough. Just how sturdy were his foundations? Ryu, though, didn't care about the thoughts of others. He was completely focused on his task. I can feel that your method is correct. I have too few chances to elicit essence to descend. I must take advantage of this. Even if he failed, Ryu wouldn't regret it. Essence slowly began to incorporate itself into his chi blade. The once solid edge as white as snow began to turn golden. However, the more golden it became, the more fog seemed to surround the blade, making its once distinct edges grow faint. Ryu grit his teeth, connecting with the incubator and throwing 3 silver vein lilies into his mouth. In one sweep, he entered the breath of world stage. It was then that the fading blade began to solidify once more. 16 meters, 17 meters, 18 meters, a sharp sheeing sound reverberated through the skies. Countless trees around Ryu were sliced in half as a formless torrential blade chi swept through the forest. In an instant, the 50-meter radius around Ryu was completely cleared, leaving nothing but scarred ground. 19 meters, 20 meters, 25 meters, 30 meters, it was now or never. Ryu felt that if he made it any larger, he would completely lose the ability to control. No, Ryu, it must be larger. This isn't enough. Ailsa's instinct screamed at her once more. She knew this much wasn't enough. A 30-meter tall chi blade. This was already never for a normal expert to enter the half-step divine vessel realm. Yet for Ryu, it still wasn't enough for even the first stage. Ryu felt completely helpless. When one swung their chi blade, they had to emphasize the utmost control. If this wasn't done, it was even possible for a cultivator to die under their own chi blade. Ryu could feel that if he made his any larger, he wouldn't be able to guarantee that he would strike true. I can only. Ryu took a deep breath. He was already completely devoid of chi. All of it had already been expelled in order to form the foundation of his chi blade. Even if he wanted to perform a technique, it would be impossible. However, Ryu knew there was only one way to succeed. Ailsa had already projected the method into his mind. He had to use demonic strings. But how could he use a chi-based technique without any chi? A roar escaped Ryu's lips. 1 imposed barrier, 2 imposed barriers, 3 imposed barriers, 4, 5, 6. Ryu unleashed his everything. The core essence of entering the imposed realm was to gain the ability to impose one's will upon reality. If Ryu wanted to, no one below the connecting heaven realm could even dream of standing before him unless they too had comprehended an inheritance to the imposed realm. Yet, Ryu wasn't attempting to pressure a mere divine vessel realm expert. He was trying to impose his will upon the heavens themselves. Your essence, give it to me. Life flame, impose realm. Rage flame, impose realm. Rebirth flame, impose realm. Tatsuya glaive, impose realm. Tatsuya spear, impose realm. Tatsuya halberd, impose realm. 6 barriers layers one atop of each other. For others, this was an absolutely impossible feat, but for the inheritor of the ice jade crystal body, it was possible. Ryu didn't have mind to notice, but Glove of Order trembled with excitement. It too called out to the heavens, as though telling it to pipe down. Thunder clouds rolled. Ryu signing a beast contract with a beast who had awoken a sin bloodline talent was already bad enough. Yet now he was actually trying to snatch its essence for himself. Even under the rage of the heavens, Ryu didn't let up. 40 meters, 50 meters, the essence was suddenly pulled into Ryu's control. Golden lines as thin as a spider's silk began to form. Normally, these demonic strings would be invisible, but Ryu had purposely made them as thick as he could for the purpose of controlling his chi blade. 60 meters, 80 meters, at this point, the chi blade had grown too large. What once was impossible to see from a distance had suddenly begun to creep up on the horizons of many who hadn't dared to approach too closely. That can't, the geniuses of the core region mumbled to themselves. They had to be seeing things. Fortunately, Ailsa, who realized the chi blade had grown large enough to be seen from kilometers away, immediately took action, using the rolling clouds in clouds to confuse their vision. However, this was only the good news. The bad news was, there must be a supreme treasure over there. The sharp-eyed young man's eyes turned red with greed. He still didn't dare to approach until Ryu's breakthrough either failed or succeeded, but he had already made up his mind. Whatever it was, he had to have it. He wasn't the only one who came to this conclusion. All 18 connecting heaven realm geniuses who had come this time around felt their hearts tremble. Tribulation clouds were incredibly rare in the martial world. Even if they were sentenced to death, they would never change their minds. There had to be something beyond their imaginings over there. Unfortunately for them, the momentum of Ryu's breakthrough was so fierce that they hadn't sentenced the layering of 6 imposed barriers. Maybe if they had, they wouldn't have made such a reckless decision. 100 meters, 120 meters, 150 meters. In that moment, Ryu heard a shattering barrier. Under the strain of having to control his demonic strings with essence, he shattered the final barrier, entering the great circle of perfection. Cleave. Ryu roared. There was no hesitation in eyes, not an ounce of fear could be found. He was a Tatsuya. Even if death stared him in the face, he wouldn't take a single step back. The blade fell from the skies, swinging downward with blinding speed. No one could deny it. Before this blade, even a peak connecting heaven realm expert could only die. Now, the sharp-eyed youth surged forward. Though he was several dozen kilometers away, with his cultivation, just a few minutes would be enough to close the distance, if that. The moment he sensed Ryu's chi blade cleave downward, he shot forward without hesitation. However, when he reached Ryu's vicinity, he could only look on in horror. A blade scar ran 10 kilometers from point to point, the depth of which was impossible to see. At one of its points, a bloodied young man lay sprawled the ground, a ghastly wound oozing crimson across his chest, his life and death unknown. Chapter 254. Lashed out. The sharp-eyed young man was known by many as Lucian Lao, the second in line to the Lao clan. In truth, the Lao clan was not one of the sixth-order clans of the core region. Or rather, just a few hundred years ago, it wasn't. It's a long story irrelevant to the matters at hand, but the short of it was that Throne Byron, after the Lao clan was pushed into a corner, succeeded in grasping the throne of a clan on the verge of becoming a half-step seventh-order clan, the most powerful clan of the core region, the Ember clan. Thanks to his brother, not just the Lao clan, but he as Throne Byron's younger sibling, benefited greatly. There were countless things he had seen in his young life and he could be considered to be well versed in the matters of the world. But even he couldn't make heads or tails of the scene before him. Despite very clearly seeing that Ryu was heavily injured, he still hesitated to take a step forward. The blade scar was unlike anything he had ever seen. The oppressive aura, the raging chi, the sharpness that made one feel a single misstep would reap their life, even the oppressive vitality of the mortal chi small realm was directly suppressed. The various vegetation and plant life that had been cut down showed no signs of growing back in the short term. At that moment, a violent cough shattered the quiet of the raised forest. Bits of shredded organ and blood flew from Ryu's lips as he struggled to stand. Though the half of his face exposed by his half-mask appeared expressionless, his gaze seemed far dimmer. Every time one broke through a large barrier, they were meant to experience rebirth. In fact, the spiritual severing realm and the path extinction realm were actually two exceptions to this rule. They both not only provided rebirth upon crossed their large barrier, but also provided a rebirth for every step taken through its minor barriers. As for why the path extinction realm allowed this, it could be explained at a later time. But the reason why the spiritual severing realm gave such benefits was clear and obvious. During the process of swinging down one's chi blade, a cultivator was meant to communicate with their dantian. The dantian, which housed one's spiritual foundation, was a small realm of its own, unique to every martial cultivator. This communication would allow the chi blade to switch its state and shift from one's current plane of existence to the plane of existence one's spiritual foundation resided in. This was how a cultivator could avoid bisecting themselves as they severed the connection between their meridians and spiritual foundation in order to reform a stronger connection. Upon completing each severing, one's meridians would grow in size. Eventually, after multiple severings, one's meridians would begin to increase its connection to one's dantian, thus allowing it to gain some characteristics of a small realm of its own, which would then allow one to store even more energy within their meridians. This process was beneficial, but also incredibly dangerous. Even the slightest mistake in controlling the chi blade's shift to one's dantian plane could result in irreparable damages. So, the heavens displayed a bit of mercy in allowing slight mistakes to be healed after each severing. Obviously, the issue Ryu faced was clear. He hadn't experienced rebirth and his injuries hadn't been healed. There was only one explanation he could think of for this: he had failed. Sensing the destitute nature of his meridians, completely barren of chi, a bitterness swelled in his heart. A moment later, an anxiousness he couldn't control overwhelmed him. The mildest punishment one would face after failing their first severing was dropping back down to the lower chi refinement realm. However, there was an even more savage punishment for those who partially succeeded but ultimately failed. Completing a severing was only half the process of entering the spiritual severing realm. The other half was re-establishing the connection one severed between their dantian plane and their meridians. If one failed to re-establish this connection, one could permanently weaken or even lose the link one had with their dantian. What did this mean? It was akin to sending Ryu back to square one. Not square one as in the very first awakening realm, square one as in he was once again that boy who failed to awaken his spiritual foundation. In fact, it was even worse than this. Back then, Ryu had at least had a false spiritual foundation. But now, he didn't have one at all. A gloomy rage built up in Ryu's chest. He didn't blame Ailsa, he only blamed himself. He knew that her path was correct, that her method wasn't flawed. Of all the ways he had thought of to succeed in severing his chaotic silk meridians, her path was the very best. But he failed. He had actually failed. Back then, during those moments, he had felt ecstasy. Reason being, he had felt the blade succeed. He precisely controlled his chi blade, shifting it from this real plane to his dantian plane. He accurately struck the weakest and thinnest part of his chaotic silk meridians, just at the part where they were beginning to shift from tangible to ethereal. It couldn't have been more perfect. His chi blade sliced through cleanly. The only thing he had remaining to do was grab control of his severing meridian vessel, communicate with his dantian plane, and allow a stronger, even sturdier connection to form. After this severing was complete, his ability to sense the changes of his dantian should have increased manifold. He was so looking forward to seeking out the mysteries of a sky god's spiritual foundation, yet that was when it happened. The essence that had been puppeteered by his demonic strings lashed out. All the control he had was lost in an instant. Before he could re-establish the connection, the essence tore itself from his demonic strings, forcibly re-entering the real plane and slicing out through his inner organs and even his diamond-back ape soft armor. Chapter 255. The man, not only was he now destitute of chi, but he was also injured to the point even standing seemed impossible. This injury was so severe that the punch he received from Edwin was like child's play. Before his newly awakened ice flame, even injuries caused by Edwin would have no choice to be healed. But Ryu could feel that an injury caused by essence of the enraged heavens was far beyond his abilities, let alone worrying about his cultivation's inability to progress from now onward. He might not live for another few hours. Tears fell uncontrollably from Ailsa's cheeks. There was so much she wanted to say but couldn't say at the same time. Saying anything at all would have been useless. It was then that Lucian fell into a state of uncontrollable laughter. To think, he wiped tears from his eyes. A man who haughtily called himself a throne just days ago would fail to reach even the fourth realm of cultivation. If others heard about this, maybe all the thrones of the world would hunt you down for daring to taint their name. Once the shock of the blade's scar wore off, Lucian couldn't help but laugh a genuine laughter. It truly was too funny. For the mortal planes, the spiritual severing realm was a lofty realm beyond many of their wildest imaginations, but for the core region, such a realm was merely a stepping stone of the younger generation. For Ryu to fail, it was no wonder why he was laughing. Of course, it wasn't just Lucian who found this funny. The other connecting heaven realm geniuses who had rushed over in thoughts of the treasure that formed beneath the tribulation clouds also felt their tenseness relax to a hearty laughter. Phew. Lucien's eyes sharpened once more. If you know what's good for you, you'll hand over the treasure born this region. Do that, then maybe I'll let you become a slave of mine for the next few months. Hey Lucian, a gruff connecting heaven realm genius of the Min clan called out. Have you noticed that we can't sense any cultivation from him anymore? Let alone just failing in returning to the lower chi refinement realm, it looks like it's far worse than that. Lucian was partially stunned by these words. When he checked to see that second inline heir of the Min clan was correct, the amusement in his eyes grew to new levels. Since that's the case, there's no point in even speaking conditions with him. I don't need a cripple for a slave, plus this kind of life is what you deserve for daring to provoke my elder brother. Look at his height, then look at yours. Is there even a need to compare? Lucian sneered with disdain. Vigil, you can have any belongings he has on him, but the treasure that formed here is mine. Lucian said without regard for the Min clan's genius. You can't do as you please here, Lucian. Your big brother is nowhere in sight. You'll have to rely on yourself. A genius of the Afra clan replied with disdain. Lucian grinned, completely unperturbed. If you want to compete with me, feeling free. Ryu struggled to his feet. He had responded to the jeering he received at all, he simply didn't have the heart to. Half of him wanted to continue lying on the ground. If he was only fighting for himself, maybe that really would have been the choice he made. However, even he himself didn't realize he had already risen to his knees before he truly registered his own actions. His intestines threatened to spill outward as he pushed himself up, but he could only hold them in place with his forearm, applying whatever small strength he had left. Of the 18 connecting heaven realm geniuses who had entered this small realm, 3 of them were already here. There was no doubt that others were already rushing over at their fastest possible speeds as well. How he would face them? Ryu didn't know. Would he survive? Ryu didn't know. Had his road come to an end so soon? Even that, the most pressing question in Ryu's mind, was completely unknown. Don't complain so much. He's a throne, after all. He's bound to have exploited his sect out of some good things. Don't bullshit me. What the hell could I ever want from a trash 5th order sect? Do you think I'm a newborn? Fight me if you're so confident. As he slowly rose from his knees, listening to the 3 geniuses of the Lao, Min and Afra clans, Ryu felt a little lost. Hardship rarely appeared at expected times. Often, one would be blindsided. Though their words were harsh, weren't they also correct? Who could have ever expected that the haughty Ryu would fail at such an early step of cultivation? Ryu, the man with the first-ranked heavenly pupils. Ryu, the man with 4 ancestral grade bloodlines. Ryu, the man with ice jade crystal bones. Ryu, the man who swore to slaughter the rulers of this plane. All of it seemed like nothing more than a joke now. In fact, this joke was even worse than when he had been born with a false spiritual foundation. At least then, his hope had been completely cut off from the very beginning. But, this time, they dangled a carrot before him, lighting a path of hope. If he just worked hard enough, if he just shed enough blood, if he just grit his teeth and suffered through everything thrown at him, he would one day reach the goals he sought after. But, here he was, a failure, listening to the snide remarks of those he felt were so far beneath him, ants that he could have squashed even as a mortal in his first life. Yet, there was nothing he could say. None of the words they had spoken were wrong or false. He had failed and his path into the future seemed to be cut off. The heavens really were nothing but trash. Chapter 256. Fist's blood seemed to endlessly drip from Ryu's body. Anyone else would have likely bled out by now, but the vitality of Ryu's various bloodlines could hardly be matched. Unfortunately, no matter how high his vitality was, there was little he could do about his organs shutting down. Even the greenery of the mortal chi small realm which were used to growing back as quickly as they were cut down couldn't fight against the aura of Ryu's chi blade, and they had only been affected by its domain rather than by it directly. Ryu, however, had been directly struck by his own blade. His situation was far worse than the sliced forest remnants around him. With what seemed like the last of his strength, he summoned every corpse puppet he had out from his spatial ring. Since his meridians were barren of chi, and his body was far too injured to even think of making use of his body realm to fight, the only option he had left was his mental realm. Unfortunately, even that felt drained. He had used so much focus chi, both to enter the breath of world meditation state and to control his 150-meter-tall chi blade. Even if he still had more than enough spiritual chi left, he found it hard to stop even his own vision from blurring, let alone finally controlling corpse puppets. The three geniuses who had been debating on how to split Ryu's belongings sneered at this sight. Sure, it was impressive that Ryu actually had so many fourth-order puppets, and even had two peak fifth-order corpse puppets, but they were connecting heaven realm experts. This display meant nothing to them. However, when an ancient tree suddenly appeared above Ryu, their sneers turned to narrowed eyes. They didn't know what this technique was, but the oppressive aura of the immortal Sakura, and its fluttering petals falling like snowflakes, made them serious. No matter what they said, in the end, a throne was still a throne. There was no such thing as a useless throne. The fact Ryu had such an oppressive chi blade but ultimately failed in the end only pointed toward one thing: his meridian grade was higher than they could imagine. Even if that meridian grade was now useless after his failure, it didn't change this fundamental fact. Ryu was completely expressionless, but the anxiousness in his heart was slowly becoming more and more murderous. The immortal Sakura continuously grew in size. Ryu could theoretically expand it to the range of his spiritual sense, which was 20 kilometers, but this would be a foolish waste of his spiritual chi. In the end, its short, sturdy trunk blossomed into a canopy with a range of just over 10 meters. It was a sight that captured a beauty beyond words. How many people of the martial world would believe that a necromancer could be synonymous with such a gorgeous display? However, beauty was only one aspect of the sight before them. The moment they got caught up in the gently falling blossom petals, they almost completely missed the oppressive crackling lightning. The tribulation clouds that had yet to disperse above seemed to grow agitated, stirring the spiritual lightning chi of Ryu's immortal Sakura to a new height. Everything before them seemed like a gentle winter storm, yet was filled with danger nonetheless. Though Ryu didn't speak, his gloomy demeanor made one hesitant. A cornered animal was always at its most dangerous, but a genius who had lost everything was even a level above that. A black bow appeared in Ryu's hand. Though he had yet to draw it, his aura gained a sudden sharpness. Flames erupted all around him, searing his wounds shut so violently that the three geniuses before him cringed. The smell of burnt flesh and organs completely overwhelmed their senses, but what was even more shocking was the abrupt change in Ryu's soft armor. The robes sewn by a spiritual seamstress were burnt to ash, but the diamond-back ape soft armor suddenly clanged with a metallic fervor. The fur it was woven of hardened in an instant, the tear that was formed by Ryu's chi blade lunging forward to mend itself as the once soft armor became a crystalline royal blue that shimmered like a pale sapphire. Ryu's flames only seemed to grow more oppressive. As his emotions sunk into a deeper gloominess, his rage fire only seemed to grow hotter, whipping across his once soft armor with a blood-red fire. The combination made Ryu seem as though he was wrapped in violet armament, his back finally managing to straighten out to his full height as he readied to pull the string of his bow. What an impressively pitiful sight. Lucian spoke with a small hint of admiration, but he was overall unperturbed. Even if Ryu had succeeded in entering the spiritual severing realm, he would have failed to be a match for him. Let alone now that he had lost his spiritual foundation. Those flames are no joke. Vigil said emotionlessly. They're very likely in the imposed realm. But somehow it feels even greater than that. I almost feel bad that he fell here. Even the three of them who were the second most outstanding geniuses of their sixth-order clans, at least of their generation, anyway, had only comprehended an inheritance to the first air realm. It was simply far too difficult to take steps forward within the natural order. Ryu's corpse puppets suddenly surged forward. All over 30 of them, with the exception of his two peak fifth-order corpse puppets, began an assault with naked abandon. Never in their wildest dreams did they believe that Ryu would attack first, but that didn't mean they were caught off guard. To them, those of the fourth order were simply lambs to the slaughter. However, after dealing with their coordination for a few moments, their expressions grew more serious once again. Anbar, you were talking all that nonsense, so why are you now slinking in the back? Lucian carelessly jeered toward the Afra clan genius. Anbar laughed. You know close combat isn't my strong suit. He casually glided backward, easily dodging the strikes of the numerous spears aimed toward him. Lucian disdained to answer. Even if he was a long-ranged specialist, against an enemy so weak, was it necessary to cling to that ideal? A sword appeared in Lucian's hand. With a casual flick of his wrist, 3 corpse puppets fell, unable to move any longer. He had easily pierced Ryu's death seal, effectively cutting off the connection between Ryu and his corpse puppets. Vigil's fists were even more direct, obliterating the fourth-order corpse puppets into a rain of bone dust and dried-out flesh. Chapter 257, How? You two are doing great. Anbar commented without hiding his amusement. But I guess if I continue to do nothing, you two might use this as an excuse to freeze me out. A laugh left his lips as the flaps of his robes opened, revealing numerous rows of needles. Each glistened with a murderous silver-red light, being about 8 inches long each. Anbar's hands moved faster than an untrained eye could follow. While every sweep of Lucien's sword destroyed 3 corpse puppets, and every fist of Vigil's decimated another, so too did Anbar's rain of needles. What a waste of time. Anbar said with disdain. The reality of the matter was that they were all attacking casually, reserving strength to stop Ryu from running away. But it seemed Ryu was aware of this as well, or else he wouldn't be standing completely still from start to finish. Of course, there was also the possibility that he currently only had the strength to stand still. Judging by the smell of burnt flesh that still hung in the air, his outward appearance was nothing like the pain he was withstanding. Ryu knew his only chance to survive was to remove that blade essence from his body. But the issue was that his rebirth flames made him immune to fire of equivalent strength. As a result, he had no choice but to rely on his emotions to strengthen his rage flame and suppress his rebirth flame's ability, thus allowing him to burn the essence out of his body similar to expunging a poison. Unfortunately, because his rage flame and rebirth flames were of the same grade, the rage flame only had minimal effectiveness, forcing Ryu to endure the burning of his inner organs for a far longer period of time. Even if he wanted to run under his own strength, it would be too difficult. What kind of necromancer is this? His death seals are too easily to find and shatter. It's clear he's received no formal training. What kind of necromancer can't hide his own Achilles heel? Anbar said, this is a waste of time. Clearly he can't run even if he wanted to. Let's just kill him and call it a day before those others manage to find their way here. If we suddenly get more rivals, all of our shares will plummet. Agreed. Anbar and Vigil responded to Lucien's words simultaneously. Almost as soon as these words fell, a red chi arrow shot through the skies. It was completely weightless, but this only made its speed far more troubling. Lucien snorted, his sword snaking forward and shattering the chi arrow. Don't you think it's already too late for that? Lucien's sword didn't pause, effectively slaughtering the last fourth-order corpse puppet with ease. Ryu's jaw clenched. He had never experienced such pain in his life, even when he forcibly pushed his speed past his limits when he ran from Leopold. Still, he stretched his body once more, pulling back his bowstring again. The glove of natural order responded in kind. Fueled by his comprehension of rage fire, arrow after arrow was formed one after another. They streaked across the skies, and though they were unable to threaten the 3 geniuses, it slowed their steps forward. Go, I'll cover your 2, Anbar said casually, his eyes flashing with interest. Also, I agree, you two can have whatever other treasures may lie here, but that glove, I want it. With a wave of his hand, the needles he had thrown forward were suddenly snatched back through the air. Like a god descending, he rose through the skies, his every needle shattering Ryu's arrows with ease. It was clear that he practiced a technique not a single bit inferior to demonic strings. Lucien and Vigil shot forward, not even bothering with the chi arrows streaking toward them. They didn't bother with Anbar's words either. A glove capable of forming chi arrows was indeed an outstanding treasure. One only needs to ask various bowmen just how much they spent on their arrows to understand why. But it was useless to them who didn't follow the path of long-ranged attackers. The moment the 2 entered Ryu's range, the remaining 2 peak 5th order puppets could no longer remain silent. They pushed forward to meet Lucien and Vigil, but how could they match their strength? The 2 were instantly blown backward, suffering a resounding defeat. But at the very least, they weren't stricken down in one blow like the others had been. Reason being, they were protected by Ryu's immortal Sakura. The 4-figured clashed continuously within Ryu's 10-meter range. Every time Vigil or Lucien seemed to gain the upper hand, a gentle falling petal that seemed as delicate as a snowflake would impede their attack, deviating their strike by just a few degrees and for just a few split moments, allowing the 2 corpse puppets to continue to survive. Suddenly, Ryu's chi arrows doubled in strength. What once was a singular oppressive heat became combined with a sharp deceitful aura. Spear chi. Anbar's expression was filled with shock. How could one form an arrow with spear chi? He had never heard something so ridiculous. Though he still casually shattered them, it most definitely wasn't as easy as before. Blood dripped from Ryu's lips as he continuously loosed arrows. The pressure on his mind was inconceivable. He was currently walking a tightrope. Any one mistake would mean the end of his life. It seemed that he was holding his own, but the reality was that he was simply using minor tricks. To top this off, the three geniuses were all wary of each other and as such had yet to bring out their full strengths. Even still, they easily dealt with everything Ryu threw at them. Gritting his teeth, Ryu's chi arrows increased in strength once more. Anbar's expression morphed between shock and greed. He suddenly understood something. This glove was actually able to convert comprehension into the form of chi. But at the same time, he was growing more and more apprehensive. How could a single person comprehend so many paths? Fire chi, spear chi, glaive chi, and now wind chi. Even he could no longer shatter the arrows as easily as before. He had no choice but to use over 40% of his strength. Chapter 258, Birthed Phenomena Bonus Chapter for 300 golden tickets, he's not a bowman either. Anbar thought with a shocked expression. He lacks the foresight and comprehension a true long-range specialist has, yet his arrows are actually so dangerous. He's not a necromancer, he's not a bowman, I have a feeling he's not a mental realm master either despite that impressive visualization. Just what is he? Not just Anbar was thinking these things, but so too were Vigil and Lucian. At that moment, they all glanced at one another and came to a conclusion. They absolutely could not allow Ryu to leave here alive. Even if he had become a cripple, they wouldn't feel comfortable allowing such a genius to live on as their enemy. Absolutely not. Bloody Rain. Anbar no longer held back. Lao Swordsmanship. Third Form. Sky Fall. The three of them unleashed their true strength. Ryu didn't stand a chance. With his focus chi drained, Ryu's ability to communicate with the Glove of Order was severely hampered. Even after fusing 4 chis as one, their strength was less than half of their usual ability. To make matters worse, even forming one such arrow drained his spiritual chi almost completely as well, further weakening his ability to control his 2 remaining corpse puppets and causing his immortal Sakura visualization to waver. It was then the attacks fell. Anbar's needles rose into the sky, shimmering with a bloody light as they fell like a torrential rain. Lucian's sword almost became ethereal, forming 3 after images with every stroke. Vigil's fist made Ryu feel as though the very skies and clouds themselves were collapsing. Under his might, even something so lofty wouldn't survive. Needles pelted Ryu's cherry blossoms. Every time they shattered, a new injury would appear in his mental realm, causing his consciousness to be filled with an endless black. Lucian's sword was unimpeded. Ryu lacked the focus to comprehend which of his sword images were real and which were fake, causing his male corpse puppet to suffer a sever slash. It bounded through the air, ripping through the space by his side and landing several hundred meters behind him, unable to move. Vigil's fist collided with the female corpse puppet, tearing a hole over a half a meter in diameter through its shoulder and torso. The hole reverberated like a black hole, seemingly willing to engulf everything in its path. Ryu's immortal Sakura trembled and collapsed into motes of light. The soft crackling of lightning was all that was left behind other than a beaten and bloodied Ryu, struggling to pull his bowstring once more. Looking at his pitiful state, Ryu couldn't help but think of his grandpa Kuken. All those times he faced the Tribulation Shrine with nothing but his bow and his arrows, was he this drained as well? I'm sorry Grandpa, your grandson is useless, I can't do your bow proud, Ryu coughed. But shockingly, blood didn't fly from his mouth this time. Instead, an eerie black smoke did. Vigil, Anbar, and Lucian all experienced a severe change of expression. That black smoke, could it be he had burned through his own organs completely? A screaming, burning pain ravaged Ryu's body. But, he still solemnly put his bow away, taking out a halberd with a dark violet body that stood 2 heads taller than himself. He couldn't do his grandfather proud with his bow like he had wanted to. But even if he would die today, his back would be straight enough to pierce through the skies. He hated those skies with every fiber of his being. It was those skies that gifted him such otherworldly talent, yet sealed his ability to use them with a false spiritual foundation. It was those skies that gifted him his chaotic silk meridians, yet didn't allow him to reach even the mere 4th order. It was those skies that beat him down again and again, ripping his family, his dignity, and now even his hope from him. If he was going to die today, he would make sure those skies felt his rage. Don't hide it. Ryu seemed to be speaking nonsensical words to himself, but the person they were meant for understood just fine. I wanted to see this, I wanted to see my last stand. Ryu's second hand made it to the shaft of his halberd, brandishing it forward with a menacing sheen. His aura changed completely, the image of a man in robes soaked in blood rising to his back. This shouldn't have been the projection that appeared. The dragon god was man who oozed nobility. He wasn't supposed to look like this. Ghastly screams filled the air. No one knew where they came from, but they dripped with resentment that could drown even the heavens themselves. Birthed phenomena, the three geniuses looked at the manifestation above Ryu's head, shaken to their core. But they didn't get the time to think. Ryu, with what remained of his strength, had already surged forward. The thought of escaping never entered his mind. It was then that the tribulation clouds above that had still yet to disperse began to slowly turn crimson. Mateus' features darkened as he dodged the attacks of 6 assailants. In truth, the pressure on him wasn't very great despite the savage grins on the faces of his opponents. Defeating them would be as easy as summoning just one of his mid-tier corpse puppets despite the fact all 6 of his opponents had stepped into the connecting heaven realm. However, it was impossible for him to do this. He had spent all this time hiding his status as a necromancer from even his own family. It was even to the point where he committed a massacre on the Loom clan's council to ensure it remained a secret. In fact, even to this point, his family still had no idea where he had been all this time and just where he had gained his status as a throne from. He wasn't powerful enough, he didn't wield enough strength. How could he now compromise everything now? Chapter 259. Fist, the core region is quite shameless. Mateus said coldly, "Do you really believe that we're fools? Even if the core region clans increased their strength tenfold, they wouldn't be able to produce this many connecting heaven realm experts below 500 years old." The 6 attackers sneered but didn't respond. They were the subordinates of the Min, Lao and offer a second inline heirs. They had been left to protect the perimeter and disallow anyone else from approaching any closer. In addition to this, Mateus was correct. They were already all well over 500 years old. But so what? The moderator of this event was one of their own, and the checks for appropriate age were also conducted by him. Who was going to expose them exactly? Scurry along now. One of the 6 sent a fist forward that Mateus slithered out of the way of. Don't think that you're a match for us simply because you've lasted this long. We're more interested in keeping others out. Even if you slipped by, you'd be too weak to do much of anything anyway. Mateus' movement suddenly stopped. Along with his actions, so too did the 6 core region lackeys come to a pause as well. Their purpose was never to kill Mateus. In fact, they had used not even a tenth of their strength as most of their attention was on the surroundings. Because of this, they mistakenly believed that Mateus only survived so long because they went easy on him, having no idea that Mateus could reap their lives with a single thought. However, Mateus looked toward the distance. As good as Vigil, Lucian and Anbar had been at sensing the sudden changes, Mateus was even more so. As a necromancer, his mental realm was far beyond their own. In fact, he could clearly see Ryu's situation. He was nothing but a man on his last legs. Mateus turned and began to walk away, no longer bothering with the 6 behind him. Not only could he kill these 6 easily, he could also kill the 3 that obstructed Ryu with barely a little more effort. However, what would come of that? With the death of 3 second inline heirs, the core region would be thoroughly enraged. They'd immediately investigate these matters, and even if Mateus left no evidence, there was no doubt that his Loom clan would suffer nonetheless. After all, the man they originally offended was the very elder brother that Lucian looked up to so much. Even if they weren't involved, he would take advantage of his little brother's death for revenge. And what would happen if he didn't kill them and only saved Ryu? Then, all the effort he had put into hiding his combat strength would be exposed, and so would his connection to the necromancy guilds. He simply couldn't defeat those 3, or even these 6, without his corpse puppets if they fought together. And for what or who would all that trouble be for, exactly? A Ryu that he had only known for a few days. No matter how good his impression of Ryu was, making such a decision was simply far too irresponsible. He couldn't do it, there was too much lying on his shoulders. Mateus closed his eyes. "I'm sorry, Ryu." With a flash, he disappeared into the distance. Raging heat billowed from Ryu's body. Even if the 3 core region geniuses were very much aware that this was the end of his rope, the flames that flickered along his body were nothing like the one would accept. Instead, they seemed to be fueled by blood, dyeing the air around him in a deep crimson light. The three geniuses were entirely focused on Ryu, unwilling to blink for even a moment. It wasn't because they felt that Ryu was their match, but rather because they felt a cornered dog's final assault wasn't something to be ignored. However, even with three pairs of eyes trained on him, Ryu's sudden burst of speed almost caused them to completely lose sight of him. Lined assault. Ryu had long since entered the circle of perfection in this peak black grade technique, thus giving him a fourfold increase in strength. With how fast his speed already was, his instantaneous straight-line speed was far faster than anything these three could imagine. Ryu's halberd pierced outward. The strike was the incomparably simple pierce of the basic stances. Yet, the three couldn't find the will to laugh. They found it difficult to even stand in Ryu's vicinity due to the overwhelming heat he was giving off, let alone confronting his strike directly. To make matters worse, impose barrier. The instant Ryu moved, a violent sheen of red formed a dome around his body. To the naked eye, it seemed flimsy, fragile, even. But to a cultivator, who had yet to enter the impose realm themselves, it was something they could only fear. The temperature skyrocketed to another level. The tip of Ryu's halberd tore a line through the sky, domineeringly shearing even the air itself apart. Lucian snapped out of his stupor. His robes were woven of sixth-order fabrics, yet even he still felt a searing heat. He had to protect himself and fight back. Now, a sheen of chi enveloped his body. Having to siphon his chi to protect his skin like this dropped the chi available to him by an entire 10%. Coupled with the suppression he faced against this imposed barrier, and his battle effectiveness dropped by 30%. It wasn't just him, but the same was true for Vigil and Anbar as well. Suddenly, their battle effectiveness dropped by another 20%. A look of horror matted their faces as they instantly understood the reason. Ryu had projected two imposed barriers at once. One was a dome that seemed forged of a thin curtain of blood, but the other was filled with patterns that looked like the scales of a crimson dragon. That imposed barrier pulsed with life, almost as if to breathe. They melded into one, becoming an oppressive atmosphere that sought to blanket the area in its might. It was then that Ryu's pierce reached Lucian. Like a shooting star streaking across the battlefield, it sought to gouge out his throat and end his life. However, at the end of it all, Ryu's body was now merely comparable to a higher divine vessel realm expert. In addition, even if he struggled to layer another imposed barrier, his mind, already drained, would simply collapse. Even now, maybe his imposed barriers wouldn't last even 10 more seconds. His body was in shambles, burned to a crisp under his own effort and flames. His mental realm was a collection of shattered bits and pieces, barely holding on to its consciousness. And his chi was completely barren, the severed tip of his chaotic silk meridians hanging loosely within his body. He simply shouldn't be able to stand right now, let alone fight. At that moment, Ryu's halberd met Lucian's sword. Ryu felt an energy as tall as a mountain crashing into him. Though he didn't retreat even a single step, and it was Lucian who took several backward, this was only a painted illusion. Lucian's choice to step backward was intelligent. Every movement dissipated more of Ryu's strength, mitigating his damage to near zero. However, Ryu's choice to refuse to do so caused him to take 100% of Lucian's strike. The destruction that ravaged his body would have made anyone else faint on impact. Ryu raised his halberd toward Lucian one more. Unable to utilize chi, the only techniques available to him were those that relied on his body. Lined assault was a technique that made the body about to increase speed, and it was unfortunately one of the only techniques Ryu could use now. So, when he raised his halberd, it wasn't to unleash some mighty strike. Instead, it was once more simple and plain as could be. Slice. Unfortunately, it wasn't Lucian's sword he met this time, but rather, Vigil's fist. Chapter 260. Teasing destruction once more ravaged Ryu's body as Vigil took several steps backward. But Ryu didn't back down, his halberd sweeping outward to his side to build up momentum. Sweep. The moment Ryu's strike met Lucian's sword, a rain of needles fell from the skies. Some bounced of his diamond-back ape armor, and others were directly incinerated by his rage flames, but those were only some. Another portion, filled with Anbar's hidden strength, managed to tear their through, pelting Ryu's body with countless injuries. Still, Ryu refused to take even a single step back. His once straight back hunched over slightly, unable to continue piercing toward the skies even as ragged breaths released billows of black smoke from his lips, but he still took yet another step forward. Advance, lunge, sweep, sidestep, advance, sidestep, slice. The series of basic stances changed together in a beautiful simplicity. However, the three geniuses no longer seemed eager to kill Ryu. In fact, with serious expressions, they defended and waited. It had barely been more than a second since the battle began, but Ryu's strength already began to decline. He could no longer raise his halberd as high as he had before, his basic stances were no longer as crisp, no longer as refined. He could no longer bow his body and unleashed an unbridled lined assault. It felt that he had really come to the end of his rope. Skyfall. Vigil's built-up momentum unleashed in an instant. His fist instantly appeared before Ryu's chest. Boom. If one was watching on, perhaps they too would feel this impact to their chest. It wouldn't matter that the strike wasn't meant for them. Ryu's armor shattered as he was sent flying into the distance. His flames had already become too weak to maintain its structure. This seemed like the inevitable conclusion. The man who refused to take even a single step back had, in the end, been forced to. Sometimes, in the face of absolute strength, there wasn't much of a point in staunch resolve. When Ryu and Ailsa first met, this was a point Ailsa made abundantly clear. Not everyone could fight against the will of the heavens. Doing so wasn't as simple as Ryu believed. There were many people in this world who willed with all their might to grow stronger, to become something better for themselves, but still failed in the end. That bitter taste of defeat, even after you had given it your all, this was what Ryu was now experiencing. He lay in the distance, entrenched in the dirt. Maybe he would have lost consciousness already if it wasn't for his violent coughing. Every time it seemed he would finally slip away, another violent torrent of black smoke would snake up and out of his throat, convulsing his already beaten body with endless pain. In his hand, his halberd lay. His fingers wrapped around it so tightly that even his already fair skin turned several tones paler. "Let's end this farce," Lucian said plainly. The three geniuses hadn't sustained even a single injury. The so-called bloody dragon god in the sky hadn't faded, but its aura had. It no longer seemed sustained by Ryu's mental realm, but was rather held up by his emotions. Unable to lift or move his body, Ryu couldn't even watch as the three geniuses approach him. His only sight was the sky above his head. It was quite ironic. He hated nothing more than those skies right now, but it forced him to look at it even as his final moments drew near. Ryu thought of parents. His father that had descended into the nether realm to find him, his mother that had used the last bit of her strength to seal their holy lands. He thought of his grandparents. Had they sacrificed themselves? Were they long since dead? Would he be able to see them after he died? Ryu's muscles spasmed, another violent cough ripping through his body. This time, though, it was followed by blood. It seemed his coughing had torn a new wound his throat, not that he was using it much before anyway. The sight of a gorgeous beauty with gentle and mischievous eyes filled Ryu's mind. His wife, the love of his life, the woman he would happily bow his head to and heed the every need of, was she struggling right now? Did she need him? Was she still waiting for him? "I promised," Ryu tried to mumble to himself, but his torn throat didn't allow him. In the end, the words only became a projection of his mind. "I want you to know that I'll never leave you. No matter what happens, can you promise me that you'll remember this?" Those were the words he had told her during their final night. However, if he died here, there would be no third chance. There wouldn't be another sky god's legacy to allow him to reincarnate. This was it. The fire in Ryu's mind burned even brighter when he thought of this. He had promised. He couldn't let her down. He didn't want to let her down. If his gaze held any power at all, even the skies above his head would have collapsed at his fervent desire. He wanted to live, not for himself, but for her. But it was useless. No matter how fierce his gaze became, no matter how fiercely his body trembled and tried to rise, he couldn't budge a single inch. He had reached the limit. There was simply no energy left within him. He had run completely dry. Even as he struggled to stand once more, the three core region geniuses had already made it to within 3 meters of him. "Even if you are thrown, you will still die here," Lucian said plainly. "I no longer have the face to say that you're undeserving of the title, but unfortunately for you, that doesn't matter. Don't worry too much, I'll be sure to send your head to Tadra. As for leaving you with a complete body, you lost that right the moment you offended my Lao clan." Lucian raised his sword. Looking at the skies that filled his gaze, Ryu could just barely see the sun reflecting light along its silvery finish. With Ryu's death all but guaranteed, it seemed the tribulation clouds above no longer cared to stay. Almost as though it disdained to even watch his final moments. The blade descended. The reflective ray danced across Ryu's face and mask, teasing him with a faint warmth that drew ever closer. Chapter 261. Recognition. It was at that moment that earth beneath them shook. Caught off guard, Lucian's stance shifted, causing his descending sword to lose its accuracy. Lucian frowned, wanting to adjust for this odd change, but the earth shook again. Suddenly, a shocking change occurred. The earth shot up from the ground. In an instant, it loomed over 100 meters and was still steadily growing. Who? Lucian roared in anger. He, Anbar and Vigil shot backward. It wasn't because this attack threatened them, but rather because they couldn't find the enemy. For an enemy to sneak up on them like this, they couldn't help but be cautious. Soon, the wall of earth cast a shadow over the earth. It was so high that Lucian could no longer see Ryu's body from their vantage point. But he was absolutely certain that the earth had risen beneath Ryu. Meaning, Ryu wasn't on the other side of this wall, but was rather at the very top of it. Ryu, who lay atop of the wall, could still only look into the skies. He had felt the earth beneath him shift, but he didn't know what was happening. This certainly wasn't happening because of him, he simply didn't have any comprehension of the earth path, let alone deep enough comprehension to cause such a violent surge. Plus, even if he did, he didn't have the strength left to employ it now. After a split second of confusion, Ryu suddenly felt the rays of the sun blocked by something as a shadow was cast over him. He struggled to look over, but all he could catch was the edge of a robe flapping in the wind as the wall of earth continued to surge upward. Ryu and the mysterious figure were silent. It was an odd atmosphere. Ryu's throat was too injured to say anything, while the mysterious figure didn't want to say anything. Suddenly, Ryu felt a hand touch his face. It was a warm touch, but had the gruff, crude, and calloused feeling only a trained man could have. A moment later, Ryu's mask was lifted from his face. Despite the situation, he felt shock at this person's actions. They actually dared to remove his mask. No matter how much Lucian wanted him dead, he hadn't dared to remove Ryu's mask. The power of the Necromancer Guild was simply too much. If they ever found out about this, they would go all to find and kill this man. Usually, one would be able to stop their mask from being taken off by infusing chi into it. This was how the masks didn't fall off during battle. But how could Ryu accomplish this now? His body was completely devoid of chi. He likely would never be able to cultivate again. Sure enough, it really is you. When Ryu heard this voice, his pupils constricted to the size of pinholes. Even if he was half dead, with his life hanging by a string, he would recognize this voice. The voice laughed. It was a mixture of complexity and relief, as though he was thankful that he hadn't fallen to some endless hole of depravity. Finally, there was happiness. He was genuinely delighted to have found Ryu. These torrent of emotions weren't this mysterious man's alone. Ryu's face, practically the only part of his body that could move a single inch, couldn't seem to decide what emotion to display. Was it sadness, agitation, confusion? Ryu, you must call out your bloodied steed and run away. I will hold them here for as long as I can, but there's only so much this wall can do. If you need help, tell me now. The mysterious man knew that Ryu was likely depleted beyond normal levels. Maybe he didn't even have the spiritual chi necessary to release the bloodied steed from his beast pouch. If that was the case, he could only enlist the help of this man. The man was right. What was an earth wall of a mere few hundred meters to a connecting heaven realm expert? With a little effort, even a spiritual severing realm expert could fly up such a distance. The only reason they hadn't immediately was because they were a bit apprehensive above how this mysterious man appeared out from nowhere. Only this man knew that it was a mere insignificant trick once it was seen through. To make matters worse, the earth wall was clearly thinning out rapidly. In order to make it go higher faster, there was no doubt that some sacrifices had to be made. Ryu could only imagine how much energy it took to produce such a thing. Ryu struggled to look toward the man. Another violent, rippling cough tore through his shredded throat. But finally, he was able to catch a glimpse. He had never been able to lay eyes on this man personally before, but the moment he did, he felt a surge of emotions. That staunch jaw, that healthy tanned skin, those deep brown eyes. Ryu faintly felt an inexplicable pang when he saw how pale the man's face was. Lingering feelings from a life long forgotten, that had felt only moments away from fading completely, suddenly reaffirmed themselves, forging a strong tie Ryu couldn't sever even if he wanted to. The middle-aged man smiled. Hurry up and go. Leave this place to this old man. 3 auras from below surged. Realizing that the wall wanted to continue to climb and no one seemed intent on attacking, the 3 core region geniuses suddenly felt that someone was trying to play them for a fool. The man placed Ryu's mask back on and stood, turning his back to Ryu. It was a strong, sturdy back, one that could be relied upon. I've never treated you as I should, and even my life isn't enough to repay that folly. However, it is all I have to give you. It's selfish, but I hope one day you'll forgive me. The man's aura surged. The earthen wall began to form steely protrusions, jutting outward with a fierce momentum as they pierced toward the flying 3 geniuses. In that moment, Ailsa entered her full form. Immediately communicating with Ryu's inner world, she pulled out the concealment cloak, draping it over their bodies. It was impossible to disappear before someone's eyes using the concealment cloak. The difference between Ryu and the 3 geniuses wasn't large enough. Luckily, thanks to this mysterious man, they had left their line of sight and the range of their spiritual sense. The man sensed these odd movements behind him, but he didn't turn around to look. He maintained his strong and sturdy stance, but Ryu's silence pierced his heart more than anything ever had. He simply had no idea that Ryu couldn't speak even if he wanted to. Ailsa looked back toward this man with both gratefulness and complexity. With her connection to Ryu, she knew exactly who this man was. But she could only take Ryu into her arms, leaping from the wall and vanishing from sight. Ryu's agitation grew, the rage of emotions in his heart surging. Even now, he could only see the skies above his head. Those damnable skies. He struggled fiercely. He felt like he was choking, as though a firm hand had gripped his throat. His head turned in Ailsa's embrace, but he could only see the faint outline of a man trembling, his energy depleting far faster than it could recover. The earthen wall crumbled, its structure far too unstable. Under the attacks of 3 geniuses, it stood not a single chance. No matter how weak Ryu had become, his eyes worked just fine. He could clearly see that this man was a mere lower divine vessel realm expert. In such a battle, the only path left was death. The man fell from the skies. He no longer had the energy to even fly. Yet, there was a faint smile on his face as he realized he could no longer see Ryu's figure. He had finally done his duty. Even if it was just this once. He had done right by his grandpa. A hysterical cry left Ryu's lips. It was the kind that tore one's soul apart from the inside, the kind filled with such an endless torrent of emotions that it almost felt like your own pain, your own sorrow, the kind that congealed and hung in the air, unwilling to dissipate. The man was stunned when he heard this cry, but he laughed heartily soon after. His full, jovial laughter filled the skies, parting what remained of the tribulation clouds above as he descended even faster, unable to uncontrol his fall. Live well, little Ryu. These were the last words Ryu heard before his grandfather, Amail Tor, slammed heavily into the ground below. Chapter 262, Go. Ryu's body convulsed wildly as Ailsa's small hands laid pressed against his chest. Fragrant sweat dripped down her figure, but her eyes were entirely focused on Ryu. No, no, a dark mumbling continuously left Ryu's lips. You must hold on. Ailsa was filled with worry. She hadn't expected the reappearance of Amail Tor to affect Ryu so profoundly. Even if his grandfather never took direct action in harming him like King Tor, his supposed father, had, sometimes inaction was even more profound than action itself. When Ryu and his brothers took a trip to the Heavenly Body sect to perform their awakenings, Amail had done nothing when his son purposely sabotaged Ryu's ceremony. When Ryu became the black sheep of Tor Palace, ignored by everyone and left without recourse, Amail had done nothing. When Ryu faced the onslaught of murderous intentions during the coronation games, Amail had once again done nothing. Ailsa knew clearly of Ryu's thoughts. During all those moments, maybe his resentment toward Amail had actually been the most. More than the so-called mother who slapped him, more than his other so-called grandfather who whipped him publicly, more than his so-called sisters who betrayed him, and even more than his so-called father who ordered Granny Miriam's death. When Ryu's memories were awakened, he felt a wave of relief he quickly covered with indifference. This Tor clan he hated so much no longer had to be his family. He had a family waiting for him that truly loved and cherished him no matter what weaknesses he possessed. He believed that he had left the Tor clan behind him to the point that he wouldn't have even cared to seek out revenge had it not been for Granny Miriam, but the matters of today shattered that reality. In the end, those first 14 years of his life were still, in the end, his life. If it hadn't affected him at all, Ailsa believed that with Ryu's personality, he wouldn't have spared their lives. Ryu was more soft-hearted than even Ailsa herself had realized. Those he saw as his enemies would immediately feel his rage, but those he saw as one of his own, Ailsa could feel the rage building up in Ryu's heart. It was so fierce that his ice flames couldn't find space to breathe. This made the matters of his body worse and worse. After burning the essence from his body, Ryu should have been able to begin the process toward healing, but unfortunately, his rage flames continuously fed off his emotions, growing stronger and stronger. Even if he lacked the spiritual chi to evoke them, their residual effects were running rampant within his body, suppressing his other flames more and more. He wanted to destroy everything, even the skies above his head. This is too much of an uphill battle, Ailsa thought through gritted teeth. The only solution I see is for him to undergo rebirth, but how could he with his connection to his spiritual foundation severed? How could Amael have even appeared here? Ailsa tried to distract herself from the energy rapidly draining through her. According to Ryu's memories, Amel's talent had been eyed by many on the pedestal plane, this much was stated long ago. But what he could have never imagined was the fact that he would be accepted by a clan of the inner ring and not the outer ring. Just how talented was Amael Tor? To catch the eye of an immortal plane clan or sect from a mortal plane was no easy task, it was rare enough to gain the interest of the outer ring. But to gain that of the inner ring, it was a feat on an entirely new level. As for why Ryu didn't notice him outside of Mortal Chi Mountain, this was even more obvious. Back then, Ryu was blind. He had simply never seen his grandfather before. Even when he entered Tor Palace the final time and retried the final piece of the crystalline jade, Amael hadn't been there, only King Tor and the others had been. Maybe this was related to the momentum of Ryu's awakening. An artificial awakening and a natural awakening were two vastly different concepts. However, a natural awakening hadn't occurred since the very first human ancestors of the Shrine Realm began to cultivate. In all likelihood, the momentum of this awakening was sensed, but was confused for Amel's breakthrough into the Divine Vessel Realm, which happened around similar times. Since no one had witnessed a natural awakening throughout several eras, it was impossible for them to tell the difference, especially when they were located all the way on a separate plane. In the end, this benefited Amael, which ended up saving Ryu's life. The strings of fate were truly difficult to predict. To think that things would work out in this way. Well, these things were just Ailsa's deductions, anyway. She had no idea of knowing just how close to the truth her thoughts actually were. With a thought, Ailsa communicated with the incubator and released Nemesis and Little Rock. You too, she projected her thoughts with a tired expression. If you want your master to live, you must collect the spiritual herbs I project into your minds, okay? Don't worry about their locations, I'll point you in the right direction. Do you understand? The two young beasts looked from Ryu to Ailsa before nodding solemnly. They could easily tell just how injured Ryu was. Good, good. Ailsa closed her eyes, her energy draining even more as she focused her everything on the task at hand. If one could peek into the ethereal realm, one would see a grand array spreading out beyond one's wildest imaginations. It pulsed a gentle green on one side, but a dark sinister green on the other. It seemed intent to cover even the clouds and the sun with a single palm. Ailsa had lived for more than 9 cycles of 100 million years. Her cultivation wasn't something the current Ryu could imagine, but she was simply unable to bring out this strength. Sprites couldn't survive without their life partners outside the ethereal realm, nor could they display their true strength. Unless there came a day where Ryu entrusted Ailsa with his everything, she would never touch upon her true strength again. However, in these moments, she didn't care. There were some things she could do for a price. She wouldn't let Ryu die here. Her eyes flashed open, images of numerous locations and spiritual herbs entering the minds of the two beasts. Go. Chapter 263. Reason bonus chapter for 350 golden tickets. Day after day, Ailsa worked on what remained of Ryu with everything she had. Even though their intimacy had deepened, she could still only maintain her true form for an hour a day. In the end, this left her with very little time, and often, she wasted much of that period ensuring Ryu would survive long enough for her next hour to come. These unfortunate circumstances led to Ryu's vitality ticking violently upward and downward in 24-hour increments. Ailsa focused on finding all of the body realm spiritual herbs she could. If Ryu had no hope of experiencing rebirth, his only chance was the overwhelming vitality of his 4 ancestral beast bloodlines. Suddenly, It became a blessing that Ryu had chosen to complete his Ice Phoenix bloodline first over his Lightning Qilin bloodline. Had he chosen the latter, he wouldn't have stood a chance. Though the rage in Ryu's heart seemed completely unwilling to settle down and allow his ice flame space to breathe, his Phoenix bloodlines began to display their prowess. Under the perfect balance of the ice jade crystal body, not to mention this bone structure's own overwhelming healing capabilities, Ryu's body finally took a turn for the better. Why was it that anyone who used Phoenix heavenly body without a Phoenix bloodline died? It was precisely because this technique made use of the heaven-defying recoverability of the Phoenix bloodlines to create a godly body realm cultivation technique. If one without this bloodline used this technique, they wouldn't be able to recover from the damage caused quickly enough to give them a path toward survival. As a result, Phoenix heavenly body was known for its overwhelming speed and efficiency, because only an individual with such a bloodline could survive such vast changes in their body's strength occurring in such a short period of time. Others needed to slowly adapt, allowing their bones and muscles to incrementally increase their strength. However, Ryu could speed by this, relying on his healing factor to make up for any damage caused. How else could Ryu increase his body's strength so quickly without any worry? However, what was truly scary about this truth was that when Ryu first began using this technique, he had yet to begin to strengthen his Phoenix bloodlines. But now, he had raised both his Fire and Ice Phoenix bloodlines to their maximum potential within the pulse-tempering realm. Even this was still only one aspect. If one thought that just because you had been born with these bloodlines that you would definitely awaken the Ice and Rebirth flames, you would be sorely mistaken. Why was it that Ryu had gone through so much trouble to find the Death Shrine? It was precisely because his grandma Kuken's Ice Phoenix clan was weakening because no one had awakened their ice flame in several generations. This wasn't a problem only the Ice Phoenix clan faced, but the Fire Dragon and Fire Phoenix clans also had issues awakening their innate flames, albeit to a more minor extent. So why was it that Ryu not only awakened one of these flames, but three so easily? The answer was simple: the origin flame. Ryu was completely unaware of this, but Ailsa was very certain of this deduction. The origin flame was the king of flames. Its importance and strength were clearly exposed in its very title. If it couldn't elicit the awakening of flames an entire grade below it, would it still dare to call itself the king of flames? There were 33 flames of each grade, but there was only one origin grade flame. What was the significance of all of this? Some beast bloodlines were special and wouldn't awaken their true strength until a particular bloodline talent was awakened. Should the particular talent never awaken, their strength would be capped, sometimes only becoming capable of displaying the strength of a bloodline several grades below it. Phoenix bloodlines were one such example. They wouldn't be able to show their true strength until their innate flames were awakened. And Ryu had awakened them both. What Ailsa sent Nemesis and Little Rock to find weren't herbs to increase Ryu's body strength, but rather herbs that could quickly replenish lost blood. Ryu's life was hanging on by a string, but as long as his blood could be filled back to capacity, it was very possible that he would recover in just a few days. If it wasn't for the fact Essence was a higher grade energy than Ryu could imagine, forcing him to severely injure himself in order to burn it all away, a mere deep cut across his torso wouldn't have been anywhere near enough to put him in such dire straits. One had to understand the core of one's bloodlines weren't actually found in the normal blood stream. Blood was split into two major types in the case of humans: blood and blood essence. Blood was what Ryu had lost. However, blood essence was where his true strength lied. Even if he was bled out completely, he would never lose his ancestral bloodlines as long as his blood essence remained intact. Due to the importance of blood essence, it was given certain protections by the heavens. No one could forcefully take another's blood essence without the consent of the person in question. This was regardless of whatever strength difference there was. What Ailsa needed to do was stimulate Ryu's blood essence to make it produce more blood. It was on a day Ailsa was diligently following her plan that Ryu's body suddenly convulsed. In that moment, a blazing blue crystal flame erupted from his pores. However, Ailsa didn't even get the chance to be shocked as an even more dazzling scene took place. A gentle red-gold flame followed right the royal blue flame. They blazed together as one, melding into a beautiful violet color that coated Ryu's body. In an instant, Ryu's body began to recover at a visible rate. Where the hell is that bastard Amail? If Ryu was here, he would be shocked. Reason being that the speaker of these harsh words was a young man he was very much familiar with. Theron Bastille. Once Ryu realized this, he would immediately deduce many things, maybe the most important of which was that his grandfather hadn't been accepted into just any ordinary clan, but had actually been taken in as an outer elder of one of the 5 core clans of the Inner Ring. This made sense. After all, the Tor clan was born with the iron bone structure and were rulers of the Heavenly Body sect. It was logical that the Bastille clan, known for their special earth bloodline that gave them strong bodies, would be interested in taking in such a talent. Still, after understanding this, Ryu would be confused. As for why he would be confused, this much is obvious after thinking for just a small bit of time. The core clans of the Inner Ring and the core region were already colluding with one another. This collusion led to the core clans being represented by connecting Heaven Realm experts of the core region. After all, wasn't that the purpose of all of this from the very beginning? The issue was that each clan was only allocated 3 spots, but the Bastille clan was already represented by Vigil and his 2 henchmen who were much older than the supposed 500-year-old cutoff. Clearly then, the question becomes obvious. Why would Amael be here if the 3-person quota was already met? Why would Theron be here? Could it be that the core clans were actually cheating to this extent? Ignoring both the age rule and the participant cap rule as well? Or could there be another reason? Chapter 264. Duty. Ailsa watched on with an expectant expression, her eyes lit up with excitement. His phoenix flames are synergizing. The rebirth flame and the life flame working as one, just what kind of result would that bring? Much like the rebirth flame was also known as the Nirvana flame, the ice flame also had a secondary moniker, the life flame. Within lower flame grade tiers, a flame would be lucky to have any ability besides its innate heat. However, within higher grades, flames would begin to manifest all sorts of extraordinary powers. The rebirth flame's immunity to flames, and the ice flame's oppressive cold were just 2 examples of this. As one might expect with a secondary name like this, the ice flame breathed boundless vitality into its wielder. Ryu had yet to find the opportunity to experience it because the moment he awakened it, he immediately formed his chi blade. His mental realm was so focused on his breakthrough into the spiritual severing realm that it didn't have any stamina to spare toward his ice flame. But now, things were different. Thanks to Ailsa, Ryu's blood essence was fueled with more than enough energy to fill his body with the blood he had lost. And, thanks to the incubator, this process had been seamless. Plus, having rested for so many days in a row, Ryu's mental realm had long since begun the process toward recovery. After all, with the perpetual visualization of the immortal Sakura, Ryu's mental realm wasn't so fragile. Could it be that the Nirvana flame has an amplification talent as well as an immunity talent? Or is it that this ability can only be seen when combined with other phoenix flames? From Ailsa's understanding, the Dark Phoenix was the phoenix with the most potent attack power, the Ice Phoenix was the phoenix with most potent defense, however, the Fire Phoenix was the ruler of all phoenixes. As for why this was despite their apparent lackluster abilities, it was precisely because rebirth was what bridged life and death. There was no more suitable ruler of the phoenixes, which was also why the Fire Phoenix was the most often depicted representation of phoenixes. Since the Fire Phoenix was seen as the emperor of phoenixes, it wouldn't be surprising if their flames had a nurturing effect on the ice flame. In fact, the benefits were plain as day. Ryu's ice flame shouldn't have awakened any healing talents yet. For now, it should only have its freeze talent. As for the vitality it provided, this was more of an auxiliary effect. To most accurately describe it, it was similar to water dripping from a leaky faucet. The talent had yet to truly awaken, but it still provided some benefits in certain aspects. Yet, under the influence of the Nirvana flame, Ryu's ice flame performed as though it had already awakened its heal talent. If it was this potent now, how potent would it be once this talent truly awakened? Ailsa, who was lost in thought, was suddenly stunned by Ryu's eyelids flashing open. Before she could react, Ryu shot upward, his arms wrapping around her so strongly she lost her breath. You. Ailsa squeezed out, but Ryu didn't move. No, that wasn't true. He was moving. It was just that this sort of movement broke Ailsa's heart. Ryu was actually trembling. For a moment, Ailsa forgot about how cold it was around her. Though Ryu's freeze talent hadn't been activated in its truest sense, his skin was still incredibly cold to the touch. It was after she sobered up that Ailsa understood. Ryu wasn't trembling in sadness or pain, he was trembling in rage. He wanted to immediately leave this cave Ailsa found and take the heads of those 3 so-called geniuses, but he knew such an attempt would only end in failure. He was nothing but a cripple now. Without his spiritual foundation, Even body realm cultivation was impossible. If it hadn't been, why would he have been so weak in his first life? Without a spiritual foundation, any sort of cultivation was impossible. Not chi realm cultivation, not body realm cultivation, and not even mental realm cultivation. It was all impossible. This wasn't entirely true, because some minor body and mental realm increases in strength was still possible, but they could only be performed in the crudest way imaginable. How would you increase your body realm without a spiritual foundation? Lift some weights, do some push-ups, go on long runs. How would you raise your mental realm without a spiritual foundation? Suffer through torture, meditate, continuously test your willpower. Maybe if Ryu used all his remaining lifespan training, he might experience a few dozen jin increase in physical strength, and that was only after factoring in his innate talent. As for his mental realm, this hardly needed to be mentioned, it was impossible. However, Ryu was unwilling to give up. Things couldn't end like this. His family was waiting for him, his mother was still sealed in her world of ice, his father was still roaming the nether realm alone, his wife was waiting for his return, for him to fulfill his promise. He needed to calm his rage, he needed to calm his heart. He couldn't lash out. Doing so wouldn't benefit him, it would only harm him. But he didn't know how. He didn't know how to calm this seething heat in chest. If it wasn't for his rebirth flame synergizing with his ice flame, maybe he would have never woken up. So, he held on to Ailsa. It wasn't because he had accepted some secretly hidden feelings within him, but it was rather because he was being selfish. He he needed comfort. The way things were right now, the only comfort he could possibly find was in Ailsa. He remained silent and as unmoving as his trembling body would allow, his strong arms wrapped around her waist. After a while, Ailsa's arms stopped hanging limply as her hands lightly rubbed his back. It was impossible to know how many hours they remained like this, but Ryu's trembling eventually began to slow before quietly fading away completely. In those moments, Ailsa's gaze flashed with determination. She didn't know quite yet how she was going to do it, but she would definitely find a way to re-establish Ryu's link to his Dantian. Since she had guided him into this mess, she would guide him out. This was her duty as a cultist fairy. This was her pride as the princess of the cultist clan. Her shaky insecurity and faulty determination vanished. Since the worst-case scenario had already occurred, what else was there left to fear? Chapter 265. Sorry, I'm sorry. Ryu released Ailsa. He knew well that she was overdrafting herself to maintain her true form, all for his sake. Luckily, since she wasn't using energy or any techniques, it was possible to hold this state for longer than the usual hour limit. Ailsa giggled. You felt up this big sister's body for so long, yet showed no reaction. You really know how to break a girl's heart. Ryu opened his lips to reply, but in the end he sighed and shook his head in defeat. To think he was actually worried about this life partner of his blaming herself. If she could still joke like this, it seemed she had experienced her own breakthrough. Ailsa wasn't wrong, though. Her body felt practically boneless and was soft beyond compare. Ryu had only acted on instinct, but she really did have the capital to comfort anyone, man or woman. Are you all right? Ailsa's voice softened. I'm fine, Ryu replied without much emotion. In the end, he was still your grandfather. Ailsa said lightly. Yes, he is. Ailsa's eyes glowed for a moment at these words before the light in her gaze vanished. Ryu's meaning was clear. Before, no one from the Tor clan was worthy of being called family by him. But Amail Tor was now a man Ryu would call grandfather sincerely. The matters of the past didn't matter. The reality that his Tor blood had been eradicated by his 4 beast bloodlines didn't matter. The fact that Amail was actually far weaker than himself didn't matter. King Tor, he was no father of his. Concubine Lalani, she was no mother of his. Isla and Dahlia, they were no sisters of his. However, Amail, Ryu wholeheartedly accepted him. Ryu stood, flexing his arms, legs and torso to see if any damage remained. Even though he could no longer cultivate, what cultivation he did have still remained. So, he was surprised to find that he couldn't sense even a small shred of a lingering injury. It had taken Ryu months to get over a single punch from a connecting heaven realm expert just less than a year ago. Was the awakening of his ice flame really so potent? Not just your ice flame, but I have a feeling it's the synergistic effect of 3 factors. First, your nirvana flame seems to have an amplification effect on phoenix flames. It was it that finally allowed your rage flame to be subdued so you could finally start on your path toward healing. Second, there's your ice jade crystal body. One of its 4 ability aside from Friend of Beasts, Cultivation Skin, and Absolute Balance is its heal talent. And thirdly, the absolute balance of your bone structure allowed these abilities to not only not impede each other, but actually work together to produce a result larger than the sum of its individual parts. Normally, only body realm cultivators who've entered the blood tempering realm could regrow limbs, but I feel that you have the ability right now even without awakening your Ice Flames heal talent. Ryu nodded in understanding before suddenly realizing that he was actually naked. Still, he didn't react much to this fact and simply communicated with his spatial ring to put on a pair of loose black pants and left it at that. Since he currently had no chi, there really wasn't a point to putting on the robes woven by a spiritual seamstress now. If he did, they would only be needlessly destroyed without the support of energy. It was better if he wore clothes of little value. Are you worried? Ailsa stood to her full height from her knees, looking toward Ryu with a curious light. No, Ryu replied, I believe in you. Ailsa felt a warmth in her heart hearing these words. If Ryu had said this in the past, it would definitely have been more empty than anything else. After all, did he have any other choice but to believe in her? However, Ryu had been won over by Ailsa's resolve. This kind of confident woman, one certain in her abilities, only this kind of woman could grab Ryu's attention. If Ailsa truly wanted to be his big sister, she was practically competing with the heavens themselves. It was difficult to budge Nuri's position in his heart. But, this step she had taken, it was the right one. Good, Ailsa said with a grandiose air, her golden hair suddenly whipping under her momentum. You may think that cultivation is impossible, but this isn't entirely the case. Someone born without a spiritual foundation truly wouldn't be able to, but your starting point is no longer 0. Though it will be more difficult and slower to cultivate, it is still possible. The first step is your mental realm. Even if you couldn't cultivate, you could still create new visualizations, no. Even if you couldn't cultivate, you can still find stronger corpses, no. Ryu's eyes lit up. Theoretically, with his current mental realm cultivation, his peak potential should be the equivalent of a half-step immortal ring expert. Having expanded his mental realm to 20 kilometers already, he was definitely qualified to display this strength. So why hadn't he yet? Simple, he hadn't invested enough time. The period he had spent cultivating was still too small. He had yet to truly grasp the strength of his immortal Sakura technique, and he hadn't learned any mental realm combat techniques. Then how do I compensate for my lack of chi? How do I form death seals? I no longer have access to grave chi, nor can I accumulate more through cultivation. In addition, I haven't comprehended a death inheritance, so I can't rely on this either. To make matters worse, without a spiritual foundation, I can't establish a line of communication with the heavens, so it is impossible for me to comprehend a death inheritance now. Ryu didn't question Ailsa in despair. If he was saddened by these thoughts, his eyes wouldn't be glowing. He asked these questions because he believed that Ailsa had a solution. Ailsa smiled widely. Of course this big sis of yours has a solution. Even if you cannot cultivate death chi, so what? Even if you cannot comprehend a new inheritance, so what? Essence isn't the only energy my cultist clan can forcibly take control of. We are known as nurturers for a reason. If we were limited by affinity, how would we dare to claim such a title? The glow in Ryu's eyes became fiercer. Ailsa was right, cultist fairies couldn't possibly be limited by affinity, or else wouldn't that mean that there would always be talents they couldn't nurture? If this was true, how could they dare give themselves such a grandiose title and be among the top-ranked fairies? All little Ryu has to do is follow me. I will bring you to death chi-rich areas. Then, you can rely on me to forcefully control the atmospheric chi and mold the death chi as you see fit. Though I am not as adept as Quibus fairies in controlling death chi, I am still more than enough. As for where your energy stores, this is even more simple. Even if you cannot store chi within your meridians any longer, don't you still have your mental realm? I have seen multiple visualizations within the crystalline jade capable of fulfilling this feat. Ryu's heart beat with a staunch resolve. Controlling atmospheric chi, taking the ownerless chi and making it your own. This was only something those who had completed the connecting heaven realm and formed their immortal rings could do. Upon forming one's immortal ring, each ring would be capable of snatching chi from the air, thus resulting in a massive qualitative change to one's strength upon crossing that barrier. Yet, by relying on Ailsa, Ryu could do it. Hadn't he done it already? Wasn't it because of his connection with Ailsa that he could control essence to form his chi blade? Wasn't it Ailsa who had controlled essence back during his throne challenge to heal him? This was the true strength of a cultist fairy. However, this much is only the beginning. Ailsa said resolutely, I am certain that we will find a way to re-establish your spiritual foundation connection with your meridians. And I believe that the secret lies within your mysteries of heaven and earth pupils. With these first-ranked pupils, you can even peer into the tides of fate and gaze upon the fate stars. I don't believe for one second that with this ability, you will be unable to find your spiritual foundation. In the end, one's Dantian is simply a unique small realm. It has coordinates of its own, it's a tangible existence, it hasn't simply disappeared. As long as you become strong enough to find it through space and time, your strength will skyrocket. The heavens love to take things away, but when it comes across those able to snatch their belongings back, the rewards will be unimaginable. As difficult as it is to cross the spiritual severing realm with chaotic silk meridians, the rewards for doing so must be grand beyond compare. Chapter 266. Stunned. The first floor of the crystalline jade hadn't changed at all since the last time Ryu ventured here. The only difference was the fact Ailsa had followed him in this time. According to Ailsa, the reason she was so confident in facing the 4 Zoo ancestors and even told Ryu not to worry about them was because the inner world of the crystalline jade and the ethereal realm existed on the same plane and frequency. As a result, Ailsa wasn't limited by Ryu's cultivation and their intimacy here. She could use her full strength here and had no problem maintaining her full form. The issue that Ryu faced now was that this fairy that had always been by his side had suddenly become more dazzling. It seemed that the so-called true form Ryu was used to seeing wasn't actually Ailsa's real appearance at all. Rather, it was an almost filtered version of herself. The real Ailsa made Ryu's heart beat uncontrollably. It was only after regaining his bearings that Ryu understood that this wasn't entirely because Ailsa had become more beautiful, although that seemed to be part of it. Rather, since they now fully existed on the same plane, Ryu could feel just how deep and enigmatic their connection as life partners was. Ryu felt that even if he hadn't exchanged a single word with Ailsa before, and that this was the very first time he was seeing her, he would be willing to entrust her with his life. For a man like Ryu, this was a scary realization. It felt as though his sense of self and control was being ripped from him, as though he was being told who he should like and who he shouldn't. This made him feel incredibly uncomfortable. Is this why Ailsa avoided entering the crystalline jade with me all this time? Ryu suddenly had this thought. But Ailsa, who was very much used to responding directly to the questions that popped up in his mind, pretended as though she hadn't heard a single thing. In the end, Ryu could only smile bitterly. Could he blame her? The Ryu Ailsa first met was incredibly abrasive. In fact, Ryu knew he hadn't changed much at all since then aside from growing closer to Ailsa. If the him of back then had felt this feeling, how would he have reacted? Maybe he would have tried everything in his power to get rid of Ailsa no matter what level of benefits she brought him. Only now that their relationship had begun to bud more naturally was this feeling easier to accept. Ailsa continued to smile lightly, her arm hooked around Ryu's as she pretended to be completely oblivious to his stream of thoughts. In the end, it wasn't just Ryu who felt more intimate with Ailsa in this state, but the vice versa was also true. In the end, wouldn't this realization help Ailsa guide Ryu all the more? They strolled through a familiar forest of statues. Maybe it was because Ryu's mental realm was far stronger than the last time he entered, but the oppressive aura here seemed to be multiplied many times over. This seemed odd. After all, if one became more powerful, why would you feel more oppressed? But the answer lay in the fact that Ryu simply hadn't been qualified to see the secrets of this statues when he first came here. Plus, this time around, he was paying attention to them. While, before, he had cut a straight line toward the singular bookcase of cultivation techniques. Oh, I almost forgot, Ailsa said suddenly as they passed by the beautiful display of cultivation techniques stored with jades of various colors. The death chi cultivation techniques in this showcase were useless to you before, but now they might not be. You understand what I mean, right? Ryu nodded. Before, when he took Hecate's legacy, he was forced to cultivate a mere 4-star cultivation technique. As one might expect, there was no way the Zhu clan didn't have higher-grade death chi cultivation techniques. However, Ryu had been unable to use them for one simple reason: the death seal. Though these cultivation techniques housed the ability to accumulate death chi, they didn't have the appropriate death seal to match. Every form of death chi would obviously have its own unique death seal. Unfortunately, this was only the cultivation floor, not the technique floor. Back then, obviously due to the existence of the 4 Zhu ancestors, Ryu didn't dare to enter the technique floor. However, now that he had Ailsa, these useless techniques suddenly became useful once more. Obviously, he couldn't cultivate these techniques. However, by studying them, he would gain a deeper understanding of their form of death chi. By doing so, in the future when he relied on Ailsa to control atmospheric chi, this comprehension would smooth out the process. Still, Ryu couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure you can handle the Zhu ancestors?" After all, although they're only souls, they are mental realm masters who reached the soul quintessence realm. Ailsa smiled. If it was possible to indefinitely maintain one's soul, wouldn't anyone who entered the soul birth realm be immortal? Trust me, even if they still had their full strength, they wouldn't dare to use it so wantonly. Plus, the ethereal realm is the plane of the sprites. Ryu smiled meaningfully but didn't say anything more about the topic. As things stood now, if he couldn't enter the second floor, his strength would stagnate too much. It didn't have the luxury for Ailsa to be wrong, so he trusted her. In a sense, this was a blessing in disguise. He was forced to pull all his effort toward his worst talent. Once he finished climbing this mountain of adversity, he'd reach a level the current him couldn't imagine. The obvious choice for visualization to master would be the Zhu clan ancestors. Ailsa said as they finally made their way to the very center of the forest of statues. Seeing the scene before him, though, Ryu could only sigh at Ailsa's words. He thought with the improvement to his mental realm, he would be able to see past their foggy exterior by now, but, even after opening his spiritual vessel, he couldn't even see the faintest outline of the ancestor visualizations. "It seems I'm still not qualified," Ryu said plainly. However, to these words, Ailsa only smiled knowingly. "Do you know why of these 5 you can only see the immortal Sakura?" "Well, the immortal Sakura sky god helped me comprehend it, so the process was fairly easy. If she can help you, why can't I?" Ryu blinked. "You?" Ailsa grinned. "Do you think this big sister of yours is nothing but large breasts and plump cheeks? I'll have you know that I've already entered the Soul Ascension realm." Ryu felt as though a bomb has sounded within his mind. Soul Ascension, that was the mental realm only lacking to the Soul Quintessence realm. Even its lowest barrier was equivalent to the Cosmic Seed realm. To put these matters into perspective, even Ryu's own parents were only at the Cosmic Seed realm. HMPH, Ailsa harumphed proudly. "You let those Zhu ancestors trick you. Is it really so easy to reach the Soul Quintessence realm?" Ryu was stunned. Chapter 267. Ready, let me tell you, the Soul Ascension realm is divided into 3 realms. The first is equivalent to the Cosmic Seed realm, the second is equivalent to the World Sea realm, and the final is equivalent to the Sky God realm. The Soul Quintessence realm is a legendary state only spoken of in ruins and ancient texts that are inexplicably older than existence itself. As the years passed and more found it impossible to enter this realm, some shameless cultivators renamed the 3rd stage of Soul Ascension, dubbing themselves as having reached Soul Quintessence. Ryu suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. It wasn't that the Zhu ancestors tried to trick him at all, wasn't it he himself that made that assumption? It wasn't as though he had asked them for their cultivations directly. The truth was that his heavenly pupils saw through their cultivations with ease. It was just that he also thought that the 3rd stage of Soul Ascension was actually the Soul Quintessence realm. Ailsa smiled at Ryu's thoughts but decided not to expose him. "In reality, I am at the very peak of the 1st stage, while they have entered the 3rd stage. Simply put, even if I was no match for them while they were alive, I am more than qualified to observe the secrets of their visualization statues." "So you mean to, you will use me as a proxy to observe their visualizations. Because this place exists on the ethereal plane, our connection is much more solid. How good would it have been if your true body could enter?" Ailsa sighed. If Ryu could have attempted to break through in his chi realm here, how could that essence chi have ever broken free of his control? Ailsa would have never allowed that if she had access to her full strength. In the end, she shook her head. "There was no point in crying over this now. I will only observe for you, but you will have to rely on your heavenly pupils to see through their mysteries. I'll filter the complexities out just like that Eska did for you." Ryu nodded firmly, a wealth of confidence swelling in his chest. "I want to begin with the immortal Sakura," Ryu said firmly. "Good choice," Ailsa said approvingly. "Rushing to accumulate a lot of techniques won't do you any good. Slowly mastering a few is the best path. Ryu's eyes glowed as his mind spun. The true power of the immortal Sakura was that it could incorporate various comprehensions of the natural order into its strength. Essentially, even if two people cultivated the same immortal Sakura at once, it was very possible for them to end up with two drastically different results. For example, because of his cultivating Tribulation 9 clouds, Ryu's immortal Sakura had already fused with lightning. However, its effects were minimal. Reason being that he had yet to comprehend a true lightning inheritance, it was simply the residual lightning from the formations he had drawn in his mental realm that provided those effects. But, Ryu had a much better idea now. In this time, the incorporation should provide a devastating boost to its strength. The Ice Phoenix was known for its defensive prowess. To confirm this truth, one only needs to look toward the fact Ryu's own mother, Himari, managed to seal a large portion of the shrine place. Even almost a billion years later, the seal continued to remain untouched. This was the power of the Ice Phoenix. So, what kind of devastating effects would such astonishing defensive prowess bring when combined with the ultimate defensive mental realm technique in the immortal Sakura? Ryu felt a keen anticipation in finding out. But first, he had to raise his comprehension to a realm where it was worthy of his ice flame. The immortal Sakura had 7 levels of separation, denoted by the color of its petals. The translucent stage, the white stage, the cherry stage, the red stage, the violet stage, the purple-gold stage, and finally, the gold stage. Each of these degrees of separation actually perfectly aligned with the various mental realms. The translucent stage was appropriate for the spiritual entrance realm, which ranged from the awakening realm to the half-step divine vessel realm in strength if converted to the chi realm. The white stage, Ryu's current stage, was appropriate for his current spiritual endowment stage. This ranged from the divine vessel realm to the half-step immortal ring realm in strength when converted. The next cherry stage was appropriate for the soul birth realm, equivalent to the immortal ring realm. The next was the red stage, was equivalent to the soul refinement realm, the equivalent to the path extinction realm and Tao pedestal realm of chi realm cultivation. Finally, the final 3 stages were equivalent to the cosmic seed, world sea, and sky god realms. However, this was only base strength. If the immortal Sakura was fused with powerful natural order comprehensions, it was possible for it to transcend the strength of its stage. Currently, Ryu was at the very beginning of the white stage. So while he could hold off attacks from the lower divine vessel realms for a while, it was impossible to block even peak divine vessel realm strength, let alone connecting heaven realm strength. His first task was to raise his comprehension of the white stage to the absolute limit. Once that was completed, he would fuse his ice flame comprehension into its visualization. Author's note: I hope I avoid confusion with this note. Comprehending natural orders is different from comprehending techniques, which include visualizations. It's impossible for Ryu to comprehend natural orders since he's lost the connection to his spiritual foundation. However, comprehending techniques only relies on himself, not the heavens. As for natural orders he's already comprehended, they stay intact. Yes, technically, Ryu's inheritances are within his blood. But do remember that Ryu can only slowly access these inheritances by increasing his strength. He obviously can't do so if he can't cultivate. In fact, if not for the origin flame, none of them would have awoken yet. Ryu already had speed rivaling that of a connecting heaven realm expert relying on his northern heavenly wind. What if he also gained defense rivaling them as well? If his body hadn't been so severely injured back then, he could have directly run away from those 3 geniuses without an issue. And now that he was fully healed, he would go all out. There wasn't any magical time-slowing effect in the crystalline jade, but Ryu had long since realized that thinking speed was far faster than taking action with one's body. Effectively, this meant that the stronger Ryu's mental realm, the slower time would move within the crystalline jade. As things stood now, he already thought 10 times faster than a normal individual, thus effectively slowing down time by 10 times here. In one day, Ryu could make the progress of 10. He would take full advantage of this. I'm ready. Let's do it. Chapter 268. Bold bonus chapter for 500 Power Stones. The most basic ability of life partners is one that shares cultivation. Unfortunately, since fate played a trick on us, the difference between you and I is too large to allow this. If I truly shared my cultivation with you, not to mention the fact our intimacy is not yet deep enough, you would die without a corpse. However, the little bit I can share should be enough. Ailsa said lightly. Ryu had already sunk into a state of absolute focus, his silver pupils trained upon the image of the immortal Sakura. The intimacy between Ryu and Ailsa was not yet deep enough to share cultivation outside the ethereal realm. And, even if it was, Ryu would die long before he could use it. But, at least here, Ailsa could share a bit of it. Just enough for Ryu to truly gaze upon the immortal Sakura and peer into its secrets. The essence of the immortal Sakura. It was one of the most ancient existences. A tree, much like humans, that started with nothing to become a mighty race that ruled over many. The immortal Sakura. Ryu remembered reading about it. At the start of its existence, it was a beautiful cherry blossom tree. Though a gorgeous sight to behold, it held no strength of its own. One might think that with such an amazing evolutionary peak, that the cherry blossom was also quite grand when it was a mere common grade existence. However, this was not true. Its presence wasn't particularly domineering. Its lifespan was relatively short when compared to other trees. And, its most beautiful flowering stage only existed for a fraction of that already short time. However, when it shone, was there another tree that could compare to it? Ryu involuntarily smiled at this thought. Wasn't the immortal Sakura very much like himself? He still remembered the view of his fate star, that blazing ball of silver platinum flames. Since that day at the peak of Shrine Mountain when he discovered the downturn of his Tatsuya clan's faith, he had never sought to look at his fate star again. In fact, if it wasn't for his family, he wouldn't have looked at it then either. He simply hated to see it. What were his words back then? It would burn brighter and larger than the rest, but also dim and die sooner as well. That was Ryu's reality. He had been destined to die. Though his talent outshone all others, though he had a dazzling, gorgeous peak, that was all, it was all empty. However, despite being raised under the same circumstances, that ordinary cherry blossom tree, only known for its beauty, became the mighty immortal Sakura. How did it do it? The answer was simple: persistence. Through rain, snow, sleet, hail, it learned to stand tall. Through savage winds and murderous tsunamis, it learned to endure. Through untold tides and the undefeatable passage of time, it became immortal. Persistence. Ryu's eyes glowed. Ailsa shook her head. It's only been a few minutes yet he's already seen through the essence of the white stage. The first step of the cherry blossom's evolution into the immortal Sakura. Persistence. The first-ranked pupils are truly too monstrous in comprehension. If it hadn't been for little Ryu trying to fool those Zoo ancestor back then by having them think his heavenly pupils were weaker than they were, he wouldn't have wasted months pretending he didn't understand. It wasn't that Ailsa was already aware of the secrets of immortal Sakura before. After all, Eska had never shared her technique before and only did so with Ryu to force him to lower their guard against them, a scheme that almost cost Ryu his life. However, Ailsa had very keen senses. Through Ryu's comprehension, she was immediately able to deduce several things to a level far deeper than even Ryu could thanks to their gap in strength. The translucent stage was only about being able to visualize the form of the immortal Sakura appropriately. However, each subsequent stage required the comprehension of the very substance of its being. It was about more than simply superficially projecting its outward appearance. The white stage, it was about persistence. As for the next stage, though Ryu could likely easily sense its true meaning even now, he did not do so. Instead, he immediately exited his state of meditation. If his projection of the immortal Sakura became too perfect, it would burden him instead of help him. If others heard this, they likely wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. Others were bending over backward to comprehend their chosen techniques, but Ryu was purposely choosing not to. Unfortunately, though with a technique like White Serpent's Dance Ryu could fully comprehend it, yet only attack with a portion of its strength, mental realm techniques were different. Visualizations were set in stone, so changes made them were permanent. Undoing progression made to a visualization would only harm your foundation. This was why this step was so important. In that moment, a surge of spiritual chi erupted in Ryu's mental realm. The immortal Sakura in his mind, wrapped in bolts of lightning, waved gently, its white blossoms becoming more and more corporeal. In the end, they looked no different from large, beautiful snowflakes. In addition, if one looked closely, there was already the slightest hint of pink. When Ryu awoke, his gaze seemed a little lost. If only comprehending every technique was this easy. Unfortunately, chi and body realm techniques didn't have statues Ryu could just observe like this. For them, he could only slowly train himself, comprehending the path on his own. Not necessarily. Ailsa said with a sweet smile. There are some places where those techniques can be observed in this crude way. For example, holy battlegrounds. Ryu's eyes glowed. Ailsa was right. Holy battlegrounds were faith-dense pockets where legendary battles of the past had taken place. As such, they became national treasures for many powerful sects and clans. These places often had battle scars with carried traces of the techniques used by the masters who left them behind. Those sorts of treasured places would be a great boon for Ryu. Unfortunately, places like this pedestal plane, and even the higher blossom plane, simply weren't qualified to have treasures like this. And, the current Ryu was simply too far from stepping foot upon the shrine plane once more. Still, holy battlegrounds weren't the only examples of these exceptions. The martial world had all sorts of wonderful existences. Ryu could slowly find them in the future. Now I simply need to fuse my immortal Sakura's visualization with my freeze talent. Though the first process had been easy, Ailsa's brows couldn't help but knit slightly. For Ryu, fusing two concepts wasn't difficult. After all, this was what his ice jade crystal body was born to do thanks to its perfect balance. The issue was whether his mental realm could handle it. As of now, his immortal Sakura could already withstand attacks connecting heaven realm experts. If the ice flame's comprehension was combined with it, even attacks from weaker immortal ring experts could be blocked for several short moments. However, everything came with a price. Namely, could Ryu withstand the consumption? No. Ailsa shook her head. I'll allow the fusion, little Ryu needs life-saving measures. Instead of always thinking about how he'll be limited, I need to think about how to fix those limitations. That's the only way I can support him properly. As a piercing cold erupted from Ryu's body, Ailsa turned her gaze toward the 4 remaining core visualizations. The 5th still worried her. Like Ryu, she was aware that there were only 4 Zu ancestors. So where had this 5th visualization come from? Even the sight of it filled her with fear. However, she had no choice but to ignore it. No matter what pitfall ls lay with this Zu clan, they must persist. This was the only path toward Ryu's growth. The next will be you. Ailsa set her sights on one of the visualization statues. Since my little Ryu will soon face a stamina problem, you will be the one to fix it. Within the mortal chi small realm, several figures with blemishless white hair and piercing silver eyes stood over 2 corpses, both of which had a violet glaive in hand. They all sneered fiercely, a rage that threw the inner ring into a sea of turmoil boiling in their eyes. It seems the world has forgotten the might of our Zu clan. To dare turn a promising elder of my clan into a corpse puppet. This throne Ryu is truly bold. The enraged roar shook the skies. Chapter 269. Annihilation. A grand immortal Sakura appeared about Ryu's head, but this time, its projection couldn't have been more different. It still kept the same short, thick trunk, and large looming canopy, but now its beautiful white blossoms that had once been merely reminiscent of snowflakes, had suddenly become a part of a gorgeous winter wonderland. The bark of the immortal Sakura was saturated with sheets of pure, clear ice that looked like the scales of a dragon. A gentle blue flame wafted a cold piercing air as it spread across its branches, giving the immortal Sakura the image of a deity. Finally, as the cherry blossom petals fell, everything they touched seemed to freeze on impact. A cold breath left Ryu's lips as the immortal Sakura slowly faded away. If he fought those 3 geniuses now, would they even be qualified to touch a single hair on his head? My weakest point had suddenly become my attacking strength. Even if they can't harm me, can I harm them? What becomes the point, then? Ryu frowned slightly. One problem at a time, little Ryu. For now, there is the matter of your stamina to solve. Ryu retracted his aura completely and nodded. You have a solution? There are 2. First, you remember what I said before, right? It isn't necessarily the case that you cannot cultivate. It's just that there are some restrictions. Restrictions? Yes. Namely, you cannot break into new realms. However, I can increase my strength within my current realm. Ryu suddenly understood. Exactly right. Cultivation realms aren't arbitrarily set by humans, they're dividing lines set by the heavens themselves. As such, in order to cross them, you must meet the requirements set by the heavens. But, without your spiritual foundation, communicating with the heavens is impossible. Simply put, during your first life, it isn't necessarily that you couldn't cultivate, but that you could only cultivate within a realm lower than even the awakening realm. This was why you couldn't fully open your spiritual pulse until after you awakened despite the mental hardship you had been through. So this means that I can still temper my lightning Qilin bloodline until it catches up with the others. Yes, you can, but the brutally honest truth is that this won't be of much help to you. Your lightning Qilin blood still has about 100,000 jin of strength left to provide to you, but this amount is marginal compared to the enemies you will be facing. If you pushed it to the brink, you would only be comparable to a peak divine vessel realm expert or so. And, since you can no longer evoke essence without your spiritual foundation, challenging higher cultivation realms has become far more difficult. Instead, it's ironically your mental realm that has more room for growth thanks to Tribulation 9 clouds. Unfortunately, there are no sources of lightning, and definitely no tribulation lightning, nearby. But not all hope is lost. After all, there are other avenues to fix this problem. Your second option is right before you here. Ryu suddenly felt Ailsa share her gaze with him once more. This time, the immortal Sakura all but disappeared from his sight as a new statue grabbed his attention. It should have been nothing but a black sphere. No matter how one looked at it, there shouldn't have been anything special. Yet, Ryu felt his heart tremble. This visualization, it wanted to engulf the world itself. Ryu somehow immediately understood which ancestor birthed this visualization. It was definitely Flora, that woman who even the aggressive ancestor Balaur warned Ryu against. When they first met, that woman invited him into bed as though she had no shame. Ryu, of course, immediately refused. Not long afterward, Balaur laughed and told Ryu that Flora was nothing but a virgin vixen. History said she had countless husbands and male concubines, but the truth was that none of them had ever touched her. What had Balaur said back then? Hadn't he said that if he had actually accepted, she would have ripped all of his talent from him and taken it for herself? She was definitely the one. None of the other ancestors suited this visualization more. Ryu's gaze trembled, as though to sear it into his mind. A name appeared without his consent. Divine Chaotic Annihilation. Ryu's lip twitched. This woman was really too overbearing. Even the name she chose for her visualization was way too over the top. What was he supposed to call her? The Divine Chaotic Annihilation Sky God? Just imagining having to call that petite woman such a thing was beyond ridiculous. Though Ryu reacted in this way, Ailsa frowned instead. Chaos is no laughing matter, little Ryu. Since she dared to take this name for herself, this visualization is incomparably dangerous. Chaos was the embodiment of destruction. It was there before a realm was formed, and it was all that remained after a realm collapsed. Order was the symbol of life. Chaos was the symbol of death. Though, this explanation was only to make matters simple. The truth was that the laws of order and the laws of chaos ranked above the laws of life and death. They were concepts even more fundamental than life and death themselves. The highest level of chi is cosmic chi. The reason one must slowly evolve one's mortal chi to immortal chi and subsequently cosmic chi is related to matters of order and chaos. Fundamentally speaking, cosmic chi is the root of life. The creation of a cosmos is rooted with order. As one's dantian becomes a world sea, and slowly continues to form an expanse of existence unto itself, one needs order to advance. This is the ultimate goal of cultivators. To take hold of order to reach greater heights. Chaos is the bane of cultivators. Ryu's expression turned serious. However, should one want to surpass the heavens, one cannot do it without chaos. Ailsa's voice was incomparably soft, almost as though she didn't want Ryu to hear to it. However, Ryu was already entirely focused on the visualization before him. Even if Ailsa had spoken loud enough for him to hear, he wouldn't have registered her words at all. Chaos being the bane of cultivators. Ryu didn't care. As far as he was concerned, the heavens themselves were his only bane. Why not grasp the only laws that could make it tremble? He had already seen just how useful divine chaotic annihilation could be to him. Much like immortal Sakura, it was split into 7 stages. The mortal chaotic pestle stage, the immortal chaotic pestle stage, the divine chaotic pestle stage, the chaotic birth stage, the chaotic presence stage, the chaotic domain stage, and finally, the chaotic proliferation stage. The reason Ryu was eager was precisely because of these first 3 stages. They allowed their wielder to instantly obliterate and purify chi, turning it into spiritual chi in an instant. The mortal chaotic pestle stage could grind any mortal chi into submission. The immortal chaotic pestle stage could grind any immortal chi, and the final divine chaotic pestle stage could purify even cosmic chi. This sort of ability, Ryu was certain that there was no other spiritual chi cultivation method that could provide better or faster results. But, This was only one aspect of this visualization. With it by his side, Ryu could confidently be fearless of any mental realm attacks. Such foolish attempts would only lead to one result: annihilation. Chapter 270. Fifth Order. Weeks ticked by. Immortal Sakura had been simple for Ryu due to the initial foundation laid by Eska's guidance in combination with his heavenly pupils. The questions Ryu asked back then seemed to going around in circles, but they were very pointed and sometimes touched the core of the technique. However, Flora was obviously not here to guide Ryu. Even if she was, Ryu wouldn't trust those Zoo ancestors again. Still, in just a month and a half, Ryu broke into the third Divine Pestle stage. For Immortal Sakura, Ryu held off on entering its third stage because the consumption was too great. But, for Divine Chaotic Annihilation, the trade-off for consumption based on return value was too good to give up. If the first stage was granted a value of 1, the third stage was over 10,000. Within Ryu's mental realm, a dense black pearl hovered above his Immortal Sakura in perfect balance. Due to the overbearing nature of Flora's visualization, it had actually wanted to destroy everything in Ryu's mental realm, leaving only it as the sole visualization. Thankfully, Ryu's ice jade crystal body showed its prowess once more, allowing Ryu to quickly find the perfect balance. This speed, Ailsa shook her head. This was a sky god's magnum opus, one they spent their entire lives refining and improving. Who knew how many countless million years it took Flora to build up to the third stage? Of course, there was a difference between creating one's own technique and comprehending an already created one. But it was certain if Flora knew how quickly Ryu tore through her greatest pride, maybe that cheeky grin and carefree attitude of hers would finally collapse. Do you think I have enough to support the third stage of Immortal Sakura now? Ryu sought Ailsa's opinion. If it wasn't for her, he wouldn't even be able to see these visualizations to comprehend in the first place. His trust in her had clearly deepened to another level after this. You do, but for now, I don't think it's worth it. Ailsa said with a light smile. Oh, why is that? It comes down to quality of energy. The third stage of both visualization are meant to be powered by spiritual chi from an individual who has entered the soul birth realm. You remember what this milestone represents, correct? Spiritual chi, exactly right. Currently, your spiritual chi is similar to the chi fumes you had within the pulse opening realm. But, spiritual chi after the soul birth realm takes the form of a liquid. The conversion rate between the two is simply too devastating. The reason entering the Divine Pestle stage is still worth it is because the technique itself is meant to return more spiritual chi than you use, at least for the first 3 stages anyway from what I've seen. So, it doesn't matter whether your chi is gaseous or not. Just don't try using it on actual cosmic chi anytime soon or else you will suffer. But, no matter how much gaseous spiritual chi you convert, you'll always be on the losing end of liquid spiritual chi. Ryu knew firsthand how potent liquid spiritual chi was. It was so potent, in fact, that it was the form of protection the Zhu clan chose for their entire inheritance. If it wasn't for a series of events and a bit of luck, Ryu would have never been capable of retrieving the crystalline jade to begin with. Ryu sighed. So the consumption is that high, alright. I understand. This much is already enough. I think this can actually make up for my lack of mental realm talent a great deal. Ailsa smiled, but she was actually a bit inwardly confused. Ryu thought that it was his ice jade crystal body that helped keep the balance in his mental realm, but Ailsa felt that his bone structure hadn't awakened to an adequate enough degree to support this. Chaos shouldn't be this docile. Why does it feel like it's actually obedient to little Ryu? Could it be that? An idea came to mind that made Ailsa's beautiful ruby eyes light up. Suddenly, Ailsa's gaze sharpened. It seems quite a few people are searching for you. Ryu's calm demeanor immediately became cold, a vicious light piercing outward from his gaze. Is it the 3 of them? No, it's actually the Zhu clan. There's no need to worry, though. I've set up a few formations to block spiritual sense. Unless they set their eyes on you personally, they won't be able to find you. In fact, they might conclude that you've already left the small realm. A sudden realization came over Ryu. The corpses. Ryu's corpse puppets had been blasted away during the battle. And, since he couldn't recall them without touch, he obviously hadn't been able to take them back. On top of this, without his presence, the black fog that hid their features would dissipate. Ryu suddenly felt a headache coming along. His greatest advantage against the Zhu clan was that they didn't actually know he was their enemy. Now, whether or not they were aware of his killing Leopold, they would hunt him down to the death. There's no way any clan would take the insult of turning one of their own into a corpse puppet lying down. Why is the Zhu clan even here? They should have nothing to do with this selection. Ryu didn't know it yet, but this made 3 odd appearances already. Theron shouldn't have been present, nor should his grandfather have been. Now, there was the Zhu clan on top of this. Just what was going on? How much longer until Nemesis is healthy? Ryu suddenly asked. Actually, thanks to your awakening your ice flame, I was able to borrow its power to shorten the 3-month time period. He's already healed and has already stepped into the 5th order. Also, I gave the lightning spiritual roots you collected for yourself to Little Rock. In addition to some hunt the little guy did himself, he too stepped into the 5th order. Chapter 271, Come to Know. Ryu nodded. Good. Until I can reconnect to my spiritual foundation, my strength will be hard capped at about the half-step immortal ring realm. If this takes longer to fix than I hope and I hit that ceiling, I can only rely on those two. I have similar thoughts. Ailsa agreed. They're still weaker than you now, but they will advance rapidly. Plus, Little Rock has the strength of an Earth-grade beast thanks to its bloodline. And, though Nemesis only has a Black-grade bloodline, its Ancestral-grade bloodline talent, currently, also gives it the strength equivalent to an Earth-grade beast. So, battling common grade 6th order beasts is no problem for them, though it's rare for beasts with such weak bloodlines to reach that stage. Also, as promised, Nemesis' second bloodline talent has awakened. Ryu's eyes lit up. Ailsa refused to tell him what this ability was before, but it seemed she had finally stopped playing around. Like I said before, this talent is known as Bloodied Lineage Reversal. If Bloodied Lineage can pass down talents to other beasts, Bloodied Lineage Reversal can steal them. A tremble coursed through Ryu's heart. The applications of this ability, they were unimaginable. If the Bloodied Steed has such a powerful talent, why aren't they more powerful? Or, maybe the better question to ask is why they haven't all been captured as beast pets. Of course, that's because normal Bloodied Steeds are limited in ways Nemesis is not. This is why he's so valuable. Bloodied Lineage is looked down upon because the Bloodied Steed is a mere black-grade beast, who would want the abilities it has. The same way, Bloodied Lineage Reversal is limited in the talents it can absorb. Simply put, as a black-grade beast, a Bloodied Steed can only steal other black-grade talents. If it tried to steal an Earth-grade talent, its body wouldn't be able to handle it and it would die. And, even then, it's not 100% effective. There's an element of chance involved. For example, if the Bloodied Steed attempts to snatch a talent from another black-grade beast that say has 2 common-grade talent and 1 black-grade talent, there would be a 45% chance that either one of the common-grade talents would be reversed, and only a 10% chance to snatch the black-grade talent. The Bloodied Steed has no ability to choose. Or, rather, it doesn't have the spirituality needed to. Remember what I said about talents being preset for beasts? And how our 3 paths are fused as one for them? Well, the Bloodied Steed is known as a hot-headed creature with low intelligence. So, its Bloodied Lineage Reversal is left up to chance. However, Nemesis has several advantages normal steeds of his race do not. First, his adept body talent allowed him to rearrange his talent. Now, his talents are perfectly balanced between the chi, body and mental realms. This allows him far higher intelligence than others of his race, and as such, though there is still an element of chance, it's far more favorable than the past. And second, once more due to his adept body talent, Nemesis has strength comparable to an Earth-grade beast. Meaning, he can snatch up to Earth-grade talents currently. As his strength improves, it will become possible to snatch higher-grade talents. To make things even better, due to his Bloodied Lineage talent, he doesn't necessarily have to snatch these talents for himself. He could very well share them with Little Rock or any other beast companions you may gain later. Ryu stood abruptly, his fists clenched. Even if he was unlucky in some areas, he still had astounding luck in others. Or, maybe, he was just lucky to have Ailsa. If it wasn't for her, would he have even given Nemesis a second look? Maybe not. He gave her a grateful look which made Ailsa push out her already ample bosom. Truly, if his mind wasn't so firm, her might feel his nose heat up with blood. Taking a deep breath, Ryu gathered himself. Let's go. You don't want to check out the second floor anymore. Ryu shook his head. I feel that I've already gained enough for now. Plus, if I delay any longer, catching up will be difficult. Mateus won't be able to enter the top 8 while hiding his true strength alone, especially since Tadra isn't participating. Also, this small realm is an excellent place to raise the strengths of Nemesis and Little Rock. Ailsa frowned unhappily at these words. Why do you care so much about that damned Mateus and his Loom clan? I'm sure you know he could have helped you but chose not to. Ryu shrugged. What obligation did he have to help me? I too would choose my family over him every time. Being mad would only make me feel inferior. I don't need such hypocritical feelings. Ailsa sighed. She knew from the very beginning that Ryu would feel this way. Ryu's mind left the crystalline jade, a sinister light in his eyes as he swept through the dark cave. Was he worried about being found by the Zhu clan? Of course not. First, even if he didn't yet have the strength to kill a connecting heaven realm expert, one would be hard-pressed to even touch a hair on his head right now. Plus, the Zhu clan was made of mental realm masters. If they actually dared to attack his mind, Flora's visualization would leave a nice surprise for them. And second, didn't he have his cloak? He couldn't escape Lucian, Vigil and Anbar because they had their eyes on him back then. However, the Zhu clan obviously had no clue where he was right now. This small realm would become Ryu's own playground. That pent-up frustration in chest. He would allow the Zhu clan and the core region geniuses to feel it well. They would know the wrath of Ryu Tatsuya. Chapter 272. Earth-grade talent. Ryu wrapped his cloak around his naked torso before flashing out of his cave at blinding speeds. While fully healthy, Ryu's speed could match an cultivation realm above his own. Since his body's strength was currently at the higher divine vessel realm, this meant that even higher connecting heaven realm experts would struggle to match him in a contest of speed. However, that was only when he was able to circulate his chi to utilize gliding cloud steps. The current Ryu could only match the speed of a middle connecting heaven realm expert who's specializing at lightness-type techniques. Still, there was one more factor that was forgotten here. What limited Ryu's speed wasn't actually his physical limits, but rather his defensive and durability limits. It was simply too harmful to his body to go beyond that speed. It would only injure him. But now, his immortal Sakura had taken a massive leap in strength. If need be, Ryu could use it to border the speed of an immortal ring realm expert. Do you have a plan? Or can I do as I please? Ryu asked Ailsa. Our main focus needs to be to raise the strength of your heavenly pupils. I'm certain that they're the key to retrieving your connection with your spiritual foundation. There are 2 ways to do this. First, there's finding high-quality chi types of at least the heaven grade and above. The second and more sustainable option is to find beasts with pseudo-heavenly pupils. Ryu's brows raised. He had faced such a beast before, the ice-eyed bear. He had an innate advantage over beasts like these because they were directly suppressed by his heavenly pupils. Because of this, though others found those beasts a nightmare to handle, for him, they were lambs to the slaughter. In addition to this, the pupils of these beasts could be sold for exorbitant prices. Sometimes, humans would integrate with these replica pupils in order to boost their own strength. But, they could never match humans innately born with heavenly pupils. Those beasts all have special high-grade chis within their pupils. You can absorb these chis to strengthen your own and break more seals. You've undone 5 to now. The day you reach 9 is the day you'll retrieve your spiritual foundation. Big sis promises. Ailsa smiled sweetly. Ryu nodded seriously. He didn't believe this matter would be so simple. He could faintly feel that of that 999 seals, the 9th was the first watershed moment and it definitely wouldn't be easy to break through. Plus, to now, he had relied on comprehending inheritances in order to use essence chi to break his seals, but now that his connection with the heavens was lost, he couldn't use this method anymore. What Ryu didn't know was that it was even worse than he thought. Ailsa's gaze was also serious, except, instead of staring off into space like Ryu, she was entirely focused on the black-veined spirit-seeking lilies sitting quietly within Ryu's incubator. Though Ailsa claimed the second option to be more sustainable, such beasts were still incredibly rare. To now, Ryu had only seen one of them, and that was the very ice-eyed bear he slew during the coronation games. One would think that more of these beasts would appear on the immortal planes, but Ryu had simply yet to run into them. Still, this mortal chi small realm provided a unique opportunity. The density of 1st to 6th order beasts should be the highest on the pedestal plane. Maybe even most areas of the Blossom Plane couldn't compare. Not only was this likely the best place to find such beasts, it was also the best place for Nemesis and Little Rock to grow. Beasts could grow stronger simply by eating and sleeping. But, when they were fed the spiritual roots of beasts above them in order, this already unfair ease of growth doubled and tripled. Like this, Ryu's score began to steadily grow once more after almost 2 months of being stagnant. However, he had fallen so far behind that it would likely be a while before anyone took notice. At this moment, Ryu stood tall, 2 spears in hand. A beautiful winter wonderland gentle settled around him, but anyone would be able to tell that this land of ice and snow was a projection of this young man alone. The fluttering immortal Sakura above his head was all the proof one needs. He was currently doing battle with a steel-hoofed creature. Its singular horn spiraled sinisterly upon the middle of its forehead. It seemed like a cross between a deer and a unicorn, but it was as beautiful as neither. In fact, it could only be described as ugly. Its body was similar to a naked mole rat, covered in wrinkled pink skin. Beneath, one could see a network of green and blue veins pulsing with blood that only became more prominent when the beast was enraged. To make matters odder, its posture was similar to that of an ape, having a far larger upper torso and shorter legs. Ryu had never seen a creature like this. Even Ailsa could only say that it had undergone a disastrous mutation. Beauty, although vain, was an evolutionary construct. Humans and creatures alike were created to gravitate toward it. Even the highest-grade demonic creatures had their own form of beauty. To appear so deformed, the only explanation was that something had gone wrong. But Ryu didn't care much for this as his immortal Sakura petal blocked another one of this creature's hoof stomps. In the end, it was still only a peak 5th-order creature. It couldn't touch even the hem of Ryu's clothing. Though his combat prowess had fallen after losing the ability to use chi techniques, he had regained more than what he lost by progressing in other areas. His body flickered and disappeared. In an instant, he had appeared to the creature's side, not hesitating to attack its weaker hind legs. His spears moved as swiftly as the wind, severing tendons and vital veins with incomparable ease. After his heavenly pupils opened 5 seals, the world had become far clearer to him. It was as though the weaknesses of this beast were whispering into his ear, telling him where to attack. Ryu spun his spears in his hands, tilting his head back to avoid the spiraled horn of the creature. His eyes sharpened, seeing an opening. The creature stumbled. Despite being a 5th-order creature, its intelligence was far too low, clearly another result of this odd mutation. It had forgotten that Ryu attacked its hind legs, causing it to both stumble and roar in pain when it tried to use its useless leg. Ryu didn't miss the opportunity, allowing his spear to shoot forward with a perfect pierce. The creature's neck was immediately pierced through from its throat to its spine. It hardly felt the pain of its death as its brain was cut from the rest of its body in the blink of an eye. With a surprisingly soft thud, it fell. "I've finally realized what happened," Ailsa said with a furrowed brow. Ryu peeked toward his shoulder before kicking the beast's corpse over to expose its belly. As he waited for Ailsa to speak, he began to skillfully cut its spiritual root free. The reason he fought this mutated beast in the first place wasn't just for the mission points, but also because it had 2 useful talents. The first was its black-grade steelhooves talent, and the second was its lower earth-grade spiral horn talent. Both were incredibly useful for Nemesis, but Ryu had already gotten him the steelhooves talent from another beast just days ago. This time, what he wanted was the spiral horn talent. This beast is definitely suffering from chi infestation. Whenever a creature absorbs an energy far above their means, there's a high possibility of death. But, even if you survive, it's nearly guaranteed that you'll face this sort of malignant reaction. It's no wonder why this black-grade beast awakened an earth-grade talent. Chapter 273, No Longer, Chi Infestation. Ryu frowned. He had read about it before. Only a very, very small minority would survive unscathed after absorbing energy of a higher grade than they were aptly prepared to handle. Many more would die, but the number who survived with more than visible scars was far more than those who survived without them. Still, there were obviously benefits to surviving no matter what. This beast managed to awaken a talent it had no business awakening. Strictly speaking, every beast has a potential to awaken all the talents its ancestors once wielded. In some form or fashion, all beasts are descendant of some ancestral grade beast of the past, so they all have some chance of growing to awaken those talents. However, the possibility is just too small. In all my life, Nemesis is truly the first case of this happening naturally that I've ever seen. Many more are like this poor creature here who awakened said talent by unnatural means. But, suffering through this chi infestation for just this small benefit, was definitely not worth it. Ryu nodded solemnly. This creature may have awakened an Earth-grade talent, but it didn't have the intelligence left to use it. It only attacked Ryu with what instinct remained from when last it was truly conscious. Why else would it have used its hoof stomp far more than its spiraled horn? It didn't have the wisdom left to train its new talent. Nemesis. Ryu called out the red-blooded steed. He had long since regained its noble air. His body was strong and majestic, his head arrogantly lifted to the skies. Though he had grown to the fifth order, his size once more didn't change, compressing his strength to his optimal frame. Seeing the exposed bloody spiritual root before him, Nemesis grew excited. A blood-red aura pulsed through his body. First, it became like a second layer of skin before it began to slowly expand, extending toward the mutated creature's spiritual root. Soon, it had enveloped it completely, taking hold of the network of roots. Ni. Nemesis stomped the ground arrogantly, reeling in the Earth-grade talent and ignoring all others. His will was staunch, even an Earth-grade talent could only bow down. In the next moment, a glob of red chi slowly rose and entered Nemesis' brow. The bloodied steed's body trembled. Ryu took a step back as he observed. The steel hooves talent actually had a special synergistic effect with spiraled horn. Steel hooves did more than turn just hooves into steel, but rather it extended into the whole bone structure. Or rather, it did for Nemesis thanks to his adept body talent. Usually, the amount of steel varied from creature to creature and how much they tempered their talent. But for Nemesis, he was immediately able to take control of this talent and mold his body as he pleased. Like this, Nemesis' entire skeletal system became reforged of steel, causing his strength to skyrocket. Like this black-grade talent already became comparable to an Earth-grade talent. But, when synergized with Spiral Horn, Nemesis raised his head into the skies, a roar of pain and excitement neighing outward. His heated breath filled the air, his blood pulsing. Pooh! A rain of blood fell from his forehead as what appeared like a shining spear jetted outward 2 feet. It reflected a blinding sheen under the sunlight, giving Nemesis a devilish appearance. What was even more interesting was that Nemesis seemed to be capable of changing its size and form as he pleased thanks to his adept body talent. Ryu smiled lightly. Like this, Nemesis shouldn't have any opponents left within the fifth order that weren't Earth-grade beasts themselves. And the best part was the Nemesis was still of the lower fifth order. He still had much more room to grow in this realm. With a single leap, Ryu settled onto Nemesis' back. Not even a moment later, they had shot forward hundreds of meters. Little Ryu, I don't believe this matter of chi infestation is so simple. I was thinking the same. Ryu thought. Since he could no longer use his chi line technique, he just relied on Ailsa to read his mind. This is a world of mortal chi. There theoretically shouldn't be any chi here that a fifth order beast can't absorb. This was precisely the selling point of the inner ring. They didn't have any immortal chi stone mines, but they had a copious amounts of mortal chi stone mines. Many had been trying to find the reason behind this phenomenon, but none had. Mortal Chi Mountain simply sat here as though taunting them. However, Ryu had something the previous inhabitants of this pedestal plane didn't have: power. Of course, this wasn't his own power, but rather, Ailsa's. How often would someone of the Soul Ascension realm come here? Maybe one never had. Even if they found a store of hidden immortal chi, so what? Those of that realm only dealt in cosmic chi. Why would they care for immortal chi? Obviously, Ailsa couldn't use her true strength. But, if she coupled her feng shui comprehension with his own heavenly pupils, Ryu didn't believe they couldn't find the truth of this matter. Like this, another 2 months whipped by in a flash, leaving only 2 more months remaining for the first phase of the selection. And, for better or worse, Ryu's comeback could no longer be hidden. Lucian's expression darkened. His ranking is still climbing upward, and it's fast. This couldn't possibly be happening. With how injured he was, even I would need several years to get back into fighting shape. How could he possibly be doing this? Vigil and Anbar had long since left Lucian's side, but he was sure they were thinking similar things. There were currently 18 connecting heaven world experts participating in the selection, but only 6 of them truly effected the rankings. This being because the ranks of the 4 core clans were basically set in stone at the top 4, leaving the remaining clans to battle over spots 5 through 8. The reason there wasn't a large commotion during the days Ryu spent in first was because he had entered the small realm so much more quickly than anyone else. Though Mateus knew different, Others believed that Ryu had just gotten lucky to stumble upon the small realm's entrance so fast. However, now, things were different. Ryu was quickly making up 2 months' worth of ground. Even after starting so far behind, he had already entered the top 50. When his point total was combined with Mateus, who maintained the 7th rank relatively consistently, it was enough for the Loom clan to maintain striking distance just outside the 10th overall spot at 11th. Chapter 274. Odds. To put matters into perspective, though eyes were focused on the connecting heaven realm experts, they weren't the only geniuses the core region had sent. The 18 were split among 6 clans. First there were the core clans, the Bastille, Xie, Vin and Croft clans. While the final 6 connecting heaven realm geniuses were split amongst 2 clans that had gained their favor. Though these clans weren't as powerful as the Loom clan, they were certainly better at currying favors. The Lao clan and Lucian supported the Xie clan and the Awai clan. The Min clan and Vigil supported the Bastille clan. The Afra clan and Anbar supported the Vin and Room clans. Finally, the remaining Croft clan was supported by the strongest Ember clan. Within the mix, outside of these 18 most important geniuses, the core region had also sent numerous Divine Vessel realm seedlings to ensure they could control the entire situation perfectly. It was clear they took no chances even if they looked down on their opponents. Not only was the selection important for the choosing of the Zhu clan's replacement, but one had to remember that this wasn't the first time the selection was held. Simply put, this wasn't its original purpose. Originally, the selection was in place to decide quotas and territory splits within the Mortal Qi small realm. The core region's actions were essentially meant to allow all the clans that acted as their pawns to fully control these quotas. In the past, the Loom clan had the support of the 6th Order Lao clan, so everything was fine. But, after Taedra rejected Throne Byron's marriage proposal, their fates took a turn for the worst. Just when they thought things couldn't worsen any further, the core region changed the rules once more, allowing connecting heaven realm experts to participate. Like this, Taedra was forced out of the competition for her own safety, leaving the Loom clan with only 2 participants. That should have been the end of it all. It should have only become worse after Ryu failed to break through, and yet, why was it that they still had a chance? Ryu continued to climb upward. Soon, it wasn't just the 3 geniuses who chased after him initially who noticed, but others began to as well. On a certain mountain peak of the small realm, a young man with flaming red hair and brows sat amid a slew of corpses. Not far from him, the quiet young heir of the Croft clan sat, using his senses to read the changes of the jade they had all been given to start the competition. "This is Throne Ryu," the red-haired young man spoke. "His name matches, his stature and arrogance as well. Also, his appearance here is in line with his disappearance from the outer ring." But there was no record of him appearing in any one of the teleportation array formations. "Are you telling me that a Qi refinement realm pup traveled through the wilderness alone and made it here in just 2 months? He is a mental realm master. He likely took advantage in order to avoid trouble." This was the only answer the Croft clan heir could think of. "Maybe." The red-haired young man's eyes narrowed. "I was entrusted by the apostles to find this person should he appear. But his appearance here makes things tricky. This young man was a member of the Ember clan. And, unlike the Min, Afra and Lao clan's second inline heirs, he wasn't anywhere near as important to his clan. However, even still, those 3 would most certainly lower their heads if they came across him. This went even for Lucian, who had a throne for an elder brother. The strength of the Ember clan was undeniable. What did it mean to be a half-step 7th Order clan? It meant that they had a path extinction realm ancestor. Even a throne wouldn't dare to be arrogant before such power. The Croft clan heir trembled slightly when he heard the apostles mentioned, but said nothing more. The selection is the core region's method of maintaining control over the inner ring. But, if we casually circumvent the rules as these scum have, this strength will crumble. We are simply too far away to influence any meaningful change here, and anyone intelligent enough knows this. I can't just casually detain him. How troublesome. This Ember clan envoy hadn't moved from this spot in more than a month. It was precisely because of this reason that he ranked 8th individually, allowing Mateus, who was holding back, to rank above. However, even now, he didn't find it necessary to move. "It's better if he continues along this pace," the young man finished. "Then we'll simply severely injure him during the second phase and detain him afterward." "Young Master Fuoko, there is another problem." "Oh, there seem to be many odd movements this time around. the only ones in this small realm should be the number taking part in the selection. This is to hinder cheating. But it seems that many others have entered when they shouldn't have. Fuoko frowned. He was already displeased by those clans breaking the age rule they set for themselves, but now they were going even further. The issue is that there haven't been any irregularities in the point and mission completed totals. This likely means they're not here to cheat, but are here for some other reason. The Zhu clan has proof of Throne Ryu using one of their elders as a corpse puppet, so they are using it as justification for their appearance. But it seems that the Bastille clan is showing some oddities as well, Fuoko sneered. How would the Zhu clan receive this evidence only now? Isn't that as good as blatantly admitting they entered this realm when they shouldn't have? But aside from this reaction, it was clear that Fuoko's contempt for the Zhu clan was much lower than even the other Sixth Order clan. In fact, he seemed to be almost wary. Why he would feel this way about a half-step Sixth Order clan was beyond the Croft clan heir's understanding. A few months ago, the Zhu clan received word of their elder's demise. They've been using it as an excuse to wreak havoc throughout the inner ring, searching for a killer. But there must be a deeper reason for this. Years ago, when that man was appointed as an elder, it confused many. He was too weak not long before, but that was when we received word that he actually became a divine vessel realm expert in such a short time. So you mean that the Zhu clan suspects one of their own for having a supreme treasure and are using the moral high ground to find it? But this doesn't explain why they were here in the first place. Well, all elders of the 5 core clans are allowed to enter and exit the mortal Qi small realm at their leisure. Although they're restricted to venturing the territory of their own clans and can't encroach on others, these rules aren't strictly enforced. After all, who can police elders besides other elders? And which elders would waste their time away acting as guard dogs? Usually, it becomes a mutual tacit agreement that they can venture into and out of each other's territories as long as they don't take any treasures rated at an above the Middle Earth grade. But what if this Zhu clan elder didn't venture into the territory of others to take something, but rather to hide something, right? That's your line of thinking, The Croft clan heir nodded toward Fuoko. Fuoko smiled, but it was decidedly cold. Then that would be quite interesting, wouldn't it? At this moment, the very Ryu everyone seemed to have their attention on was staring down a problem of his own. The land before him didn't seem to be very special at all. In fact, one could easily pass over it without a second glance. Yet, Ryu felt his body trembling. The blood vessels within his eyes pumped so furiously that he could feel a dull pain fogging up his vision. Ryu, what is it? Even Ailsa herself was confused. Ryu's mind was a mess of jumbled thoughts she simply couldn't see through. In this piece of land, it didn't look special to her at all. There was a very small pond, no more than 3 meters across. In fact, its only specialty was the fact it was clear enough to see to its very bottom. Around it, there was a small clearing of grass before the trees slowly appeared. To the east, west and south, there was nothing but a large expanse of thick forest and foliage. But, to the north, past a thin patch of trees, there was the foot of a mountain range. The only oddity of this place was that it didn't seem logical for a pond to appear here, but it wasn't so illogical that one would spend as much time as Ryu staring at it. Ailsa, what are the odds of a small realm birthing its own realm heart? Chapter 275. Fix, what did you just say? Ailsa wasn't one to lose her cool. In fact, all the moments she spent doubting herself were done in silence. If it wasn't for Ryu's connection with her, he wouldn't be aware she even had insecurities at all. She would always be that confident big sister to him. However, the words Ryu had just spoken were too shocking. A realm heart was what differentiated a small realm from a true realm. It wasn't a matter of size, it was a matter of substance. There were many small realms in existence that even rivaled true realms in how expansive they were, but in the end, they could only rely on true realms to sustain their existence. Ryu was very familiar with realm hearts. After all, he spent many days sitting upon Shrine Mountain, the dignified realm heart of their shrine plain. Its power was unimaginably vast, and even as the scion of the Tatsuya clan, Ryu only had respect in his heart for it. Realm hearts and protector spirits, they were one in the same way your days as a newborn are related to your current self. A realm heart has no sentience. It is a core that gives a small realm substance to rival a true realm that runs purely on instinct. As for protector spirits, they hold their own intelligence that often far surpasses normal lifeforms. Should a realm heart evolve into a protector spirit, a small realm would then become a true realm. However, forming a realm heart in the first place would make even a 1 in a billion chance seem like great odds. Ailsa, I once read a book of folklores. Among those folklores, there was a story about the birth of a true realm. It said that the creation of every realm heart is accompanied by many great things. Ryu, are you certain? Ailsa regained her calm. I can't explain it, I just feel like this is the case. Intuition, Ailsa mumbled. Intuition was one of the most enigmatic abilities of the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils. It had no rhyme or reason for when it appeared, but there was one thing in common with all of its occurrences: when there was an opportunity its owner most definitely could not miss. Many epochs ago, the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils were not even ranked top 10 among the slowly growing number of heavenly pupils. However, as time passed, something incredulous began to happen. Numerous young geniuses with overbearing heavenly pupils were steadily outshined by those wielding these pupils. Once may have been a coincidence, twice rose eyebrows, but a third, a fourth, a fifth, a sixth, it seemed that with every passing generation, those who held the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils were blessed beyond one's wildest dreams. There were any number of abilities of that could have been the reason. Focus was an invaluable talent after the Path Extinction realm. It made cultivation realms even geniuses were forced to spend millions of years in fall one after another. Lines of Fate was another candidate. The ability to steal the techniques of others simply by battling for extended periods of time, to learn the techniques of your clans and sects instantaneously, to peer down upon the world and gaze into its secrets, and these were just two. There were many more that Ryu was still yet to qualify for. Death Acupoint, Heaven and Earth Gate, Fate Reversal, each ability rang fiercer in the minds of cultivators than the last. They all had mind-numbing abilities, the likes of which were just the stuff of fairy tales. And yet, there was still none as enigmatic as intuition. In the lifetime of the mysteries of heaven and earth pupil wielder, they would only be allowed its use 3 times. And they would have control of none of these 3 occurrences. One would occur between the 1st and a 9th seal. The second would occur between the 10th and 99th seal. The final would occur between the 100th and 999th seal. And if one crossed these seals without experiencing it, that chance would disappear forever. This was both the boon and tragedy of the first-ranked heavenly pupils. There were many who never became lucky enough to experience even one bout of intuition. A realm heart is indeed worthy of that cursed technique. Ryu frowned. Cursed? Ah, it's nothing. Ailsa giggled. The most hated technique of my cultist clan is intuition. I'm sure you can guess why. Ryu came to a sudden understanding. It was the job of the cultist fairy to find opportunities for their life partner, not the other way around. Though it was rare to become a fairy's life partner, that was only for normal individuals. Those outstanding enough to be born with the first-ranked heavenly pupils or any heavenly pupil at all had a greater than 50% chance. Simply put, the cultist clan had likely run into their fair share of those with Ryu's pupils. Maybe they had their own stories about intuition. I didn't even want to mention this to you because there was always the chance it wouldn't appear at all, but it seems I've underestimated your luck. If what you've said about this realm is true, many possibilities have opened up. Ryu didn't mention that he actually didn't need Ailsa to explain intuition to him. This wasn't the first time he was experiencing it, it was the second, and the first time. It was the night he committed suicide. Ailsa's brows raised, but she didn't comment on this. She knew that whenever Ryu thought of that night, he would feel endless complex emotions. It was best if she simply changed the subject. Let it lead you then, little Ryu. A realm heart would not only be a great help in the future, but if used appropriately, it may very well fix much of the problems you're faced with now. Chapter 276, Abyss. Ryu seriously gazed at the pond for a long while. He hadn't known this innate feeling had such a name until Ailsa told him. He always found his actions in his last life to border on ridiculous. He could barely understand why it was that he was so certain that death was the only path, until now. In truth, Ryu didn't spend much effort understanding his heavenly pupils in his last life. Other than focus and third perspective, he didn't attempt to awaken any other abilities. In fact, he only awakened those 2 during his days of training before he turned 7 years old. To Ryu, his eyes were more of a bane than anything else. Who knew that it was actually because of them that he could stand here today? Slowly, he gathered his emotions. Ailsa didn't speak as she patiently waited, understanding how he must feel. The moment Ryu felt his heart steady, he leapt forward. If others saw his ridiculous actions, they'd believe he had lost his mind, hoping into a pool that would lead up to his waist. The fact he still had his clothes on made it all the more ridiculous. However, they would be shocked to find that when Ryu entered the pool, there wasn't so much as a splash. In fact, not only did Ryu not cause a commotion, but he didn't get wet either. He completely disappeared into the seemingly inconspicuous pool at some unknown corner of the mortal chi small realm. Left behind, there were only Nemesis and Little Rock, who looked toward each other in confusion. After a few moments, they trotted and flew away, knowing that Ryu needed them to keep increasing his point total. Ryu felt as though he had been thrown into the depths of space. It was difficult to tell which way was up and which way was down, but the skies all around were filled with motes of lights that resembled small stars. "It seems like your intuition really led you correctly," Ailsa said with a faint excitement in her voice. "Now I understand. This mortal chi small realm wasn't devoid of all energies besides mortal chi because something was brewing with its higher grade chi. Its structure is like this because it's undergoing the birth of a true realm. You are incredibly lucky, little Ryu. There are very few people, likely less than the number of fingers on a single hand, who can predict the birth of a true realm. And of them, even if they can, they won't necessarily be in any sort of position to take advantage because such a realm can only be sensed when it's on the verge of becoming a protector spirit." Ryu frowned. "Should I be worried?" He tried to speak, but nothing came out. "There's nothing to worry about. In fact, this may be the easiest benefits you gain in your entire lifetime. A realm heart at this stage is no different than an embryo in a mother's womb. Though it's not anywhere near as fragile, it has no ability to defend itself. Then what do I do? This space is known as the void. Some also call it the abyss. It's actually an incredibly dangerous place even sky gods won't travel around casually in." Ryu's frown deepened. "Didn't you just say there was nothing to worry about?" Ailsa giggled. "Trust me, be a little more patient. The abyss exists between order and chaos. Whenever a cosmos or true realm or even a small realm is born, it will begin here. But the special property of realm hearts is that their birth lead to pockets of safety even within this incomparably dangerous place. Nothing can do harm here. Even if you tried to attack, it would be akin to punching a pillow." Ryu suddenly had many questions. How could he leave this place? How could he find the realm heart? What would he do once he did find it? He wasn't even entirely certain what benefits it would bring. He only vaguely understood that it would be a great boon. For others, even if they ran across the opportunity, they wouldn't be able to take advantage. But you are different. The only shame is that even after so many years, this realm heart is still in its lowest state. The fact it can only produce mortal chi is proof of this. The next stage would obviously be immortal chi, and the next cosmic chi. But there's no need to lament this too much. Of the endless records my cultist clan has, it only has one instance of an individual absorbing an immortal chi realm heart throughout all of existence, and only 2 other cases of the absorption of a mortal chi realm heart. You'll only be the 4th to gain this opportunity." Ryu smiled bitterly. This Ailsa was teasing him again. If she wasn't, she would have gotten to the point long ago. Okay, big sis will stop pulling your leg. Finding the realm heart is impossible. The only option you have is to make it find you. How do I do that? Your focus ability. Remember, the realm heart has no intelligence, it acts purely on instinct. You must make yourself feel familiar to it, to make it approach you and willingly fuse with you. The names of the states of meditation aren't just for show. Each step brings you closer to fusing with the heavens themselves. If this was a cosmic realm heart, you would need to enter one with world. But, since it's only a mortal realm heart, you just need to enter a state you've entered twice before, breath of world. Ryu's eyes lit with understanding. He immediately crossed his legs and entered the first state of meditation. A moment later, within the incubator, the petals of the silver-veined spirit-seeking lilies began to disappear one after another. To maximize the effect, Ryu not only consumed this petals directly after entering the lowest state of meditation, but he also directly used the incubator to absorb it, making their effects as potent as possible. Ryu's figure seemed to meld into the abyss. Deep within, an enigmatic existence had already begun to stir. Chapter 277. 1% Ailsa smiled and watched as the glowing lights slowly collected around Ryu. A realm heart had a hard-to-describe form. It was more accurate to say that it had no form at all. It wasn't until it became a protector spirit that it would decide on the image it would have in its life. For now, it was nothing but a massive mass of energy. However, this was a very special energy. It wasn't one that carried the opportunity to increase cultivation, but rather held something more enigmatic that was hard to explain. The realm heart was essentially a special life form. In fact, it was a life form that all other life forms are birthed from. Sometime countless epochs ago, some unknown realm heart allowed the birth of the first human. Even before that, one allowed the birth of the first phoenix and the first dragon, and so on. Of course, this mortal realm heart had no ability to birth such creatures. Those true realms that could give birth to novel species were incredibly rare even among cosmic realm hearts that evolved into protector spirits. This aside, simply absorbing this energy would be a foolish waste of this realm heart. Namely because Ryu couldn't cultivate, he would only damage the realm heart by doing such a thing. Don't absorb the energy, Ryu. Instead, allow it into your body to slowly take form. Under normal circumstances, this sort of energy can allow your cultivation to rise exponentially without drawbacks. However, even if you hadn't lost your connection to your Dantian, I would never allow you to use it that way. Yes, just like that, a realm heart has far more value when allowed to maintain its original state. The first and most important benefit to you is that it will allow you cultivate and break through realms even without your Dantian. Ryu trembled. If it hadn't been for the fact he was in Breath of World, his attempt would have collapsed. Remember, a realm heart is in essence a piece of the heavens. If one takes root in your body, you wouldn't need a spiritual foundation to cultivate, you can use it as a proxy instead. Still, there are a few drawbacks. Firstly, since it's only a mortal realm heart, you can only cultivate mortal realm stages. Meaning, your ceiling will still be the half-step immortal ring realm unless you reconnect with your Dantian. Secondly, you won't be able to connect your meridians to it. Because of that, your chi will constantly leak outward, which will both make your chi harder to control and lowering your stamina. Thirdly, any special abilities your meridians may have had will be lost until you reconnect with your Dantian. Luckily, your meridians are most known for their sturdiness and lightness, so you won't lose out much. So this applies less to you than it would to others, but I don't believe your chaotic silk meridians are so simple. The difficulty in ascending realms isn't there without reason or cause. Ryu understood what Ailsa meant. Even if it seemed he wasn't losing out much to this third drawback, there may be many hidden things he was unaware of. For Ailsa, who always seemed so knowledgeable, to actually know so little about his meridians spoke volumes to the kinds of secrets it might have. Where there's bad news, there's also good news too. Your control of essence will reach an unprecedented level. So, when it comes time for you to reclaim your Dantian, completing your subsequent severings won't be as stressful. Ryu sighed a slight breath of relief. It wasn't lost on him that he still needed to complete several more severings before he could enter the Divine Vessel realm. If he lost control of essence every time he attempted a severing and ended up in a half-dead state like he had just 2 months ago, it would be too much. Still, since it's a mortal realm heart, this control will still be limited. The air and impose realms are considering mortal-level comprehension realms. So, you'll be able to freely control the essence you call down from within these 2 realms. Once you enter the rule realm and become a ruler, this control will begin to lessen. When you enter the small realm state and become a monarch, that extra control may just become useless. And, since this is a mortal realm heart, although you can comprehend other inheritances to the imposed realm, you cannot enter the rule realm relying on it since the rule realm is considered a mortal level comprehension. At least this means that you can comprehend your northern wind inheritance to the imposed realm now. Since you can control mortal level essence freely now, you don't need to wait for a comprehension breakthrough to form powerful chi blades, so you won't need to hold back. However, there is no need to be depressed about these matters. What you truly need to control essence for is your severings. Those other matters are so far off into the future that they won't impact you now. Ryu felt a slight headache coming along. Every benefit seemed to have such heavy restrictions. Was this really a once-in-a-lifetime treasure? It sounded more like a con to him. This restriction didn't seem too bad on the surface, but everything Ailsa spoke of essentially made his realm heart useless after entering the immortal realms. But, Ryu's greatest enemies were within the cosmic realms. This sad reality almost made him want to throw away this so-called treasure entirely. Ailsa smiled, seeing through Ryu's thoughts. Things are obviously not this simple, or else it wouldn't be such an outstanding treasure. One benefit is the nurturing of origin grade and unique grade treasures. The birth of a realm heart is usually accompanied by the manifestation of countless treasures, not all of the world's creations are forged by human hands. The disciplines of blacksmithing or alchemy or even formation mastery were all learned from observing the heavens. I wouldn't be surprised if the treasure that Zhu clan elders stumbled upon was born due to the influence of this infant realm heart. Ryu felt his heartbeat with a fiercer thump. Slowly but surely, the veins or arteries of his heart valves slowly turned a golden hue. The instant you fuse with the realm heart, it will begin nourishing your northern heavenly wind and your origin flame. In addition, the incubator and glove of order will gain lesser, but still tangible benefits, as though being re-refined by the heavens themselves. The realm heart will be able to nourish your heavenly wind and origin flame to 1% completion. Chapter 278, Underestimated. Before Ryu could cringe, Ailsa continued. Don't look down on this singular percent. It holds unprecedented power. Such origin-grade treasures are only meant to be wielded by sky gods. Do you believe every cosmic seed realm expert is like your mother and has completed such a treasure? Can you imagine the strength of a 1% of a treasure meant to be wielded by sky gods? Put this into its proper perspective. Even an expert on your grandparents' level isn't worth a single percent of a sky god. Of course, this obviously won't give you 1/100th the strength of a sky god, but the benefits will still be immeasurable. Right now, your heavenly wind allows you the speed of an entire cultivation realm above. Once it reaches that singular percentage point, gaining the speed of 2 cultivation realms above your own won't be impossible. As for your origin flame, its true abilities will begin to manifest. Your mind will be clearer, your comprehension abilities will take a massive step forward, and it will no doubt use its abilities as Emperor of Flames to help the hidden abilities of your other flames to awaken faster. Ryu finally felt a weight on his heart drop. At least he could work with this. Of course, he knew that the Northern Heavenly Wind's ability to allow him to jump realms of speed would lessen as the gap between realms largened, and he also knew that comprehension abilities were relative to your cultivation realm, but these were still results he was happy with. Did you think this was all? Ailsa said with a mischievous smile. With the realm heart, I will be able to display more of my true strength as well. Since it acts as a stand-in for the heavens, it can project its own ethereal realm as well, lessening the burden on the both of us. Of course, this will be limited to the half-step immortal ring realm since it is only a mortal realm heart, but this is already more than enough. I will be able to do much more for you like this, and my senses will sharpen considerably and won't be as dampened by this plane of existence. However, this pales in comparison to the true benefits that can be split into 3 categories: evolution, natural enlightenment, and recognition. Ryu didn't know what the other 2 meant, but when he heard natural enlightenment, he tensed up. Evolution. The realm heart evolves incredibly slowly on its own. After all, it lacks intelligence and must remain in the abyss to protect itself. Plus, it has to sustain the existence of its small realm, or else it will all be for naught. However, once you leave this place, 2 of those issues will be solved immediately. Firstly, you'll be far more intelligent in guiding it, and, secondly, this small realm will collapse when you take its realm heart out, thus relieving it of a massive burden. Though even I can't fathom the amount of treasures that would be necessary to evolve a realm heart to even the immortal realm heart stage, let alone any higher, it would still most definitely be worth it. Your best option would be to begin to swallow small realms one after another, beginning with this one, of course. Ailsa continued. Natural enlightenment. You know well that the natural order is split between 2 categories: mortal endowment and natural enlightenment. Mortal endowment further has 2 categories, the elements and birthed phenomena. But these clearly pale in comparison in power to the concept of a natural enlightenment. Natural enlightenments are enigmatic concepts that hold the most fundamental secrets of all of existence. Even more fundamental than the elements themselves. Every realm heart is the key to a natural enlightenment. And though I'm not 100% certain which natural enlightenment this realm heart contains, I can guess that it likely has something to do with vitality, recovery and regrowth, thinking of quick growth rates of the vegetation and foliage all around the mortal chi small realm. Ryu could understand why Ailsa would think this. Finally, there's recognition. It's said that it is impossible to gain the full support of a protector spirit unless one has a realm heart or can enter the breath of quintessent state of meditation. Unfortunately, even the spirit-seeking lilies cannot horseshoe you into the highest state of meditation like this. But now that you have a realm heart, refining a protector spirit and becoming the true owner of a true realm isn't impossible. These are just the core benefits, but there are many smaller but still potent goods that you can slowly come to understand. One of which is related to making tribulations easier to handle. Maybe now Ryu didn't understand the magnitude of these words, but one day he would understand why Ailsa left recognition for the very last. As for the current Ryu, he was thinking of something maddening. Even though he could now cultivate, his meridians were still connected to nothing, so how could he possibly continue with his severings? To make things worse, his cultivation speed would drastically slow down due to the constantly leaking energy, so, he thought to hell with it all. Why not skip the spiritual severing realm entirely and directly attempt to pry open his divine vessels? His meridians were the supposedly made of the third strongest material in all of existence, right? It was this very double-edged sword that landed him in this situation in the first place. Well, since they were so grand as to put him in this predicament, why not truly put them to the test? The reason one must complete their severings first was because chi refinement meridians were too fragile. Only by tempering the meridians with severings would one become to withstand the energy influx that resulted from opening one's divine vessels. However, for Ryu who had chaotic silk meridians, would this really be problem? I'll skip the realm entirely. Ryu's eyes flashed, though Ailsa's lip twitched. In the end, she didn't lift a finger to stop him. Since Ryu wanted to lift a massive middle finger to the heaven's so-called order, she'd let him do so. Who said one couldn't always complete their severings later on in cultivation? Neither yet understood that the decision they took today would birth the chaotic silk meridians in its truest form for the first time in countless epochs. Who would have ever believed that meridians already given the highest ancestral grade would actually have still been underestimated to this extent? Chapter 279. Closest one bonus chapter for 450 golden tickets. If you really want to do this, you'll have to go all out, little Ryu. Entering the spiritual severing realm isn't just about gaining sturdier meridians. Remember, by increasing the connection one has to your dantian, your meridians begin to gain some characteristics of its plane of existence. Simply put, your meridians gain the ability to exist on two planes at once, allowing it to store more energy without expanding too much. Ryu nodded. Meridians were a lot like blood vessels, although they were a separate organ system. It was obvious that it couldn't expand indefinitely without some special considerations. The spiritual severing realm is what allowed for this consideration. An expert of that level could essentially make their meridians larger than they appeared from the outside, almost like creating its own inner space. However, Ryu was trying to skip this step. Though he believed his meridians were more than sturdy enough to handle it, there was another problem. He didn't have enough energy to pry his chi vessels open. Had he been too rash? Trying to open his chi vessels now was like trying to break open a fort with a toothpick. He didn't have enough energy to succeed. Ailsa smiled. Don't worry, Big Sis will help you with your reckless actions this time. Finish fusing with the realm heart and return to the small realm first. Hearing Ailsa's words, Ryu focused on the task at hand. The almost ethereal feeling in his heart grew. Slowly, but surely, Ryu began to understand what Ailsa meant by the realm heart having many more abilities he could only slowly begin to comprehend. For one, Ryu now felt that even if someone stabbed him in the heart, it would now only be a minor injury, whereas in the past, it would have been fatal even with his ice flame. The realm heart was an ethereal plane being. By fusing with it, Ryu's heart now also existed on two separate planes. This might very well save Ryu's life in the future. Even if the portion of his heart that existed on the real plane was injured, the portion that existed on the ethereal plane would sustain his life for long enough for the initial injury to heal. Of course, if Ryu was being attacked by an individual adept at existing between both the real and ethereal planes like Ailsa, he'd be dead no matter what. Wow, with my vitality, if I somehow managed to shift my brain to the ethereal plane as well, wouldn't I be near undying? The days sped by one after another. When Ryu finally completed the fusion, he felt as though a breath of life had been breathed into him. I'm immortal. Ryu's eyes blinked with surprise. Immortality wasn't something cultivators gained until completing the Path Extinction realm and stepping into the Tao Pedestal realm. It was only then that one's life was sustained not by vitality, but by comprehension. Essentially, one was effectively immortal after entering this realm. As long as your martial path remained sturdy and didn't waver, you could theoretically live until the end of existence itself, although such a thing was impossible in action. Yet, Ryu had reached this state as a chi refinement realm pup. Even though this so-called immortality wasn't immortality in its truest sense and definition, for the current Ryu, living a few dozen thousand years wasn't a problem. For context, the divine vessel realm gave one about 1,000 years of life on average. The connecting heaven realm gave about 10,000. The immortal ring realm provided another factor of 10 increase. Ryu could essentially outlive an immortal ring realm expert even if he never cultivated again from this point onward. Maybe to regular cultivators, this matter didn't mean much. But to Ryu, who had lived his first life with his lifespan constantly looming over his head, he almost couldn't stop his eyes from watering. In the end, he closed his reddened eyes, controlling his breathing. Ailsa smiled lightly. You big dope, is there a need to pretend to be emotionless all the time? Big sis' greatest hope is that you'll become that wide-eyed, smiling little boy again. These words weren't heard by Ryu, but Ailsa only said them for herself. It seems that the abyss is no longer so dangerous for me, Ryu said after recollecting himself. That's another benefit. Those with realm hearts can explore the abyss more freely. After all, what are realms if not safe havens within the void? Ryu nodded. All true realms floated within certain coordinates of the void or abyss. They were the only locations life could flourish. So, of course, realm hearts and the like had the ability to protect from its dangers. But, because you have the lowest ranked realm heart, you are still limited in where you can go. Also, even the natural environment of the abyss can't harm you under normal circumstances. There are many other dangers involved. I don't advise exploring it before you're ready. I'll follow your words, Ryu agreed. But, how do I leave this place? Ailsa giggled. You should now feel a special connection with the mortal chi small realm. Follow your heart, literally. With Ryu's intelligence, it didn't take much pushing for him to understand what he must do. In what felt like an instant, he had already reappeared by the very pond he had entered to begin with. Wow, Ryu suddenly felt a blissful rush surge into his body. His spiritual sense was only 20 kilometers wide. But somehow, he could sense every inch of this mortal chi small realm now, all several thousand kilometers of it. This is another benefit. Though this realm will collapse after you step foot outside and leave, while you remain here, you can sense every aspect of it. Every life form, every growth, every hidden treasure, everything. Nothing will be hidden from you. After all, this is now your domain. Ryu felt a sudden bittersweet feeling. Do I really have to give this up after I leave? Unfortunately, there's no other option. You don't have the strength to sustain its existence. You remember that according to those of the inner ring, this small realm never left the range of mortal chi mountain. Well, there's a reason for that. Without this dense source of mortal chi in combination with the realm heart, the small realm would collapse. Ryu's brows suddenly furrowed. You mean to say that it's this small realm relying on mortal chi mountain and not the other way around? Doesn't that mean we haven't solved this mystery at all? Exactly right. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if it's because of mortal chi mountain that this small realm managed to form its realm heart at all. Ryu sucked in a cold breath. He thought everything was over after he found the realm heart, but things turned out to be far deeper than this. Shaking his head, he focused on the task at hand. He had an obligation to represent the Loom clan, which meant he only had a month and a half left to snatch all the resources of this mortal chi small realm for himself. It seems that gathering enough chi stones to open the gate to the moon realm won't be much of a problem for me anymore. Ryu's mind was instantly filled with all sorts of hidden treasures buried in places even the core clans of the inner ring had yet to find. In fact, he saw through many secret and dangerous locations they hadn't even dared to step into that wouldn't pose any problem for him thanks to the realm heart. The wealth here was so astronomical that even though these were all resources of the mortal grade, they could only be sensibly counted in immortal chi stones. Don't forget that if you're planning on entering the divine vessel realm, the cost of opening the gate to the moon world will increase again. Ryu nodded. He thought of this as well, but it was worth it. If he entered the divine vessel realm, he wouldn't fear anyone of the inner ring. Others might not have the heart to sell these precious spiritual herbs he had locked on to, especially since they were the most beneficial to his current cultivation realm, but what reason did Ryu have to feel this way? After all, he had the incubator. Ryu smiled. Let's start with the closest one. Chapter 280. Crown. Many were in a frenzy looking for Ryu. His score kept ticking upward, having long since breached the top 50, yet none could find his trail. Some speculated he might have been a beast master judging by how easily he subdued the bloodied steed and instead began looking for beasts instead, but how difficult was it to find specific beasts in a forest filled with beasts? Battles between two beasts wasn't a rare phenomenon at all, firstly. Secondly, the only beast they knew Ryu had was the bloodied steed, but the nemesis of today looked nothing like the nemesis they had known in the past, and it wasn't as though bloodied steeds were a rare breed of beast. These two factors together made Little Rock's time hunting especially easy, while Nemesis only had to be slightly more cautious. As for Ryu himself, it would be a joke for even an Immortal Ring Realm expert to attempt to find him when he had the advantage of space and time. His cloak wasn't a treasure of the Shrine Realm without reason. So, while the Zhu clan and the core region geniuses searched for him, Ryu was leisurely jumping from resource to resource, only taking the most valuable for himself while leaving their nurturing to Ailsa, who hummed away with a pleasant smile on her face within the incubator. Though Ailsa was in quite a good mood, Ryu was frowning. It wasn't because he had run into some sort of large problem, but rather because his body was emitting a smell so horrible that even Ailsa refused to sit on his shoulder any longer. She hadn't just entered the incubator to care for their new goods, but also to stay away from Ryu. Ryu's frown deepened. How long is this going to go on for? Ryu's body, thanks to another benefit of the Realm Heart, was continuously expelling waste. Unlike the quick process he went through during his rites, this process was slow and tedious. Though it had the benefit of being gentle, it was also very inconvenient. At one point, Ryu was bathing himself dozens of times a day. Eventually, he simply gave up. It seemed to take only a few minutes before his body was once more covered in foul black and brown grime. Not many people can gain an immortal body so early on, and even less can do it so painlessly. It's only natural there would be some inconveniences along the way. Ryu actually wasn't gaining an immortal body. In the strictest sense, he was gaining the pinnacle of what a mortal body could be. However, in effect, this pinnacle was far better than usual immortal bodies. Usually, one would only be able to reach this state by completing the vessel tempering realm of body cultivation. This was why the best geniuses still invested some time into this path. However, Ryu would be able to gain this state without such arduous cultivation. This would benefit him in three main ways. First, his bone structure would begin to exhibit more of its strength far earlier. Second, his body's foundation would become far sturdier and stronger. And finally, opening his body vessels will be far easier, almost as easy as breathing. By Ryu's estimates, it would probably have taken at least 50 to 100 years to completely open his body vessels. However, now, he felt that 10 years would be enough. To put this into perspective, the peak vessel tempering realm was the equivalent of the peak immortal ring realm. And, for Ryu, whose body realm cultivation didn't follow normal logic, he would be even stronger than this. The more Ryu learned about his realm heart, the more he understood why it was such a treasure. His previous complaints disappeared with the wind. Still, walking around like a human stink bomb was incredibly uncomfortable for Ryu, who was quite fond of cleanliness. Ryu sighed. I should have been born a sprite. Ailsa grinned at this thought. Aside from those with special constitutions, certain races were directly born with immortal bodies. Sprites were one such race. The ancient beasts and their numerous races are among this number as well. I was born with a cosmic body. What is this pitiful immortal body you speak of? Ryu pretended not to hear Ailsa's over-the-top, teasing laughter. Currently, he was deep within the earthen crust of the mortal chi small realm. At least 1.5 kilometers or so. Of course, his target was yet another valuable resource that would be impossible to find without the realm heart. Unfortunately, he didn't have any comprehension of earth inheritances, so he could dig his way through the normal way. Soon, he was almost blinded by a bright light. Covering his eyes with his forearm, he could only wait for his gaze to slowly become accustomed to the suddenly well-lit environment. A moment later, Ryu's gaze landed on an irregularly shaped crystal. However, this crystal floated within an encasement of translucent stone, radiating an array of colors. Chi source. Ryu's sharp eyes immediately comprehended. Chi sources were the vital lifeblood of clans and sects. Although a power that controlled one shouldn't exist on the pedestal plane, when it came to the Blossom and Shrine planes, not having one was as good as guaranteeing marginalization. Chi sources weren't exactly rare, per se. The reason the pedestal plane didn't have access to them was simply because they didn't have experts capable of finding them. But, strictly speaking, the pedestal plane should have about the same number of chi sources as any of the other two immortal planes. The only difference would be in the quality of these chi sources. The chi source before Ryu was of the mortal grade, but it was still useful for many things. Namely, there were 3 important uses: the creation of chi stones, the fertilization of land, and finally, increasing qi density in a given area. This mortal qi small realm had 7 such sources, and this was already Ryu's 7th time collecting them. So, his harvests were quite great. His rewards in qi sources alone could already be counted in the order of millions of higher mortal qi stones, worth several thousand lower immortal qi stones. With these qi sources, I should be able to accelerate the growth of mortal grade spiritual herbs even more, so you have even less to worry about selling the crown spiritual herbs. Ailsa chortled. Crown spiritual herbs, the pinnacle existence among their kind. Chapter 281, Simple. There were 7 divisions. Amongst spiritual herbs, the common, black, earth, heaven, mystical, ancestral and origin grades. However, similar to the unique grade of treasures, the crown spiritual herb was a sort of wild card. Crown spiritual herbs could be of any grade, but they were special in that they were unparalleled in benefits among those of their grade. Essentially, they provided the perfect result every time. A crown spiritual herb was an herb on the verge of evolving to the next grade. Herbs with the ability to evolve in this way were incredibly rare, so much so that they pained Ryu to simply sell like this even though crown spiritual herbs could be sold many times that of herbs several grades above them. The reason for this is simple. Crown spiritual herbs could provide the benefits of a spiritual herb of higher grade without the restrictions that came with eating one. For example, a Qi refinement realm expert could only consume black grade herbs at best. However, if they found a crown black grade spiritual herb, they could consume it and gain as many benefits as if they had consumed an earth or sometimes even heaven grade herb. Ryu himself had only had a few of these spiritual herbs in his first lifetime. As a man who had a weak body, his parents had relied on such spiritual herbs so that he could extend his life without dying. But even then, the total wouldn't exceed 100. 100 may sound like a lot, but it had to be considered that Ryu was the scion of the most powerful clan of the most powerful plane of their shrine realm. In addition, his life depended on these herbs. To only have 100 in a 1,000-year timespan was enough to prove the rarity of such herbs. On top of this, it also had to be considered that Ryu could only consume crown common grade herbs. After all, his body was too weak to consume anything better. Yet, it still only totaled less than 100. The reason for this rarity was obvious. Unless such an herb was found in time, it would leave its crown state after evolving to a higher grade. Sometimes, there was only a gap of a few seconds. One had to freeze this process with a spatial ring or other special means, or else it would all be lost. Luckily, Ryu had the realm heart. He could immediately sense spiritual herbs on the verge of evolving and stop the process personally. What are you crying so much about? The incubator already allows you to absorb spiritual herbs above the grades you can normally handle with absolute ease. The effect is many times better than a crown spiritual herb. When did you become such a money grubber? When indeed, Ryu couldn't help but mumble to himself. He had never worried for money in his first life. In fact, he gave most of his savings away to his clan. But it seemed the situation in this life was much different. Shaking his head, Ryu quickly snatched the final Qi source for himself. Though they wouldn't be very useful after the connecting heaven realm, they were otherworldly treasures to the current him. If he passed one off to the Death Worm Immortal Cave, he wouldn't have to worry about powering it either. In just a month, Ryu had uprooted this small realm's most valuable resources. It seems that Zhu clan's elder's treasure wasn't hidden here, or else I would have already found it. Ryu didn't mind. He hadn't cared much for the treasure to begin with. He just thought it was a shame he couldn't enrage the Zhu clan more by taking what they had been searching for this whole time. Though he didn't say it, something else weighed on Ryu's shoulders as well. He couldn't find his grandfather even with the realm heart. He had been mentally prepared to find a desecrated corpse, but even that wasn't here. Ryu's gaze turned cold. There's only 2 weeks left. I'll break into the divine vessel realm in a single step. Ryu didn't bother to leave the underground space. His senses immediately trained on a particular herb planted within the incubator. Peak black grade spiritual herb, hidden vessel wings. It was the flower from a bush-like main body. Its center was puffed outward with a pure and fluffy almost cotton-like substance. However, the reason for its name were the patterns that could be found on the leaves attached to its stem. These patterns cut the leaves almost like pinecone seeds. However, instead of taking a rounded appearance, they remained flat. This gave the leaves the appearance of green wings. For breaking into the divine vessel realm, there was no better spiritual herb. In addition, its earth-grade evolution, awakened vessel wings, was excellent for awakening subsequent spiritual herbs. Ryu was very lucky to find a crown of this spiritual herb, however he wouldn't be using it. The crown hidden vessel wings herb would sell for at least a few dozen middle immortal chi stones to some wealthy young master. Instead, Ryu planned to directly use the awakening vessel wings evolved form to break through. The lesser form might be enough for normal people with relatively solid foundation to break through, but Ryu needed more. Upon opening all 6 chi vessels, the number of meridian nodes will increase from my current 333 to 999. Every new vessel provides in addition 111. This means I need to form 111 abyssal vortexes for abyssal vortex chi upon entering the divine vessel realm. Also, I need to form my 7th miniature dantian for 6 realm opening. The first 6 were formed in my chi pulses. Now they will be in my chi vessels as well. But before any of that, I must compress my chi to the divine vessel realm standards for Revolution's amplifier. Ryu immediately got to work. Cultivating within the support of 7 chi sources was the sort of treatment only the absolute geniuses of the shrine realm would receive, but Ryu had relied on himself to gain the same experience. It was then his cultivation talent began to shine through once more. Even with almost 30% of his chi constantly leaking, it hardly affected him at all. The incubator surged, changing the volatile energy of an earth-grade spiritual herb to such a gentle form that even a baby could bask in its presence. Ryu's eyes flashed open, a roar escaping his lips as an earth-shattering change erupted in his body. He had succeeded in doing the impossible, becoming maybe the first ever to skip an entire cultivation realm. The process had been remarkably simple. As though this was his path all along. Chapter 282, Blessing. Ryu looked down at his hands. He could feel the strength surging through his veins. At that moment, the impurities within his body were pushed out faster, drenching his body in a foul smell. The realm heart reacts to my chi realm cultivation. Or maybe it's just my cultivation in general. Ryu didn't spend much time thinking about this because he instantly felt that his strength had increased by more than several dozen-fold. Even with the constant leakage of his chi, he felt that his power had leapt past even his own understanding. This is the divine vessel realm. The truth was that the leaking of his chi hardly affected Ryu. His chi density was already comparable to a half-step divine vessel realm expert while he was only at the half-step spiritual severing realm. Now that he had entered the divine vessel realm, he was comparable to a connecting heaven realm expert even with the leakage taken into account. I never expected to reach this stage so quickly. Had I known this was possible, I would have skipped the spiritual severing stage from the very beginning, then used the influx of chi to form a larger chi blade without relying on essence at all. Unfortunately, neither Ryu nor Ailsa were omnipotent. The idea of skipping a cultivation realm was unheard of. There were godly spiritual herbs that gave one the ability to leap chi realms, but that was only the optics of it. The reality was that these spiritual herbs simply quickly pushed you through chi realms. They didn't really skip chi realms. For context of how astounding this was, the absolute geniuses of the shrine plane only reached the divine vessel realm at 20 years old. That mark was the threshold for any true genius. Only once in a generation talents were faster than this. But Ryu was only 18 years old. And he hadn't begun cultivation at 7 as he was meant to. He hadn't begun until he was already 14. Ryu gripped his fists. I've caught up. Now it's time to surpass them. As Ryu was becoming accustomed to his new strength, Ailsa had sunk deep into her own thoughts. Little Ryu's chi density relies on his 3-6-star cultivation techniques, and most importantly, a sturdy foundation. Logically, even if he relied on his chaotic silk meridians to skip the spiritual severing realm, his advantage should have fallen at least slightly. Ailsa's concerns made sense. Ryu had skipped an entire cultivation realm, so why was his advantage in chi density the same? Sturdy meridians weren't the only thing one gained in the spiritual severing realm, one also gained more chi. In fact, if one took into account that the gap between cultivation realms increased as one progressed, then his advantage had actually increased. Ailsa peered into Ryu's body. But what she found shocked her to the point of causing a splitting headache. How's this possible? Ryu was shaken awake from his daze. He almost made it a point to not read Ailsa's thoughts, but let her do as she pleased with his. But when it came to visceral reactions, he had no way of blocking his senses from them. What is it? Look for yourself. Ryu blinked. He assumed that Ailsa must be referring to his body, so he projected his senses internally. But what he found not only shocked him but he couldn't make heads or tails of it. If he had to describe it, it felt as though a lawless universe had invaded his body. How can my meridians have the character of another plane without its connection to my spiritual foundation? Ryu suddenly understood the odd feeling he had felt. Meridians were meant to gain the characteristics of one's dantian over time. The spiritual foundation was the connection to the heavens while the meridians were the source of the body. It was a symbolic fusion of sorts, but it also allowed meridians to house far more chi than their outward size would deem fit. But somehow, Ryu's meridians had gained this ability without his spiritual foundation. In fact, it seemed more potent than it should be as well. Technically, Ryu hadn't entered the lower divine vessel realm fully yet. There were 6 chi vessel, 1 for entry, 4 for the lower, middle, higher and peak stages, and the final 6th for the half-step connecting heaven realm. This meant only one thing: Ryu's advantage of chi density had actually grown exponentially. Ailsa, what is this? It's a new path. These words were simple on the surface, but they made Ryu tremble. How many countless epochs of existence had already passed? How many cultivators had existed? How many clans and sects had risen and fallen? How infinite was the number of realms that existed? Something like a new path hadn't been created for countless generations. Doing something that no one had ever done before, that no one had ever thought to do before, it was unheard of. It seems that even the records of my cultist clan were wrong about your chaotic silk meridians. Actually, it seems that maybe everyone was wrong about them. On the surface, your meridians seem to be great enough. Though their function is simple, it's potent. You can hold and sustain far more chi than practically anyone in existence. In addition, your cultivation can be far more violent than others without worrying about injury. But it seems that this is only the surface ability of the chaotic silk meridians. The true abilities won't manifest outside of extreme cases where you ignore the order of the heavens. It seems that your failure wasn't actually a failure at all, but a heavenly blessing. Ailsa's gaze shone with a complex light. She should be happy, but she was actually conflicted. She wanted to lead Ryu to the becoming the best he could be, but in the end, it was only because of her failure that he would have this opportunity. Were the heavens playing a game with them? The very Ailsa who believed fate's grasp wasn't so easy to escape was now lamenting that this was in fact true. She couldn't understand it. Chapter 283. In memory, what does all of this mean? Ryu couldn't help but ask. The dim light of Ailsa's gaze regained their fire. There was no greater honor for a cultist fairy than pioneering a new path for the life partner. She couldn't allow the resolve she cobbled together just barely to crumble so easily. She immediately entered her true form, forcing Ryu to remove his upper garments so that she could place her palm on his back. Relax and allow my chi to flow. After a few moments of silent deduction, keeping her eyes closed, she began to speak. I'm beginning to understand, in part. Your chaotic silk meridians are indeed connected to another plane of existence. However, I cannot see what this plane is or where it's from, much like you cannot enter the ethereal plane at will. I can only tell that its laws are not the same as our own. In fact, it seems that its laws are almost a direct opposite. This is the simplest way I could put it, despite it being far more complex than this. Another plane of existence. Planes of existence were different from the planes of the Shrine Realm, for example. As far as Ryu was aware, there were only 3 such planes throughout all realms. The Void Plane, the Ethereal Plane and the Real Plane where most life resided. Ailsa was saying that his chaotic silk meridians were connected to a plane even she had no knowledge of. It seems that this ability would have never manifested itself if your meridians remained connected to your spiritual foundation. In fact, if you succeeded in even a single severing, this ability would have been overridden. Ryu's eyes widened. Does this mean I have to give up on my spiritual foundation forever or make a choice between them? Ailsa's brows furrowed. I can't give you a certain answer, but my intuition says this isn't the case. Ryu sighed a breath of relief. This was enough for him. This, let's call it the chaos plane, was a very minor characteristic of your chaotic silk meridians. This made it very easy to override with a single severing. However, I believe that if you strengthen this character enough, even when you find your spiritual foundation, it won't disappear. So I was meant to do this all along, Ryu muttered. I think this is the true strength of your meridians. Not its light weight, not its structural strength, but this connection to this unknown plane of existence. Can you sense anything special about this chaos plane? Ailsa smiled lightly. I have a feeling that you can answer that even better than I can. Look at the changes in your chi, what do you notice? Ryu's brows furrowed. On instinct, he began to circulate his chi. His chi was changing. To more specific, his neutral chi was being catalyzed into an unknown energy even. He with his vast knowledge didn't recognize. It seemed to grind at his neutral chi, compressing and purifying it beyond his wildest imaginations. Ryu punched outward. He hadn't even realized his own actions before he committed to them. It was all purely instinctual. But the result, it was unlike anything he could have expected. The earth so far below the surface was compressed into extremely solid crystals and ores. The only reason Ryu had managed to make it here was because he relied on the realm heart to avoid these hard vein deposits and dig through softer dirt. However, at this moment, he had punched toward these very sturdy minerals he had avoided before. The result was devastating. Boom! Everything crumbled. The underground cave shook violently as though the whole world would collapse. By the time the dust cleared, all that was left was a horizontal hole of almost 3 meters in diameter, stretching forward for almost 100 meters. Ryu's pupils constricted into pinholes. This strength is of at least the middle connecting heaven realm, maybe even bordering on the higher stage. This new chi is likely where the true strength of your chaotic silk meridians lies. I'm afraid it's not as simple as being an ancestral grade chi. In fact, I believe it's no weaker than essence. Ryu's heart palpitated. You're saying that I can now freely control an energy on the same level as essence? No level of cool-headedness was enough for Ryu to maintain his calm. This is only the beginning, little Ryu. My instincts tell me that this energy is the Chaos Plane's representation of essence. It's yang to its yin or vice versa. As you know, the strength of essence you can call down varies based on your abilities. For example, the essence you call down as an air pales in comparison to the essence you can evoke as an imposer. The concept here is the same. If you want to wield stronger and more potent forms of this chaos energy, you need to deepen your connection with that plane of existence. Ryu clenched his fists. Even if he had to give up his spiritual foundation, he was willing. But Ailsa had said there was no need to. He almost couldn't believe this windfall. With this, I believe opening the first 9 seals of your heavenly pupils will be as easy as breathing, so the troubles of finding your spiritual foundation should be a thing of the past, but I'm sure you know that finding it before your connection with that plane of existence is sturdy enough will erase all of these benefits. Ryu nodded. I understand. A moment later, his flushed appearance disappeared, replaced by a cold oppressive gaze. Layers of frost wafted from his body, coating the underground cave in icicles. Ailsa removed her hand from Ryu's back, hiding her sickly and pale features from him as she shrunk down and entered the incubator. Ryu had no idea that the deduction skills she used to draw out the starting line for him had taken so much out of her, but he simply didn't have the mind to pay attention. He didn't notice that his glove of order was reacting oddly as well. Now that he had this strength, he was entirely focused on washing the inner ring in blood in memory of his grandfather. Chapter 284. Why would you appear bonus chapter for 500 golden tickets, where is Ryu? Tae anxiously grabbed the hands of her cousin. It took some time for the selection participants to leave the small realm, much like it had taken some time for them all to enter. However, it had already been some time and Ryu was nowhere to be seen. Taedra felt an uncomfortable feeling in her chest as a result, all stemming from guilt. By now, everyone knew that Ryu was the target of the Zhu clan. They had practically flipped the whole of the mortal chi small realm upside down in an attempt to find him, yet, they hadn't found so much as a single hair of his, let alone capturing him to seek revenge. Currently, they had all gathered on the peak of Mortal Chi Mountain. A portion had been flattened out to place a reinforced martial platform. Unlike other events, the selection was held in secret away from the public eye, likely to hide the underhanded actions of the core region from scrutiny. However, there were still projections of these events. This was likely so that if anything out of their control occurred, the feed could always be cut and an explanation could be given later. It would have been quite a beautiful sight, being so high in the skies, had Tae not felt as though this was all the fault of their Loom clan. Had they not contracted Ryu, he would have never been forced to battle connecting heaven realm experts so far above him in strength. Then, his corpse puppets would have never been exposed. What made her most uncomfortable was the fact Lucian and members of the Zhu clan seemed to be standing quite close to each other now, whereas in the past, they had no such relationship. If they did, Lucian's clan would have long since made use of the Zhu clan to pressure them. Unfortunately, the problems didn't end there. It seemed the Bastille clan was also involved, likely because they finally found a good opportunity to seek revenge the matter surrounding the bloodied steed. Two half-step Sixth-Order clans and a single Sixth-Order clan all seeking revenge against a single young man of the Mirchi refinement realm. Where was their pride? Mateus' face darkened at Tay's question, a deep complexity swirling in his pupils. He didn't regret his decision back then, but this didn't mean he didn't feel a bit guilty. He should be fine, Mateus said with a bit of hesitation. Considering Ryu's score had begun to climb again after his 2-month disappearance, Mateus believed that he was at the very least alive. He didn't see a reason for anyone to fake such a thing. Tae sighed a slight breath of relief. That's good, he shouldn't come here. Thanks to Mateus' words, she believed that Ryu had run away. She had no idea why the Zhu clan, Bastille clan and Lucian were waiting here as though they were certain he would come, but it seemed they were too arrogant in their assessment. Did they believe that Ryu would be quaking in fear and feel he had no choice but to hand himself in? Though Tae thought this, she couldn't help but feel a slight disappointment. It was the intelligent move to not come to this place, but it still somehow left a bitter taste she disliked herself for having. Stupid Tae, if he comes here, it means nothing but his death. At least this way he can seek revenge another day when he's stronger. Plus, cousin Mateus should be able to handle this. What she didn't know was that Mateus was racking his own brain. If he went all out, winning this tournament would be easy. But he obviously couldn't do so. It'll be fine, he thought with a frown. I have other methods. Across the martial platform, a completely different conversation was taking place. Just as Tae was observing them, they too were observing her. Seeing her relieved expression, some of them began to feel skeptical. Are you certain that he will come? He can't be a fool, right? Lucian was the one who asked this question, directing it toward a Zhu clan elder. Our Zhu clan is quite good at understanding people, the elder said nonchalantly. His clash with City Lord Loom is all the proof you need of his arrogance and bravado. If what you say about his crippled cultivation is true, it's even more likely that he'll come here. Lucian and an elder of the Bastille clan frowned, unable to understand this logic. So, the Zhu clan elder continued, sweeping her long white hair behind her ear. It's simple psychoanalysis. An individual like him is prideful to his core. If he suddenly lost all of his potential and future prospects, he wouldn't choose to die in a barren hole of the martial world. He would prefer to go out in a blaze of fire. I believe you yourself have seen this truth. Lucian involuntarily trembled when he thought back to Ryu's disregard for his own life. It was true, back then he had thought he would die but still chose to do so with his head held high. I still think we should have kept his grandfather alive, then. The gruff Bastille clan elder stroked his disorderly beard. At the very least, it would increase the chances of him appearing. No, a sinister flash resonated through the female elder's silver eyes. That ant's corpse is far more useful to us. The dignity of the Zhu clan must never be trampled upon. Begin. The Bastille clan's elder snapped his fingers. A moment later, a burly cultivator trudged forward with a wooden pole about 2 feet in diameter and 3 meters tall. One side of the wooden pole was wrapped in a brown sack, obscuring what was underneath. The other side was sharpened for ease of staking. With a grunt, the burly cultivator raised his arms and violently thrust the pole down. Once he was finished, he bent his back backward, rubbing it with a hand. Damn, how can a person be so heavy? After recollecting him, he pulled on the ropes holding the brown sack in place, finally revealing what was beneath. Tae blinked in shock, gasping beside herself. Who is that? She whispered, suddenly feeling a terrible premonition. The scene before her was simply too disgusting. A middle-aged man was strapped naked to the pole, his body filled with ghastly, curdling wounds that released a foul smell. For a cultivator to suffer infected wounds like this, it couldn't have possibly been due to normal circumstances. There was only one answer: poison. The man's eyes were open, but what must have once been beautiful deep brown eyes had decidedly grayed. His mouth was open, unable to be closed, continuously leaking a green-tinged drool. His tongue was simply too swollen, filled with hives that had become the nesting grounds for disgusting white worms. Tae covered her mouth, her eyes involuntarily watering. Why does he seem alive but dead? It didn't make sense. How could a dead man still produce drool? Why was a dead man still bleeding? Mateus' visage darkened even more considerably than before. His soul was shattered and dissipated. He is worse than dead, it's an even worse fate than becoming a corpse puppet. You all may be confused by this scene. The Zhu clan elder stepped forward. She should have been a city-collapsing beauty, with gorgeous curves and long slender legs that only barely peeked out of the slit of her long black dress, but there was something decidedly sinister about her that made them all avert their gazes. A few months ago, the corpse of our long-lost Zhu clan elder was finally found. We of the Zhu clan had put a lot of effort into finding the perpetrator, searching for a long year already. So, one can imagine how devastated we were to find that our beloved elder, my very own junior brother, had become a corpse puppet pawn of this so-called throne Ryu. The horrible feeling swelling in Tay's chest grew. Her eyes reddened uncontrollably. We of the Zhu clan are a peaceful people, but we will not take humiliation lying down. Since Throne Ryu has killed an innocent of ours, we've killed his grandfather. Not only the clans present, but those spectating the selection from afar also gasped in shock. Tae stumbled backward, clutching her chest. From their talk that night, Tae knew how much Ryu loved his family. Everything he was doing was for them. For one to die like this, so, I have a message for this Throne Ryu. If you do not appear this day and atone for your crimes personally, the Zhu clan will venture to your higher mortal plane and slaughter those you call family. For any who manage to survive, we'll enslave them and force them into a life of servitude. Higher mortal plane. Many looked around confused. How could a throne of their immortal plane come from such a backwater place? We'll force their children and their children's children into an endless cycle of torture and horror, and we'll be sure to teach them all that all of their pain and suffering was because of a single coward who didn't dare to take responsibility. At that moment, an aura so cold that the mountain peak was descended into a snowy hell appeared. No one knew how, but a young man with his face obscured by a black and brown grime manifested before the stake in the ghastly corpse. He too seemed to waft afoul, but not a single person was thinking of this reality. His piercing eyes were completely expressionless as he stared at the corpse. His breathing was steady, his body didn't tremble, but the piercing aura only seemed to grow. No, Tae screamed in her mind. Why would you appear? Ryu reached forward and closed his grandfather's eyelids. There was a dull pain in his chest he couldn't control when he noticed they resisted, but he closed them, nonetheless. His hand moved again, this time piercing his grandfather's heart with a sharp chi. Like this, the once mighty Amael Tor had finally come to rest. Important announcement below Chapter 285, Fallen Ryu cut his grandfather's corpse down. If one was watching on, it wouldn't be terrible of you to assume the two had no relationship whatsoever. Ryu's features simply left nothing to be read. In fact, you might be more drawn to the oddity of the situation. The very criminal the Zhu, Bastille and Lao clans were all searching for was right in front of them, but for some reason, not a single person made a move. Ryu caught Amel's body before it fell to the ground, laying it down carefully as his freeze talent surged. The infections that ran rampant throughout his grandfather's body iced over and shattered one after another. In just a few moments, Amel's body was restored to the point of him looking no different from a middle-aged man taking a midday nap. However, the fact this nap was interrupted by Ryu placing his body into a spatial ring shattered whatever dreams one had of a happy ending. Everyone knew the living couldn't enter such a space. Ryu rose from his kneeling position, turning back to the martial platform and simply stood upon it as though nothing had happened. The expanse of white tiles, stretching 100 meters in every direction, made Ryu's lone figure seem incredibly bleak and soulless. The referee chosen for the second round of the selection didn't know what to do. This was supposed to be an elimination tournament and it wasn't yet the Loom clan's turn. What was he supposed to do if this young man took the stage now? He looked around with a pleading gaze but there was no one will to help him. Even the female Zhu elder who had just gathered herself was more worried about her own face. She had felt for a moment there that her mind went completely blank. By the time she awoke to her surroundings, her trophy had been cut down and taken away. This matter was yet another slap to the face of the Zhu clan. Her long nails dug into her palms as a furious gaze overwhelmed her delicate features. In the end, she forced herself to calm down. The only way to salvage this situation was by pretending as though this was her intention all along. The female elder sneered, "Since you've come to accept your punishment, there's no reason to continue humiliating a man who's only guilty of having an unfilial grandson. This selection is for the sake of my Zhu clan's territory from the very beginning. In that case, I reserve the right to change the rules. This will now be a last man standing tournament. Since you've stepped up first, it's either you win and die, or you lose and die. Either way, you won't be leaving here alive. Maybe someone lesser in schemes might try to appear to be the bigger person by giving Ryu a chance to live by winning, but this female elder was too cunning for this. Since she had the moral high ground, she would take full advantage of it. Of course, should he win, I'll be kind enough to give the Loom clan their due. And, if he loses, I can allow the next Loom clan representative to step up and continue. City Lord Loom clenched his fists, biting the inside of his cheek hard. Ryu's actions were as good as forcing them into the deep end. Since Ryu stepped onto the martial platform, it meant that when he lost, Mateus would have no choice but to battle through everyone he hadn't defeated. Since they were defending the platform first, they were inherently in a disadvantageous position. If you don't shut your mouth, instead of leaving your head for last as I originally intended, I'll take it right now. Ryu's words cut through the female elder's shrill voice. She was so stunned by these words that her breath became caught in her throat. City Lord Loom was so enraged by Ryu's actions that he nearly fainted in anger. It was over, his Loom clan was finished, and all because he didn't trust his own grandnephew from the very beginning. There's no need to waste any more words on this crippled trash, esteemed Elder Zhu. Theron stepped forward, twirling a pair of very familiar violet glaives. You know, my Bastille clan accepted your grandfather under our wing out of the kindness of our hearts. We thought him to be a great talent, with great potential. However, when it comes to the world of cultivators, one's mental realm is even more important than one's talent in most cases. Your fool of a grandfather actually dared to stand against the interests of my Bastille clan, biting the hand that fed his dog lips, and even stirring up the rage of the core region, all for a trash grandson who also seemingly doesn't know his place. Still, you know what I find most amusing? Didn't you say you were nameless? Theron erupted into a fit of laughter. It actually seemed quite genuine despite the circumstances. He really did find this situation funny. You're telling me that that old man willingly gave up his life for you, but you didn't even acknowledge his family name. How trash can you be? The public support Ryu had was already minimal. After all, everyone knew the Zhu clan was in the right going after Ryu. How would you feel if someone turned a member of your family into a corpse puppet? This was something everyone could sympathize with. But, Theron's words extinguished whatever small pity Ryu may have had left remaining. Rejecting your own family name, preferring to go nameless, even after your own grandfather gave up his life for you, saying that his grime-covered young man was unfilial was simply too kind. For garbage like you, I alone am enough. Be honored, you'll be the first to fall to me after I broke into the divine vessel realm. Theron roared, his body glowing with an earthen light. But the next sequence was simply beyond everyone's expectations. The young man they all saw as a villain simply stretched out two fingers, flicking them back toward himself. Demonic strings, Ryu thought expressionlessly. In an instant, the two violet body glaives were ripped out of Theron's control. He couldn't even react before they streaked through the air like mauve shooting stars, landing in Ryu's hands. By the time Theron understood what was happening, Ryu's body had already disappeared, flickering to cover the distance of what amounted to several dozen meters in what looked like a single step. The Bastille clan elders who had just been confident abruptly stood in horror, but it was too late. Ryu's speed was beyond their imagining. Ryu's right wrist flicked elegantly. The move was smooth and beautiful, albeit simple and straightforward. With a single sweep, Theron's head was tossed into the air, his neck becoming nothing more than a blood fountain. Ryu's left wrist followed suit, descending from the skies in a perfectly choreographed rhythm. With a single slice, not only Theron's headless corpse was perfectly bisected, but so was his spinning head. Before the eyes of the entire inner ring, a young master of the Bastille clan had fallen without lasting even a single exchange. Chapter 286. Reason Ryu slammed both his glaives into the white tiles below his feet. Their blades sliced through like a hot knife through butter, making a mockery of whatever protections there were meant to be. His hand shot forward, tearing a piece of cloth from Theron's falling corpse and slowly tying it around the end of one of his glaives. Ryu looked no different from a savage barbarian, counting his war kills one by one. His once pristine white hair was covered with a foul mud. His toned torso was exposed to the harsh winds of the mountain top, but it was difficult to see the definition of his muscles hidden beneath those layers of alternating dry and moist grime. Even his face was completely obscured. If it wasn't for the baggy, ripped pants of a beggar that coated his lower body, he would have no shred of decency left. But considering the state it was in, maybe it wasn't doing a very great job either. However, Ryu didn't care. Not only did he not care for his own terrible appearance, he didn't care to defend himself against Theron's words. The dead had no right to hold opinions. This is impossible. Lucian, Vigil, and Anbar were all thinking the same thing. The injuries Ryu sustained when last they saw him would have taken even them years to fully recover from. Why did it seem that Ryu was not only fully recovered, but also many times stronger than before? Plus, that technique he used to rip his glaives back from Theron, that was definitely chi. How could a cripple without a spiritual foundation use chi? Theron, the patriarch of the Bastille clan, roared out in anger. Even though Theron had already lost his heir position to his younger brother, this was still his son. Theron was still the premier martial talent they had among their younger generation. He might not have been fit to lead, but he would have become a pillar of strength for their clan nonetheless. He had the highest chance to break into the immortal ring realm in the future. Yet, he died here, and not even in more than 2 swift strikes. Back down. Elder Z's shrill voice poured cold water over Patriarch Bastille's rage. She too was feeling a deep sense of anger, but she couldn't simply allow just anyone to rush the stage. If she so easily broke rules she herself had set, she would become nothing more than a laughing stock. Patriarch Bastille's reddened eyes shifted toward Vigil. The Min clan was their backer. Since he couldn't afford to offend the Zhu clan, he could only plead help. Go. Vigil gestured with his head toward one of his subordinates. Everyone believed that things would be different this time. Even if Ryu defeated a newly advanced Divine Vessel Realm cultivator, the Divine Vessel Realm was the Divine Vessel Realm, while the Connecting Heaven Realm was the Connecting Heaven Realm. The gap between them was even more exaggerated than heaven and earth. However, the results spoke very differently. A single instant, 2 swings of a glaive, 2 bisects of a corpse. Another cloth was torn from the nameless cultivator's body only to adorn Ryu's glaive. The Min clan cultivator's corpse began to subtly change. Though partially obscured by blood, the now dead man gained pronounced wrinkles that shouldn't have been possible for a Connecting Heaven Realm expert who was supposedly younger than 500 years old. The faces of numerous family elders froze. On one hand, Ryu's display was too domineering. But, on the other, the shamelessness of the core region was now obviously on display. The host sent by the core region's features noticeably darkened. This Ryu had to die. You dare kill a member of my Min clan. This is too cumbersome. Ryu gripped his glaives. With a flash, he had already stepped off of the martial platform, appearing before Vigil's enraged figure in an instant. To say the Min clan's second inline heir was caught off guard was an understatement. Even though he was making a big show of fighting for the honor of his clan, he already didn't dare to face Ryu alone anymore. Lucian's eyes flashed. Do you really think you can do as you please here? His sword appeared in his hand, piercing toward Ryu without reservation. His heart was inwardly elated. To think this fool actually gave them a legitimate reason to gang up on him. Your sword was already slow back then, and now, it's even slower. Ryu's glaive arched upward, slicing Lucian's arm off from his elbow. A horrible scream filled the mountain peak, but Ryu's second glaive had already moved on, aiming for Vigil's head. It was at that moment that Anbar snapped awake from his surprise, the flaps of his robes whipping open as he rained down needles from afar. Ryu's piercing silver eyes casually glanced at the torrential rain of needles. Demonic strings. With a single thought, dozens of golden strings whipped into the air, attaching themselves to each of the falling needles. Anbar paled, but there was nothing he could do as the control he once exerted was ripped away from him. A moment later, he was faced with a rain of his own weapons, his features completely drained of blood as he watched on toward what was inevitably his own death. Ryu's glaive hadn't paused for even a moment, slicing into Vigil's shoulder and out of his opposite hip. His leg kicked outward, shattering the screaming Lucian's knee and forcing him to kneel to the ground. In that moment, the thud of his dignity's fall was accompanied by the collapse of both Vigil and Anbar's corpses. It hadn't been more than the blink of an eye, but 2 second inline heirs of the core region were slaughtered, and the third was on the cusp of their following their fate. Lucian's once handsome face was twisted in fear. Why you, my brother, will die just the same. Ryu spoke plainly as though he was finishing a sentence for him. Without another word, Ryu's glaive descended. However, his glaive was stopped by the most inexplicable of sources. Or, maybe it being this person made the most sense out of anyone. You have pushed my Loom clan to the brink of destruction, it's my mistake to have ever placed my trust in you, and it is something that I will regret for the rest of my life." City Lord Loom's face stared at Ryu, a twisted rage reddening his features. "I will slaughter you here and clear the name of my Loom clan of such a stain." "Thank you," Ryu suddenly said, retracting his glaive before it met City Lord Loom's defenses. Confusing melded into the City Lord expression, but Ryu's next words clouded it over in an instant. Puuu, a bloody hole was pierced through Lucian's forehead. City Lord Loom could only watch as a dagger with a crystalline blue blade edge swept by him twice, returning to Ryu's hand and disappearing into his spatial ring as though it never existed. A peak connecting heaven realm expert had stepped forward to save someone from a mere 18-year-old pup, yet he had failed. "For giving me a reason to pay you back for the humiliation of a year ago." Ryu's retracted glaive shot forward once more, this time, his strength blooming to another level. Chapter 287, Crippled. Bonus chapter for 550 golden tickets, kneel. Ryu roared. A blood-red imposed barrier erupted, wrapping Ryu's glaives in an oppressive aura. Ryu cared little for what City Lord Loom's cultivation was. Simply put, the middle-aged man was no match for him. Not all peak connecting heaven realm experts were created the same. In fact, City Lord Loom was only marginally stronger than Lucian, Anbar and Vigil. The reason why was simple. While those three core region geniuses all cultivated with 6-star mortal chi techniques at worst, City Lord Loom had cultivated to his current realm with a 4-star mortal chi technique. From the very beginning, his foundation was worse. Not only had he only been able to open 4 chi pulses due to this limitation, but he had also only been able to open 4 chi vessels as well. His cumulative foundation was far worse than those who used higher star cultivation techniques. Ryu only suffered at his hands a year ago because he was still too immature back then. Now that he had had more time to grow, a cultivator on the level of the City Lord couldn't enter his eyes. In an instant, City Lord Loom's rage was flooded away by fear. It was an emotion he couldn't control, one brought about by a vast difference in control over the natural order. His knees trembled. Even though he struggled to hold himself up just as Ryu had done all those months ago, he didn't have the latter's unyielding personality. The heavy thud of him falling to one knee resounded through the silent mountain peak. Tay's muffled sobs were maybe the only inkling that there were others present at all. Just as City Lord Loom was about to lose control of his only raised knee, he suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder that alleviated the pressure he was feeling. "I think that's enough," Mateus said emotionlessly. Ryu's gaze met Mateus, his only expression equally as expressionless. "Consider my sparing him the final repayment the Loom clan will gain from me. Our ties are severed from this day forth. The next one among you who attempts to interfere in something they shouldn't, I will kill without hesitation." Ryu brushed past Mateus, his glaive sweeping to one side and beheading Lucian's corpse. A moment later, another torn cloth was tied to the end of his glaive. With slow, deliberate steps, he made his way to the female Zhu clan elder. Though she tried to remain calm, it was becoming more and more difficult to do so. If they cut off the feed now, it would be as good as admitting that they were no longer as good as Ryu. At the same time, if they didn't, it would be likely that this situation would only spin further out of their control. They had believed that dealing with Ryu would have been easy. In fact, they could have potentially turned him into a rogue throne, thus further crippling the Awoken Moon sect and killing 2 birds with a single stone. However, reality was harsh. There was another matter that froze the female elder. Everything had happened so quickly before that she hadn't had time to think, but now that she thought back, hadn't Ryu completely neutralized her poison in just a few moments? Cutting down and handling his grandfather's corpse seemed like a simple matter, but the truth was that there was a reason his corpse had been covered and why the burly man who staked the pole into the ground had been careful not to touch him. Yet, it had already been several moments but Ryu had shown no signs of wear and tear. "The Loom clan youth is correct. I think this is about enough." The voice allowed the female elder to breathe a sigh of relief. Since the old man of the core region had spoken, Ryu would definitely die here. If he couldn't give the core region clans an explanation, he too would suffer. It was too bad though that Ryu's steps continued as though he had heard nothing. The female elder took a step back. Of the members of the Zhu clan, she had been the only one to appear personally this day. The Zhu clan hadn't planned on participating in the selection at all. It was only due to some hidden matters that they entered the mortal chi small realm to begin with, and only because of Ryu that they appeared on this mountain peak. Before, she hadn't thought much of this. But now, she was greatly regretting coming here alone. You want to make an enemy out of my Zhu clan. Ryu's footsteps paused, but this didn't give the female elder the relief she was hoping to feel. I think you're misunderstanding something. Anyone who makes an enemy out of me is the one who's made a mistake. Min clan, Lao clan, Afra clan, Bastille clan, Inner Ring, Core region, none of it matters to me. A group of inconsequential trash that can only rule over the lowest immortal plane has never entered my eyes. And yes, Ryu's neck tilted, looking toward a fiery red-haired young man in the old overseer. That includes your so-called Ember clan. In another year's time, you'll see well just how little I regard your core region. In that moment, Ryu had thoroughly enraged countless individuals. Even as the female elder was shrinking backward, numerous others had begun surging toward him with their full speeds. Whether it was the overseer, the Bastille clan patriarch, the remnants of the Min, Afra and Lao clans, they all rushed toward him. To others, their speed might have been fast, but to Ryu it was nothing more than a joke. They likely believed they could reach him before he did anything, but this couldn't have been further from the truth. Still, Ryu had other things to think about. He still had to find a way to leave this place after he slaughtered all of these people. The issue was that those beyond his current strength might very well already be making their way here. In that case, Ailsa, leave now. The moment the thought completed, Ryu's hand had already gripped the female elder's throat. Boom, 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 boom. Mortal Chi Mountain erupted into a violent quake. In those instants of time, it felt as though the world itself was collapsing. Others might not know what was happening, but Ryu knew well. The Mortal Chi small realm had just collapsed. Ryu had crippled the whole of the inner ring. Chapter 288. Glow, Little Rock. Ryu's gaze flashed as he leapt into the air. The reason he had maintained a ground position during the battles thus far was because he was well aware that his own speed advantage would drastically fall in the air. Currently, Ryu's main movement technique was still gliding cloud steps and his secondary movement technique was lined assault. The former was a common grade technique while like the later was a black grade technique that emphasized efficient use of one's muscles as a bow. Obviously, a common grade technique wouldn't be useful for flight considering it was created for awakening and pulse opening realm experts. And, for similar reasons, lined assault wasn't useful in aerial movement either. Simply put, Ryu's advantage of speed would disappear in an instant the moment he stepped into the skies. If he wanted to maintain it, he had no choice but to enlist the help of the infant. Lightning Hawk, with the mountain beneath him crumbling, the air would become the new battleground. You dare, let me G. A ferocious slap cut off the words of the female Zhu elder. The cold light in Ryu's gaze sent shivers down her spine. A fear she couldn't control gripped her even as Ryu's hold over her neck tightened. Do you know why you're still alive? Ryu's voice seemed to rise from an abyssal hell. Colder than the whipping winds around them as Little Rock toyed when the connecting heaven realm experts around them. Colder than the vicious chi wafting from his body. Colder than even the look in his eye. Making an enemy out of me, forcing me to end the life of my own grandfather. From this day forth, the Zhu clan and I won't be able to exist beneath the same heavens. And you in particular will spend the rest of your days as my corpse puppet. As though the world around him wasn't collapsing, Ryu calmly and coldly ripped the robes from the female elder's body. He didn't seem to care that her soft skin was being exposed one layer after another, nor that her most private areas had begun to ripple under the air pressure around them. Taking the ripped cloth, he bound her hands and her feet. Then, he placed his hand on her forehead, circulating divine chaotic annihilation. The female elder, who had already been frozen by Ryu's words, and then further embarrassed by her exposed breasts and legs, suddenly shook in fear and began to scream. No, no, what are you doing to me? The connecting heaven realm experts began to rain down attacks toward Ryu when they realized they really had no ability to catch up with Little Rock's speed. Unfortunately, it was then that a magnificent immortal Sakura with bark of crystalline ice appeared in the skies. The sight would have been gorgeous beyond compare if it wasn't for the fact the subsequent attacks that bombarded it filled the air with shattered and tumultuous chi. On the ground below, Tae watched listlessly as Ryu toyed with experts she had looked up to her whole life. She had no ability to gather her complex emotions, she could silently watch on. Ryu's words rang in her ears again and again. Our ties are severed from this day forth. He seemed to have been speaking with Mateus and her grandfather. But why was it so obvious to her that he had been speaking to her? Divine chaotic annihilation ripped the female elder's chi from her. The chaotic energies tore her meridians apart, leaving her with injuries that would take countless decades to recover from. It was obvious that the elder would retaliate, doing her best to strike toward Ryu's mind. But her attempts resulted in her spiritual chi being grinded away, torn and sheared apart to rack her body with pain beyond her wildest imaginations. The female Zhu clan elder collapsed. Her meridians were completely barren of chi and only a wisp of her spiritual chi remained. "Cousin, snap out of it." Mateus swept down, lifting Tae up and over his shoulder. "This stupid little girl, can't she see that the world is collapsing around her? If she stayed there, wouldn't she be asking to die?" Mateus was greatly frustrated. He too seemed to have complex emotions he couldn't deal with. By all rights, he should be enraged with Ryu for the way he treated his grand-uncle. In fact, maybe he should be going all out to kill him as well. But, for some reason, he couldn't bring himself to do so. In fact, a small part of him felt that he was at fault even though he could think of nothing he did wrong. "Little Ryu, something will happen very soon." Ryu, who had just finished tying up the female Zhu elder, frowned. He had been planning on leaving immediately, but Ailsa, who had just come back from the mortal chi small realm to find her normal spot on his shoulder, caused him to pause. "What's wrong?" he communicated. "The instant I left the mortal chi small realm and severed the last connection it had with you, it immediately began to collapse. I thought that would be the end of it, but the reaction was more violent than it should have been. If my speculations are correct, this is definitely related to the real secret of the inner ring." Ryu's eyes narrowed. This was a problem. He had just enraged the whole of the inner ring. It was very likely that the true strength of the Zhu clan was making its way here as they spoke, not to mention the Bastille clan and the others. Plus, those Ember clan members had yet to make a real move. Could he afford to stay now? Ryu didn't spend more than even a moment thinking. Not every opportunity would fall in his lap thanks to intuition. The rest would have to be fought for. The seals within Ryu's mysteries of heaven and earth pupils began to shatter one after another under the influence of his chaotic chi. With enemies surging in from all sides, Mortal Chi Mountain began to glow. Chapter 289. Catalyst. A ferocious momentum billowed from the expansive mountain range, causing the expressions of many to change. Before, they had dismissed the trembling mountain as just a naturally occurring earthquake. After all, for a mountain to form, fissures and tectonic plates within the earth were absolutely crucial. Though these matters were obviously not as simple as explained here, it wasn't too much of a stretch either. However, as the tremors grew in strength, the faces of many experts turned solemn. Even as this was happening, the seals in Ryu's heavenly pupils shattered one after another. The sixth, the seventh, the momentum of their breakthrough didn't stop until the ninth seal placed a bottleneck in Ryu's path. Still, Ryu was satisfied with this result. Thanks to his chaotic silk meridians, his chi was catalyzed into an energy that stood on par with essence. As such, he no longer had to worry about finding high-level chis to break his seals. As long as he progressed in his cultivation, this special energy would naturally grow more powerful and become capable of breaking more seals. Ryu suddenly felt that the world had become far clearer. Although he had only marginally impacted the ninth seal and had failed to fully open it, it still felt like there was a whole new world around him. Third perspective. The several-kilometer radius around Ryu was projected to him in striking detail, far beyond what his spiritual sense could provide him. He could even faintly feel several powerful auras surging toward him from the corners of the inner ring. The Zhu and Bastille clan powerhouses were definitely on their way. However, Ryu turned a blind eye to these changes, focusing his everything on the shaking and glowing mountain below him as Little Rock continued to perform sharp and elegant aerial maneuvers. Ryu knew that relying on Ailsa to find the source would be much better than relying on himself. The issue was that ever since Ailsa delved into the secrets of his chaotic silk meridians, she had been exceptionally spent. Originally, Ryu hadn't even wanted to rely on her for the timely explosion of the mortal chi small realm. If she hadn't insisted, he would have allowed it to collapse long ago. For now, he had to rely on himself and let Ailsa rest. There, Ryu's eyes shone like beaming lights. Feeling Ryu's intent, Little Rock immediately dove downward. "You dared kill my son. Leave your head here." The patriarch of the Bastille clan had obviously never stopped chasing Ryu. He had been stopped from acting after Theron died by the Zhu clan female elder. But now, there was obviously nothing doing so. Unfortunately, How could he think that even all this time, he would fail to catch a mere divine vessel realm pup? Though he was the patriarch of the Bastille clan, he was actually a generation younger than City Lord Loom. As such, his power was a step below as well. If his mind wasn't clouded by anger, he would dare to chase Ryu after seeing how he had dealt with the City Lord. Ryu couldn't be bothered with him, melding both his and Little Rock's body into the wind as they dove downward at even faster speeds. He doesn't seem to be escaping. Fuoko of the Ember clan's eyes narrowed. He had already sentenced Ryu to death in his heart for daring to look down on his Ember clan, but he had actually yet to make a move. Instead, he had been quietly observing, waiting for an opportunity. But now, seeing Ryu's odd actions, he suddenly felt something was off. Did you find out why the Bastille and Zhu clan entered the Mortal Chi small realm during the selection? Fuoko turned to the heir of the Croft clan, questioning him. I still can't be certain. He responded with a frown. It should be said, though, that both the Bastille and Zhu clans have unique methods of sensing special resources. The Zhu clan in their high mental realms, and the Bastille clan in their great attainments in Earth Daos, both are in unique positions to sense when something is off. Them taking action at the same time isn't so inconceivable. But, the fact they're both here without any bitter animosity toward each other can only mean that they found nothing. Fuoko's eyes sharpened further. Maybe they found nothing because the secret isn't within the small realm but the mountain range itself. Follow him. Fuoko sped forward, a trail of red being left behind him. The old man moderator of the selection silently followed behind. The Croft clan heir wasn't qualified to enter this battlefield, so he had no choice but to stay behind, his mind spinning with various thoughts. In the end, he secretly contacted his own clan. The whole world seemed to converge on a single young man, but Ryu seemed to not have noticed them at all. His actions appeared to be completely suicidal. He was diving downward at speeds that far surpassed the speed of sound, but all that was below him was a mountain of glowing rock. If he continued, wouldn't he be sentencing himself and his beast to death? Ryu, however, simply raised his arm. His immortal sakura flashed and disappeared as his oppressive cold aura shifted to a blazing heat. In an instant, his glaives disappeared, replaced by a single raised halberd. Twin Titan Dance, Blazing Path. Ryu's arm bulged. Mortal Chi Mountain was no normal lump of tall rock. It was intertwined with countless Chi stone mines and veins, continuously reinforced and strengthened beyond normal realms. To make matters worse, Twin Titan Dance was a dual battle axe earth-grade technique that Ryu had adapted to be used with his halberds. Anyone watching one would think he was completely insane. However, Ryu trusted his eyes. A bloody aura filled the skies and the temperatures skyrocketed. The connecting heaven realm experts charging in after Ryu all came to grinding halts. They could instantly feel that this strength was far beyond their own. Aside from the old man from the Ember clan, none of them felt that they could take this strike and survive. The silhouette of a blood-red axe cut through the air, following the arc of Ryu's arm. Boom! The surface of the mountain imploded. Billowing dust clouds spread outward, completely obscuring Ryu's grime-covered figure, his beast, and the Zhu clan female elder. He planned this all to hide himself. Was I wrong? Fuoko frowned. From an outsider's perspective, Ryu had simply used the mountain debris to hide himself. Fuoko stretched out his spiritual sense but suddenly noticed that he couldn't sense Ryu at all. However, he sensed something completely different, a surging aura that made his heart palpitate. An opportunity, most definitely. Fuoko completely forgot about Ryu, diving into the cloud of dust and rock without hesitation. Many more who sensed what he had followed along. This matter had suddenly become far bigger than Ryu alone. In the distance, Mateus' gaze narrowed as well, having by far the greatest mental realm here. He too flashed forward, leaving Tae in City Lord Loom's hands. A great upheaval was about to occur in the inner ring, and the catalyst was none other than a teenage boy who had been nothing but a chi refinement pup just half a year ago. Chapter 290, Protector Spirit Bonus Chapter for 600 golden tickets. Ryu appeared in a world of gray fog and stars. Though the laws that governed this world seemed normal, and he could still stand on Little Rock's broad back without issue, he suddenly realized that it was difficult to tell which way was up and which way was down. Is this a hidden world within the Mortal Chi Mountain? What kind of space is this? It obviously wasn't often that Ryu ran into something he couldn't make heads or tails of. As an origin-grade ruin master, his scope of knowledge was beyond comprehension to most. There were many that spent millions, even billions to trillions of years of their lives completely focused on the ruined master craft that couldn't touch the end of Ryu's robes in the subject. Yet, here he was, completely befuddled. The origin grade can truly not be the pinnacle, Ryu thought to himself. The origin grade represented the peak of many things. Whether it be techniques, treasures, or professions, all their absolute heights were marked by this moniker. Yet, Ryu was finding more and more lately that he was lacking. Still, it wasn't as though he was completely without clues. This space is neither a small nor true realm. It isn't the void either. The closest comparison I have to this place is the inner world of my heavenly pupils. Every child born with heavenly pupils was birthed with an inner world. It was because of this inner world that Ryu was able to carry over treasures from his last life, something he hadn't expected to happen. With every seal Ryu broke, his inner world grew larger. It was already quite expansive now, stretching hundreds of meters in height, length and width already. In all likelihood, by the time all 999 seals were broken, it may very well become as expansive as a realm. Though, it was currently still a bland space with gray-black walls. This aside, the inner world of Ryu's heavenly pupils had many characteristics similar to this gray fog-filled world. For one, it was difficult to orient direction. Secondly, there didn't seem to be any substance to the world. Even particles that floated in the air normally were nowhere to be sensed. And, most importantly, there was no chi. How could a place with mystery revolving around its odd chi concentration patterns have no chi? Ryu had no idea, or maybe this was just another layer to the puzzle. There was another analogous comparison to this space as well. Spatial rings also had very similar characteristics. Just as Ryu was lost in his thoughts, it seemed others had followed him in. However, this individual was a no-name elder of one of the lesser clans. After all, it wasn't just the 5 core clans taking part in this selection. It seemed this person who appeared from thin air wanted to take credit for Ryu's death. In response to this sudden attack, Ryu nonchalantly held up the Zhu clan female elder's limp body, forcing the attacking man to change the direction of his assault. How could he dare to be the one to take the life of a Zhu? Even if he was 10 times braver and more masochistic, he wouldn't dare. Unfortunately, this sealed his fate. Just as the trajectory of his attack changed, a glistening glaive peeked out from behind the female elder's half-nude body and pierced through the man's chest. This should have been the end of it all, but what happened next caused Ryu's eyes to narrow. The corpse dissipated into a gray dust, blowing in astral winds. In but a moment, his ashes melded with the gray fog, becoming completely indistinguishable. Ryu's brows furrowed. There were too many disjointed matters related to this place. First there was the odd cultivation treasure of the Zhu clan elder that catalyzed these matters to begin with. After making him into a corpse puppet, Ryu had completely ignored this so-called treasure. On his shrine plane, there were too many such heavenly gifts that could significantly speed up cultivation in these lower realms. They simply weren't special to Ryu, on top of the fact they could ruin one's foundation. Second, there was the realm heart formation of the mortal chi small realm. Such an event was simply too rare. Even if Ryu was bashed over the head to death, he wouldn't believe that these matters were unrelated. How could they be? It was already well known that the existence of that small realm was tied to and never left this mountain. If it could have been moved without losing its special characteristics, the core region would have long since snatched this resource for themselves. Third, Ryu still remembered that odd encounter with the beast suffering chi infestation. Though that beast had benefited by awakening a hidden Earth-grade talent within its bloodline, it had also lost all of its intelligence and thus had an inability to learn and adapt, causing these benefits to practically go to waste. Then there was the odd movements of the Zhu and Bastille clan. Ryu still had no idea why they had ventured into the small realm. Maybe the Zhu clan was looking for him, but what of the Bastille clan? It can't be that they so blatantly broke the rules because of little Nemesis, right? Clearly those two clans had sensed something was off. That was the only explanation for why his grandfather would have entered the small realm when the Bastille clan clearly had other more powerful individuals to send to the selection. Such a space, it can't be I broke into it with a swing of my halberd, right? Or was it that this space pulled me in? Ailsa had remained silent all of this time. She could obviously hear Ryu's thoughts, but she seemed to have nothing to supplement. In fact, her strength was so weak currently that she couldn't use her deduction abilities to guide Ryu currently. She was much too spent. Not a small realm, not a true realm, not a legacy realm, just endless gray space. Just what is this place? Little Ryu, Ailsa's voice caught Ryu's attention immediately. I know what this space is. In the sprite realm, we have a similar place. Our relationship with our protector spirit is much closer as fairies tend to have a stronger connection with the heavens. You mean? This place should be related to Shrine Mountain. It's likely not the main core of your Shrine Realm's protector spirit, but it is most definitely one of its many veins. Just what does that mean? Protector spirits are responsible for maintaining the laws of a realm. In a sense, they must cultivate too, though their process is much different. Everything from the cycle of reincarnation to the rebirths of your realm is handled by Shrine Mountain. Every protector spirit has its own special quirks and characteristics. Your Shrine Realm happens to have these so-called shrines. These shrines actually represent the kindness of your protector spirit. They are its choice to share its Tao comprehensions with you all, allowing you to progress at greater speeds through higher realms. I see, so this space likely houses a portion of Shrine Mountain's comprehension. This matter isn't so simple either. The fact that you were able to enter this space so easily either means Shrine Mountain allowed you in, or your protector spirit is greatly weakened. And, considering that fool who just attacked you, I highly doubt it was the former. Ryu's jaw clenched. What does it mean for a protector spirit to weaken? Ryu's mind flashed with thoughts of several months ago. When he heard that they were now calling this true realm the martial god realm, he flared with anger. Could these matters be related? Ailsa remained silent for a moment, biting her lip. The weakening of a protector spirit cuts off higher cultivation realms for those born within its purview. The death of a protector spirit cuts off the existence of all born from it. With its death, none born under its wing will experience reincarnation. Its death in its truest sense. Chapter 291. True Core. Ryu felt his heart freeze over, but he quickly recollected himself. This was definitely no normal level of problematic matter. The matter of reincarnation was deeply ingrained into the culture of every true realm. The cycles of life, death, and reincarnation didn't need to be further explained. Their importance was obvious by their titles alone. If reincarnation was cut off, there would obviously be no life, there could only be death. It was the equivalent of the passing of a world. Even with this said, Ryu knew that Ailsa had held back in her words. Though everyone claimed that a connection to the heavens insisted in them all, this was just the human way of overinflating their own importance. While many truly believed one's mental realm and Dantian acted as bridges to the heavens, the reality was that they acted as bridges to one's protector spirit, which was the true bridge. With the death of a protector spirit, the path to cultivation would be cut off, permanently for all. Ryu no longer had to worry about this matter due to his realm heart. In the future, if he slowly grew its strength, he would naturally be capable of reaching the pinnacle of cultivation even without a protector spirit. However, this was a matter that would devastate the remainder of the Shrine Plane. And somehow, Ryu was absolutely certain that this wasn't occurring naturally. He thought back to matters he had shoved to the back of his mind long ago. Just who were these martial gods? Why had Ryu never heard of them before? How could individuals with enough power to cripple his Tatsuya clan exist without his knowledge? There were too many things he didn't have answers to. Even to now, he was still baffled by the scene he saw on the day of his death. Those odd movements in the stars of fate that triggered his intuition. Was there really someone in existence capable of moving fate to their whim? Was this person Ryu's true enemy all along? Ailsa, I can't ignore this matter. I had severed ties with the Tor clan, but with the death of my grandfather, I can't allow their bloodline to fall into obscurity anymore. And, even without this debt of gratitude I must repay, my Tatsuya clan, Granny Miriam's little sister, I can't leave them to suffer this fate. Ryu had already decided to help, but he had no idea what to do. In the gray, endless space, there didn't seem to be any obvious path forward. He had come here seeking treasures, only to be the only witness to a conspiracy with unfathomable roots. Though it was a massive leap in logic, Ryu's mind was spinning at unbelievable speeds. Though his shrine realm was near the pinnacle realms of their cosmos, it still wasn't the very best. Though their shrines were quite unique, there were plenty of other realms with treasures and holy lands just as mysterious and enigmatic. What did all of this mean? It meant that there definitely wasn't anything exceptionally unique or special about Ryu's shrine realm. So, why would they be chosen of all realms? Unless they weren't the only target to begin with. Little Ryu, you should be able to navigate this space even better than I. Another benefit of the realm heart is subtle comprehension. Truthfully, for most who fuse with a realm heart, their comprehension abilities skyrocket to godly levels. However, you won't notice this benefit much only due to the fact your comprehension is at inconceivable heights to begin with thanks to the origin flame in your heavenly pupils. Still, where you will see this benefit most is in your instincts. You have a keen sensitivity to the heavens only special beasts and fairies have currently, and that sensitivity is even more potent when it's related to matters of other realms' hearts and protector spirits. Though it's a bit cheesy, listening to your heart is your best option right now. Ryu calmly accepted Ailsa's words. He was quite grateful for her guidance though he didn't always express it. Soon, he fell into a meditative state. The crippled Zhu clan elder couldn't help but shudder in disbelief as she watched this scene to the side. Since when was it so easy to enter such a state? But why did she feel that this most definitely wasn't Ryu's first time? The moment Ryu slipped from the first state of meditation, to breath of earth, and even into breath of heaven, the female elder almost fainted from shock. These matters really were things Ryu did every day, but he had forgotten how shocking they were long ago. One had to remember that Ryu entering just breath of earth was enough to shock a party filled with the topmost experts of the Shrine Plane back during his birthday. If it was enough to shock those of the Shrine Plane, how could a mere connecting heaven realm expert of the pedestal plane withstand such stimulation? Suddenly, under Ryu's urging, Little Rock who had been fluttering aimlessly began to fly with purpose once more. Though it wasn't particularly fast, it was most definitely far better than the past. It seemed like only a few flaps of his gorgeous, silver-plated wings, but the scenery had already changed greatly. The bland gray fog suddenly concentrated into numerous vortexes that looked no different from countless roads. However, these roads all formed a massive sphere of fog in the center. However, this was no normal sphere by any stretch of the imagination. The moment Ryu laid eyes on it, he felt his heart constrict. He felt the vastitudes of creation itself within this sphere. Thinking back to the death of the man from before, Ryu suddenly understood. When that man died, he disappeared into bland gray ash and melded into the world around him. Could it be that this place was actually so important? Could this be the root of the Shrine Realm's cycle of reincarnation? Feeling the faint agitation in his bloodline, Ryu knew he was correct. However, it was impossible for this to be the true root. In all likelihood, this was only a small portion. Maybe it was only a very small part of the path. If this was the true core, there was no way Ryu would be able to stand here no matter how weak Shrine Mountain had become. Chapter 292, Incomplete Plane, Chi-Chi. Ryu's thoughts were snapped awake by Little Rock's sudden sonorous calls. Ryu frowned. It seemed Little Rock had sensed several figures appearing. Luckily, these individuals floated quite a distance from Ryu and had only made it here by sheer luck. In addition, without understanding the situation, they didn't dare to move rashly. Little Ryu, since this is a portion of Shrine Mountain's inner workings, it's likely connected in ways we couldn't imagine. A single step might very well bring you to the lowest mortal plane, or even the highest Shrine Plane. Maybe the real treasure to be found here is actually access to a region of the Shrine Realm that isn't normally so easily accessed. Ryu's gaze sharpened at these words. As a ruin master, there were of course numerous places of this caliber he could think of. Holy cultivation sites that only opened in cycles of thousands to even tens of thousands of years, dangerous death zones that were nearly impossible to traverse by normal means. Ryu was even aware of pockets of space that were normally closed to the outside world and only occasionally wafted fluctuations that confirmed their existence. These so-called pockets of space were different from small realms. Though, they might be more similar to the mortal chi small realm than one might think. The current Shrine Realm had 6 planes. 3 mortal and 3 immortal. However, when were real-life things ever so clear-cut? The Shrine Realm had many incomplete planes as well that were only occasionally accessible. Space was a very complex thing in the martial world. True realms, small realms, planes of existences, planes, pockets of space, legacy worlds, they were all different things with extremely similar roots. However, there were still clear divisions between them. Ailsa's eyes shone. This is likely the main crux of the Mortal Chi Small Realm mystery. If I had to guess, I believe the Mortal Chi Small Realm attached itself to Mortal Chi Mountain, realizing after sensing a weakened access point to Shrine Mountain's true form here. It must have already been close to forming a realm heart to begin it, or else it would have never been able to make this instinctual decision, but I also believe that this symbiotic relationship became beneficial to Shrine Mountain as well. If it was able to snatch this infant small realm's realm heart, it could likely strengthen itself for a time, albeit marginally. It might have even tried to make that small realm into its own plane. Protector spirits have their own intelligence. It would definitely want to hide this matter from those individuals who put it in this state to begin with, so instead of using one of its main planes to siphon this energy, it likely used one of its pocket spaces instead. I wouldn't be surprised if this pocket space was the closest to becoming this shrine realm's next mature plane. A secretly developing plane, but what's curious is that Shrine Mountain did nothing as you essentially took away one of its lifelines. Could it be my deduction is wrong? Ryu frowned. He felt he had to follow this to the end. Something was definitely pulling him. Ryu urged Little Rock forward. In an instant, they were swept up into a vortex. Ryu had no choice but to pull the female elder and Little Rock into the incubator, allowing himself to spin uncontrollably into the sphere of gray. In that moment, he felt he lost consciousness. He had no idea how much time had passed, but when he awoke, he found himself in a lush forest not unlike the endless greenery that surrounded Mortal Chi Mountain. But Ryu could feel this place was different. Firstly, the gravity was much weaker, only about half as much as it should be. Secondly, the air seemed thinner, but this wasn't the whole story. It was more accurately that the air was just as dense, but rather than the oxygen content was far lower than it should be. This immediately negated the ease the drop in gravitational strength brought. Thirdly, the chi was decidedly turbulent. Even with Ryu's talent, he found it difficult to manipulate, and even more difficult to absorb. This place, from my understanding, its makeup is no different from the early Ancient Beast era. Ryu's frown deepened. Of the 9 eras, the Ancient Beast era was only third. A denomination of trillions of years likely didn't do how far back such a time was justice. It was then Ryu understood. This place must be one of the Shrine Realm's incomplete planes. Its place along the timeline of evolution was far less advanced than their current planes. Ryu slowly rose, checking his body. Seeing that he wasn't hurt, he nodded to himself. It seemed that his gamble paid off. Since Ailsa was also fine having entered the incubator, he had no worries. This was quite a curious place. It was as though he was looking into a window that sent his gaze back trillions of years. The soil beneath his feet was exceptionally lush and soft. The plant life, thanks to the decreased gravity, grew far taller though they seemed a bit frail at the same time. In addition, they had odd properties that made Ryu's inner herbologist light up with curiosity. He had actually never seen such spiritual herbs before, though he could guess their functions by sight and smell. Many of them had characteristics of spiritual herbs Ryu was already familiar with but were seemingly either deficient or more potent in various aspects. The next thing Ryu noticed was that this place wasn't terribly large. His spiritual sense stretched about 20 kilometers, but his third perspective was consistently at least double that. Though he didn't notice it with his spiritual sense, his third perspective could vaguely see the edge of this pocket dimension already. Taking into account the possibility that Ryu had just happened to enter toward the edge of this world to begin with, Ryu believed that this pocket space was at most 200 kilometers across, 300 would likely to maximum upper limit. Even to a normal Divine Vessel realm expert, such a range was nearly negligible, let alone to someone with Ryu's level of speed. Exploring every nook and cranny of the world would at most take a very hours if he was absolutely diligent. There's no point in just standing here, Ryu thought to himself as he shot forward. Chapter 293, Formation. In such a place, the possibility he would run across another cultivator was exceptionally high. But what Ryu was more interested in was the source of this place. There was most definitely something more than what met the eye when it came to this pocket space. Ryu quickly dodged. Across his face, less than a single inch from his nose, a sharp red tongue broke the sound barrier as it pierced by him and into the tree to his side. The tree's bark shattered, leaving a forceful impact that shook the forest floor. Ryu reacted quickly, his fingers piercing forward with sharp spear chi as he sliced the savage tongue in half, only for his actions to be met with the enraged roars of a beast. Or rather, the deep croaks of what was a foul-looking, brown-green skinned toad. Sixth Order beast. They've developed to this extent in this small pocket space. Ryu couldn't help but be surprised. But now he was even more certain that there was something special about this space. Judging by the turbulent chi in the atmosphere, it was very difficult to take even one step forward in one's realms here. To reach the Sixth Order here was as impressive as reaching the Eighth Order on the main 6 planes. This of course meant that the beasts here were definitely stronger than their realms denoted. However, everything has a trade-off. Ryu's gaze sharpened. His body flashed forward, his fists cocking backward as he steadied himself beneath the underbelly of the toad in an instant. His aura surged, sending his fist cutting upward. The bombardment sent the toad flying, only for it lay in excruciating pain in the distance. As expected, their attainments in their bloodline talents should be exceptional, but the weak gravity has weakened their bodies. Their chi control is high, but their bodies are lacking. Ryu only partially applied concepts of monumental pierce, one of the higher black-grade techniques he had taken from the Awoken Moon sect, to his fist strike just now, yet the beast hadn't been able to withstand a single blow. Still, this didn't make Ryu relax. The beasts here were obviously not used to interacting with humans, and as such, didn't expect the disparity in bodily strength. Even Ryu himself was always used to beasts having stronger bodies than he did. Not everyone could adjust to a new environment as quickly as he did. The crux of the matter was that this toad had underestimated Ryu, but another beast might not. That tongue attack had almost decapitated him, yet Ryu was certain that hadn't been the toad's full strength. With a frown, Ryu leapt into the tride and disappeared deeper into the forest, his nerves on high alert. Not long later, Ryu found the oddity he was looking for, signs of human existence. Except, these signs were much older than they should have been. Ryu and the experts who chased him should have only just entered this pocket space, yet these traces were clearly here for months if not years. Ryu felt a sudden wave of enlightenment. Could it be that the hidden treasure of the zoo elder everyone was searching for was actually here? Could it be that that elder's true fortuitous encounter was actually finding a method of freely entering and exiting this place? There was no point in speculating any longer, so Ryu cautiously took a step forward. His eyes swept the entrance of the cave and nearly couldn't hide his disdain. To him, the formations here were already too pitiful. To the current Ryu, even a 7th-order formation, categorized as lower heaven-grade formations, would no longer cause him much trouble despite the fact they were meant to stop and even kill immortal ring experts. Of course, this didn't mean Ryu's strength was at this level. Rather, his heavenly pupils in combination with his strength made their abilities useless. So, obviously, the formations laid by the zoo elder to protect his treasures weren't much to Ryu. But, who knew that before he could take a step forward, a few uninvited guests would make their presences known. Ryu paused his footsteps and slipped into the shadows, watching on with a glint in his eyes. Ryu's body was immediately draped by his cloak. Though he felt bad that his impurities had thoroughly sullied its inside lining by now, there wasn't much he could do about it. He wasn't confident enough in his own concealment abilities as he had never practiced in such an unorthodox path. Surprisingly, the two that appeared were both of the Ember clan. It seemed that this Fuoko and the overseer of the selection had managed to find each other quite quickly. This wasn't much of a surprise, though. High-level clans most definitely had special hidden methods for their members to contact each other covertly. As long as they stumbled upon the massive network of cyclones within that odd world he just exited, finding each other in such a small pocket space wasn't difficult at all. 12th Elder, it seems that our luck is quite good, Fuoko said with a meaningful smile. For there to be such a place in this world, definitely means that we're one step late still. But, there may be some faint hope. This place has been abandoned for the better part of a year already, so there are only two possibilities: either this place has already been cleaned out by that person, or we really are lucky. In a tacit silence, the two made their way forward toward. Just as they were about to cross the threshold into the cave, the so-called 12th Elder's expression changed. Young Master Fuoko, stop. Fuoko, who had been about to take the final step, tensed, managing to stop himself in the final moment. There's an array formation laid here, the elder said with a stern expression. I actually almost didn't notice, this was laid by an Earth-grade formation master at worst. Fuoko's expression changed. Earth-grade formations were precisely most effective against Divine Vessel and connecting Heaven Realm experts like them. If Fuoko truly crossed that final barrier unprepared, he would most definitely have suffered greatly. Chapter 294, Instant, Don't be worried. The elder smiled. This is actually good news. Who would lay an array formation down to protect nothing? Fuoko collected himself and nodded with a smile. The greatest danger of formations was that even seeing them was difficult. The best formation masters were adept at concealing the arrays they made. Unless one had high attainments in the mental realm or special ocular techniques, it was impossible to see the form of a formation. For all intents and purposes, they were invisible. Still, for this 12th Elder to notice didn't necessarily mean that he had such abilities. Though formations were hidden from the eyes, it was near impossible to hide their chi fluctuations. Any astute or wizened cultivator would be capable of sensing these minor fluctuations as this elder had. How do we proceed forward then, 12th elder? There's no choice. Neither you or I are formation masters, so we can only use force. His aura erupted, blazing flames of red pulsing to life around him. Half-step immortal ring realm. Ryu thought with narrowed eyes. For the current him, battling it out with this old man was still a stretch. This was made even more poignant by another point. If the core region dared to send him here to oversee the selection, it meant he could definitely handle the immortal ring experts of the inner ring. This man is only the 12th elder, It seems the Ember clan's foundations are quite deep for the pedestal plane. Ryu thought back to the father-son pair tucked away in Valor City. It seemed there was a story here that he was unaware of. The elder began to bombard the formation, sending out dozens of palm strikes in a single breath. Flashes of the array's true form flickered, revealing a dome of revolving runes and flickered out of existence every so often. This is a waste of time, Ryu thought with disdain. He thought he could take advantage of his concealment to kill more of his enemies, but since he was no match for this elder currently, it was best that he forget it. By Ryu's calculations, it would take them about half an hour to completely shatter the formation. That should be enough time for him to gain some benefits. Ryu's steps became enigmatic. The elder was clearly controlling his strikes so the backlash of the formation didn't activate too severely, so Ryu was able to slip between them. His movement became almost illusory, entering the cave as though he was entering his own home. Though the elder frowned for a moment, believing that he had sensed something off, he couldn't find the reason no matter how much he probed. It seems I've underestimated the 8th seal. Ryu thought to himself. This matter was much easier than he thought. Maybe even peak heaven grade formations capable of holding off path extinction realm experts were not his match. Upon entering the cave, a faint hope of Ryu's became reality. There were more formations within, meaning the Ember clan pair would definitely be stalled for much longer. Slipping by them one after another, Ryu finally made his way into a small opening. It was quite the cozy atmosphere. A light lingering lavender fragrance, a dim candlelight, stacks of jades filled with concepts of formation theory and calculations. However, what grasped Ryu's attention the most was the only object that made his heavenly pupils throb violently. It looked like nothing more than a thin mattress crossed with a prayer mat, but it was completely out of place. Anyone who could lay formations to such a level or survive in this pocket space most definitely had no need for sleep anymore. Even Ryu had no need for it anymore after entering the Divine Vessel realm. What was more curious was the fact that chi density around this thin mattress was actually so rich. But this richness didn't permeate the cave, but rather remained suspended directly above the mattress. Dual cultivation mat. After scouring his mind, this was Ryu's best answer. Experts obviously didn't need to sleep, but this mattress-like treasure was most definitely a heavenly item for dual cultivating. Ryu himself had only experienced the deed once, but the invigorating feeling of Alina's primordial yin chi was still fresh in his mind. As long as one had the appropriate techniques, at least for lower realms that didn't require much comprehension, dual cultivating would most definitely give twice the benefits for half the effort. As he looked around the small clearing, Ryu was more certain in his assessment. For one, the owner of this cave was obviously male. When etching into jades, one must use their chi or spiritual chi. The traces of spiritual chi Ryu could sense from them clearly tended toward yang. Yet, what was with this lavender smell? A lone man with a scented candle? It was possible, but just unlikely. So, Ryu believed his conclusion was correct with a 70% likelihood. Realizing that standing around and observing wasn't giving him any more information, Ryu took a step forward and grabbed the end of the prayer mat turned dual cultivation mattress, but the result was well out of his expectations. In that moment, Ryu felt a surge of chi enter his body in an unbridled manner. Any normal person caught unprepared would have likely ruptured a few meridians, but his chaotic silk meridians weren't just for show. Ryu immediately attempted to let go, but it was in that instant that his mind was assaulted next. Images filled his mind, of stars combusting and forming, of planes expanding in creation and crumbling in destruction, of the birth of children and the death of the elderly. He saw the most intimate parts of several lives, their most deeply held secrets, their most well-hidden emotions. It was all laid out before him, replaying in his mind like an image reel of the world's events. Somehow, Ryu understood that these weren't just images, they were true occurrences, not only were they true occurrences but, they were all happening in this very instant. Chapter 295. Burden. Ryu awoke from the images with a headache that threatened to exit the ethereal and split his head in two in the real. He knew exactly what this sort of feeling was, he had experienced it many times before in his first life. His focus chi had been completely drained in what amounted to less than an instant of time. The edge of the prayer mat fell from Ryu's hands, leaving him with an incredulous expression. Little Ryu, this dual cultivation mat should be placed upon core vein of Shrine Mountain. There's clearly a leak here, but this prayer mat astonishingly has the ability to seal it off and reap all of the benefits for itself. This is likely the greatest treasure of this place. Ryu blinked. Could it be that this was related to the chi infestation-riddled beast he met before? Shrine Mountain was actually leaking its vital energies. But even more curiously, what series of events led to this prayer mat being laid here? Let's say this Zhu clan elder stumbled upon this treasure, that in itself was fine, but whatever chi surge it was blocking right now was definitely not within normal levels. It was impossible for a mere divine vessel realm expert to survive this chi surge. No, actually, whenever it was the Zhu clan elder found this place, he was most definitely far weaker than the Fifth Order. It should be precisely this treasure that allowed him to reach the peak of the divine vessel realm so quickly. It was the very same concept as the pools of spiritual chi that once defended the crystalline jade. It was the law of nature that substances in high concentration would flow to areas of low concentration. If one stepped into such a region of chi without appropriate protections, not only might that chi shred you from the outside and leave you as a pile of bones, it could also infiltrate your meridians and blow you up from the inside out. Ryu simply didn't believe that Zhu clan elder had the capabilities. So, that left another possibility, that this prayer mat had been in this place long before the Zhu clan elder ever stepped foot inside. Maybe the Zhu clan elder experienced the same shock Ryu did and realized that moving this prayer mat was futile, and as such made this place his base. Ryu sighed. Could it be I risked my life for a treasure that I can't even move? If Ryu had known this would happen, he would have directly run after blowing up the mortal chi small realm. With his speed, he'd likely already be a good way toward the Death Worm Immortal Cave by now, and since he exploited the Loom clan into buying the materials he needed to fix it up, no one would be able to find him again until he chose to appear. But here he was, in quite the dangerous situation. In truth, he could simply slip away using his cloak. But he was reluctant to leave this place to his enemies. Ryu's mind started churning. It actually wasn't very long before he thought of something. The last time he ran into this situation was with the crystalline jade, no. So why not use the same solution he had back then? With his massive increase in strength, his ability to evoke spatial chi and teleport materials into his inner world had substantially increased. Before, he struggled with large objects and objects with dense chi, but he was already far better at this point. Currently, even without Ailsa's help to merge materials into the ethereal realm first, Ryu could easily envelop Earth-grade spiritual herbs into his inner space. And, now, even if an object was tens of meters across, as long as its chi density wasn't too high, it wouldn't be difficult for Ryu to handle either. The trouble here was that this prayer mat was definitely an object with extremely high chi density, or else Shrine Mountain would be nothing more than a joke. Luckily, Ryu still had Ailsa. How are you feeling? Ryu asked tentatively. I still can't do anything strenuous, but shifting an object into the ethereal realm never took much effort for me to begin with, it's a simple matter of touching it with my chi. But this treasure may be a bit troublesome. Touching it with my chi will likely drain my focus chi much like yours, and despite my cultivation, I likely won't last much longer than you either. So, you'll have a few seconds at most to make it work. Ryu nodded solemnly. He may have been weak in his last life, but he had still become familiar enough with his inner space to use it comfortably then. Now that he had some strength, it would be even easier. However, he still faced two major problems. First, his focus chi had been completely drained already. Trying to execute anything in his current state was simply asking for failure. Still, this problem was the easier to manage of the two. Though it would be allowing the Ember clan pair to catch up, just meditating for a few hours should be fine. The real issue would be what happened the moment this prayer mat slipped into the ethereal realm. Instantly, it would lose its ability to block the onslaught of chi, thus thrusting Ryu into the very situation he himself was certain a normal divine vessel realm expert couldn't survive. To make matters worse, when the prayer mat entered his inner space, whatever minor blockage it had been able to provide in an ethereal state would definitely be gone at that point, make the situation even more terrible. It was then that Ryu's gaze flashed with a sinister light, a plan forming in his mind slowly. Without hesitation, he plopped to the ground and began to meditate, allowing the hours to tick by slowly. "I've burdened 12th Elder," Fuoko said with a slightly remorseful expression. He really did feel like a burden. Though he was a connecting heaven realm expert, he hadn't been qualified to bombard any of the array formations they had come across to now. "It's no matter," Elder Ember said with a light smile. "This old man should pave a way for a talented youth like yourself. Plus, whether you were here or not, I would do this anyway. I'm very curious about what lies at the end of this tunnel." "Elder, there," Fuoko said with a faint excitement. After walking for so long in a long, dark tunnel, seeing the faint flickering lights in the distance was nothing short of a blessing for the pair. Once Elder Ember cautiously checked to see if there were any formations remaining, he burst forth. At this point, his chi was quite spent, but it wasn't to the point of being exhausted. At the end of the day, though the formations they found were quite good, they still fell into the small-scale category and as such couldn't truly hold him back. When the two appeared within the room, the first feeling they had was a faint disappointment. Countless scattered jades, a bland worktable, and a larger-than-average prayer mat. Was this really all there was to this space? Still, after putting in so much work, would they really give up so easily? Elder Ember silently combed through the jades, hoping to find some profound technique, but was immediately disappointed. The only things here were formation calculations and profundities. These things were already useless to him. He was so old already, why would he bother learning an entirely new path? Let alone one so complex. With a sigh, his disappointment truly set in. Luckily, his gaze swept across the room once more only to realize that the prayer mat he initially ignored was actually odder than he originally thought. Why was the chi density directly above it so much greater than everywhere else? Treasure. 12th Elder Ember's gaze glowed. Fuoko followed in behind him, scanning the jades the elder had left behind, but he too was quickly disappointed, only to look up to find his clan's elder approaching the seemingly normal prayer mat. It wasn't long before he saw its oddities as well, causing him to follow in closely. "I guess I'll have to thank you two for making this so convenient, then." Hearing this inexplicable third voice that appeared from nowhere, the pair's heads immediately snapped backward. It was only the 12th Elder's experience that made him realize there must be something wrong with the mat, making him want to get as far away from it as possible. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The mat seemed to fade out of existence. An instant later, a cyclone of raging chi tore through the room, followed immediately by a dense spatial chi that swallowed the mat's ethereal form up. Elder Ember roared, the dregs of his chi soaring as he quickly put up a shield. That spatial chi, heavenly pupils. Elder Ember's eyes widened with shock. Unfortunately for him, the perpetrator had already turned tail to run. Ryu wouldn't be so foolish as to expose himself just for something as meaningless as a taunt. It was just that he knew well that if those two survived this ordeal, they would already be aware that it was him who acted regardless. Just a few hours ago, Ryu had appeared from thin air before his grandfather's corpse. These situations were simply too similar. Anyone with half a brain would connect them. However, the duo would be happy to know that Ryu himself was not in that great of a situation either. When he used his spatial chi, he had been unable to stop part of the surging, violent chi from entering his inner space. In an instant, he was being ravaged by chi far above his abilities. How could the chi from Shrine Mountain be as simple as mere mortal chi? Not only was there this level of chi, but there was even immortal and cosmic chi as well. Ryu had no choice but to ignore Ailsa's previous warning and circulate divine chaotic annihilation to crush this cosmic chi as he madly run. Unfortunately, these actions made him completely unable to remain in the meditation state necessary to use his cloak and resulted in his true body manifesting itself as he surged out of the pocket space. One would think that he would have reappeared in the space of gray fog, but who knew that the heavens would play a cruel trick on him with Shrine Mountain as the main character. Instead of appearing in the world of fog, he actually directly appeared outside of Mortal Chi Mountain, only to find himself completely surrounded by enemies. Chapter 296, Rend Ryu involuntarily coughed out a mouthful of blood, unable to repress his injuries. Unfortunately, though his meridians were nigh indestructible, their violent expansion under the influence of the turbulent energy was bound to affect the inner organs they wrapped around. In an instant, Ryu was facing a war on three fronts. The first was the qi surging into his body by using his inner space as a bridge, the second was the qi surging into his mental realm under the circulation of divine chaotic annihilation, and the third was in the very real world. It's him. It seemed that Ryu's actions had stirred up a lot more than it would first appear on the surface. Before, the Grand Elders of the 5 core clans disdained to appear for the selection. This was why the numbers were made up normal elders and a few patriarchs. However, Ryu had actually forced so many of them to action. An elder with whipping white hair and piercing silver elders stepped forward with an imposing air, clearly acknowledging the words of minor characters' shout. You dare have designs on an elder of my Zhu clan? Bring Esme out right now and I can leave you with an intact corpse. This day if the Zhu clan dares fight this Bastille for this boy's head you'll be this Grand Elder's eternal enemy. There was no doubt who this fiery-tempered man was. Who else if not the first Grand Elder of the Bastille clan? As for the silver-eyed man, he was no doubt the first Grand Elder of the Zhu clan, the very same scheming man that set off much of these events to begin with. Hold your temper, Bastille. First Grand Elder Zhu replied sharply. This boy has taken an elder of my clan, while your grandson is already dead. The living obviously take priority over the dead. You dare say such words to my face? First Grand Elder Bastille would have directly attacked if he didn't still have qualms about the Zhu clan's depths. As far as I see it, she's no longer in his possession and he's already in a sorry state. He likely already killed her and tossed her corpse somewhere. First Grand Elder Zhu's eyes immediately turned vicious. Ha! Ryu sneered, wiping blood and catching a bit of grime on his sleeve. This expelling of impurities was really too inconvenient. Quote ellipsis. I thought I'd have something to worry about. Turns out it's just a group of old dogs undeserving of the grand title. The rage the two elders had toward each other was immediately turned toward Ryu in an instant. But, was Ryu so easy to fool? These two seemed to have been locked at each other's throats, but the truth was that their senses had long since locked onto his body. Clearly, they believed they could goad him into trying to take advantage of the situation, but had very obviously failed. What surprised Ryu more was that they had surrounded this mountain range with dozens of experts, but actually hadn't dared to enter. They were truly nothing but talk and had no backbone. Why else would they not enter if not because they were apprehensive and afraid? In the distance, a few elders of the Croft, Xie and Vin clans watched on, but they clearly had no real vested interest in capturing Ryu. They had come here for the oddities in Mortal Chi Mountain. However, Ryu had no doubt that if push came to shove, they would most definitely put in a minimum effort towards stopping his escape. Seeking death. It didn't really matter to Ryu which of the two said these words because he was already pulling out a single halberd. I've yet to make the Bastille and Zhu clans pay a sufficient price, the heads of these two Grand Elders, I'll take them as interest. Ryu's aura surged. In an instant, a gorgeous ancient tree of ice appeared, blocking out the very skies. The image of a single tree spanning 20 kilometers could be imagined. The shock, the awe, the heart-trembling might. Ryu had never extended the range of his immortal Sakura to the utmost limits because it simply drained too much spiritual chi. However, as things stood now, Ryu needed to waste as much chi as possible. In fact, this much still wasn't enough. There was barely a wisp of cosmic chi in his inner space. However, after being crushed by third-stage divine chaotic annihilation, Ryu's mental realm had almost completely shattered. If he didn't funnel his spiritual chi outward, all that awaited him was death. This scene alone was enough to shock the two Grand Elders to no end, but the next almost made their hearts stop completely. 6 imposed barriers shook Mortal Chi Mountain, one layer atop the other to form a heavenly domain that belonged to Ryu alone. Even with blood streaming from his lips, even with the disgusting dirt and grime that covered his features, even with his low cultivation realm, these so-called elders here couldn't help but feel vastly inferior. Nemesis, a strong steed with a lush coat of red and flowing mane appeared below Ryu. His singular horn spirals menacingly, shimmering like shining steel. His hooves stomped the air below, steaming hot air blowing from his nostrils. A raging killing intent billowed from his very soul as he faced his enemies. Ryu held out his halberd, sitting upon Nemesis' back with a lofty expression in his eyes. No amount of disheveledness could overshadow his valiant aura. Nemesis rose on his hind legs, calling out into the skies as his red mane blew in the wind. By the time his front hooves slammed the air beneath him once more, he had already charged forward once more. Ryu raised his halberd, his aura completely in sync with his steed. Ronan's final stand. Heart-severing rend. It wasn't a surprise that the two Grand Elders originally sneered at Ryu's words. But the moment his true strength began to unleash itself, their expressions grew solemn. But the time his strike was released, their hearts were palpitating with horror. Chapter 297, Without a Look bonus chapter for 650 golden tickets. There's something wrong with this boy. Bastille swine, you take the vanguard, I will support you from the back. If anyone else heard such words, maybe they would assume that the Zhu Grand Elder was trying to take advantage of First Grand Elder Bastille. However, how could the latter not be aware that the Zhu clan specialized in mental attacks? Staying back to support was only natural for them. A shout escaped the Bastille Grand Elder's lips as his aura surged. A metallic sheen raced around his skin as he crossed his arms over to block Ryu's strike. However, First Grand Elder Bastille could have never imagined that the steel skin technique his Bastille clan had been so proud of and even touted as their core teaching would be next to useless. Ryu's halberd met the Grand Elder's forearm first, and the result was disastrous. The skin was broken through almost half an inch before being forcibly halted by what Ryu could only assume were the sturdy bones of this Grand Elder. Unfortunately for the Bastille clan, Ryu wasn't alone. Barely a split moment after his halberd made contact, Nemesis' spiral horn glowed with a blood-red chi, piercing toward First Grand Elder Bastille's torso. Ryu thought at that moment that everything was perfect. If he could get rid of one of them with such ease right from the very beginning, escaping was almost guaranteed. However, First Grand Elder Zhu wouldn't just remain idle. In an instant, numerous invisible arrows of spiritual chi pierced through the air. Sensing the fluctuations, Ryu's expression turned serious. If it was under normal circumstances, this sort of mental attack would be what he feared the least. For one, the perpetual visualization of immortal Sakura in his mental realm made the space incredibly resistant to attacks. Secondly, his newly acquired divine chaotic annihilation visualization would made First Grand Elder Zhu's life a living nightmare. However, these weren't normal circumstances. Ryu's divine chaotic annihilation was completely occupied by a minor wisp of cosmic chi. Ryu hadn't even begun to deal with the immortal chi ravaging his body, let alone having the energy to divert toward an attack of this magnitude. If he allowed these chi arrows to hit their mark, he would have no choice but to forcibly withstand them using his immortal Sakura alone. My movement techniques in the sky are severely lacking and Nemesis isn't known for his movement speed. Time seemed to slow down as Ryu's mind ran in overdrive. His eyes darted around the battlefield as though he was trying to take everything in. Though only two had attacked, Ryu didn't have the luxury of ignoring the other experts of the Zhu and Bastille clans that were cutting off his escape routes. Ryu knew it wasn't the smartest decision to bring out Nemesis for this battle, but he had done so anyway because he was taking Nemesis' feelings into account. He deserved revenge too. With this thought, Ryu completely disregarded any thoughts of swapping Nemesis out for Little Rock. Instead, his gaze glowed with resolution. A moment later, two daggers that looked more like pieces of fine art than battle appeared in his free hand before he tossed them both into the air. Ryu had neglected these daggers for a long time now, but he had never thought of using them to expand his capital despite the fact they were unique grade treasures. This was one of the treasures his wife had personally picked out for him on his 1000th birthday. He would never sell them. Who knew that he would remember how useful they could be in this situation? Ryu's eyes sharpened. Demonic strings. Everything happened in an instant. Ryu's blow nearly severed both First Grand Elder Bastille's arms. A split second later, Nemesis' horn sought to drill through his torso. If it wasn't for the fact he was wearing a higher Earth-grade treasure, he truly would have been pierced through completely. Ryu immediately went to follow up as the Grand Elder's body was sent blasting into the mountain range below, but his actions were met by a sneer from First Grand Elder Zhu. Who knew that the latter's thoughts of a skewered Ryu would be thwarted by two black-spined daggers with crystalline blue blades? What made these pair of daggers so unique? It was that they had the capability of directly attacking with spiritual chi. Anyone who had a modicum of knowledge about the mental realm understood just how heaven-defying such an ability was. Whenever a mental realm master primed themselves to attack, it required a visualization. This visualization would be projected from one's mind as a source and would thus be directly linked to one's mental realm. What did this mean? It meant that when attacking with one's mental realm, one must be prepared to suffer some injuries themselves should things go wrong. Ryu himself had suffered such a reality many times before. Whenever a petal of his immortal Sakura was shattered, the damage would reverberate to his mental realm and he would be forced to cautiously heal these injuries. However, these unique grade daggers completely leapt over this logic, completely destroying it. It could use spiritual chi to attack directly, and as such needed no visualization and required no connection to one's mental realm. Normal weapons simply had no way of accepting spiritual chi because this chi type was considered to be partially within the ethereal realm. If one wanted to replicate this feat, one could only travel to the fairy realms and beg to be forged a weapon. Simply put, Ryu could deal with mental realm attacks without putting himself at any risk. Ryu's control over demonic strings had reached a godly level. His twin daggers snaked through the skies, being fed spiritual chi with his demonic strings as a bridge. Countless arrows were shattered, causing First Grand Elder Zhu to spit out a mouthful of blood. Even if he was prepared to lose a few arrows, losing so many at once made someone like him who had long become used to mental realm injuries feel endless pain. However, the worst part was that Ryu was now completely unhindered in his path toward First Grand Elder Bastille. The two mighty existences simply could not bring out their full strength against this teenage boy. Ryu had focused all of his strength into his 6 imposed barriers, not even using his inheritances to strengthen his attack. This allowed him to suppress the two to absolute extremes. They could hardly use 50 to 60% of their strength, let alone standing up to Ryu whose strength bordered on the higher connecting heaven realm. "You can go off to see your grandson now," Ryu said coolly. White serpents dance, lurking shadow. The spear point of Ryu's halberd suddenly vanished. Try as First Grand Elder Bastille might, he couldn't perceive it at all. Grand Elder. Those warriors who had completely surrounded Ryu only now reacted. Everything had happened so fast, how could they guess that the strongest existence in their clan outside of their ancestor would fall so quickly to a mere boy from the lower realms? First Grand Elder Bastille's eyes widened. He crashed into the mountain below, looking at his abdomen in horror. Ryu's strike could have taken his life, but he had actually severed his spiritual foundation's connection from his meridians instead. His chi began to leak at a rapid pace, flooding outward in a torrent. He simply didn't have Ryu's level of chi control. How could he deal with a matter like this? A moment later, the low braying of Nemesis entered his ears. It sounded little different from the growls of an enraged beast. A steel hoof raised in the skies, descending upon his chest with little hesitation. First Grand Elder Bastille's last sight was Ryu's grime-covered visage. However, he could only laugh in self-mockery when he realized that Ryu wasn't even looking at him as his life ended. Chapter 298. Yukai bonus chapter for 700 golden tickets, Grand Elder. Nemesis neighed into the skies with a satisfied arrogance. Who else could have been responsible for heading his humiliation if not for this very First Grand Elder beneath his feet? It was this very man here who noticed his talent and enacted all of those inhumane punishments, all for the sake of making him lower his head. Though he couldn't express his thoughts in human language, his intelligence was already no less than humans. In fact, he was quite a margin smarter than the average human, or else, his talent wouldn't be so frightening. He originally chose to follow Ryu because his scent was quite pleasing. Plus, Ryu only used a wave of a hand to shatter the seal that had been placed within him by the Bastille clan, so he was endlessly grateful and wanted to repay this debt. This was the reason why he waited through 6 months of humiliation at the gates of Loom City, all for the sake of thanking Ryu. But, who knew that Ryu would already treat him like a brother to this extent? With Nemesis intelligence, how could he not tell that Little Rock was far more suitable for this battle? Yet, Ryu had still called him out and even crippled this Grand Elder for the sake of letting him have the final strike. Nemesis had without a doubt ingrained this favor in his heart. Several red-eyed Bastille clan elders and even their remaining Grand Elders surged toward Ryu. However, Ryu seemed to have not noticed them at all. All right, Ryu smiled, patting Nemesis' strong neck. "I've heard your resolve. You go back now." Nemesis slipped into the ethereal realm before being replaced with Little Rock. With a single flap of the infant lightning hawk's wings, Ryu all but vanished, appearing outside of the encirclement of Bastilles and far above First Grand Elder Zhu's head. His twin daggers rapidly wrapped around his body, his halberd being held tightly in his hand. He knew he didn't have much more time. Clans at this level most definitely had methods of telling when one of their most important members died. If not, how could the Zhu clan know that elder of theirs died? This truth would be even more so for a First Grand Elder like the one Nemesis just killed. Even though both Nemesis and Little Rock had broken into the lower Sixth Order, it was still the lower Sixth Order. In order to face the ancestor of the Bastille clan, they would likely have to be reached the Seventh Order. Actually, with their talent, maybe not. However, that didn't change the fact Little Rock's realm was still too low. However, Ryu was confident in Little Rock's speed. If he factored his wind inheritance, he was even more so. So, with little hesitation, Ryu dove down toward Grand Elder Zhu, who immediately became flustered. He sent a flurry of spiritual chi arrows toward Ryu, but they were all sliced to oblivion by the latter's twin daggers. How could he not panic? Every shattered arrow was another wound to his mental realm. To make matters worse, he had never spent much time on close combat. Why would he? He was a Zhu. Gritting his teeth, First Grand Elder Zhu's spiritual chi surged. Minor teleportation, a rift opened, enveloping the Grand Elder and sending him over a kilometer away. Ryu immediately locked down on him and didn't hesitate to follow. However, he found his path cut off by not only a flurry of Bastilles, but Zhu's as well. His halberd disappeared along with his imposed barriers. A moment later, 2 spears appeared in his hand. If he was focused on dealing with many enemies, this was his ideal state. Heaven's breath, monumental pierce. A bloody rain fell upon Mortal Chi Mountain. Ryu's twin spears became god-like weapons in the sky, moving swiftly in the wind and reaping life after life. Monumental Pierce was a technique created with only a single move, but this single move held a deep level of profundity. Not only did it touch on concepts of illusion, but it also touched concepts of momentum and amplification. Usually, one would only find such profound laws within inheritances. Finding them within a mere black-grade technique was rare. The result was a technique Ryu favored greatly. Despite the technique only being made of one move, Pierce, this actually made Ryu favor it more. The simplicity made it applying it to a variety of situations very easy with Ryu's level of comprehension. In fact, currently, Ryu used this technique even a tick above the Great Circle of Perfection realm. He was able to apply his comprehension of lurking shadow and make it impossible to tell his real spear tip from the fake, thus making it far more lethal. Despite being surrounded completely, Ryu's spear was far too enigmatic. And, now that he no longer restrained his spear inheritance to its imposed barrier, it had become far stronger. Cries of pain and despair rang out as countless Zhu and Bastille elders fell beneath his spears. This, in the distance, the Xie, Vin and Croft clan First Grand Elders were speechless. How were they supposed to respond to this situation? This was exactly how First Grand Elder Zhu was feeling. Unless these Bastille clan swine, his Zhu clan had 2 immortal ring ancestors, the problem was that they had both gone to the core region to lay down a path for them. However, with him holding down the fort, and their deterrents, who dared lay a hand on the Zhu clan? Yet this boy was so adamant about killing him. What was he supposed to do? Minor teleportation sapped a quarter of his spiritual chi in an instant. Coupled with the damage done to his mental realm already, and he was teetering. He knew he had to buy time until Ancestor Bastille arrived, but with this kid's speed, he was feeling on edge. Even as he was thinking, Ryu suddenly appeared before him again. Ethereal ripple. First Grand Elder Zhu roared toward Ryu's descending spear. An invisible barrier suddenly appeared, blocking what Ryu believed was a sure kill. So this is battling with a mental realm master, huh? Ryu's pupils immediately saw through the secrets of this barrier. A defense that exists in the ethereal realm but is able to ripple out to the real plane. It can block attacks while also minimizing damage to its main body, thus making it difficult to deal with. However, Ryu roared, but this kind of roar was completely unlike one that should come from a human. First Grand Elder Zhu's body froze. He felt as though he was meeting a primordial beast, a mighty red dragon that loomed over the skies with arrogance that opposed the heavens. His ethereal ripple shield shattered, stunning him. What Ryu used wasn't a technique at all, but nothing but his powerful body and his mind. Ryu's dragon and Qilin blood had already begun reforming his flesh, allowing him to accomplish what normal humans couldn't. For example, roaring at a frequency a man shouldn't be able to reach. Ethereal ripple relied on concepts of resonance to appear both ethereal and real at the same time, taking benefits from both planes. But, if one was able to shatter this balance, it was akin to nothing more than a fragile egg teetering on a thin edge. Ryu's mysteries of heaven and earth pupils immediately saw through this flaw and exploited it. In an instant, Ryu's spear had appeared before First Grand Elder Zhu. It seemed like only a moment later, a second Grand Elder would lose his life. However, it was then this Grand Elder made a decision. Seeing his life about to end, he did something that made his heart bleed. His spiritual chi surged, and broke into the soul birth realm. Ryu's eyes widened. With a thought, he forced Little Rock to retreat explosively. The rage in First Grand Elder Zu's gaze was palpable. His eyes had reddened to the point of almost dripping blood as he glared at Ryu. Everyone knew how foolish it was to break into the soul birth realm before completing one's immortal rings. First Grand Elder Zu was actually just a few steps away from being able to break through naturally, having been at the half-step immortal ring realm, yet, in order to preserve his life, he had been forced to ruin his future. His spiritual chi condensed, rolling in from a sparse fog into a dense, dripping liquid. This blood debt, Yukai Zu, will make you regret it. Chapter 299. First almost forgot about Power Stone rewards, so here you guys go. Also, the October and November Mark 1 set for rewards is complete as of today. For now, there will be 2 chapter-a-day uploads with a bonus chapter every 250 golden tickets. Also, for those who might have missed it, prices will stay the same for next month despite the situation. Ryu looked down on Yukai with a calm gaze. He knew well how powerful the soul birth realm was. There was a reason that its transition barrier was so important. It was the equivalent of the immortal ring realm for mental realm cultivation. The gap between the connecting heaven and immortal ring realm couldn't be described in just a few sentences. One needed to know that the gap was even more exaggerated than the difference between a spiritual severing realm expert and a connecting heaven realm one. There was a very obvious reason for this. This was the barrier between the mortal grade and the immortal grade. Once one crosses this barrier, one's mortal chi becomes immortal chi. Likewise, one's spiritual chi fumes becomes spiritual chi liquid, forming the spiritual sea. The current Yukai, whose aura was still madly surging, wasn't nothing like his previous self. Ryu couldn't even interrupt this sort of breakthrough because Yukai had suppressed himself for the sake of a perfect foundation too long. It was all too easy for him to break through. As for running, Ryu thought even less of that. This wasn't because of his pride, but rather because of a technique Yukai had displayed earlier, minor teleportation. With its help, Little Rock's speed advantage dropped to 0. Before, Yukai likely had to use 1/4 to 1/3 of his spiritual chi to cast it just once. However, once he broke through, casting it even dozens of times wouldn't burden him at all. He'd be able to cross several kilometers with a snap of his fingers. Cutting open the void and teleporting like Yukai had was highly dependent on the space one was in. The denser the chi, the sturdier the space, and thus the more difficult it was to execute minor teleportation. However, this was merely the inner ring of the lowest immortal plane. To make matters worse, due to the influence of Mortal Chi Mountain, this place had a high concentration of mortal chi, but its immortal chi was severely lacking. Since Yukai's spiritual chi had evolved to the immortal grade, it was simply too easy for him to tear apart space in this kind of location. The limit of minor teleportation was likely at most 10 kilometers, but under these circumstances, maybe traveling even double that wasn't impossible. These sort of odds left Ryu with just one option. He had to kill Yukai, and he had to kill him before Ancestor Bastille managed to make his way here. Damn it. After a light furrow of his brow, Ryu once more became cold and expressionless. His breathing slowed, his eyes drawing focus as he put away his 2 spears to retrieve a halberd. Above his head, the immortal Sakura still stretched for 20 kilometers, rapidly expending the cosmic chi his divine chaotic annihilation grinded into spiritual chi. Unfortunately, it just seemed that no matter how fast it went, cosmic chi was too overbearing. Little Ryu, listen to me carefully. This situation is very dangerous, so you have to remain alert. The chi that slipped into your inner space isn't all neutral chi. You've probably sensed that many of them of all sorts of types. Tell me quickly, can you sense any lightning affinity chis within them? You must be quick about this. Ryu focused, using his overwhelming chi realm talent to siphon through the chi at blazing speeds. In the distance, he could tell that Yukai had locked onto him. Though he was confident in his breakthrough, he still wasn't brave enough to move as it occurred. However, he knew the very same things Ryu understood about minor teleportation. As long as he kept his eyes on Ryu, he was confident that he couldn't escape, so though he was enraged, he wasn't anxious. Still, he would be lying if he said he wasn't surprised that Ryu hadn't budged an inch. At the same time, the remaining elders of the Bastille and Zhu clan didn't dare to approach too closely to such a turbulent breakthrough. Yes, I do. The cosmic chi isn't of lightning affinity, but a sense several among those within the immortal chis. Though Ryu had been frantically dealing with the cosmic chi first, his body was also being rampaged by immortal chi. It was just that his chaotic silk meridians were withstanding it far better than others of his cultivation realm could imagine. Good. You need to use those immortal chis to complete your next Tribulation 9 Clouds array. Ryu's expression drastically changed, but he immediately relaxed a moment later. He remembered Ailsa's words before he started cultivating this technique. The quintessence of the technique was in taking lightning chi and using it to stimulate the growth of other chi. Though Ryu used this technique to boost his mental realm cultivation talent, it had to be remembered that he could have used it for his body realm and chi realm as well, it was just that he had no need to. To now, Ryu had already completed the first of 10 stages of this technique. The first stage had 3 priming arrays that laid a foundation for the subsequent stages. However, these matters were only surface when it came to Tribulation 9 Clouds. Something that Ryu had come to understand later was that this technique was unlike others where each step was divided into and connected to some cultivation realm. This was obvious. Body realm cultivation had 4 stages. Chi realm cultivation had 12 stages. Mental realm cultivation had 6 stages. Yet, not only could Tribulation 9 Clouds be used for them all, but it itself had 10 stages. There seemed to be no rhyme or reason to this. However, recently, Ryu had grasped the reason why. One was meant to use Tribulation 9 Clouds to change their fortune. How much you grasped and how much you could change was dependent on no one but yourself. What did this mean? It meant that the more tribulation arrays you formed at earlier stages of cultivation, the more beneficial the technique would be to you. The earlier one could finish all 10 stages, the better. And, the greater your cultivation realm when these tribulation arrays were formed, the higher the threshold you would need to meet to use them. From Ryu's understanding, having completed the 3 priming tribulation arrays within the mortal grade, he was already on track to exceed even what the technique's creator would consider perfect completion for this technique. But, if he completed the second stage within the mortal grade realms as well, the benefits would be even better. Tribulation 9 Clouds calls for the use of Tribulation Lightning after completing the first stage. However, according to my calculations, you can use this immortal chi as a substitute. Firstly, it isn't your own chi and won't be treated as such by the technique. Secondly, it contains heavenly Tao within it because it came from the core of Shrine Mountain, allowing it to come off as Tribulation Lightning. If you take the opportunity to use immortal chi to form these tribulation arrays within the mortal realms, the benefits will be beyond your imagining. Ryu trusted Ailsa's judgment. In an instant, his mind was split in 2 directions. One frantically grinded a small wisp of cosmic chi, while the other grabbed hold of lightning affinity immortal chi, bending and molding it to his will. Without Ryu mindfully taking control of them, what remained of the immortal chi wreaked havoc within his body, but he no longer had the luxury to care. It was a race against time. If Ryu could have a qualitative breakthrough in his mental realm, he would be able to suppress the newly advanced Yukai. But, if the Bastille ancestor arrived first. Chapter 300. Range Yukai's lip twitched as he watched Ryu give him a careless glance before sitting on Little Rock's broad back and entering a deep state of meditation. He could feel an uncomfortable itch clawing through his flesh and bones, the feeling of being looked down upon, of being completely disregarded. He had hoped he would see fear in Ryu's eyes, yet, aside from a slight frown and a nonchalant glance, he got nothing. "I'll see how long you can keep that appearance for," he thought with a snarl. Though Yukai had accumulated momentum for a long time, he was ultimately not as talented as someone like Ryu. For someone on Ryu's level, breaking into new realms might take a few moments at most. Only for exceptionally high realms would Ryu have to enter such a state for hours, maybe longer. However, Yukai had no choice but to grit his teeth and wait it out. Just half a minute more. That's all I need. His target, though, had completely forgotten about him. Not only had Ryu entered Breath of World, he had also slipped into the crystalline jade. Ryu had realized long ago that he experienced time slower within the crystalline jade. Originally, he simply dismissed this. It was obvious that one thought faster than one's body could act. Since the crystalline jade projected his mind into the ethereal plane, it was normal for him to be able to act faster, thus giving the illusion that time was being distorted. In reality, Ryu was correct. He could experience time about 10 times slower in this space, thus making Yukai's 30 seconds, 300. In addition, the stronger his mental realm became, the slower he would be able to experience time. However, this matter wasn't so simple as this. The crystalline jade's true ability was in separating one's ethereal and real self. Consider this for a moment. Ryu was currently undergoing mental realm cultivation. Since it had nothing to do with his body, shouldn't he not experience any change in speed after entering the crystalline jade? However, the reality was very different. The concept was very similar to how one could read much faster if it wasn't necessary to move one's eyes. In this case, the movement of the eyes is an artificial cap placed on cultivators upon themselves when restricted by their bodies, while the crystalline jade is able to remove that self-imposed barrier. By separating the mind and body, one is no longer restricted by their usual perceptions of time. Instead, they're able to release their full potential completely. This was what allowed Ryu to complete what he could only do in 300 seconds in the real world, in just 30. Of course, this would only work for mental realm cultivation. After all, Ryu's true body being separated was the key to this working. However, this alone was enough. Ryu forgot about everything around him. He had long since studied the second stage tribulation array, though he hadn't done so in detail. However, he was absolutely confident in his comprehension abilities, especially after breaking 8 seals of his Mysteries of Heaven and Earth pupils. According to Ryu's understanding, the second stage array all the way up to the fourth stage array could bring out the full potential of the immortal grade realms. However, he would use the first here. Tribulation 9 Clouds is indeed a lightning inheritance. However, it's focused on an augmentation path rather than the destruction path my lightning Qilin bloodline follows. It requires more finesse. Ryu quickly scanned the jade that held Tribulation 9 Clouds, delving into layer after layer. If it wasn't for the time-pressing situation, Ryu might have taken the time to admire the beauty of the array. It felt as though he had fallen into a pool of dense math calculations, following the ebbs and flows of ethereal waves as he sunk deeper and deeper. The calculations began to layer in Ryu's mind at unprecedented speeds. The instant he comprehended another portion, he would layer in another tier of complexity. His mind works in beautiful ways, Ailsa thought to herself. He sees the array's runes not as complex patterns, but as systematic choices based on a calculative mind. He splits these calculations into different segments, setting aside those he doesn't understand and combining those he does as though they were puzzle pieces. Slowly, the puzzle comes together, and the portions he ignored in the past find their place among the masses, completing the picture in its entirety. Seeing the world in this way, maybe only those born with his pupils could do so right. It took Ryu only 30 seconds to completely comprehend the second stage tribulation array, but only 3 seconds had passed in reality. Ryu didn't spend any time basking in his achievement. At the end of the day, he was an origin grade ruin master. Even though he had never taken any exams to become a formation master, he was very adept at decoding arrays even if he never spent time drawing them himself. If he wasn't, he wouldn't be a very good ruin master, now would he? When it came to understanding the core essence of arrays, none could match him. Ryu grasped at the lightning affinity chi, siphoning through them. Purple thunder chi, lightning wisp chi, 9 strikes chi, magnetic gold chi. These were all heaven grade chi. From Ryu's understanding, this was the highest grade chi that could be birthed on the pedestal plane. He didn't think it was a coincidence that they would appear from a chi surge caused by Shrine Mountain. Each was very difficult to handle and each required a different degree of control. However, according to Ryu's calculations, he wouldn't have enough chi unless he used all 4. Knowing this, he couldn't hesitation any longer. He split his mind in 4 directions, reaching out to control the 4 chis. Purple thunder chi was unruly, oppressive and violent. Lightning wisp chi was extremely fast and agile. 9 strikes chi had explosive and lingering danger. Magnetic gold chi was exceptionally heavy and was especially difficult to manipulate. Ryu immediately made use of his understanding of the second stage tribulation array. He used purple thunder chi as a primer, using its strength to open the heavenly Taos necessary for the second stage tribulation array's foundation. He used magnetic gold chi's heavy constitution to form the array's barriers. He used 9 strikes chi to provide the explosive power of the array's nodes, and finally used lightning wisp chi to fill in the most intricate details. The clouds above began to violently react to Ryu's actions, looming above the canopy of the immortal sakura gently snowing petals below. Yukai's expression changed as he urged his breakthrough. He didn't know why, but he felt uneasy. Another person might believe that these were normal thunder clouds, but he felt an oppressive feeling assault his chest that he couldn't ignore. Unfortunately for him, the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils were ranked first for a reason. They were created to peer into the secrets of heaven and earth. What did the mere second stage of a technique mean to it? 20 seconds, 15 seconds, 10 seconds, 5 seconds, 3 seconds, it was then an explosive surge of spiritual chi erupted. A moment later, Immortal Sakura's 20-kilometer range violently began to expand. Chapter 301, Yukai's expression changed. All of the chi in the surrounding area had been swarming toward him, but in an instant, the roles had completely reversed. It should have taken him just 3 more seconds before his breakthrough was complete, but suddenly, his estimated time left began to steadily creep upward. He can't be breaking into the soul birth realm as well. Suddenly Yukai began to laugh. Though it still ached his heart to have ruined his future, if Ryu destroyed his in exchange, it was worth it, so very worth it. No matter how talented he was, how could he compare to a throne? Yet he had caused such a genius to fall into ruin. How could he not be ecstatic? However, he soon realized that something was wrong. Though chi was surging toward Ryu, it wasn't undergoing any qualitative changes. One of the reasons it was taking Yukai so long to break through was because the mortal chi in this environment was so rich. By the time he converted it to spiritual chi fumes, and then converted it to spiritual chi liquid, the volume lost was substantial. But it seemed that Ryu was converting this spiritual chi in its denser liquid form at all. It was then that a stunning realization came over Yukai. It can't be that this is just normal cultivation for him. He couldn't think of any other explanations. The thick disdain in Ryu's eyes flashed in his mind again and again, resounding like a clear slap to the face. It made him feel so stifled that he nearly vomited and suffered backlash from his own breakthrough. Ryu, however, couldn't be bothered with Yukai's thoughts. The reason he was so calm was precisely because he knew that the moment his true cultivation began, it would drastically affect the latter. To now, Ryu had yet to cultivate within the soul endowment realm. However, his spiritual senses range was already double that of a genius. According to Ailsa, an absolute genius would have a range of 1 kilometer at the peak of the spiritual entrance realm. Upon breaking through to the spiritual endowment realm, their range would increase to 10 kilometers. Upon breaking through, Ryu's range actually decreased by a factor of 10, falling from 200 kilometers to just 20. This was why he wasn't satisfied. He knew that upon breaking into the soul birth realm, his spiritual chi would likely shrink by the same factor, if not an even greater factor. If he wanted to make up for this, he had to break past these limits by obscene margins. The perfection of the spiritual entrance realm was theoretically 1 kilometer. But the perfection of the spiritual endowment realm was 100 kilometers. Just what was the impact of using immortal chi to enhance mortal grade cultivation? The only answer was something astonishing. Ryu's immortal Sakura violently expanded. The clouds above began to crackle with lightning, striking downward toward the gorgeous tree, but its defenses were far too sturdy. Ryu barely heard the strikes landing, let alone being impacted by them. 30 kilometers, 40 kilometers, 100 kilometers, 200 kilometers, Ailsa watched this scene with furrowed brow. I was prepared for his focus chi to begin running thin by now, why is it that it hasn't? Ryu had done too much to now. He Layer 7 imposed barriers, was visualizing immortal Sakura at its greatest size, all while he was fervently grinding away at that small wisp of cosmic chi. None of this even mentioned the focus chi that would have been necessary to see through the profundity of the second stage tribulation array. Just how? Ailsa pupils constricted, her senses focusing in on an inconspicuous prayer mat lying in Ryu's inner space, 300 kilometers, 400 kilometers. Yukai felt despair the likes of which he had never experienced before. Absolute geniuses were the only ones who could touch the 100-kilometer mark within the soul endowment realm. Only once in a generation geniuses could even have a faint hope of surpassing that mark. Only once in an era geniuses might approach just 200 kilometers, so why was it that this Ryu had already double that? It could only be said that Tribulation 9 Clouds was truly a heaven-defying technique. Maybe only it could exchange perseverance and perception for talent. The scene within Ryu's mental realm had turned chaotic. 3 foundational tribulation arrays arranged themselves in an inverted cone, protecting the bottom roots of his ice-plated immortal Sakura. Above them, a 4th tribulation array was formed, violently sending out streaks of lightning that bombarded the barriers of Ryu's mental realm, pushing them outward with impunity. Though Ryu's expression on the outside was incomparably calm, the pain he was experiencing was unlike many of those watching on had ever experienced. Ryu could only thank his breakthrough in Immortal Sakura for his mental realm not collapsing. Currently, his Immortal Sakura was at the very cusp of being able to withstand an attack from an Immortal Ring expert, thus, it was just barely able to stabilize the violent growth of his mental realm due to the lightning affinity Immortal Chi. It was then Ryu realized the key to overcoming his mental realm's weakness. It was the Immortal Sakura. As long as he progressed in it, his mental realm would be sturdy enough to withstand these violent changes. 600 kilometers, 800 kilometers, 1000 kilometers. Finally, Ryu could sense the cosmic chi being consumed at a decent pace. However, the shocking part was that even while maintaining Immortal Sakura with such an obscene range, Ryu calculated that it would still take another 10 minutes before this small wisp of cosmic chi was consumed. The violent upsurge in Ryu's mental realm finally began to slow. His eyes opened with a piercing flash that seemed to cut across the void, slicing into Yukai's glabella. Ryu stood, his grip tightening around his halberd. Even though Yukai had shaking violently under his presence, Ryu had long stopped looking at him, instead gazing toward the distance. Though his range was now 1,000 kilometers, outside an immediate radius of about a few hundred meters, the things Ryu could sense began to blur. There was nothing he could do about this. The quality of spiritual sense at the mere spiritual endowment realm was too low. This was why he preferred third perspective. Unfortunately, though third perspective had improved after he broke to the 8th seal, its range was still only about 40 to 50 kilometers. It wasn't much use for what he was looking at now, though it would be very soon would be. Ryu's spiritual sense couldn't see any details at this distance, but what it could see were notable auras. Of which, there was a massive rage-fueled train shuttling its way here, and it was already less than 500 kilometers away, a matter of minutes for an expert of that caliber. Who could it be if not Ancestor Bastille? Chapter 302. Take Ryu. Casual glance in the distance didn't carry any fluctuation in expression. However, the instant his senses locked onto Ancestor Bastille's aura, abrupt changes began to occur around the wizened man. A chilly frost whipped into action, carrying along with it countless falling blossom petals. Ancestor Bastille instantly felt that his path forward was obstructed. A deep chill assaulted his bones as he tried to pierce his way through, but he suddenly found the resistance of each of these seemingly insignificant snow petals was akin to a half-step Immortal Ring realm expert. This matter wasn't without consequence to Ryu. Every shattered petal was yet another blow to his mental realm. However, he managed to slow Ancestor Bastille down to less than a tenth of his original speed. At the same time, the paces which he was burning through that strand of cosmic chi had accelerated once more. Without bothering with those matters any longer, Ryu's gaze locked onto First Grand Elder Zu. Before, I couldn't interrupt his breakthrough, but now, Little Rock, feeling Ryu's emotions, didn't hesitate to flash forward at his greatest speed. First Grand Elder Zu's eyes widened. He had thought that Ryu was intelligent enough to know that interrupting his breakthrough was impossible, so he had slightly lowered his guard. By the time he came to terms with Ryu's ridiculous spiritual sense range, a gorgeous silver feather-plated bird was already less than 100 meters from him. Stealing his resolve, Yukai sneered. "Do you think I'm so easy to deal with?" Vortex arrow. Yukai was confident. Even in the middle of his breakthrough, casting visualization was incomparably easy. In fact, of the three main paths, battling while undergoing a mental realm breakthrough was the easiest. However, he could have never anticipated what happened next. Ryu tossed his halberd into the air, allowing it to suspend before him under the influence of his demonic strings. His daggers flew into his hands, their bodies vibrating mightily as he poured spiritual chi into their depths. It was then the change occurred. From a beautiful blue crystalline, the daggers suddenly transformed. A sinister red aura pulsed outward as their spiritual chi density grew. Yukai's expression changed, but it was already too late. Ryu's arms whipped forward violently, slashing both across his body as two beams of spiritual chi only exposed through spiritual sense invisibly cut through the air. Traveling through the ethereal realm, these sharp blades of spiritual chi were simply too fast. In less than the blink of an eye, they appeared before Yukai's barely formed visualizations, rending them apart. A pain roar escaped Yukai's lips. Others couldn't truly see what was happening, but he knew the truth. Those two spiritual chi blades had entered his mental realm. Yukai's mental realm was nowhere near as systematic or beautiful as Ryu's. In its skies, various visualizations existed, but there was no order to them. He had comprehended dozens of visualizations, each of which were floating around his slowly forming soul, but none of it seemed to matter anymore. Ryu was so stunned that he completely forgot to finish off Yukai for a moment. In that brief instant of time, the cosmic chi, his divine chaotic annihilation, was sapped away in an instant. Not just it, but it took with it the immortal chi and even a large portion of Ryu's own spiritual chi reserves. By the time Ryu snapped out of it, his immortal Sakura fizzled out of existence, no longer having the support it needed to sustain itself. Realizing the drastic change in the situation, Ryu knew he had to run. Without the cosmic chi's support, there was no way her could hold off Ancestor Bastille. It may have caused him a tremendous amount of pain, but it was a large part of the reason he had survived to now as well. Ryu turned his gaze toward Yukai, looking to finish him off, but what he found astounded him even more. The latter was actually already dead. Yukai collapsed from the skies, his gaze completely void. Without hesitation, Ryu's demonic strings whipped outward. Why not claim himself 2 more half-step immortal ring corpses? An instant later, Little Rock was enveloped in a sheen of light green. Melding with Ryu's wind inheritance, his speed more than doubled. If he could marginally measure up to weaker immortal ring experts in speed before, now, he firmly surpassed them. With a single flap, he was already over a kilometer away. Those experts who were meant to block Ryu's way stood frozen in time, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Just as Ryu disappeared over the horizon, violent coughing suddenly sounded from Mortal Chi Mountain, snapping the dazed experts out of their stupor, only to find 2 figures stumbling out from where Ryu exited. No, it was more accurate to say that it was 1 figure and 1 corpse. Fuoko had survived, but 12th Elder Ember had died. Where is he? Fuoko's maddened roar shook the skies, but the mortal enemy that made his eyes boil with blood was nowhere to be seen. It was then that Ancestor Bastille appeared on the horizon. However, the latter was clearly aware that Ryu was long gone. Or rather, they thought he was. The reality was very different, though. Ryu had reappeared in the skies even above the air space they stood in, his brows lightly furrowing. He had decided to come back to make sure that Fuoko and that elder wouldn't exit. After all, he had exposed his heavenly pupils to them. But, who knew their lives would be so tenacious? Well, Fuoko's was, anyway. According to Ryu's estimates, it was simply impossible even for an immortal ring expert to survive the torrent of chi. Yet, they had taken its point-blank assault and one of them actually managed to survive. The only explanation was a top-tier defensive treasure. That and the fact this 12th elder most definitely risked his life for the sake of Fuoko. There shouldn't have been any blood relation between them. Plus, Fuoko wasn't among the absolute elite disciples of the Ember clan either. Yet, the old man had still taken action to protect him. This alone was worthy of respect. I should kill him, Ryu's eyes flashed. But in the end, he shook his head. This Fuoko was well aware that Ryu had the ability to disappear and appear as he pleased. He wasn't a fool, he would definitely take precautions against this. With his background, seeking shelter from one of the inner ring ancestors was as easy as breathing. The current Ryu was too tired and spent, not to mention the fact his body was currently riddled with hidden injuries. He had spent practically the entirety of the last year on edge, he needed to give his body time to recuperate. These debts would be settled soon enough. Having made a decision, Ryu urged Little Rock to turn and leave. It was fine, he didn't plan on hiding his heavenly pupils for his whole life anyway. If he couldn't deal with this small bit of adversity, he wasn't worthy of saving his family. The things that are Ryu Tatsuya's, aren't so easy to take. Chapter 303. Glean. A little over a week later, Ryu found himself deep within the forest depths that separated the outer and inner ring. Sensing for a bit, his body suddenly disappeared. When his vision finally cleared, he was within the depths of the Death Worm Immortal Cave. Having exploited the Loom clan into buying much of the precious resources he needed to repair the Immortal Cave back into working condition, Ryu suddenly felt a slight wave of guilt. This wasn't actually because of his exploitation of them, but rather because he had found even better resources while clearing the Mortal Chi small realm out. Obviously, as the Immortal Cave of a Path Extinction Realm expert, the resources one could find in a mere inner ring weren't enough to bring it back to perfect working condition. What Ryu had actually wanted to do was to hold it together for long enough for its self-repair functions to kick in, similar to giving the immortal cave a jumpstart. But now, Ryu entered the core of the immortal cave. With a wave of his hand, 7 pulsing lights appeared, spinning around one each with a pattern that inexplicably left one dazed. If others knew Ryu was using 7 chi sources to power a mere lower heaven-grade immortal cave, they'd probably spit up blood in rage. However, Ryu hardly cared. He didn't have some holy cultivation land to give these chi sources to. Since this death worm immortal cave would be his abode for now, there was no problem using the chi sources in this way. The best part about this solution was that he no longer had to worry about powering the death worm. Chi sources could absorb energy far faster than humans could cultivate. Even Ryu was lacking in comparison to them despite his bone structure. So, energy was obviously no longer an issue. However, though this was the case, by Ryu's estimates, the immortal cave would only have about 70% of its full strength. This wasn't a matter of energy quantity, but rather, energy quality. At the end of the day, the 7 chi sources were only of the mortal grade. Though, luckily, they were infinitely close to the immortal grade. You feel bad? Ailsa asked with a light smile, still hiding away from Ryu's foul smell. Even if the Loom clan falls behind a bit now, with Mateus and what I imparted to Taedra, their rise is inevitable. Mateus alone would be able to bring them out himself in just a few more decades. With Taedra's aid, it's already set in stone. Taedra, Ailsa pouted with a slight hint of jealousy. She's a decent talent. Reaching the peak of the Path Extinction Realm in a few millennia won't be impossible. But, crossing into the Dao Pedestal Realm will likely be a trial that blocks her for life. There's nothing to feel bad about. I only acted in accordance with my own conscience. I see, Ailsa said lightly. Not everything was so black and white. Ryu acted against the Ember clan, but their elder was still valiant in protecting their younger generation. He acted against the Loom clan, but only their city lord was guilty. Well, you should still be cautious. Now, not only have your heavenly pupils been exposed, but you did tell Taedra your true name. She would likely be greatly rewarded by those so-called apostles if she were to divulge this information. The apostles, it wasn't a title Ryu had heard until recently. He was completely unaware of the matters that occurred with Molly and grandfather back in Valor City. However, within Looming City, he heard many ramblings. Amongst them, he constantly heard mention of these apostles. Apparently, they were the ones overseeing the final selections for entry into the Ice Devil Legacy world. Ryu's gaze flashed with a piercing killing intent as he thought about that day at the Mercenary Guild. Shaking his head, he threw things to the back of his mind. Currently, there was just a single year left until the eclipse. Considering his current wealth, the price was no longer a problem even with the vast improvement in his cultivation realm. The smart thing to do would probably be to silently return to the Awoken Moon sect and wait out the final period while cultivating in peace. However, Ryu didn't even consider doing such a thing. Most of the dangerous situations Ryu got himself into were done on purpose by him. He wanted to experience more trials, more tribulations. He didn't want to bury his head in the sand and just struggle to survive. He needed to grow stronger. With so many enemies gathering in the core region, this was the last opportunity to temper himself in his home realm before left to the Moon realm. He would go not because it was smart, and not even in order to get revenge, but rather to push himself to his limits. Feeling that the death worm was quickly repairing itself, Ryu left the control room and entered one of the many training rooms before finally taking out the odd prayer mat. Over the last week, Ryu had focused on nothing but healing himself with the help of Ailsa and many of the precious herbs he had gathered. To a genius like him, hidden injuries could be disastrous, so Ailsa took care to force him to focus on nothing else but healing his body. As a consequence, he wasn't able to take a good look at what he risked his life for until now. The prayer mat was far thicker than normal, being about 1.5 inches to 2 inches in height. Its width was about 2 meters while its length was nearly 3. With such a size, it was less of a prayer mat and more of a thin mattress. It had a deep, rich brown color to it that radiated a darkish gold. Its embroidery was absolute exquisite. They seemed simple on the surface, but even Ryu's eyes got lost trying to follow their patterns, a matter that was shocking considering his first-ranked heavenly pupils. You said that you think this prayer mat might be related to focus chi? Ryu asked with a furrowed brow. I believe so, but when I first came into contact with it, it actually had the complete opposite effect. This is true, but the proof is already right before you. You know well you shouldn't have had enough focus chi to last so long without at least having a dip in performance. Plus, scanning 1,000-kilometer radius is still far beyond your current self even if your spiritual sense can, yet you did it. Ryu sighed. How much longer until my immortal body is complete? It seems like the impurity purge is slowing down. So, likely by the end of this week. Good, then I guess I'll spend this time trying to see what I can glean from this mat. Chapter 304. Caused knowing that he wasn't going to get anything by continuing to stare at the mat, Ryu boldly took a step forward and sat at its very center. In that moment, an inexplicable feeling overwhelming him. It didn't feel like a surge of chi, but it did feel incomparably comfortable. In a daze, Ryu almost felt like falling asleep in that very moment. His mind completely relaxed, even his stern, expressionless face softened, making him look like less of an ice statue and more human. It was too bad that this expression that was rarely seen on him was completely obscured by foul grime. Though this prayer mat didn't infuse Ryu with any chi, he still felt that he could cultivate far faster while seated upon it. In fact, this cultivation speed was about similar to when Ryu entered Breath of Heaven. In addition, he felt the lingering injuries of his mental realm quickly accelerate their speed of recovery. Finally, completely out of expectations, Ryu fell into a deep sleep. By the time he woke up, he would have no idea how he fell asleep, only that he had. Ailsa watched on with a slight surprise. But in the end, not finding anything dangerous about the situation, she let Ryu rest. Those with mortal bodies hadn't completely cast away the limitations of mortals. Though Ryu seemed to be able to go without sleep or food with ease, the truth was that though he could do it, it left lingering fatigue that slowly piled. By Ailsa's estimates, though Ryu was unaware due to his own stubbornness, this limited Ryu's peak potential by at least 10%. This wasn't a measure of baseline strength, but rather his efficiency in implementing that strength. Unfortunately, Ailsa knew her limits. Even if she told Ryu to take a rest, he would most definitely ignore her. The fact he didn't have a choice in the matter now rested a stone that had weighed down her heart. It seems this prayer mat has the ability to calm the mind and heart, allowing the body to reach its optimal condition. This gives the illusion that it speeds up your cultivation, but the truth is that it's just tapping into potential you already have. It must have been a combination of this and that dual cultivation technique that helped that Zoo Elder and his woman reach the peak of the divine vessel realm so quickly. Still, there was a deeper mystery to this that would have to wait until Ryu awoke. Given the abilities of those two, it was impossible for them to weather the chi storm this prayer mat protected that pocket space from. This meant the mat was there long before they arrived. More curiously, how had they used the prayer mat at all? When Ryu tried to touch it, his focus chi was sapped in an instant. He couldn't last a second, let alone long enough to complete even one cycle of a dual cultivation technique. Curious, Ailsa mumbled, waiting patiently for Ryu to awake as she dealt with her own lingering fatigue. Over 2 months later, Ryu was startled awake. It wasn't because something had interrupted his sleep, but rather because he was shocked that he was sleeping at all. How? He mumbled. Ailsa, oh look, the big sleeping baby is finally awake. Ailsa giggled. You've been out for 2 months. Ryu's eyes widened in shock. Why didn't you wake me? Don't take that tone with me. Ailsa harumphed, her little body floating up to face Ryu with a glare. I've wanted you to rest for a long time already, this prayer mat just gave me a helping hand. When it comes to training, rest is just as important. The less you rest, the less potential you'll be able to squeeze out of yourself. Consider this a good thing. Ryu looked toward Ailsa expressionlessly, but in the end, he shook his head. What was done, there was no point in getting into a spat over it. So, how was it? Ailsa asked. This prayer mat is actually able to heighten the instinctual reactions of my body. Though it was much slower than if I did it deliberately, I could actually cultivate in my sleep. My divine vessel realm cultivation is already consolidated, and I even made some progress toward opening my second chi vessel. Cultivating while you're sleeping, huh? Suddenly, Ailsa pinched her nose. All right, your purge ended a while ago, go wash yourself. It actually lasted longer than I expected. I think the prayer mat actually helped you squeeze a bit more potential out. Ryu didn't need to Ailsa to goad him anymore, there was no one more eager to clean himself than him. The Death Worm Immortal Cave did in fact have a bathhouse within it, not surprising since it was once owned by a woman. So he made great use of it immediately. However, His thoughts couldn't help but drift to the prayer mat. Though he was sleeping for 2 months, his situation was actually more complicated than that. In fact, his mind was currently swirling with several inexplicable things. There was nothing tangible, but it was rather like this prayer mat was reaching out to him, subconsciously layering the instinctual understandings he needed in order to use it. For example, Ryu now knew one of the mat's main abilities was optimization. It brought one to their peak potential when cultivating. This allowed Ryu to understand why it was so large. This prayer mat wasn't just meant to be used for cultivating, but was also useful in practicing and comprehending techniques. This ability wasn't so useful to Ryu since he had the 4th floor of the crystalline jade, but it was amazing nonetheless. The prayer mat also had the ability to curb and calm chi. When chi becomes too dense, it can also result in violent upsurges that makes it impossible for anyone to take advantage. This was clearly seen by the 12th Elder's death. However, the prayer mat could force chi into submission, allowing it to enter an optimal state for absorption. This was the second facet that increased cultivation speed. However, what was more baffling to Ryu was this nagging sensation in the back of his mind, a sensation that told him this prayer mat was far more enigmatic than even he believed, a sensation that told him that it wasn't that this prayer mat protected the pocket space from the chi surge, but rather that this prayer mat caused it in the first place. Chapter 305. Underestimated. Maybe something had changed within him, but Ryu actually took his time to clean himself. Hours ticked by before he was finally willing to exit the large bathhouse. It seemed the several months of discomfort had weighed on him more heavily than he originally believed. It was only now that he was truly relaxed. Ah, there's my handsome little Ryu. Ailsa fluttered around Ryu in her fairy form like a little butterfly, her happiness seemingly far too exaggerated for the occasion. Ryu actually smiled lightly, but didn't pursue the topic. He instead calmly wiped himself and put on his usual set of black robes. Of course, these were woven by a spiritual seamstress, so they could withstand a battle between connecting heaven realm experts. The prayer mat is an intriguing treasure. It seems to have a faint consciousness of its own. I feel like it's been trying to tell me its name all of this time, but it's faintly out of my reach. A name? Ailsa's brows arched in astonishment. Names held a lot of power in the martial world. Many of Ryu's own treasures didn't even have a real one. Even his origin-grade incubator was merely known by him as the incubator, for example. And his cloak was simply known as the cloak. For an item to gain a name, it had to accomplish something significant. Of course, there were also objects like Ryu's glove of order that were given names simply because lower-tier planes didn't understand the significance of a title. As a result, it was ironically so that many mortal plane treasures had names, while very few immortal plane treasures did. Still, Ryu faintly believed that maybe the glove of order gaining a name wasn't simply due to ignorance. It seemed quite special even among his hoard of amazing treasures. Simply put, the fact this prayer mat had a name it tried to speak to Ryu meant it was far more amazing than either Ryu or Ailsa previously believed. Though this was a mystery, Ryu chose to decisively not think of these matters anymore. Wasting time positing theories without enough clues was foolish. He had much more important things to do. Ailsa, I think it's about time. Understanding what her life partner was referring to, Ailsa grinned mysteriously. It seemed she was anticipating it as well. With the Zoo Palace's 2nd floor, the very same expansive library that had filled even Ryu with awe still stood. However, in the past couple of years, the atmosphere had grown steadily colder. If the 4 Zoo ancestors thought that something was wrong after their descendants didn't come to pay respects to them a few days after the crystalline jade was completed, they were completely certain of it by now. In what seemed like a blink of an eye, it had already been more than 3 years since they first met Ryu, yet they hadn't seen him since. But, what was more infuriating was that they could very clearly feel a presence frequently entering and exiting the crystalline jade as he pleased. If they didn't know what was going on by now, they would be unworthy of the Sky God title. Not only had Ryu managed to escape their machinations, but he was also freely using the resources of their clan with impunity. They thought that all of their work had failed. Countless trillions of years, numerous wasted eras, all for this very plan. Yet, it had been spoiled at the hands of a teenage boy. They weren't fools. They knew that Ryu would never enter this library again until he had the strength to deal with them. And, they had no ability to leave because of the special technique used to manifest the jades they were using to sustain their lives into the ethereal plane. However, on this day, something baffling occurred. The boy they thought wouldn't dare to appear before them again actually made his way to the second floor and creaked the large double doors open. In that instant, Flora's petite body erupted into a fit of uproarious laughter. "Didn't I tell you, he's just a little boy? How could he hold back his curiosity for so long? Since you've come here, boy, don't think of leaving again." This version of Flora was far different from the charming, teasing Flora Ryu had met before. It seemed the anguish at having failed at the final step was enough to push her over the edge, revealing her true venomous side, the very side of her that wouldn't have hesitated to steal all of Ryu's talent. "HMPH, I'd like to see which of you dares to lay a hand on my little Ryu." The expressions of the four ancestors changed. Their judgment had been completely impaired. They hadn't even noticed that Ryu had entered with another individual. Plus, the lane leading to the center of the library was several hundred meters long. Though Flora spoke in agitation, the distance between the two parties was still relatively large. Morvar, the quiet and cold male of the four ancestors, bitterly smiled. As Ryu and Ailsa slowly came into view, he became certain that they had truly lost this time. Was it normal for a sky god of Flora's stature to lose her composure like this? Of course not. Ryu's great-grandfather had learned of his sudden rebirth and even that he could now cultivate with a false spiritual foundation, yet all he reacted with was a raised eyebrow. If something wasn't very wrong, even with her naturally venomous personality, there was no way Flora would lose her cool like this. "It seems you four have paid a significant price to live so long," Ailsa said coldly, carrying an air of majesty that seemed absent when she was with Ryu alone. "However, this is what you deserve for daring to lay a hand on my life partner." Morvar remained silent. Of the four of them, Flora had been the youngest, so she had less time to fortify her mind and build her willpower. There was of course a price to pay for maintaining one's consciousness for so long, and she was likely to be the first among them to pay for it. Eska, the immortal Sakura sky god, looked toward Ryu with a shocked expression. She immediately realized that he was already on the verge of comprehending her technique's third stage. However, how could her shock be more than Flora's? "You comprehended my divine chaotic annihilation to the divine chaotic pestle stage?" Ryu swept a cold glance over the sky god. "Is there anything difficult about such an accomplishment?" Suddenly, the cold Morvar began to laugh as well. "I see, we've been played by you from the very beginning. It seems we've underestimated these mysteries of heaven and earth pupils. Maybe in your era, it's long since found a place in the top 10, most likely top 3. A deep sigh resounded through the library. "To think my Zoo clan would have such a day." Chapter 306. Choose. In truth, Ryu didn't care much for interacting with the Zoo clan ancestors. He didn't truly need them. Even without Flora's guidance, it only took him a couple weeks to comprehend divine chaotic annihilation. And, when the time flow increase was taken into account, this boiled down to just a few days. Though this disadvantage might pile up higher during the later stages, Ryu believed in his own talent. If it wasn't for Ailsa wanting to speak a piece of her mind, and the fact the core texts were all located at the center of this massive library while the outer reaches were made up of normal literature, he wouldn't even care to appear here. Plus, Ryu and the Zoo clan would never see eye to eye. Even if he agreed to be on speaking terms with these four ancestors, his debt of blood had already been signed with their descendants on the outside. This matter was already as good as over. Originally, Ryu wouldn't have minded completing a cycle of karma with the Zoo clan. Since their crystalline jade inheritance would most definitely be a large part of the reason for his rise, it was only right that he properly repay them. However, after taking into account the atrocious actions their descendants committed on the mortal plane, and even how they knew well that completing the crystalline jade would lead to him being hunted down, whatever kindness Ryu had left in his heart was flown away. It was then that the fourth silent to now ancestor spoke. The usually fiery-tempered Belauer seemed to take this new situation in stride, chuckling deeply. "It seems our Zoo clan has lost this time. Look at that, you two found a genius to take up your mantles. He even looks no different from a Zoo, yet you schemed against him and lost the opportunity." With Belauer's upright personality, it was no surprise that he was the only one against tricking Ryu. It had even been him who warned Ryu to stay away from Flora back then. Though, Ryu didn't actually need that reminder, which was why he never took his kindness to heart. "Originally, little Ryu, I wanted to kill them to avoid future problems. But, these four may be of great help to you in the future. Even if it's not for their knowledge, You can imagine how powerful you would be as a soul necromancer if you had 4 sky gods under your control. You dare. Flora's temper raged once more, her translucent image fluctuating wildly as she lost more and more of herself. Soul necromancers were one of the 3 main branches of necromancy. Unfortunately, the threshold for stepping into this branch was incredibly high because the weakest soul puppet that could be refined had to be of the soul birth realm. Simply put, any soul necromancer was an immortal ring expert at the absolute weakest. Their power has fallen a bit, though. Ailsa continued without a care. They're even a level weaker than myself currently, so they're only as good as peak soul refinement wraiths. However, when you refine them into vengeful souls, their falling into madness won't matter anymore. In fact, it might help. Once that happens, them reclaiming their former strength will be relatively easy. Hearing Ailsa's idea, Ryu actually grew contemplative. He really hadn't thought of this. Usually, capturing a soul had to be done directly after death, but this was clearly a special case where the soul was preserved through extraordinary means. It would be a shame to miss this opportunity. Ryu was, obviously, still too weak to refine such high-level soul puppets. But, once he reached the soul refinement realm, he would definitely be qualified. Though Flora was continuously raving, the remaining 3 ancestors could only listen on with grim expressions. What could they say? What promises could they possibly make to live? There really was nothing. Actually, there was. But they were completely unwilling to go that far. It would be better for them to die than for such a thing to fall into their enemy's hand. Let the rise of the Zhu clan be left up to fate from now on. They had meddled too much and look where they ended up because of it. After nodding in agreement with Ailsa, Ryu no longer bothered with the 4 ancestors. With Ailsa watching his back, he no longer had anything to worry about. However, Ailsa herself stayed back to say one more thing that truly threw the 4 ancestors into a cold, piercing hell. I am not one to underestimate sky gods. You 4 may look distraught now, but I'm sure you haven't been lying idle here for years without thinking of any contingency plans, as I am also certain that it would be impossible for a clan of your caliber to not think of any backups no matter how confident you were in your original plot. But what I will say is that none of it matters at all. Ailsa smiled, but it looked decidedly good to the 4 of them. You 4 should know that the crystalline jade is currently sitting silently within little Ryu's inner space and has no reason to ever come out. I'm sure you're all smart people, you don't need me to explain any further, right? The expression of the 4 ancestors changed. Only then did Ailsa smile in satisfaction before practically gliding over to Ryu's side. That was right, as long as the crystalline jade was within Ryu's inner space, there was nothing they could do. If they killed him, his inner space would shatter, taking everything within it with it. The only reason Ryu managed to keep the treasures he stored in his inner space from his last life was because of the Phoenix Sky God's interference. There would be no third chance. And, even if there were, it would have nothing to do with the Zhu clan. As the 4 ancestors fell into a pit of despair, Ryu had begun shifting through all sorts of mental realm techniques. There was actually a sizable number of chi and body realm techniques as well, but Ryu wasn't very interested in them for now. He wanted to broaden his horizons. Even though he was a cripple in his last life, he still had understandings toward the latter 2 realms. However, since mental realm cultivation was banned in his time, he had run across it very few times. Ryu suddenly fell into a fascinating world. He didn't cultivate any of the techniques he came across, but he found just reading through them filled him with awe. His mental realm shouldn't be this powerful. He actually successfully cultivated Tribulation 9 clouds for the hardest of the 3 realms. We really did make a mistake. Eska's expression continued to fluctuate wildly. Days later, Ryu finally took a deep breath. He had finally gone through every spiritual awakening and spiritual endowment technique the Zhu clan had. It was now time to choose. Chapter 307. Vector Eagle. The catalog of mental realm techniques the Zhu clan had was expansive almost beyond reason. A single clan might struggle to have a handful of this caliber of technique, yet the Zhu clan had thousands. No, even tens of thousands on this level. What surprised Ryu even more was that his analysis was actually wrong. The Zhu clan had plenty of necromancy techniques and even had some summoner necromancer fragmented legacies. After thinking a moment, Ryu understood why this was. One had to remember that the reason the Zhu clan fell into decline was precisely because they existed during the era right before the ban on mental realm masters. This meant that before their downfall, there had yet to be a rift created between them and necromancers. Still, the Zhu clan was fundamentally an orthodox mental realm master clan. The necromancy techniques they did have were often the most basic and only served for reference and curiosity. As for the fragmented summoning necromancer legacies, Ryu knew he wasn't fated for them. To call these inheritances fragmented was a massive overstatement. In reality, they were nothing more than introductory excerpts to the enigmatic third branch of necromancy. Maybe it was only now Ryu truly understood how difficult it would be to gain such an inheritance for him. If even the mighty Zhu clan knew so little about summoning necromancers, just what level of existence were they? Throwing this matter to the back of his mind, Ryu set his mind to the task at hand. With so many techniques to choose from, it was no surprise that many accomplished the same tasks. For example, minor teleportation, blink, and warp all functionally completed the same goal, however the manner in which they did so was different. In fact, Ryu saw this pattern repeat itself many times more. Vector arrow, winding arrow, piercing ballista, these were another set of techniques that fell into the same categories. Each technique, however, had a different theory behind them. Peering into how their visualizations were constructed gave Ryu a deep level of insight he didn't previously have. Vector arrow emphasized straight line speed, but it lacked variability. Winding arrow gained this variability, but it was lacking in power. Piercing ballista had the power, but it was incredibly difficult to control and it took several moments to properly complete its visualization. Following this logic, each technique had its pros as cons. But what Ryu actually became lost in was exactly the subtle differences in visualization that led to these changes. Before, Ryu hadn't noticed. This was because the visualizations he practiced had yet to reach a level where he was qualified to. But every visualization was constructed of runes. These runes were similar to the nodes of arrays and formations and held the power to communicate with the heavens to enlist the specific sort of strength it evoked. Because Ryu had yet to master Immortal Sakura or Divine Chaotic Annihilation, he wasn't qualified to sense their runes yet. His visualizations of them were still superficial. When Ryu came to this point in understanding, a brand new world was opened up to him. It seems I've made a mistake, Ryu said lightly. I've been focused too much on powerful visualizations when there was a treasure trove hidden here. As techniques created for those of the spiritual awakening and endowment realms, Ryu was more than qualified to peer in the runes of these techniques. Suddenly, visualizations no longer looked like mere images to him, but rather became a series of equations that when given an input, relayed a predictable output. If it's like this, I can construct and deconstruct these as I please. Lost in thought, Ryu inadvertently spoke aloud. In an instant, a vector arrow appeared in Ryu's hand. It had a sleek and long body, the amount of spiritual chi needed to form it was very little, and its head seamlessly melded into its spine in the shape of a silver bullet. A moment later, a winding arrow appeared above it. Unlike the former, its body was quite a bit shorter. At the same time, its feathered ends were larger than normal. This drastically lowered its flight speed, but increased its maneuverability. Even above them, the piercing ballista that should have taken several seconds to visualize appeared in the blink of an eye. With the Origin Flame's perfect recall ability, Ryu could effectively instant cast. This drawback of the piercing ballista was nothing to him. Unlike the other two, it didn't have the shape of an arrow. Instead, it looked like a glistening glob of mercury shaped into an oblate spheroid. Its form factor was simple, and even allowed the free flow change of its structure, but Ryu could faintly tell it was the most dangerous. This wasn't much of a surprise. The former two were spiritual awakening techniques, while the latter was a spiritual endowment technique. However, what was a surprise was the sudden collapse of the three visualizations. At least, it looked like a collapse until one realized the numerous golden ancient runes bobbing gently in the air in their place. The eyes of the four ancestors widened. They had been here for too many years. Even for sky gods, it was grating on the nerves. In a way, watching Ryu cultivate, even if he was their enemy, was a sort of release no matter how uncomfortable they felt about him ignoring them. It was no surprise then that they immediately noticed this oddity. It was only after a mental realm master comprehended a visualization to the great circle of perfection that they could deconstruct a visualization into its runes and seek to manipulate it to their personal preferences. However, Ryu had only been here a few days. To make matters more unnerving, most of the time was spent reading the other several thousand techniques. The time he spent on these three in particular barely amounts to a few minutes. How was this possible? Ailsa, however, found this to be very normal. If Ryu could comprehend divine chaotic annihilation to the third stage in a few weeks, what did these weak techniques count for? With his pupils, Ryu could see the runes of these weaker visualizations even without first comprehending them. This in turn allowed his comprehension to occur much faster, which also in turn allowed him to see the runes even clearer. With this sort of cycle, how could he not have such great success? Still, what happened next left the ancestors completely speechless. The runes began to move at Ryu's will. Sometimes they would collapse, but Ryu would reform them just as quickly. Soon, they began to stack upon one another, slowly melding one. This process continued for an hour. But even with this seemingly long period of time, the shock of the ancestors only deepened. What was even more surprising than even this was that Ryu had actually managed to sustain his spiritual chi for so long. Wasn't he an inferior talent? Just how far had he pushed Tribulation 9 Clouds? That should be it, Ryu said softly. The runes before him finally stabilized. After checking to make sure the runes had combined to his liking, he condensed them, allowing his creation to be projected into the world. The space before it trembled slightly. Not because of its might, but rather because Ryu's control over it was still poor, causing his spiritual chi to leak out from its projection. However, even with this small flaw, one wouldn't dare to look down upon it. Ryu's creation had the same mercury-like consistency and appearance of piercing ballista, except this time, it was formed into a wide-angle V. No, maybe it was more accurate to say that it was reminiscent of a headless bird of prey, its eagle-like wings spreading out with a faint desire for slaughter. As for its thickness, it was incomparably thin. So thin in fact that it seemed to disappear when observing from its side. One could imagine the level of sharpness. It was quite possible that one wouldn't even notice they were cut until their life ended. Ryu nodded with satisfaction. I'll call you Vector Eagle then, monster. The four Zu ancestors all shared this combined thought. Chapter 308, Warped Ryu's Vector Eagle was exceptional. Became of its incredibly slim and thin design, it had to deal with practically no air resistance. At the same time, Ryu managed to keep piercing ballista's malleable mercury body, thus allowing Ryu to change Vector Eagle's form as he pleased. Minor changes in the technique's wings gave it a maneuverability winding arrow could only dream of. As for its piercing power, this hardly needed mentioned. With such a slim form factor, how could it be lacking? To think little Ryu has such talent in the mental realm. Though Ailsa thought this, she wasn't too surprised by this turnout. Those who wielded the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils in the past often migrated toward the mental realm as well. Though the pupils were obviously also greatly beneficial for the chi and body realm, it was far easier for them to turn their comprehension into strength in the mental realm. At this point in his life, Ryu was actually ahead of other wielders of this number 1 ranked set of pupils because he had already undone 8 seals. Usually, this wouldn't be accomplished until one had already stepped into the peak of the connecting heaven realm. 999, and 999. These 3 hurdles represented the peak of the mortal, immortal and cosmic grades respectively. The fact Ryu was nearly at the pinnacle of the mortal grade already despite only being of the divine vessel realm spoke volumes. Though mental realm techniques didn't have any grades of their own and a person of any mental realm could theoretically learn any visualization, there were obviously differing layers of complexities to every technique. While Ryu had yet to become capable of seeing the runes of immortal Sakura, for techniques tailored towards spiritual awakening and endowment realm cultivators, seeing through them was far too easy for him. Sorry Grandpa Kukin, Ryu thought to himself somberly. There was a reason this was the first technique Ryu chose to create. He found his long-range abilities to be far too lacking. He didn't seem able to grasp the quintessence of archery as easily as he had done for the Tatsuya's saintly weapons. Of course, Ryu was aware that this wasn't because he was lacking in talent. His grandfather had always said the most important thing to an archer were his eyes. Who in existence would dare to claim they had better eyes than him? Ryu just suspected that maybe his heart wasn't in it. After so many centuries of being nothing but a frail cripple, he longed for battle in a way archery couldn't satisfy. Maybe in the future when his blood cooled, he would try again. However, for now, if he ever needed a long-ranged attack, it was better if his hands were still free to wield his halberd. Ryu hadn't even noticed the lost expressions of the Zu ancestors, he had long since moved on. After completing his primary task, there were a host of other techniques to choose from. There were categories of illusion techniques, there were sense augmentation techniques and even mental attack techniques. Ryu tossed out the idea of illusions for the same reason he chose to set aside archery. He wasn't interested. Sense augmentation techniques were decent, but could they compare to this third perspective? So he ignored this category of techniques as well. Ryu spent quite a bit of time reading through mental attack techniques, and even memorizing everything that could be used by the soul birth realm and below, repeating the same with illusion techniques, but he also didn't practice any of these. He wanted to be prepared for anything he might face in the future, but this wasn't a path he wanted to follow. These mental attack techniques were the very reason mental realm masters became taboo in his shrine realm to begin with. Everything from causing mental disorientation to techniques capable of enslaving masses could be found here. Ryu didn't feel like delving into such a world. Ironically, the first category of techniques that caught Ryu's attention were defensive ones. One might think that with Immortal Sakura he had nothing to worry about, but Ryu disagreed with this vehemently. Firstly, Immortal Sakura took far too much spiritual chi to sustain. In the end, even though he only used it to the peak of its second stage, it was a Sky God's technique. It was fundamentally different from these lower-tier techniques. Ryu couldn't bring it out every time he needed an extra shield. Secondly, Immortal Sakura was very draining on his focus chi. The key to its amazing defenses was in the blossom petals that fell from its large canopy. The defensive petals didn't just manifest from thin air. If they did, it would ruin the quintessence of the technique which relied on the majesty of the Immortal Sakura. As a result, Ryu not only had to predict the trajectory of an attack, he also had to cause a petal to accurately flutter down and into its path. This was worth it if he was fighting a strong enemy, or maybe multiple strong enemies. But it wasn't practical otherwise. The technique that intrigued Ryu the most happened to be one he recently ran into, Ethereal Ripple. It had been used by Yukai to stall and preserve his life, and Ryu himself felt it had a lot of potential, it was just that its flaw was too glaring. Someone adept in the mental realm wouldn't have to roar like Ryu had, a simple controlled frequency of spiritual chi would be enough. But, if some modifications were made, Ryu's mind sped through all of the techniques he had read, something that was exceptionally easy to him not only due to his own memory, but also the origin flame. Ethereal Ripple, Earthen Veins, Sonorous Roar, Warp, these four techniques swam in Ryu's mind. He picked them each carefully from a pile of extremely similar techniques before he was certain his experiment had a near 80% chance of success. Seeing the golden runes flying in the air, the four ancestors looked on with incredulous expressions. Earthen Veins, that was a sense augmentation technique. It used spiritual chi to send vibrations in the earth-like tendrils on a creature. Its range was easily 10 to even 100 times one's spiritual sense. Sonorous Roar was a mental attack technique. It used high-frequency ripples of spiritual chi to disorient one's senses for a moment, throwing off the balance of one's inner ear and delaying their reaction time. Warp was a unique teleportation technique. Instead of opening a rift like minor teleportation did, it folded space, effectively shrinking the earth beneath one's feet. Its range was far smaller than that of minor teleportation, but its versatility was greater and was far better for use in battle. As for Ethereal Ripple, it was a defense skill. It formed a shield within the ethereal plane capable of influencing the real plane. This, theoretically, made it a great defense that was difficult to take down without having keen insights into the mental realm. Understanding these things, you could see why the ancestors would be astonished. These techniques, they were completely different from one another. They even came from drastically different categories of technique. At least before, Ryu had been fusing techniques from the same category, but this was simply madness. If you don't want him to die, you should stop him now. Experimenting with runes isn't a child's game, Eska said seriously. A rune is the representation of a heavenly law no matter how simple that law may be. And, it mustn't be forgotten that these runes are using his mental realm as a source to appear. That means if they're combined in a dangerous way, he could shatter his own mind. Eska spoke to Ailsa seriously, but all she got was a glance that scorned her words. My little Ryu isn't a fool. Eska's brow furrowed, but she suddenly came to understanding. As Ryu's life partner, Ailsa could read his mind at her leisure. The fact she wasn't panicking meant that Ryu's chances of success were extraordinarily high. If it was a normal person who felt this way, Eska might ignore it. But at the end of the day, Ailsa was a Soul Ascension realm expert. Her depth of knowledge wasn't something a normal individual could compare to. The days ticked by. Ryu slaved away, computing countless iterations as though he didn't know the meaning of fatigue. However, the fact he had survived so long alone was enough for the 4 ancestors to tremble. He was really doing it. Condense, Ryu said lightly. A ripple swept through the library. The sound of turning page sounded as books loose from their shelves flipped wildly. Ryu smiled. There was something endlessly satisfying about this process. It was the kind of feeling he had only gotten when he completely swept through a complicated ruin in his last life. I'll call you Warped Ripple, Chapter 309. Another test bonus chapter for 250 golden tickets. This technique's potential alone is far beyond my immortal Sakura. Eska's pride was greatly shaken. For mental realm masters like them, or rather, for geniuses, that is, they began building their own techniques at a very early age. After millions of years of accumulation, a technique on the level of immortal Sakura would be born. However, it was inevitable that lingering mistakes in their youth or maybe even a lack of ambition would impede the majesty of the final product. For Eska to be able to become a sky god with her self-created technique, it was clear and obvious that she was among the very best. Though her technique wasn't the one with the most potential of the 4 of them, a title that fell to the youngest, Flora, it was the most versatile. So, for her to say such a thing about Ryu technique, it spoke volumes. This is an amazing technique, little Ryu. Ailsa's eyes seemed to smile along with her lips. Is it? Ryu found that his technique was still lacking in comparison to those suitable for those of the soul birth realm to use, so he wasn't very impressed with himself. That said, Ryu was a man who hardly reacted even when he found the long-lost death shrine. He wasn't one to get swamped in his own success. The way you combined these 4 techniques is nothing short of ingenious. Ailsa said seriously. Knowing the type of person her life partner was, she wasn't afraid of him getting full of himself and following a path to ruin. The number of individuals who can even think of such a thing are a staggeringly small percentage. But the number that can execute it are even smaller. Ryu nodded faintly, his lips barely curling. I am quite fond of the technique. Though he wasn't impressed with himself, he was still happy with his creation because its uses were perfect for him. Please explain it to me. Hearing this voice, Ryu's brows raised. His head turned back to land on Eska's gorgeous figure. Though this woman was his enemy, Ryu still had to admit that she was one of the 2 most beautiful women he had ever laid eyes on. Though Ailsa to him was a step ahead now that he could gaze upon her true form, Eska was still number 2. Still, this aside, for a sky god to put aside her pride to ask such a thing, it left Ryu intrigued. Ryu didn't believe that Eska was completely in the dark. With her cultivation realm, it was impossible that she hadn't figured out the majority of Ryu's process already. But for her to act anyway, there was a deeper level of fanaticism to this. What will you give me in return? Ryu asked without much emotion. I see that you cultivate Phoenix heavenly body. But, only 2 of its 4 parts are within our Zhu clan's inheritance. It's impossible to confirm since so many eras have passed and another person may have laid hands on it already, but I can give you clues to where you might find the latter 2 halves. Ryu didn't have much of a reaction to this. Eska had been dead for many eras. Even if she had coordinates to a place, calculating its new location after so long would be troublesome. In addition, Ryu's grandmother's clans had the 2 latter portions. Ryu was reborn with his clan emblems of all 4 of his ancestor clans, so if he snuck into the shrine plane, he could enter their holy lands. By then, finding this technique would be far easier than anything Eska was suggesting. Still, Ryu hadn't asked because he actually expected anything out of her. He just wanted to see what level of sincerity she had. Since she didn't turn her nose up at his question, he didn't mind answering. Ethereal Ripple is the foundation I chose for this technique. It's fundamentally a defensive technique. I added in Sonorous Roar to counter the greater weakness it had. Sonorous Roar is ultimately a technique that uses changing sound frequencies to disorient an enemy. I stripped it of most of its abilities and left runes that controlled frequencies. This allowed Ethereal Ripple to gain a variability that makes it difficult to collapse in a small amount of time. By constantly changing the frequency at which it resides, it not only makes it more difficult to destroy, even sensing its position in the first place becomes a tall mountain. Earthen Vein is a sensory-type technique, but its ability lies in using resonance to feed one's mental realm images far beyond what one's spiritual sense can reach, almost like sonar, except with spiritual chi. I implemented this technique to give Ethereal Ripple yet another layer of stability. Hearing this, Eska and even the other 3 ancestors were greatly intrigued. Using a sensory technique for stability. How? With earth and vein, one inputs spiritual chi into the ground and receives feedback that can be mapped into an image. However, I reversed this process. In my warped ripple, the former ethereal ripple can now take attacks and disperse the force via resonance using the same principle. When working in tandem with sonorous roar, each of the invisible tendrils of my warped ripple can vibrate at a different frequency, dispersing even a myriad of attacks at once. Eska's eyes widened. She truly would have never thought in such a fashion. This truly would vastly improve ethereal ripple, or rather, warped ripple, stability. Finally, there's warp. You already know that warp has the ability to shrink the earth. I've simply taken this ability, there was no need to change anything. When attacks meet my warped ripple, it's akin to striking at a fish while standing above a lake's surface. The image will be distorted and pinpointing a location or landing an accurate attack is near impossible. Not only will it be difficult, but any attacks launched, whether accurate or not, will drastically slow once they meet the barrier of my warped ripple. It will seem like this attack has suddenly hit a dense sludge, but the reality will be that it's attempting to travel a long distance that appears to be a short distance to the untrained eye. This will both weaken an attack before it hits the true defenses of my warped ripple, and give me a greater amount of time to react to any attack. Of course, with this, there are glaring weaknesses as well. For example, the reason warp is considered a low-level teleportation technique is because it's limited in what it can move. The more powerful an object, the less impeded it is by distorted space. Warp's limit is the mortal grade. In addition, the resonance and frequency runes of sonorous roar and earth and vein are too low level. So, they can be easily overwhelmed as well. Simply put, this defense is next to useless against those of the immortal ring realm and above. But it has decent potential. Eska sucked in a cold breath. Ryu listed out many problems, but the reality was that these were easy to fix. There were higher-level techniques in this very library that carried the higher-order runes Ryu would need to improve his warped ripple. Of course, Ryu knew this as well. The reason he hadn't was because he created warped ripple specifically because using immortal Sakura all the time was too taxing. If he improved warped ripple too much, the situation was practically be the same. Wouldn't that make him a fool? Currently, immortal Sakura at full strength could block the attacks of a lower immortal ring expert. As for warped ripple, it could block the attack of a peak connecting heaven realm expert, and if Ryu really pushed it to its limits, maybe a half-step immortal ring expert. However, the benefit was that warped ripple used less than a tenth of the spiritual chi immortal Sakura did. In addition, warped ripple was much less likely to rupture and thus cause backlash to his mental realm. Ryu found the last few days to be worth it. Without much fanfare, Ryu suspended the runes of his warped ripple beside his vector eagle, allowing them to hang from his immortal Sakura as though they were Dao fruits. He was determined to organize his mental realm far more systematically than Yukai had. He didn't even take a pause before he placed the numerous mental realm technique jades to the side and focused on the chi and body realm techniques once more. He had a solid goal in mind. First, he needed a true spear, glaive and halberd technique. He was losing too much having to convert techniques from other weapons over. Secondly, he needed an improved movement technique. Gliding cloud steps was very compatible with him, but it was beginning to be a limitation instead of an asset. He now had 999 meridian nodes, but it only used 333. Though White Serpent's dance was a spear technique, Ryu could only use lurking shadow currently. One had to remember that this legacy technique wasn't a mere earth-grade technique. Unfortunately, as a divine vessel realm technique, Ryu could only use earth-grade techniques. Once Ryu finished choosing, he would return to the fourth floor until he mastered them all to the great circle of perfection. After completing this, he would turn his attention to necromancy once more. If he wanted any chance at earning a summoning necromancer's inheritance, he couldn't continue to be so inept. He would have to first refine the corpses of Yukai and Ancestor Bastille, but that wouldn't be too much of a problem. Then he would temper himself for a year. There was no better training environment than the inner ring forest all around him, teeming with 6th and 7th order beasts. When the time came, he would turn his gaze toward the core region. Another test lay in wait. Chapter 310, accomplished. The months began to tick by. After reaching the divine vessel realm, Ryu's cultivation speed drastically plummeted. This was only to be expected. After all, the pinnacle geniuses of the Shrine Plane reached the divine vessel realm at 20 years old, but wouldn't reach the connecting heaven realm until 80 years later on average. Luckily, now that Ryu had an immortal body, his limitations in this regard were lesser than that of many others. Without accounting for outside sources, Ryu would only need a fourth of that time to reach the next realm. Should he make good use of his resources, he could cut that down by another half. Either way, his goal was to firmly enter the lower divine vessel realm by the end of the year. Currently, he had only opened one of 6 vessels, so he couldn't truly be considered to be at that stage quite yet. Only after opening his second would he be. The 5th divine vessel corresponded to the peak divine vessel realm, while the 6th was the half-step connecting heaven realm. Once that was completely, he could begin connecting his vessels and pulses to carve a path toward immortality. Though his chi realm cultivation came to a near grinding halt, Ryu vastly improved in other facets. For one, he finally completed the foundation of his lightning Qilin bloodline, allowing the strength his 4 ancestral grade bloodlines provided him to reach 500,000 jin. Following this, Ryu made use of his momentum to open his first body vessel. Within the pulse tempering realm, the first realm of body realm cultivation, one opened their body pulses. Now, Ryu had firmly stepped into the vessel tempering realm, allowing his bodily strength to skyrocket. When Ryu felt his own strength, he was once more shocked by the power of his bloodlines. According to convention, a half-step connecting heaven realm expert would have 1 million jin of strength. A half-step immortal ring realm expert would have 10 million, and a half-step path extinction realm expert would have 100 million jin of strength. Since the peak of the vessel tempering realm was the equivalent of the peak of the immortal ring realm, one can imagine the amount of strength opening just one vessel provided. There was a massive qualitative leap in his power. 500,000 jin was already half the strength of a half-step connecting heaven realm expert. But after opening just one body vessel, Ryu directly leapt to 5 million jin of strength. According to Ailsa, the first body vessel was by far the easiest to open. It would provide about a tenth of the strength the realm had to provide, the second would provide 15%, the third would provide 20%, the fourth a quarter, and finally the fifth would provide the final 30%. Essentially, if Ryu had just one ancestral bloodline, opening his first body vessel would net him the ability to temper his strength to 10 million jin. However, since he had a starting point of 500,000 jin and not 100,000, it would provide him room for 50 million jin. Unlike the pulse tempering realm where all of the pulses must be opened before one began to temper their blood, in the vessel tempering realm, because of the difficulty in opening one's vessels, a new tempering must occur after every opened body vessel. It would normally take decades to complete. But, Ryu had confidence to finish in just 10 years. Ryu's body realm wasn't all he made progress in. Under his diligence, he mastered several peak Earth grade techniques. In addition, he completed his final breakthrough and finally comprehended his northern heavenly wind inheritance to the imposed realm. With this, Ryu's speed had reached a godly level within the mortal grade. He was confident that none below the immortal ring realm could match his speed. And, now that he had coupled it with a movement technique that made use of his full abilities, the results would speak for themselves. However, on this day, with just a little more than half a year remaining until the matters of the core region kicked off, Ryu wasn't focused on any of these things. Deep within the Death Worm Immortal Cave, a naked woman was strapped to a table made of black jade, undulating breasts that flowed like milk, long slender legs, a small treasure island partially obscured by soft thighs. It was sight to behold indeed, if it wasn't for the fact she was crying to the point that her tears and snot became indistinguishable. Plus, after months of being unable to groom herself properly, her treasure island was obscured by far more than just a portion of her thighs. If her arms weren't pinned down, there'd definitely be another 2 forests to see under them as well. However, the man who stood over her showed no fluctuations in emotion at her pleas. After all, this was the woman who cruelly tortured his grandfather for months before publicly humiliating his corpse. Even if she cried 10 times harder, Ryu wouldn't blink a single eye. In these past 5 or so months, Ryu hadn't forgotten that this Zhu clan elder, or Esme, as Yukai had called her. Instead, he had simply allowed her to wallow in her own fear. This wasn't a woman who deserved an easy death. Living in constant fear of death for the last several months had brought her right to the cliff's edge. Now it was time for Ryu to collect her debts. Ryu had taken his research into necromancy very seriously. Though only 5 months had passed in reality, it was the equivalent of 50 months or about 4 years within the crystalline jade. This had given Ryu ample time to study numerous death seals and deepen his knowledge. Before, since he couldn't enter the second floor, Ryu was stuck with using Grave Chi and Hecate's personal death seal. After all, every death chi needed a specially tailored death seal. So, even though the first floor had a few death chi cultivation techniques surpassing Hecate's, they would have been useless to Ryu in the past. Grave Chi was a heaven-grade chi. It wasn't too bad, but it also wasn't very good either. It met the bare minimum requirements to evolve from the mortal chi grades to the immortal chi grade, but that was all. There was no cosmic grade Grave Chi. A chi needed to be at least of the higher mystic grade, a grade one step above the heaven grade, to become cosmic chi. Ryu had taken his time to reach this point because he needed to accomplish a few things. Firstly, he needed to learn and comprehend a new cultivation technique. This alone was simple. With his heavenly pupils, comprehending any mortal chi technique was as easy as breathing. In addition, after having opened his first chi vessel, he could now store 7 different types of chi in his miniature dations. Secondly, he had to modify and create his own death seal based on the one provided in the second floor of the crystalline jade. Chapter 311. Tip of the iceberg. Ryu was fond of Hecate's corpse refinement method, but he didn't like being restricted to Grave Chi. The only solution in this case was to create his own death seal. This wasn't as difficult as a task as it seemed. After all, Hecate was only of the Path Extinction realm, a level above the Immortal Ring realm, yet she forged a new path of necromancy all on her own. Of course, if others heard Ryu's thoughts, they'd probably lash out in anger. It might be easy to him who modified mental realm techniques on a whim, but not just anyone could do it. Still, it took Ryu over 3 years of research to succeed. He had to cross-reference many death seals and decide what could most appropriately replace Grave Chi, but he eventually succeeded. The chi he had decided on was Weeping Willow Chi. It was a death chi that was especially fond of slowly corroding high-grade spiritual herbs. Many descendants of the immortal Sakura found it to be their archenemy. Of course, as a higher mystic grade chi, Weeping Willow Chi had no business threatening the true immortal Sakura. However, for Ryu's current purposes, it was the best suited. Hecate's specialty is in allowing corpse puppets to retain a minor amount of intelligence. This allows them to follow commands even if they're imprecise. This ability is invaluable to me who will need to fight many opponents at once often in the future. I can't continuously drain my focus chi on small matters even if the prayer mat has greatly helped me in this regard. Still, Hecate's methods are far too lacking in many aspects. Though she gains this advantage, she lost out in too many other areas. Because her corpse puppets are more like the living than the dead, their death chi is far less potent. As a result, it's nearly impossible for corpses refined by her method to evolve. They're mostly locked into their current strength. This was just one of the weaknesses Ryu had come to understand. Obviously, every death seal had their own specialties, but they ultimately served the same function. Unfortunately, Hecate's was so unique that it lost much of the expected functionalities. However, at the end of the day, Ryu might have been a novice in necromancy, but he was also a genius herbologist. Of the 2 main branches of corpse refinement, the herb method and the ore method, he was the most suited to the former. As a result, he managed to meld his understandings together, slowly building his own path. The first step of your refinement method is quite cruel. Though Ailsa said this, she made no attempt to stop Ryu. She'll be tempered by the poisons of concocted for 30 days. It will feel as though her flesh is being eaten from the inside out continuously over the month-long span. Not only is this what she deserves, but it is necessary. The process will completely destroy her path in living cultivation methods. But, in terms of corpses, she will become a genius amongst geniuses. Ailsa smiled lightly. To turn her body into that of a spiritual herb, then corroding her with Weeping Willow Chi, she truly would become a genius in death chi refinement. Weeping Willow didn't just kill spiritual herbs, but rather turned them into vessels that in turn assaulted other spiritual herbs, causing an infestation. Some of the most sought-after death-type spiritual herbs necromancers would kill over were the result of Weeping Willow Chi's influence. Ryu was using poison to change the composition of Esme's body into that of a spiritual herb. The forceful rearrangement of her meridians, the drying out of her blood, the changing of her fundamental biology, these were things that would be so painful that she could only wish for death. Of course, Ryu took inspiration for this after reading a death herb encyclopedia within the Zhu clan library. he stumbled upon a spiritual herb known as the Screaming Blood Root. It only grew from the corpses of absolute experts. Ryu took its foundations as the basis for Esme's transformation. Without much more thought, the black jade bed Esme was strapped to was slowly lowered into a foul-smelling pool below. Her screams became more agitated and rabid, but Ryu only blankly stared. The moment the liquid touched her skin, the bindings Ryu had placed over her mouth ripped apart, causing the full force of her screams to fill the otherwise quiet immortal cave. It was unfortunate for her that they were several miles underground. Plus, even if they weren't, this was an immortal cave. Sound wouldn't leak so easily. Ryu only lowered Esme just enough for the liquid to cover the bottom layer on her skin, but the sight was still gruesome to behold. She screamed so horridly that the blood vessels in her eyes immediately ruptured. Without the bindings over her mouth, she bit her tongue off in her rabid frenzy, causing it to flip up and into the air, falling with a plop into the grim sludge below. Ryu extended a finger, sending a stream of fire forward that seared the wound on her tongue closed. He couldn't have her dying now. After all, this was a live refinement method for a reason. Luckily for Esme, she was in so much pain she didn't even notice. Unfortunately, with how cruel this method was, Ryu only had the heart to use it on his enemies. But, on the bright side, if he could call it that, he would have many of those in the future. You were quite decisive about this, Ailsa said lightly. Not many would sacrifice 2 half-step immortal ring corpses for the sake of 1 lower connecting heaven realm 1. Any new method requires some sacrifices. Using Yukai and First Grand Elder Bastiel's corpses to complete my Screaming Blood method will be well worth it. This Esme, though she's a vile woman, is still very talented. Her bone age isn't over 150 years old, but she was on the verge of entering the middle connection heaven realm. That's more than decent. I have a feeling she was very important to the Zhu clan if even their First Grand Elder called her by her first name. You're right. It's very likely that the Zhu clan that appears on the pedestal plane is just the tip of the iceberg. I wouldn't be surprised if they have many hidden members elsewhere, Ryu nodded seriously. When this is complete, this corpse puppet will have an easy path to becoming an 8th order puppet. Whether I can evolve her beyond that level will depend on my ability to improve my methods. For Nemesis' sake, I have to become the best necromancer I can be.